Synopsis: a young boy's peaceful life is shattered when a monstrous horde destroys his village and family. Rescued by adventurers but scarred by trauma, he is chosen by a god of strength. Driven by a promise of vengeance, he embarks on a harsh path to gain the power to eradicate all monsters. His journey leads him to the dungeon city of Orario, where he must navigate a darker, more dangerous world than most believe it to be. Chapter 1: Cold Sweat. The abyss, there's a saying that if you stare at it, it will stare right back at you, that it will pull you down in its deep embrace, cold and lonely, that you'll wish for the sweet release of death to pull you out of it. As I stare at the horde of monsters that's slaughtering my people as I hide under the corpse of my father who protected me from an orc, I realized that the abyss will always find you. How did this happen? We were having a completely normal day, as we tended to our crops and our livestock, minding our day-to-day life. 1 minute laughing to ourselves as my brother steeped on a cow dung. The next minute he was decapitated by an orc's axe as the goblins rushed in and gored at his corpse, pulling his intestine out and stuffing their face with it. How did 1 minute become so wrong, so fast? My father, seeing this happen, brandished his hoe as he slammed it at the goblin who was stuffing its face with my brother's innards. My father, who I look up to, a former adventurer who retired because of an arrow to knee, tried his best to kill as many goblins as he can. He was a second-class adventurer by his story, a level 3 at Ganesha's Familia, and as he screams with grief, he slaughters the goblins that are rushing at our humble village. As I look around, I see my neighbor, my friends, villagers, trying to either flee or fight for their lives as the horde marches on, killing everyone that is standing in their path, eating the dead, as they fight for the meat from their kill. That day we became livestock for them. I was glued to the ground, my feet like stones, unmoving, as I witnessed death and chaos all around me. My stomach forcefully pushed the contents inside of it as I vomited the breakfast that I ate earlier that day. Then I heard a scream, a familiar voice from my left as I slowly looked, and to my horror I saw a monster banging the door at our house. My mother inside alone with my infant sister, undefended from the danger that is knocking at the door. Everything happened so fast. As the door broke, goblins and kobolds rushed inside. My father rushed in to save them, but he was surrounded. The horde was smart. Knowing full well that he is the only able fighter in the village, they surrounded him. Cuts and bruises can be seen all over his body. The goblins screaming for joy, pulling my mother out the house, stabbing her to death. Then an orc walks out, holding my sister in his arms as he looks at my father dead in the eye. He then smiles a sinister grin as he crushed her head like a grape. My father fell on his knees, grief plastered on his face as he looked at the remains of our family, being devoured by the monster. With a feral shriek, he rushed at the orc and brandished the hoe that is covered with the blood of the monster that he slayed, killing everything in his path. As he was about to reach it, his knees buckled. The injury he suffered in his adventuring days resurfaced, along with the ones he suffered as he fought the horde. Papa, I called him as my voice broke. I ran to him on shaky legs. Stay back, August, please, stay back, he pleaded, but I didn't care. I ran and ran as I reached his side. Hugging him, at least we'll get to see our family together. As the orc comes closer, I dread. The orc is huge. It is twice as big as the other orcs around. They made way for him. It must be their leader. It gave us a smirk as it raised his axe above his head, but that was a mistake. My father moved faster than I've ever seen him move, took the sharp end of the hoe and slammed it at the belly of the beast. Blood gushes out as the orc screams in pain and anger. It slapped my father with the backside of its massive hand, sending him flying in the air. Then it looked at me, anger in his eyes. I stared back, and there it was, the abyss, staring back at me. It readies its axe again, as he prepares to cleave me in half. With a snarl it brings its axe down with all its fury. I close my eyes, waiting for my end. August, I hear my father and I snap my eyes open, only to see him being cut down by the orc. He fell on top of me, but the axe pushed through, hitting my shoulder as I whimper in pain. After that, the goblins and kobolds rush to reap the flesh off my father. They are practically salivating, as they can feel the fauna inside my father. I stare at the horde of monsters that are slaughtering my people, under my father who protected me, who I know will die in vain. because after they are done with him, I know that I'll be next, so I close my eyes, waiting for my inevitable demise. Or so I thought. Charge. I hear a cry. As the earth shakes, I slowly open my eyes. I don't have the energy anymore to keep it open, yet I will myself to see what was happening. Adventurers, rushing at the monster horde, their sword raised up, as they plow through the monsters. Goblins, kobolds, orcs, dying at their wake as they pushed through them. I hear the cries of relief from the villagers who survived. Yet all I feel is grief, as my consciousness slowly fades. As everything went black, all I can think of is that it's too late. They've arrived too late. Hey, this is the first fanfic that I'll write, and I really like the world of DANMACHI, but I felt like that the content of it is too light. I mean, they are practically living in a world that is brimming with monsters. And from what I read from the LN, those monsters aren't exclusive in the dungeon. So with that said, how come the world isn't as dark as it's supposed to be? So here I am trying to write something that's more realistic in the context of that world. The story will mainly focus on August, as he experienced trauma at a very young age. He's the same age as Eyes, and I feel like that would make a fine start. He'll need experiencing a standard Routh in leveling up. So he won't be like Belle leveling up in just a few months. The timeline will be a few years back before Belle even enters the picture, and Hestia hasn't decent yet, and is still in heaven, so he will not be joining Hestia Familia. I'll be creating an original Familia for our MC, and seeing that there are still many gods who wasn't explored in the anime or LN, I'll be using one of those gods as his Familia. So should he enter a Familia with a god from the Greek mythos, or maybe perhaps form the Nordic mythos? It can be from the other mythos as well. I'll be using the comments as a reference on who should the god be. I'll do my best to update 2 times a week at the very minimum. I hope y'all like it. Chapter 2, Aftermath. Unknown Povey. As I walked around the ruined village that was ravaged by a monster horde, I felt cold, guilt washed over my body as I saw the corpse of the inhabitants litter the streets. This was the 4th attack today in the span of 2 weeks. The monsters seem to have flocked together and attack villages outside Orario. And from what we've gathered as evidence, these attacks aren't a coincidence. Something or someone are controlling the hordes, and all our findings shows that Evelys is behind the attacks. Low-level monsters such as goblins, kobolds, and orcs shouldn't be this strong outside the dungeon. Their level should have been stagnant, but with the recent vanishing of adventurers as well as stronger monsters outside points to one unified conclusion by the gods and adventurers alike. That Evelys is on the move once again. And with that the death toll of adventurers accent to an all-time high. Death, a familiar concept for us adventurers, yet something we can't get used to no matter how many times we saw and experienced it firsthand. Bodies lay waste all around me as my fellow adventurers carried the corpse, or at least what remained of them, on a pile to be burned off. I steeled my heart and got to work, helping on carrying them as respectfully as I could. It was the least I could do. As I was scurrying around the area, I saw something that made me fall deeply in rage. A leg, a small, fragile leg. A leg of a babe that's been severed, pulled out their body, teeth marks visible on it. Besides it, a woman, stabbed multiple times and missing chunks of her flesh, gutted, her insides devoured by the foul beast that invaded this village. No doubt, the mother of the babe that was taken too early in their life. As I prepare myself mentally to carry them in the pile, I saw someone who I haven't seen in a long time. Fuck, I muttered to myself as I walked closer to the lying corpse of my friend. I guess we won't have that drink after all, Sieg. I looked at the body of my friend Siegfried Kaiser, a retired level 3 adventurer and a former member of my familia. I kneel in order to carry his body, but stop as I hear a faint breathing under him. My body jolted as I quickly lifted my friend's body up. Then I see a child bleeding from his shoulder. We have a survivor here. I scream at the top of my lungs as I pick him up and rush him towards camp. His body getting paler, his breathing rougher by the minute. Stay with me, kid, we'll get you all patched up. I reached the camp and laid him down. I ripped the shirt he was wearing. It'll get in the way, and I see it, a huge gash, deep enough to penetrate the bone. Blood gushing out the wound as I did my best to stop the bleeding with whatever first aid kit we have on hand. The flaps of the tent blow open as the captain of the mission came inside, DANMACHI, a level 5 adventurer from Loki Familia, along with the elf Reveria. "What's the situation?" he asked calmly as he stepped at my side, holding the child in place. He was shaking, maybe due to shock from the wound he received. "I found this child, beneath a former colleague of mine, suffered a heavy wound at his left shoulder, likely from an axe. He's bleeding bad. The weapon likely penetrated and crushed his bones in his shoulder." Noted, Reveria cast a healing magic towards the boy. "We have to at least make sure that he survives this." He then turns to me and asks, "Is there any survivor that may know him, any relative that may have survived this massacre?" As I was about to answer, a green glow illuminates the tent. As the elf cast a healing incantation for the child, the shaking stopped. As the bleeding slowly subsided, I poured a red liquid at the wound, as I made sure that the bone was placed at the right places before continuing with the treatment. "Not that I know of," I answered Finn. "I got a good look at the boy and he reminded me of Sag. He has Sieg hair, dark amber in color, and his face has the same shape as his." Then everything clicked. "Fuck. What is it?" Reveria asked as she was pouring mana out to support the healing of the boy. "I think he's the son of Siegfried," I answer as I remember the look on my friend's face. "Siegfried, the Vanguard." Finn asks for confirmation. Sieg may be a level 3, but he was famous when he was active, charging recklessly in the front lines of the dungeon, absorbing aggro like a sponge and impaling the monsters in his way with his trusted spear, gaining the alias of the Vanguard along the way. "So the colleague that you said that you found dead, it was Siegfried then?" "Yes," I answered dryly as my throat started to lump. "Sieg was an orphan, and I don't know the mother of the boy. Knowing that, the very likely conclusion is that this boy has become one as well." Finn walked away as he kicked a box of supplies out of anger. "Fuck. If only we were faster, if only we arrive a tad bit faster, we could have saved them." "Finn, control yourself. We can't save everyone. We are not heroes." Reveria calmly reprimanded Finn. She then continued, "We are adventurers. Death is part of the life that we chose. We can't avoid it. It will always loom in our line of duty. The best we can do is to save who we can when we can." Finn was silent. From what I can see, he's contemplating something right now. Finn, the hero of his people, to his kind, looks down at his feet while clenching his fist. Right, death is around us and we can't save everyone. But that doesn't change the fact that we arrived too late to stop this. He then released a portion of his mana. It clings the air with a thick sensation. You can feel anger radiating at his small body. Evelys will pay for what they've done today. Finn exited the tent and went back to his duty as the commander for this expedition, while Reveria stayed inside tending to the wounds of the boy. "He's right, you know." She starts a conversation. I looked at her confused. "Shakti, we may not be heroes, but I'm sure as hell that we'll make those Evelys bastards pay for what they've done today." The level 4 elf spoke in anger. I haven't seen her angry since I've known her, yet her ambience seems to scream rage all over. And I couldn't agree more. Innocents killed, adventurers missing and presumed dead, children slaughtered, and orphans being made. The sins of Evelys grows, and right now all I can think of is, yeah, we'll put a stop to those fuckers and kill them all. Hey, Chapter 2 is out now. How did you guys like it? Another underutilized concept for me in DANMACHI is Evelys, so making them relevant at the start seems like a no-brainer for me. Still wondering where the MC should go, and right now I have 5 choices for a familia. Thor, a god of Norse mythos, and can be written as something original because of his absence in the anime, and LN from what I've seen so far. Known for his cruelty and hunger for battle, he may push the MC into a path of kill, now ask questions later. Athena, with the many Greek gods in DANMACHI, I find her absence to be weird. Still a good strategist and tactician, as well as a very capable diplomat, she can teach the MC to adapt some of her qualities. Heracles, another Greek god who was once human in mythology who suffered great pain in the myths, he can maybe understand what the MC is going through. Buddha, another mortal who ascended to godhood, he may help the MC with the concept of inner peace, making the MC somewhat move on from the trauma he suffered. Or Hades, someone who is closely related to Zeus, and will no doubt be chasing after Evelys and its gods. May give the MC the revenge he wants in the future. Welp, that's my 5. Feel free to give your opinion on the topic. Have a great day ahead. Chapter 3, Cold Sweat Aftermath 2. August Povey. Cold, that's the feeling I felt while staring at the abyss. It's a terrifying feeling, falling in the endless void, awaiting the sweet release of death to take you. I'm currently walking at the village. Smiles and laughter fills the air as people go on their day-to-day life. My father plowing the fields with the help of my brother, my mother watching as she carries my infant sister who's fast asleep, and then there's me, playing under the shade of a tree. All was fine. Then in the blink of an eye, everything went red, blood, fire, and death assaulted my senses. Then the face of an orc, the face of my family's murderer, is all that I can see. Ahhhhhh. I scream, my eyes snapping awake, cold sweat dripping out my body. It was all a dream. Please let it all be a dream. I look around, hoping to see where I'm currently at, hoping that everything that I saw and feel was only a dream. Yet as I did all see is an unfamiliar place, no sign of my family whatsoever, and an unfamiliar face looking at me. I sit up, or at least try to, but the person who's watching me stopped me from doing so. Don't do anything, kid, try to stay still, she said as she examined me. Who are you? Where am I? Where's Papa? I asked as I looked at her. Slow down, kid, you're hurt pretty bad. I look at her as I try to remember the event that took place, my mind groggy and slow, yet slowly it became clear. Hey miss, I'm dreaming, right? It was all a dream, right? I ask desperately, tears building up in my eyes. She looks down as her hand moves to hold mine. She gripes it tight and firm. Kid, I'm sorry. No, no. I scream, my emotions burst out, laughing and crying, tears started falling with no signs of stopping. Lying, ha 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 ha, that's right, it's a joke, my papa is such a prankster. It's a joke, right? Miss, please. Kid, your village was raided by monsters. You're one of the few survivors. We found you below a man, a former adventurer companion of mine. His name is Siegfried Kaiser. At the mention of my father's name, everything went numb. I didn't hear anything she was saying anymore. Everything went blank. All I could see was the event that transpired. My brother decapitated, his flesh ravaged by the monsters, my infant sister, who was only a few months old, her head crushed like a grape. Then she was torn limb from limb by the goblins. And Cabold's my mother, stabbed multiple times in front of my eyes, gored and mutilated, and my father, who I looked up to, trying his hardest to fight off the evil that invaded our home, he who died protecting me, who died in front of me as he took the axe that was meant for me. Everything returned to me, bursting like a dam. Uog, I vomited, no food was in my system, yet as I remembered the things that happened my body responded as such. It tasted bitter, fluid, with a speck of blood. Kid, hold on, here, have some water, she said as she took the cup from the table and filled it with water from her canteen. Drink it, kid. I took it, my hand shaking, no strength at all. I almost dropped it. But she caught my hand and helped me drink the water that tasted so sweet, maybe because of the thirst. You fine now, kid? She asked, looking at me worryingly. May I know your name? Maybe the other survivors know you. Maybe your folks survived we caw. They're dead. I cut her off. There was no point in asking the other survivors, after all. For all my life, all I've known are my family, my parents and siblings. Still, you may not know. They might be someone who survived. Knowing your name might help. August, my name is August Kaiser. I said my name. I turned my head and looked her straight at her eye. And I've watched my family die in front of my eyes. Unknown Pav. August, he cut me off. Still, I can understand him. He's been through a lot. Such a young child, yet such a tragedy he experienced at his very young age. My name is August Kaiser. He continued, as he turned and looked at me, his eyes devoid of any emotions. And I've watched my family die in front of my eyes. I can feel the poison in his voice, emotions of weakness and agony, another orphan because of Evelys. Fuck. The words of Finn entered my mind. If only we've arrived much sooner, we could have saved them. August, I'm sorry was all that I could say. I don't know what to do. Kaiser, he's the son of my former comrade, yet I can't think of a damn thing to make it all better. He was still looking at me, eyes like that of a dead fish, bloodshot from the crying he did, as tears continues to fall. Kaiser, you're the son of Siegfried Kaiser, right? I ask, trying to find a topic to continue the conversation. I still have to ask him a few more questions. He nodded his head, yet no voice came out. My name is Shakti Varma. I'm an old companion of your father. It was rough as I leave the makeshift hospital tent. I finished questioning him, August Kaiser, the son of the vanguard Siegfried Kaiser, 6 years of age, young. Too young to experience all of that. I can't understand what he must be feeling right now. As I made my way on the main tent, I can't take the event that he witnessed off my mind. He saw everything. He saw the death of his family, them being killed and ravaged by the horde. Since the events that happened 4 years ago, with the fall of Zeus and Hera's familias and the disappearance of the two gods, Evolus, a group of evil gods, took the opportunity and allied together to destroy Orario. Thus an alliance was created to stop them. They must be stopped. No matter what, they will be stopped. This time known as the Dark Ages will end. I arrived at the main tent, feeling exhausted. Talking with the kid drained me more than I thought it would. As I entered, I saw some members of my familia as well as others. Finn is at the front reading the reports. He looks at me and nodded. I nod back. So how is he? What did you find out from talking to him? He asked, his eyes returning to the papers he was reading. He's awake, hurt but nonetheless awake. Our hunch was right, he's the son of the vanguard. At the mention of Siegfried's name, most of Ganesha familia expressed their sadness. Sieg was a friend for us all, and his death hit us because of it. His name is August Kaiser, age 6. At the mention of his age, every adventurer showed a face of displeasure. Fuck. 6. That's too young. Everyone agrees. August was too young to experience any of the things he experienced earlier that day. Finn, hearing that, closed his fist, the paper crinkling at his hands as palatable anger can be seen from his expression. Everything he said corresponded with the other survivors, that everything happened so fast. 1 minute everything was normal, the next minute all hell broke loose. No sign or warning. And with Siegfried here in the village, I'm sure that he could have spotted warnings from a potential monster attack and prepared the necessary steps for evacuation. Maybe the vanguard became rusty. He did retire 12 years ago, so him missing the sign for a monster attack is still a possibility. An adventurer from Freya Familia. Impossible, Mia Grand answered. Another member of Freya Familia and its captain stood up. She's a dwarf with an incredibly large build. She's also one of the strongest person in Orario, a level 6 adventurer. The sense of an adventurer will always stay with him, no matter how long he was inactive. His instincts after countless dungeon runs won't go away, especially the vanguards. I agree. Finn also shares the sentiment, as well as most of the members of Ganesha Familia, me included. I've seen the vanguard in action. It may have been a long time, but he was level 3 when I was level 4. Mia Grand continues. He senses danger and rushes towards it faster than anyone, including me. Hence he was granted the alias of the vanguard. But we have to take into account the 12 years he was retired. 12 years is a long time, Captain. The adventurer from Freya answered back. Not for us, I answer. The Ganesha Familia specialized in hunting down monsters. Our senses were trained by Lord Ganesha himself. We can sense monsters and capture them better than any other familia because of it. That type of training doesn't just vanish. Be that as it may, what other explanation do we have? He didn't sense the attack coming. What if he can't? Finn says as he took a deep breath. What if Evolus found a way to make the sign disappear? Riveria, who was silent all this time, stood up, her eyes wide open. She was looking at everyone in the tent, her mouth slowly opened. Then she spoke. What if they've summoned them? Everyone inside stopped. The silence was eerie. Everyone looked at the mage who is currently the strongest in Orario. What if they tamed the monster and summoned them, as every survivor said? They just appeared, no warning, no signs. Is that even possible? An adventurer from Loki Familia asked what everyone is thinking of right now. Deep down, I wished it wasn't, that it was impossible. After all, with that weapon in their hand, they have the potential to wipe out Orario whenever they want. Contemplating, Riveria calculated the possibility in her head. She was biting her thumbs as cold sweat poured down her forehead. With Apate and her mages in Evelus, it's a possibility. Fuck, Mia Grand spouts as she puts her hand in her face. And I couldn't agree more. As I contemplated the information I received, I feel dejected. Our timetable to stop Evelus just moved up. And all I could say is, fuck. Chapter 4, Last Goodbye. Shakti Povi. I got out of the tent to get some fresh air. The situation inside is heavy, with the possibility of Reveria theory being debated inside. With that in mind, I made my way towards my tent, hoping that a good night's sleep might get my mind off those things. As I made my way, I saw a boy wandering around. It was August. He was walking aimlessly outside the medical ward. How in the hell did he get out? August, I called him, yet it seems that he didn't hear me. I walked towards him and got a good look at his face. Anguish, deep, deep sadness, and guilt, emotions you can clearly see in his face. I don't know where he's going, but I'll follow him afraid that he might do something stupid. I got close to him and put my hand in his head. He stopped only momentarily. He turned his head and looked at me, his eyes bloodshot from crying, black and heavy eye bags from the stress he is feeling. Kid, I tried opening up a conversation, but realized that I don't know what to say to him. What can you say to a person, a child no less, who lost everything he ever held dear? Miss Shakti, he called me. Where are you going, August? It's the middle of the night. You need to rest. Come on, we'll return to the medicine ward together. I urge him to return as I move my hand to hold his. Miss Shakti, I want to go home. His words put me on pause. It hurts my heart, tears threatening to form in my eyes. Can I go home? His voice is devoid of any emotion, except for sadness and a tinge of hope. Hope that everything will be fine once he gets to his safe place, his home. Okay, August, let's take you home. I answer him as I let his little hand pull me, his little fragile hand, a hand of a child who experienced things that should never be experienced in this world. No words were spoken as we walked in the ruins of his village, yet everything was so loud, his emotions, his feelings, it sent shivers down my spine, his steps so heavy, his stance so down. We reach his house, the door is broken off its hinges. The inside dark, dried-off stench of blood can be smelled as he made his way inside. Mama, Papa, I'm home. He called. It pains my heart, seeing him like this, still refusing to believe, still hoping that it was all a dream. No answer came, but he still continued on moving forward. I got the urge to pull him out, to say that there's nothing here. But seeing his face, that sadness, the anguish, that guilt, I just can't bring myself to do it. Miss Shakti. Yes, August. They really are gone, he said, as he looked at me, his eyes filled with tears. He was sobbing, the last tinge of hope vanishing from his eyes. Oh, August. I could stop myself. I knelt down to his level and hugged him, his crying becoming louder and louder. I can feel the pain, I can feel his emotions. Fuck, it hurts seeing child go through all this. Mama, Papa, he screams. All you can hear in the silence of the night is a cry of a boy who lost his family. A cry of pain, a cry of sadness, a cry of an unwilling survivor. I hugged him tighter, my tears falling with him. I want to say that it was all gonna be okay, that everything will be fine, but the words won't come out of my mouth. Minutes passed, as we stayed hugging each other, his sobs slowing down, yet the hurt in him still remains. I pulled out of the hug in order to have a look at him, his face much like his father, a childish face, dark hazel eyes with sharp features, long straight amber hair. He is the spitting image of the vanguard, a handsome young lad. Yet that handsome face of his is full of emotion, emotions no one should have. August, shall we go back now? I asked him, hoping for him to agree so that he may rest his body. Not yet, miss, I want to see their rooms. Okay, August, let's go see their rooms. I stood up and offered my hand for him to hold. He took it, his hand cold to the touch, so little, so fragile. He pulled me towards the room on the left. He then proceeded to slowly open the door and walked inside. Inside the room are 2 beds, 2 cabinets at the side, with a chest in the middle of 2 beds. This is our room. Me and my big brother Ludwig share this room, he said as his voice broke for a moment, yet he held on. What a brave child. He let go of my hand and walked slowly and unsteadily towards the chest. He opened it, and what's inside are wooden toys, carved out by a knife. Papa made these toys for us. He took the little horse made out of wood. He then continued to speak. This was Big Brother's favorite, he sobbed. He wanted to ride one, a big one someday. He then looked at the left side. There's a bag made of leather hanging by the door of the cabinet. He walked towards it and took it, poured the contents out with his little hands, and put the toy horse inside. He then moved towards the bed. He placed his hands on top. I watched it, knowing that in that moment he was saying his goodbye, his last goodbye to his brother. I used to go to his side whenever there was a storm outside. He would lull me to sleep saying that the storm would pass. He took a deep breath and hugged the bed. As he got up, he spoke and said his last farewell, "Goodbye, Big Brother." He walked towards me, bringing the bag that he took along with the toy horse inside. As he did, I looked at the room one last time, and my eyes landed on the bed. The mattress, tears can be seen staining it. He pulled on my clothes, and it snapped me out of my trance. "Miss Shakti, let's go to my mama and papa's room." I nodded as he pulled me further inside the house. He stopped in front of the room. He then slowly opened it. Inside was a bed big enough for 2 people, and at the side, a crib. Seeing the crib filled my heart with anger. I remembered the severed leg I found earlier near this place and his story. An infant child, no older than 8 months, killed by the monster. A child who had a bright future ahead, who still has her life ahead of her. Taken too soon. My fist clenches hard, my nails penetrate my flesh as blood drips down. A question pops in my mind. Why? What can Evelus achieve by doing this? His footsteps echoing in the silence of the night as he made his way slowly inside the room. He reached the crib, his hands holding the railing. Maya. He placed his head in the railing, then his knees gave out. I rushed beside him, doing my best to gently support his little body. "She was our little princess," he said as he cried, and I just stood there. I just stood there while they died in front of my eyes. The guilt in his voice hurts my heart. If only we were faster, if only we've arrived sooner, we could have stopped this massacre. Riveria's voice echoed in my mind. We're not heroes, we can't save everyone. I agree with her, but at this moment, I sure wish that for us to be a hero to save everyone. "I'm sorry," was all that I could say as I watched the little boy cry out his pain. I just kept on repeating those words over and over. He may not say it, but I know deep down he blames us for arriving too late. He stood up as he made his way to the bed. "Mama, Papa," he called out to his parents who were taken from him. My eyes wandered inside the room. It was a comfortable place to rest, yet with the events that transpired, it was just depressing. My eyes caught a long object that was resting beside the closet of the room. A long object that was wrapped inside a cloth. I made my way towards it, my steps heavy. As I placed my hand on it, I could feel the magic emanating from it. Inside the cloth is an aura of menacing proportion, screaming for blood, screaming for revenge. Beowulf, the spear of the vanguard Siegfried Kaiser, the spear who slayed many monsters inside the dungeon, the orichalcum spear enchanted with magic. The spear that Ganesha himself gave for the use of Siegfried. Beowulf is a weapon that bonds with its user, it grows with the user. As Sieg grows stronger, so does the weapon. And with that bond, they have slaughtered monsters in their path at the dungeon. Enchanted by blood magic, the weapon will only be loyal to those who it deems to be its master. It is a bond of blood, and no one can wield it except those who have the blood of its master. The weapon can feel the death of its master, the death of its partner who grows with it, and the weapon seeks blood. I look back at the boy, I can see a path, a dark path that he may take if ever the weapon comes to his hands. The sinister aura of the spear filling the room, it's suffocating, prickly to the skin. Yet August seems unaffected by it. It was natural. After all, he has his father's blood running in his veins. As I saw the boy, walking closer, I tried grabbing the spear, hoping to hide it from him, but my hand felt pain. And the aura, the magic screamed at me, pushing me back. A level 4 adventurer like myself getting pushed back by a weapon sent shivers down my very soul. "August, stay back." I hurriedly pulled the boy farther from it, frightened by the path that he may take if the weapon finds its way to him. "It's okay," he spoke softly. "I'm just gonna get some of my mama and papa's stuff." He continued to walk towards the closet near the weapon. I tried stopping him, but my hand was pushed off like a wall. It was cutting me off from him. I can't reach him. He proceeded to open the closet. He then rummaged inside, his eyes concentrating, not minding or even looking at the weapon at all, his little hands moving non-stop. He stops, he pulls a dress out of the closet. This was my mama's favorite dress. He said sadly, as he hugged the one-piece dress tightly in his hands. He then stuffed it inside the bag with the toy. He continued to rummage inside. As he pulled out another piece of clothing, it was a shirt, white in color. He hugged it tightly. Papa. The weapon vibrates, its aura increasing, yet this time it wasn't the menacing aura I felt earlier. This time it felt sad, like a child crying, longing. It fills the room with sadness. Seeing the image in front of me fills my mind with the inevitability that the weapon will find its way towards the child. And stopping it is an impossibility. Chapter 5, Last Goodbye to a Promise. Shakti Povi. August, the boy who lived, the only survivor of his family, this boy who is currently hugging a piece of clothing of his father with longing and sadness under the roof of a home that's been hit by a devastating tragedy. As he mourns his lost family, the weapon, Beowulf, a spear of a fallen adventurer, a fallen friend, a fallen father, mourns with the young boy. Its aura enveloping him, giving him warmth and comfort in the cold night. And the thing that I feared finally happened. August felt the call of the spear. He looked at it, as the warmth of its aura calls for him. His hands moving inches towards it, and as he touches the cloth that was wrapping the weapon, the magic inside it bursts in the air. Suffocating with bloodlust, a strong desire for revenge, yet at the same time warm and comforting. The weapon finally found its new master, as the blood magic that enchants the Beowulf clings towards August. The cloth unraveled, as a beautiful obsidian-colored spear shines a metallic gleam, the beauty of the spear enhanced by the purple outlines. A simple yet elegant design, a spear that's made for its practical uses and combat. See spear in the comment. And slowly the weapon shrank, accommodating the size of its new master. It floats in the air as it slowly moves towards the boy. He reaches for it, his hand touching the cold orichalcum steel, and the spear vibrates, as if acknowledging it new master. A new blood pact has been sealed, and Beowulf is now bonded towards August. The spear that now fit perfectly for his size, snuggled in his hands. August looks at the spear, his eyes unmoving, as his hands move to feel the weapon that has chosen and called for him. August, I call him as I rush to his side. But before I reached him, I heard footsteps, running towards our location. I kept my eyes towards the door and pulled a dagger out. My primary weapon was not with me, but this dagger will do. As the footsteps grew nearer, I brought down my guard. It was only a member of Freya's familia, Alan Fromel. A level 5 adventurer, considered the fastest adventurer in Orario. Shakti, did you feel it as well? He said as he roams his eyes around the room and saw August. What's the kid doing here? He shouldn't be roamy. He stops, his eyes glued to the spear. Alan, I can explain. Explain, my ass. That spear reeks of sinister magic. He prepared his weapon as he walks towards August. Oi, kid, let go of that thing, he said forcefully as August flinched at the sound of his voice. I'm gonna destroy that thing. No. Huh, can you repeat that? I must have heard you wrong, he said as his spear glowed. Alan, stop it, he's just a child. I got in between the two, at least I tried to, but as he flared his falna up, I pushed aside by the gap between the two of us. Stand down, Shakti, he said, his voice low, as he looked at me dead at the eye. That's an order. He then continued to walk towards August, his falna erupting with full force, trying to intimidate the boy. Boy, let that thing go, his voice booming. No, August answered back as he screams towards Alan, his voice strong, his eyes staring back at him. This is my papa's, not yours. Boom. Falna exploding as Alan released the full force of his might towards the boy, cracks starting to appear on the wooden floor. He then moves his hand, attempting to pry the weapon off the kid's little arms. As August tried desperately, hugging the weapon close to his body. As Alan's fingers touched the weapon, his hand was pushed off, his feet sliding back, the weapon repelled him. Any other adventurer would have flied off with the force, but not a level 5. But nonetheless, he was still pushed off by the weapon. Alan, shocked by what happened, looked at August with anger. I'm gonna destroy that thing, even if it is in your fucking hands. He charged his weapon as his aura fills the room. Alan, I stood in front of him, releasing my Falna to the limit as well. Our blessing bombarded the room, cracks began to form at the house. He is stronger than me, but I'm not backing off one bit. Dagger in my hand, spear in his, we charge our weapons as we prepare to strike. Fuck, I really wish I have my spear right now. As we were about to attack, a booming voice stopped us on our tracks. Enough, Mia Grand, as well as Finn, Reveria, Otter, and all the CO as well as Rajesh Kumar, the captain of my familia, was standing in front of the room, looking at us as we held our power down. The fuck is wrong with you two? She continues as she released his Falna, its huge amount filling the air. In front of a child, are you idiot out if your goddamn minds? Captain, the sinister magic, we felt it. It's from the spear, Mia cut him off. We know, Alan. Finn continues as he looked at August with comforting eyes. If y'all knew, then why aren't we destroying that damn thing? He asked, his voice becoming forceful as he looks for answers. It reeks of forbidden magic, blood magic. Why aren't we doing anything about it? Finn walks towards August. He knelt in front of him and gave him a warm smile. He looked at the spear in his hands, then back at the boy as he took his jacket off and placed it in the boy's shoulder. Because this weapon was made in the time that blood magic wasn't forbidden, Finn answered him. Beowulf is an ancient weapon that was given to Siegfried by Ganesha in the past. When he broke the record for the fastest level up, he was rewarded that spear. Mia continued. It's a weapon that grows with its user. If the user is level 1, then the weapon is level 1, and it will continue to do so as long as the user is alive. What we felt was the remnants of Siegfried's strength, of his Falna. Reveria explained further. As the weapon bonds with its master, it will stay loyal to the user until death, and if the user die, it will find a new master that has its old one's blood running in his or her veins. She looks at August and smiles. Case in point, the boy, August Kaiser, the last kin and son of Siegfried, the last carrier of his blood. But the sinister aura we felt is the weapon hunger for revenge. Mia cut him off as she walked towards Alan. She placed her large hand at his shoulder and looked at him straight at the eye. Stand down, Alan, that's an order. Tisk! Alan clicked his tongue as he stormed out the building. I tried chasing after him, but I was stopped by the captain on the door. Let him go, he needs time to call off. Rajesh Kumar, a level 6 adventurer like Mia Grand, and Otter, one of the strongest people in the city. Mia then looked at Otter, the vice-captain of the Freya Familia, and nods at him, understanding that Otter moved outside to follow the disgruntled Alan. The captain then proceeded to walk towards the boy, joining Finn besides him. He knelt down to eye level and smiled. You must be August, I'm a friend of your father. We went to many adventures together. Hello, Mr. Rajesh Kumar. I'm sure your father told you many stories about our adventures. Yes, he nodded as he searched for his mind, remember the name and stories his father told him. Always drunk Rajesh. A light chuckle from everyone emanates the room as the mood became lighter. Yes, that's me, the always drunk Rajesh Kumar of Ganesha Familia. He then looks at the spear at the boy's hand and spoke. That's a good weapon you got there, child. Take good care of it, and it will take care of you. August nods at him, and he stood up and smiles as he ruffles the boy's hair with his hands. Good boy. As the light mood continued inside the room, the captain looked at me, his smile vanishing from his face. I'll talk later. He said softly that only the ears of us level 4 and above could hear. I'm fucked, aren't I? As the conversation continues, each of us trying our best to keep the event that happened out of the boy's mind, sharing our adventures with and without his father, as we slowly exit outside the house. So August, shall we go back to the medicine wards? It's getting late and a young boy like you needs to sleep. Mia spoke, as she smiles at the boy. It might have been the first time I've ever seen her smile. I want to see them. The mood plummeted down at his words. Everyone looked at one another, feeling down. Can I not? His voice broke as he asked. Mia picked the young boy up. Oh, sweetie. Mia hugged him tight. I'm sure she like us doesn't know what to do in a situation like this. Let him see them. A voice echoed. Following it, I saw Alan along with Otter standing at the distance. He deserves it. What are you talking about? He doesn't need. I tried speaking out, but someone cut me off, and that someone was Otter. I agree with Alan. The boy will regret not seeing them after we leave. As he says that both him and Alan made their way back towards the main tent. I bit my lips thinking of the sight that he may see if we took him towards the pile. As we are short on time, we decided to bury the bodies together in a hole and burn them. Mia, Alan, and Otter are right. Finn agrees with the two. I looked at the captain, and he gave me a nod that says he agrees as well. Fine. Mia reluctantly agrees as he carries the boy towards the spot where we burned the bodies. The flame still going strong, as the stench of burning flesh started to enter our nostrils. I looked at August. He's face determined, looking straight ahead at the fire that signifies the last resting place for his family. We arrived at the place. He asked Mia to put him down as he walked closer towards the flame. I rushed to stop him, but the captain held my hand. I looked at him, and he shook his head telling me to let him go. I looked at the boy, spear in his hand, leather bag at his back, stood in front of the flames. I saw his face, no tears fell. He was standing strong as every one of us looked on. He took the bag that was hanging on his back and opened it, taking the contents out one by one. August Povey. As I stand in front of the hot flames, I feel the heat seeping in my skin, a terrible smell enter my nose. But something weird happened. Everything just started to seem so cold, and I can no longer smell that terrible smell. My mind remembered everything, as it did my body started shaking, my breath getting shorter, my heart beating in my chest. I could feel it in my throat. My hand that was holding my parents' and siblings' stuff, turning numb and cold, everything seems dull, I can't hear anything. Unease and fear, it's suffocating, prickly in the skin. I don't know what I'm feeling. My mind is clear with the memories of what happened, but at the same time everything is spinning. I fell on my knees as I did my hand touch the spear. Slowly my body started calming down, the spear vibrating, humming a soft sound. Everything started going back to normal, starting with my hearing. I can hear the raging flames again. I can feel its heat again. Then the spinning stopped, my vision slowly returning to me. My heart started to beat slower as my body settled down. I looked at the spear and held it firmly, using it to help me stand up again. Picking up the stuff that I dropped, I looked at them as I felt their weight in my hand. Goodbye, big brother Ludwig, I say as I throw the toy horse in the flames. Goodbye, Maya, our little princess. I threw the little pair of socks that I found on my parents' bed. Goodbye, Mama, I threw my mother's favorite dress. Goodbye, Papa, and lastly I threw my father's favorite shirt. As I watch the flames eat the belongings of my family, I hear a pair of footsteps coming closer towards me. It was Mr. Finn and Miss Mia. The two of them stood beside me, watching the fire burn. Did you get to say your goodbye? Mr. Finn asked, not looking at me, keeping his eyes at the flame. Yes, I answered back. Did you think they heard me? I asked. Yes, Miss Mia answered as she placed her hand on my shoulder, her eyes and body looking at the flame as well. So they'll hear what I'm going to say now. I'm sure they will. Then I'll make a promise to them. I held the spear tightly in my hands. As it vibrates, I can feel a strange energy coming from it. It runs inside my body, warming me up, giving me strength. I looked at the spear in my hands and said my promise, more to myself and to Beowulf. I promise that I'll be strong like my father in the stories that you told me. I promise to be the strongest, and I promise. I paused as I looked at the flames, burning hot, like the anger that I'm feeling right now. I promise to kill them all. Chapter 6. Journey to the Orario Heroic Ascension PT-1. August Povey. It's been 4 days since the attack happened. Right now, I'm walking side by side with the survivors, alongside the adventurers going back home from their expedition outside Orario. They've really never told me why they're outside the city, and I don't care as much, but I'm nonetheless thankful because of it, since they were able to help us, or at least whatever remained of us in that village against the monsters. There were a total of 8 survivors, including me, who were saved because of the adventurers, and we are currently walking with them to our new home, Orario. I had heard stories from my father about the city. He said that it was brimming with life, that there are people everywhere, and that adventuring in the dungeon is what most people strive for in the city. All I'm bringing in the journey is the leather bag I picked up back home, filled with clothes, and the spear that used to belong to my father, now mine. Beowulf. I look around me, seeing the faces of the other survivors, seeing how down and stressed out they all look. Everyone who survived lost someone that day and are now looking for a new start, a start that we might find in Orario. Mr. Finn and Miss Mia had been kind to us, feeding us and helping us with our needs for the journey, and I'm thankful for the help that they give. They said that Orario is a land of opportunities, that we can live a better life there. So the villagers packed up and left along with them, towards Orario. I myself joined them going to the city, but I have different plans. I want to go there not to get a new start on my life, but to get stronger, to get strong enough to kill every single monster there is. I feel my spear vibrate at my back as I thought of slaying and killing. It rested snugly behind me inside a cloth that I wrapped it in, fully supporting my endeavors and will for revenge. August, a voice called out to me. I looked at the side, seeing Miss Shakti looking at me. I look at her, acknowledging her call as I wait for her to continue. "E been through a lot, and I." "Miss Shakti, please stop. All of us have been through a lot." I stopped her, smiled, and looked ahead. "I'll be okay. I made a promise that I must keep, so I'll do my best to move forward and focus on being stronger for them." "Okay, but know that the Ganesha Familia's door is always open for you." I thought about what she said, the Ganesha Familia, the familia my father belonged to in his adventuring days. From what I heard from him, the familia specialized in capturing monsters for their coliseum. They aren't really diving deep in the dungeon, except for the higher level ones, and supporting other familia who explore deep into the dungeon. Knowing that, it'll be a long time before I have the strength to join the deep dungeon divers of the familia, and strength is what I need right now. Still, a familia that my father joined would be a good place to start. As I was about to answer, someone in front screamed and warned us that monsters are attacking up front. "Shakti, take care of the civilians." Mr. Rajesh, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, ordered, as he took his weapon off his back. It was a pair of Katara. He told me a few days earlier about them as he caught me looking curiously at it. He rushed in front, along with the others and few adventurers, stayed back to protect us from the monsters. My spear vibrates violently as it wants blood, my hand moving, inches closer to Beowulf as my eyes are glued to the monsters, goblins who are blocking the way. A hand grabs me in the arm, stopping me from taking out my weapon. "August, stay back with the civilians." It was Shakti as she prepares her spear and pulled me towards her back. I watch as the adventurers battle the incoming horde of monsters, primarily goblins, with ease, killing them mercilessly with their weapons. My heat beats fast as anger rose inside me. Seeing them triggered something deep within me, an urge to kill them, to slaughter them, to pull them limb from limb. "Kid," I snapped out of my trance. Looking besides me, I saw Mr. Allen looking at me, eyes dead serious. "Relax." I blinked a few times and realized my hand was holding the spear, unwrapped. When did I pull it out? I calmly collected myself as I picked the cloth on the ground and wrapped the spear tightly again, question popping in my mind. For a second, I wasn't aware of what I was doing. I looked at the spear all wrapped up now and placed it snugly back at the back. I looked towards Alan, and he gave me a nod as he rushed to the front, joining the melee that's happening right now. I took a deep breath to compose myself and looked in front. I saw that it wasn't even a battle at all, it was a massacre. The monster stood no chance against adventurers being level 4 or higher, as most of them are. I looked around me, seeing the other adventurers relaxing themselves as they guard the survivors who are shaking in fear and trauma. Why aren't I afraid? The others are clearly scared of the monster, but I feel relaxed, eerily so. As the battle continues, if you can even call it, that a roar suddenly puts a stop to it. The monster and adventurers alike paused as they looked at the woods on the right side of the road. Thud, thud, thud. A footstep can be heard as the trees give way, falling and breaking as a shadow loomed and looked over everyone. I felt chills, a cold feeling willed inside me. I felt this way before, as I was looking at the orc who raised his axe high up in the sky as I waited for death to take me. It was the same feeling. a feeling of imminent death. The monsters ran for their life, some even falling down as they desperately ran in order to save themselves. The adventurers had a look of shock and awe, some of them a look of dread, drooping their weapons and falling at their knees. As the shadow stepped into the light, I saw it. Everyone saw it in all its glory. A massive body, a fur golden in color, a mane shining in the sun's light, eyes colored in a flaming amber like the fire that burns everything, and a majestic aura emanating from it. My gods. Fuck. Why? I can hear the adventurers speaking, many of them losing their hope at the creature staring straight at us. A Nemean lion. I heard Mr. Rajesh as he spoke the name of the creature. I looked at the level 6 adventurer, and seeing him shaking made me realize how dire the situation is. Roar. A loud roar echoed as the lion prepared to lunge at us, then a blur suddenly rushed towards it. Boom. A huge explosion of dust and stone erupts as I cover my eyes from the debris that was flying back towards us. As the dust settles, Mr. Otter with his gigantic black sword can be seen slashing it down towards the lion's head. It didn't do anything to it though, as it raised its massive claw and slammed it towards him. Mr. Otter hastily blocked it with his sword, as he was sended flying off with just one swipe from the lion. Miss Mia then rushed in. In her hand is a shovel as she slammed it with full force. But the lion was too fast for her, as it dodges the attack and swiped at her, hitting her in the shoulder, opening up a huge wound and sending her tumbling back, hitting a few trees in the process. Magic suddenly bombarded the beast as Miss Reveria rained down fire and lighting towards it. Mr. Finn, alongside Mr. Gareth, attacked at the same time under the support of Miss Reveria's magic. I looked on as other adventurers joined in attacking the beast, magic and sword doing everything it can to overpower it. Mr. Rajesh suddenly appeared behind it as he slashed it multiple times with his weapon. The lion rages as he lashed a bite towards Mr. Rajesh. Before it reaches, Mr. Gareth jumped in front of him, using his massive axe as a shield. The lion bit it nonetheless, as the sound of metal breaking can be heard. You gotta be shitting me, he said as decided to let go of his axe that was turned to scrap metal by the lion's jaw. It then swiped at him and he covered himself with his arms. The giant claw landed as he was sent flying off. I saw his arms bending at all the wrong places. Gareth? Mr. Finn screamed as he charged towards the beast, his spear glowing a radiant light. He stabbed it multiple times, failing to penetrate its skin. Roar. The lion roared in front of him. It was so loud that I covered my ear as pain assaulted it, making it bleed. But Mr. Finn took the brunt of the roar head-on as he was pushed back, the beast chasing after him. The lion jumped as its claw and teeth poised and ready to finish off Mr. Finn. He was unsteady as the full force of the roar must have shaken his insides off. Mr. Finn, I screamed, preparing myself for the horror. Boom! The lion suddenly flew back as Mr. Otter came at the very last second. Bleeding from his head, he swung his sword at the lion, who was off the ground, sending it flying in the process of doing so. Can you still fight? Otter asked Finn as he faced the beast, who got up without even a scratch. Yeah, but we're fighting a losing battle here. Miss Mia walked over besides them, using his shovel for support. She stood besides the two. Tell me you're getting tired now, Finn. Tired me? He then laughed as he took his battle stance, his spear glowing. You should tell that to yourself. That's the spirit. Miss Mia fixes herself up, her body growing bigger as her muscle doubling in size. Otter's aura shakes the air, as his body slowly transforms, turning beastly, raised his weapon up, preparing for the long fight ahead. So any one of you guys got a plan on taking down this overgrown cat? Mr. Rajesh landed at the three of them, his weapon showing cracks all over it. Yet his eyes are still focused on the beast as he raised his broken catara up. Everything that happened was so fast. All of it happened in a couple of minutes or so until it got at this point. The other adventurers are still attacking non-stop at the beast, everything bouncing off its seemingly impenetrable skin. Yet my eyes are glued to the four of them, the four strongest adventurers of Orario, yearning for their strength, yearning for their power. My spear vibrating at my back as my hand unconsciously moves toward it. I can feel it, Beowulf is hungry for power as well. Let's go kill ourselves a cat, Finn. Chapter 7, Heroic Ascension PT2. Narration. The 4 strongest adventurers in Orario charge towards the Nemean lion, as the king of the beast ragdolls the others, sending them flying off. Otter take lead. Finn ordered as Otter followed suit, releasing his aura to the max. Along with his beastification, he took the front swinging the black Durandal blade that was touted to be unbreakable. Finn may not be the strongest of the 4, but he was put in charge by the gods as the commander of the expedition due to his wit, leadership, and strategic mind. He was the perfect man for the job, and everyone knows that. Arg! Otter screams as the lion's claw meets the blade head-on, a battle of strength, the ground shaking at their clash. Mia and Rajesh flanked the beast at both sides, releasing their magic as they imbued their weapons with it. KJMPNS, VREDE. Mia's booming voice echoed as she unleashed the magical blow with her shovel shining crimson. SIRKATANA SLASH. Rajesh took his 2 Katara imbued in lighting, driving it at the neck of the beast. Boom! As the smoke settled, the beast took the attack like they were nothing, and spun around so fast, hitting the 3 with its limbs in the process, sending them reeling back. Die, you fucking overgrown cat. Finn, like death from above, beams towards the beast, a streak of yellow following the Palom hero at his wake. The lion meets his attack head-on with the same fury, roaring and jumping towards the Palom. They met at the air, the lion's strength overpowering Finn as he slashed at him with its massive claws, opening up multiple wounds and sending him bleeding towards the ground. Captain, Reveria calls out to him and charges up a spell as the clouds in the sky compressed with her might. The strongest mage unleashed her strongest spell. DRAKONISCHER Blitz. Lightning descended at the beast, forming a dragon as it crashed towards it. Its roar echoed in pain. Reveria feels dizzy. Extremely so, she was nearing mind zero, only a speck of mana remaining at her reserves. She took a few bottles of mana potion from her bag, only 2 remains from her stock. He hurriedly drank one and returned the other back inside her bag as she looked at the effect of her awesome magic. Smoke rises as the area, hit by the magic, charred at the extreme heat of it. Did that do it? Jacob, a random level 4 adventurer from Loki's Familia, questioned as he watched, bringing his weapon down and breathing heavily. Schlap! A blur passed him, he didn't even see it coming. His head sliding down his body at the horror of everyone around. The Nemean lion, with smoke rising from its body, eyes red with rage, slashed his head off. The magic that it was hit with only fueling its rage and bloodlust. Jacob, Cynthia from Loki's rushed towards the lion, planning on avenging her fallen comrades. Cynthia, you idiot, stand down. Finn tried stopping her, but her anger blinded her from reason, and as she slashed the beast with her sword, the look of anger on her face turned to fear. Her weapon broke upon contact with it, as the beast mauled her with its mouth, biting her head off with a crunch. But the beast didn't stop there, it moved in for the kill, charging at the shell-shock adventurers who witnessed 2 of their comrades die. Otter meets the beast head-on, trying to stop it in its track, but the beast was too strong as it pushed the adventurer off, beaming him a few miles back. Countless magic bombarded it, and the lion just shrugged it off. Looking at Reveria, the lion decided to take care of the annoying elf first. Sensing the bloodlust, she quickly erected a defensive barrier around herself, but in a blink of an eye it broke at the sheer strength of the beast slamming towards it, sending her crashing towards the trees, rendering her unconscious. Finn along with Alan used their speed to attack the lion, with everything they had trying to diverge its attention to them before it could finish the mage off. But the lion was too fast for them. It suddenly vanished from their eyes, reappearing behind them, and like a blur its paw struck them down. But they aren't high levels for nothing. They were able to move fast enough to block the incoming strike, using their magic as a buffer for the force of impact. Nonetheless, they were sent crashing down the ground, a crater forming at where they land. As the beast moved to finish them both, the ground shakes as Mia, who is now as large as Otter, broke the sound barrier as she moves shovel in hand, glowing a crimson color. But the lion sensed the attack coming. Turning fast, it let its teeth do the deed as it bit the shovel to pieces like hard candy. The fuck? Mia couldn't believe it. Her weapon was made by Hephaestus herself, designed to withstand her strength, yet the lion broke it with only one bite. Yet Mia didn't back down. She didn't get her alias for nothing, as her body transformed, using her skill gigantification. Demi-Emir let out a howl as her hand swole, her muscles bulging to the max as she stands her ground in front of the beast. Shockwave assaulted the adventurers as the Demi-Emir and the Nemean lion exchange bone-shattering blows, with the adventurer bobbing and weaving, dodging the claws by a hair width. Yet with every punch she throws, bones in her knuckles crack as the skin of the beast absorbs the blow like a sponge in water. Then she heard her bones pop, her fist couldn't take no more, as the bones in Stee shatters in pieces. Ah! She lets out a cry of pain as the bone protrude out, penetrating her skin. She lost her concentration for a moment, but a moment was all the time the beast needs. Finally, it can smack the annoying fly in front of it. As it swiped its paw towards Mia, the adventurer hastily put up her guard. As she jumps trying to negate some of the impact from the lion's strength, she raised her aura to protect herself. The attack sends her tumbling down, her hand destroyed by it, as numerous wounds open on her body, bleeding heavily from a single blow. With the beast turned, Shakti attacked it with her spear from behind, her spear bouncing off its skin, breaking the blade. The beast turned his attention towards her as she stared helplessly at its vicious eyes. Firebolt? Rajesh blinked in front of the beast, unleashing magic at its face. It staggered it as it took a step back for the first time since the battle started. Realizing this, Rajesh kept on firing magic at its face. Like a mantra, Rajesh kept on chanting the spell. Firebolt, Firebolt, Firebolt. Breathing heavily, he paused as he felt dizzy, releasing so many spells in a matter of a few seconds. He was close to being mind zero. The smoke cleared as the lion, smoking from his face, stared angrily at the adventurer. Rajesh looked back at him, seeing blood dripping from its eyes. It hit him then. Its skin might be impenetrable, but his insides aren't. Aim for the fucker's eyes, he screams as he charges the beast, his body rejuvenated by the discovery. They can win this. His weapon that's been broken glowed a deep blue. He pushed what remains of his magic inside it. The others, seeing his charge, joined in on attacking the beast. Arrows and magic flying in the air, aiming for the beast's eyes. The lion, moving its head side to side, did everything in its power to protect its vulnerable spot. Few adventurers swallowed their fear as they charged at it, weapons at the ready. Yet with one of its quick swipe, 4 adventurers died instantly as they didn't even see the claw coming. Rajesh moved with tenacious intent as he saw his comrades fall. He won't let them die in vain. Firebolt. He cast his magic, aiming at its eyes, then he dashed forward, using the flame to cover his approach. Die, you filthy animal. Rajesh, with all his strength compressed inside his weapon, delivered an extremely powerful blow, hitting the beast dead in the eye. Roar! The Nemean lion roared in pain. As the broken blade entered deep inside its right eye, blood spraying all over Rajesh. The adventurers can see it now. A path to victory, the captain of Ganesha's familia showed it to them. The beast isn't unlikable. But the funny thing about hope is that it is synonymous with despair. Both of them are overlapping, opposite side in the same coin. Captain, Shakti was the first to realize it. His beloved captain wasn't moving. As the lion shook with pain, the adventurer's body was ragdoll by the lion movement, as it moved its head side to side, trying desperately to shake the weapon off. Mind zero. A state where a person runs out of mana, making them unconscious, vulnerable to attacks. Rajesh spent every mana he had to deliver a chance for the others. Shakti moved with everything she had, running as fast as her legs could take her, her eyes staring straight at her captain. The lion, mad with anger, with his one good eye looked at the unconscious adventurer. It opened its mouth wide, showing its teeth blooded by the adventurers he had slain today. Finn moved as well, looking at his friend. He realized that he won't be able to make it even if he moved at his max speed. Otter, who only just stood up from the beating he received, looked shocked, his face filled with regret. It was unusual for emotions to ever show at his stoic face, yet it was plain for everyone to see. Mia Grand, whose clinging to her consciousness grimaced, she can't do anything with her state, her gigantified body returning to normal from the damage that she received. August looked in horror. He only knew Rajesh for 4 days, yet he took care of him and shared stories about his father. He feels pathetic, yet again he can't do anything as he watched his newly acquired friends die in front of his eyes. As Shakti reached out her hand, inches away from her captain, the beast closed its mouth. Crun! Blood splattered at Shakti's face as the beast bit Rajesh in half, his innards falling in the ground as his upper body still clings to his beloved Katara that's sticking out the lion's eye. It chewed his lower half, as its one good eye looked at the horrified adventurers around it. Everyone paused at the moment. Rajesh Kumar, a level 6, one of the strongest people here, died just like that. He gave them hope, yet despair followed after it. Some lose their will to fight, others felt fury and anger from it. But every adventurer didn't move because of what happened. Because at that moment they realized that even someone who was deemed one of the strongest can die. Seeing that the mythical lion smiled maliciously at them, showing its bloody teeth, flesh clinging to its cavity, blood dripping from its mouth. Shakti, hit by anguish, kneeled to the ground. The beast beat all 4 of the expedition highest-level adventurers. It even killed a level 6 adventurer. What can she, a level 4, do? The Nemean lion, seeing Shakti, walked slowly towards her, a look of sadistic pleasure plastered on the beast's face. "Miss Shakti," August calls out to her. He took his spear out and ran towards him. He will not lose anyone again. "Idiot, stay back." Alan pushed the boy down as he ran past him. Using every ounce of his speed, he is determined to prove himself, that being called the fastest adventurer in Orario wasn't just for show. The lion extended its claw as it slashed it towards the kneeling Shakti, but Alan, true to his title, made it on time, yet he was not fast enough as a huge wound opened at his leg, the claw reaching him at the last second before he could get out cleanly. The wound was deep, showing his bones as he fell down with Shakti in his arms. "You fucking idiot, why in the actual fuck didn't you fucking move?" Cursing at the pain, he grit his teeth as he tried to stand back up, desperately trying to get away from the beast. Shakti didn't answer, her face unmoving, filled with despair. She just lost her captain, someone who was always helping her and the familia every time. She felt weak. She was proud of her accomplishment in reaching level 4, being vice captain of his familia. She thought that she was strong. Yet reality hit her hard. She was nothing compared to real strength. The other also feels like her, feeling pathetic and weak. The moment Rajesh died, they started losing hope. But not everyone feels this way. A huge torrent of mana filled the air, as the magic roared with wrath, strength, and determination. He is angry. Otter refused to back down. He refused to die here. With his wrath, he unleashed everything in him, his body further transforming further into his beastly state. His muscles bulge, smoke rising from his body. Aura so violent erupted out of him as he looked at the beast with determined eyes. Everyone was in awe. Otter, the prodigy, the fastest person to achieve a level up, the person who single-handedly beat a monster Rex inside a dungeon, the adventurer with a potential to stand beside the gods. August looked at him with fire in his eyes. At that moment, the boy found his goal. He wants what Otter has. He wants the strength to pull people out of despair and spark hope. Roar! The beast roared defiantly towards the incoming hurricane of aura and magic that is Otter. Argh! Not backing down, he released a scream of his own, filled with his pride, his anger, his devotion towards being the strongest, his goal to one day become king, all for his goddess Freya. With his 2 swords at hand, Otter charged towards the beast, and it followed his lead, charging towards the adventurer as well. A man destined to be king versus an unstoppable force of mythical proportion. They met at the middle as their force clashed. Chapter 8, Heroic Ascension PT3. Narration. Man and beast meet in the middle, their attack sending shockwaves. Otter, with his massive amount of strength, slashed endlessly at the mythical lion. The beast, receiving the attack head-on, wasn't fazed by the adventurer's strength, as it dished out slashes of its own. Otter is being smart, though. Using the blind spot provided by Rajesh, he riddled the lion with blows powerful enough to decimate a man to mush. He knows that his attack isn't doing nothing, but it was the only opening he could exploit. Finn watches the fight. He knows the lion's weakness thanks to the sacrifice of his friend. As he watches, his mind race, calculating, formulating a plan to kill the beast with what little they have left. Degrees heaven degrees. The gods are watching the battle down below, cheering and making bets. They find the situation amusing as the mortals fight for their life. That mortal sure can fight. A god spoke, amused by the grit and determination of the mortal. That's one of Freya's children, right? She sure is lucky in finding that type of talent. Another god made his opinion known. Seeing this makes me want to descend down. It looks like fun. By the way, isn't that the Nemean lion? Well, that mortal's dead. Ha ha ha, I wonder what Freya's gonna do. It would be funny seeing her face after two of her strongest children die. As the gods continue to talk among themselves, one god in particular looks at the scene curiously. His eyes are not drawn at the beast and the man, fighting to the death. He already killed that cat long before, and he had done it with his bare hands. So seeing the fight doesn't really pique his interest. But the boy has fire in his eyes, and he knows that fire, a desire for strength, for power to stand above everyone. And the spear in his hands is radiating the same quality that the boy has. Hey Heracles, you fought the cat before when you are of mortal flesh. Do you think that man has a shot? A god asks Heracles, but no answer came back. He took a look and saw that he was looking at an entirely different scene than the fight. Hey, where are you looking? Someone interesting. The god looked at where he was looking and spot the boy. He saw him looking at the fight, his eyes glued to every moment of it, his hand griping a spear with a sense of hunger. Oh, poor kid. After the lion is done with that man, it'll slaughter everyone there. To see a kid with that amount of passion die is such a waste. Anyway, back to my question. Do you think that Freya's child has a chance? Heracles looked at the fight momentarily. It was intense and wild, but it just didn't spark anything inside him. He can, but his being stupid. Stupid how? No weapon in the lower world can hurt that cat, and no mortal magic is strong enough to damage it decisively. Knowing that he is still stubbornly using his weapon. He is just wasting his strength on a useless venture. Oh, so how did you beat it when you were mortal? I used my strength wisely. His skin may be impenetrable, but his inside is still that of an animal. I used my hands to pry open its jaw and broke it. Ha 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 ha, that's a really direct way of doing things. The god, amused by the former mortal, slapped him at the back while laughing hard as he looked at the god formerly known as the strongest hero of humanity. Heracles ignored him and moved his eyes back at the boy. You're really interested in that boy, huh? So what are you gonna do about it? Degrees back on the fight. Degrees. Otter is a bloody mess, multiple wounds in his body from the beast claw. The only reason he is still standing is because of his skill. Stortus Otter. As the fight continues, the skill allows him to use the healing power and spirit healing development abilities and strengthens all of his development abilities. The condition for the skill is in proportion to his status. Combine it together with his beastification, Vana Argenture. Then Otter becomes an unstoppable force, pushing his prowess equal to that of a level 7. But there's a catch. With great power comes great drawbacks. The skill drains his stamina heavily and corrupts his mind. The longer he uses his skill, Otter becomes more of a savage beast. But this is his last hurrah, and he's gonna prove that he is king. He is the strongest, all for his goddess. Hildisvini? He cast the strongest spell in his arsenal, a super-strengthening magic which covers his weapon in a golden light. The aura of the king burst forth. The lion didn't wait for him. It made the first move, dashing towards its challenger, preparing to tear him limb from limb with its mighty claws. Finn, seeing this, rushed to intercept the beast. He resolved himself. He will put his body on the line to buy Otter time for him to charge up his attack. Hellfinegas? He unleashed his magic. Hellfinegas massively strengthens all of Finn's abilities at the cost of proper judgment due to a heavy increase in the desire to battle. As a high level 5, the magic boost was powerful enough to grant him the power of a level 6. He didn't use this skill earlier because of its drawback. What they needed was a strategist, and the drawback of the skill will mess with his mind. But not now. they need additional firepower, and he will provide it. It was a gamble. Both he and Otter might lose their reasoning after this. So what? They will kill this overgrown cat no matter what it takes. And now he'll use his final gamble. Looking at the beast eye, he took a deep breath in. Tir na nog? Finn used his ultimate move, Tur na nog, a throwing magic. It adds Finn's levels and all ability totals to his magic power during use. It can only be used once every 24 hours. He aimed it at the lion's one good eye, his muscles aching at the force that was expanding, pushing himself towards his very limit. He knows that after this attack his body will shut down, he will go in mind zero. But he doesn't care, he'll kill it, even if it's the last thing that he'll do. Die, you filthy animal. Borrowing the words of his friend Rajesh, he throws his spear, its aim true, it flies straight at the eye of the lion. Boom! The impact was so strong that it sent everyone flying back. Finn slowly lost his consciousness as the impact of his attack sent him tumbling down, his body entering the state of mind down. His eyes looked at the man who he bet everything to. Otter gave him a nod. As he turned his eyes back towards the beast, it was reeling in pain as the spear penetrated its eyes. Everyone's hope was in Otter's hands. Everyone knows that his attack would decide their fates, as everyone is either hurt or killed at this point. Only the king remained standing as it faces the beast. August gripped his weapon, his eyes glued at the king, his heart pounding. He can't explain it. He feels a deep longing for his strength, for his power. The fire deep inside the boy rose to new heights as he looked in awe at Otter. A question popped into his mind. Will I be able to kill every monster with that strength? His goal is still the same, revenge for his family, and he knows that for him to succeed he needs that type of strength. Otter charged at the blinded lion, his weapon radiating a golden glow. He might not be able to cut it with its impenetrable skin, but with the strength he has right now, he can break every bone in its body to pieces. After all, it is still an animal no matter how strong it is. But even a cornered rat would bite back. As his weapon came crashing down, the lion, with its last-ditch effort for survival, extended its claw towards the magic that it felt coming towards it. Slap! Boom! The blow made the very ground tremble, as dust, stones, and debris fly off towards every direction, some even hitting adventurers and rendering them unconscious. The shockwave was the strongest one yet, as it literally lifted the very ground up in the air. The people took cover, and the mages who are still functioning at this point hastily set up barriers to block the incoming debris. Some rushed towards their unconscious comrades as they guard them from the projectiles. The dust settles, the adventurers stared at the aftermath of the attack. A huge crater was formed, deep and large enough to be confused as a dried-off lake. Standing at the middle is the victor of the clash. With his body battered and beaten, the king stands proud as he slayed the mighty beast. Its inside crushed to a pulp. He did it. Realization slowly hit them. They survived, they won, the mythical beast has been slain. He did it. Cheers and crying can be heard as they celebrate their second lease in life. Some mourn for the death of their comrades, especially so who are in Ganesha Familia. They have lost their precious captain, and for them the victory was a bittersweet one. But he didn't die in vain, he had given them hope a chance, and with his sacrifice they've killed the Nemean lion. Rajesh Kumar was a hero. His sacrifice cemented that fact as he died in honor and battle. As the people felt relief, Otter fell on his knees, his hand clutching his side, a huge chunk of his flesh missing from his body, as blood continues to fall. He is getting dizzy as his body slowly goes out of battle mode, his beastly form returning back to normal. He wad moments away from mind zero. The people saw their hero fall. They ran towards him, rushing to aid the man who took down the beast. Some of them helped the others who were wounded, and others looked for their friends, praying to the gods, hoping for them to be alive. For the adventurers, the event was a moment in history. It was a moment they saw their fellow adventurers, Rajesh, Finn, and Otter, immortalized and ascended into heroes. Degrees heaven degrees. Oh, they won, a god said, a bored expression on his face as he rested his head on his hand. Bummer, I lost 4 golden apples. Ha ha ha, I won big time. I should reward that mortal. The gods chatter as the thrilling death match ended. Some collected their winnings as the gods bet on the mortals down below. High-nose bastards. A certain god whispers as his face was filled with disgust at the gods who treated the mortals as entertainment. Don't you think so, Heracles? Leave them be, what they do have no effect on us. He answered back as he looked down on the adventurer licking their wounds. It's annoying, they think we're above them just because they're gods. But Buddha, you're no longer mortal, you are a god now, or did you forget? Heracles chuckled as he looked at his friend. Like him, Buddha was also a mortal who ascended towards godhood, so he felt a connection and mutual understanding towards his friend. It just grinds my gears, seeing them all high and mighty. Ha ha ha, let it go, my friend, the mortals won, they'll sir, Heracles stopped. His hands crushed the table where the magical mirror which allowed them to see the events of the lower earth is placed. His arcanum runs wild. What is it? Buddha, shocked by his friend's action, looked at the magic mirror to see what Heracles saw. Fuck me. Lower world degrees. August Povey. My heart is racing after witnessing the battle. It was awesome to say the very least. Mr. Finn and Mr. Otter showed strength that I wish I had, then maybe I could have protected my family. I shook my head, taking the thoughts of the past out of my mind. I looked around to see what I could do to help, as the adventurers tended to the wounded, others collecting mementos from their friends to give back to the families. Out of the 30 adventurers, only 14 remained as over half the people died at the beast. As my eyes roamed, I saw Miss Shakti, wounded, shaken up, and in pain, both physically and emotionally. Most of Ganesha's familia felt like they lost something within them. Mr. Rajesh was among the 16 that were killed. Miss Mia was wrapped tight with bandages, as the healers did their best to tend to her. Miss Reveria, who had just woken up from being hit by the lion, is running around in a circle, tending to everyone as she cast healing spells nonstop. Even Mr. Finn and Mr. Otter are out of commission. They're currently suffering from Mind Zero as they place them down and wrap them up. Even now I feel useless. Thump. My heart suddenly beat fast, the spear Beowulf vibrating nonstop on my back. I can feel its bloodlust. What the hell is happening? Kek. I heard a laugh inside the forest. It is a laugh that I heard even in my dreams. The others stopped what they were doing, panic entering their faces as they recognized that awful laugh. You gotta be shitting me. Mr. Gareth spoke as he tried to stand up, but his legs failed him. Even so, his hands are in no condition to fight. Really? Fucking hell? Mr. Allen limped badly. He held his spear and took a stance, his legs shaking and bleeding as the wounds opened from his forced movements. Arg! He howled in pain but still stands strong. Just when I was about to run out of mana, Miss Reveria said, eyes staring at the forest ahead. Miss Shakti was still silent, but she still stood up preparing to fight, a look of anger on her face as she took out her daggers. Her spear broke earlier, so a dagger was her only weapon. And there they are, appearing in bunches, the monsters' returns. After the death of the beast, they are here to take advantage of the damages that we have suffered. Laughing and cackling, they mock us as they slowly move in for the kill. Out of the 14 who survived, only a handful can still fight, and looking at the numbers of the monsters, we are just doomed to die. The monster took their time, slowly moving, their laughter echoing like a countdown for our deaths. My hand grips the spear. I might die now, but I will die fighting. I looked at the faces of the adventurers. Mr. Allen gave me a nod of acknowledgement. My fellow survivors also took up arms as they intended to die swinging. Then suddenly, a light descended from the heaven. Chapter 9, Descent of a Man-Made God, Wrath. August Povey. A bright light falls from heaven. It is radiant and beautiful. All looked, shocked by what they are witnessing. Like a shooting star, it crashed into the earth. I have no idea what this is, but I'm still prepared to face it no matter what. No way, a voice echoed, in shock and in awe. It was Reveria as I looked at her, her mouth hanging open at the sight. A god. My eyes snap. A god? Here, why? My eyes are glued to the radiant light as it slowly dwindles, revealing the god who arrived in front of us. Huge, the god was bigger than Otter. His build, strong, muscular, and lean, he is towering over everyone here, his hair brown and wild, He is wearing an armor made by the beast that the adventurers are struggling to even scratch. In his arm he holds a huge mace. It is large enough to dwarf most people I know. His back is turned at us, looking at the monster as they seem to be more excited from the prospect of killing a god. After all, from what I heard in the stories, a god essentially becomes mortal once they descend to the lower world, with their power sealed. He looked at us, his eyes playful yet serious. He smiled a toothy grin and slowly made his way towards us, his eyes looking straight at me. He's making his way towards me. Why? He stops in front of me. He's towering over me as he looks down. "What's your name, boy?" he asked me, his voice deep and loud. "August," I answer, my eyes looking at his, not backing off at his stare. "I like your eyes, boy, strong eyes, a warrior's eyes. You'll do." I don't know what he's talking about. I'll do what exactly? And what's this about my eyes being that of a warrior? "I am Heracles, the god of strength and heroes." He introduced himself, his voice booming, "and I chose you as the first member of my familia." Heracles not mine. Narration. Degrees heaven degrees. Heracles came down to the lower world, much to the surprise of the gods in heaven. After all, his decisions came out of nowhere. Buddha couldn't stop laughing at the gods, their confusion making him giggle as he looked at the magical mirror with a happy smile. The son of the bitch really did it. Ha 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 ha. His laughter echoes as the god stares at him, but he doesn't care. They're angry because Heracles didn't ask for permission to descend. He just did, same as he always did. His attitude of "fuck repercussions, I'll do what I want" pissed the gods. They thought it to be disrespectful. After all, he didn't even ask Oranos for permission. And Buddha loved every minute of it. That crazy idiot. What was he thinking? Heracles, you fucking buffin. What do you expect from a former mortal? The gods can only pull their hair and throw insults in the air as they watch with their eyes red down below. They watch as Heracles approaches the boy and declares him for everyone to hear to be the first person in his familia. Buddha couldn't hold back his laughter. The gods hung their jaws in shock. Heracles, the god of strength and heroes, descended to the lower world, and the first thing he did was ordering a boy to join his familia. Buddha laughter echoed all throughout heaven, much to the annoyance of the other gods. Lower world degrees. The monsters are entering a frenzy. Eating the flesh of a god was all that they can think of. After all, it's not every day that they could have a taste of divine meat. The adventurers looked at the god as he declared the boy to join him. After all, August was still too young in their eyes. And with the god here, they know that the fight will become much harder because the monster will become more enraged. "Excuse me, Lord Heracles, but you being here draws more monsters towards us," Reveria said, straying not to act rude towards the divinity in front of her. He ignored the elf, his eyes focusing on the boy. August contemplated what he heard. Join this god's familia. A god he never heard of before. Will he be able to have strength if he joined him? Will he be strong? "Boy, I can see it in your eyes. A hunger for power, I can give it to you." And those words sealed the deal. August's hunger for strength made the deal easy for him. He wants this. He wants to be strong, the strongest there is. And he will take it. "Yes, I'll join your familia." "Good choice." Hercules then looked at the adventurers who could stand and fight, then his eyes traveled to the monsters, their mouth salivating at him. He gave the monster a smirk. The monsters charged, their weapons at the ready, their expression maddened with excitement. "Buy us time," Heracles ordered as he walked relaxingly behind August. The adventurers prepared themselves, seeing no way out but to follow the god's order. Reveria bombarded the incoming monsters with her spells, as the others stood their ground, waiting for the horde to come near. As the fight raged on, Heracles took a dagger out. He pricked his fingers, drawing blood. "Take off your shirt, boy." August complied. Taking off his shirt, he felt the cool air hitting his body. Heracles let a drop of his blood fall on August's back. He felt his body instantly become warmer as he glowed bright white, blindingly so. Beowulf also glowed along with its master, as a chain connected Beowulf with August's heart. "Interesting," Heracles mumbled, staring at the chain. Marking like a tattoo started to appear on August's back, Heracles' symbol. Below it his stats shows. Symbol not mine. Name, August Kaiser. LVL, 1. Stats. SDR, 12I. Dex, 16I. AGI, 12I. Mags, 9I. End, 22I. Magic. Skills. Survivor's Drive. If the user survives and wins an unsurvivable situation, the user will receive a boost in stats. Boost may vary on how unsurvivable the situation is. Beowulf's Call. The ancient weapon Beowulf has chosen the user to be its master. It allows the user to use, at a limited time, all the skills and experience of the previous user of Beowulf using mana at the process. With every kill the user does with Beowulf, the user receives a portion of the slain mana back. Heracles stared at the boy's stat. It was nothing special, a standard stat for a newly born adventurer. But his skill to receive a skill as a new adventure was rare. He even has two, granted the other one is because of his weapon. A smile bloomed at the god's face. He made a good choice in descending down because of the boy. H-H-H-H-H-H? He laughed. He was happy at the boy. He will become strong, perhaps even the strongest in the future. But that would all depend on the boy. August Povey. I felt power rushing deep inside me. It feels good. I haven't felt anything like this. The spear in my hand glowed as I felt its power coursing through me. My eyes looked up front, seeing the monsters fighting with the adventurer as they outnumbered them by a huge margin. My blood boiled in seeing this, seeing those things. Beowulf at my side, releasing a violent aura, urging me to go and slaughter them. Give them hell. I heard my god, and my body as if natural release mana in the air. Gripping my spear, I rushed on the front at speed I didn't know I have. August, I heard Miss Shakti, she was trying to stop me, but I don't care. Seeing the monster in front of me, I can't stop myself. I want to kill them all. I dashed in front of a goblin. He shoved his weapon towards me. Slow, I can see it clearly, it was so slow. And my body moved naturally. I moved my head to dodge the attack, and thrust my spear straight at his head. Like a hot knife through butter, my spear penetrated its head. I can feel no resistance from its bones. His blood squirting at my face, I smiled at the sight. Beowulf absorbed some of its blood, as I can feel more magic pumping inside me. Another goblin rushed at me. With a smile on my face, I moved my spear and slashed it at his neck. He tried to block it, but my body moved the strike below, hitting its kneecap and cutting it. I raised my feet and stomped its head. Blood gushing as his gray matter soiled my feet. More, I wanna kill more. I laughed and rushed deeper inside the melee, killing everything in my path. At every kill, I feel my body growing stronger. It feels good. I can't get enough of this feeling. I saw an orc, and I felt the anger reach its climax. I remember the orc that killed my family. I ran towards it. A kobold tried to get in my way. It was annoying. I slashed my spear upwards, hitting it at the groin, slicing it in half as I continued my pursuit at the orc. It sees me coming, a smile on his face, maybe because he sees me as a child. But that smile really pissed me off. He slashed his sword down, its edges rusty and jagged. It was faster than the others, yet my body seems to know what to do. I caught it with my spear. I felt my hand tremble with the strike. It was stronger than me, so I angled my spear so that its attack would slide off the ground. I stabbed my spear at his abdomen. It was hard and I couldn't get a wound deep enough for it. Still, it didn't faze me. I pulled back as the orc roared angrily. It swung its weapon savagely. His weapon grazed my checks as I was late at dodging it. I rolled at the ground as he slammed its weapon straight down, and with its head low it looked at me. That was its mistake. In my hands a handful of dirt. I throw it at its eyes, blinding it. I then rushed and stabbed it at its nape, twisting my spear to go deeper. How do you like that, you fucking bitch? I don't know what got over me. Maybe because of hanging out with the adventurers, I adopted their vocabulary. Still, it feels good saying it as I twist Beowulf deep in it. It howled in pain, trying to reach behind it, its movement carrying me along with it. I didn't let go though. I laughed loudly watching him struggle. At the side of my eye, I see two monsters rushing towards me. I hurriedly pulled out my spear and rushed towards them. I'll get back to that orc later. It won't be going anywhere with the wound it has. I slid down, dodging a cleaver from hitting me. As I did, I aimed my spear on the goblin's stomach. Hearing it scream in pain filled me with joy. The other one tried stabbing me while I was down. I pulled and twirled, hitting it at its feet. I stood up fast and stabbed it in its eye, killing it instantly. Damn, it didn't make a sound. I want to hear it scream in pain. Oh well. I continued killing anything resembling a monster in sight. I lost count on how many, but I enjoyed it nonetheless. Minutes passed, and the monsters, seeing their inevitable loss, decided to run. I was planning on chasing them, but stopped as I heard a cry of pain. My eyes moved and saw the orc that I stabbed on the nape earlier. It was crawling on its belly, trying its best to get away. Ha 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 ha. I couldn't stop myself from laughing, seeing it pathetically try to crawl away. I walked towards this thing. I stabbed it at its shoulder. Its screams filled the air. Where do you think you're going? Using my spear, I turned it around on its back and got a good look at it. It looked scared, fear deep in its eyes as it looked at me, using its elbow to move back. Pathetic. I raised my spear up and slammed it down, aiming for its head, making sure that the blade didn't hit it. I want it to experience pain. Again. 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 And again. Gust, I heard a voice. Still, I slammed my spear at the trash in front of me, its face becoming a fleshy mess as blood and bones plastered the ground. August, I heard it again. Someone's calling me, it can wait. Ha 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 ha. I laughed, watching the orc twitch as my spear pummeled its head on the ground. Some of the blood splattered in my face, a drop even got inside my mouth. Disgusting, I slammed my spear harder and harder. August, I felt an arm pulling me on my shoulder. I turned because of the force and saw Miss Shakti, tears in her eyes, looked at me with pity. Why is she looking at me like that? I won, I killed them, eh? My face feels wet. Is this tears? Eh, why am I crying? I looked around, every adventurer is looking at me, their eyes filled witty pity. I saw my god Heracles, he is looking at me seriously, his eyes staring at my very soul. I looked back at Miss Shakti as she pulled me into her embrace, her voice whispering in my ears, telling me that it was over, that it was enough. I feel my energy exiting my body. I feel tired and dizzy. I want to sleep. Then everything went dark as my mind succumbed to rest. Chapter 10, A Child's Innocence, a Nightmare. Shakti Povi. August. I tried to stop him from engaging the monsters, but he didn't hear me. I rushed to follow him, but somebody grabbed my arm, stopping me from doing so. I looked back and saw Heracles, looking at me. I pulled my hand off, or at least tried to, but found that he was much stronger than me. Impossible, he shouldn't be able to use his arcanum. How in the hell is a god overpowering me in strength? He is basically normal right now. Let him go, he said, his eyes not moving away from mine. He's just a child, I reasoned with him. He's an adventurer, a warrior. The moment I gave him his falna, he can no longer be called a child. I let my mana run rampant as I put more strength in my hand. What kind of reasoning is that? No longer a child? He's fucking 6. But no matter how hard I pull, he doesn't seem to be fazed by it. Is his natural strength that much stronger than mine? Even using mana to aid me, I can't make him budge. His pressure and his size seems to grow larger as he stared at me. He gazed stoic. Just watch, that boy is becoming a man. He needs to do this more than you think. He let go of my hand as his eyes moved towards August. You can't protect him forever, and he, from what I can see, doesn't need your protection. My eyes moved, looking at the battlefield. I saw August slaughtering the monsters with his spear, with brutal and methodical precision. He's moving like a vet, a seasoned adventurer who has done it countless of times, like a twirling tempest of death, a violent and deadly dance, and any monsters who are caught by it become mincemeat at his spear. I saw Siegfried that day, that fighting style, a single purpose to kill the enemy before they can touch him, jumping at the fray with no thought of repercussions. The vanguard. How is he fighting like his father? Did he teach him? This line of questioning ran in my mind as I watched August fight the horde. His spear, absorbing the blood of everything he kills, I can feel it giving him strength. He grows stronger the longer he fights. I can literally see him improving as he goes. How? I asked the god besides me. He smiled. It's rude for an adventurer to ask about this type of stuff, Missy, but since I'm in a good mood, I'll give you a hint. He then pointed at the spear, Beowulf, as it radiates a violent aura. I shudder looking at him. He is smiling, laughing as he slaughters the horde, a dark aura enveloping him. I was about to ask for more details, but my eyes caught August moving towards an orc. He dashed at a speed a newly born adventurer shouldn't have. How is he this fast, this early in his career as an adventurer? A kobold jumped in front of him, and with terrifying precision, he moved his spear, a strike from below, hitting the monster in the groin and dissecting it in half, down the middle, a clean slash. He arrived in front of the orc, as it raised his weapon to slam it down at him. Yet fluidly, he parried the slash straight towards the ground and countered with a fast stab at the orc's abdomen. The orc cried in pain, but his attack was too shallow to do a sizable damage to the monster. He jumped back as the orc angrily swung his sword towards him. He is dodging everything at a hair width, not wasting any unnecessary movement. He was grazed by the weapon, drawing blood at his cheeks. My body jolted as I tried to rush in to help him. "Are you really gonna do that, child? Are you really gonna take away his moment of glory?" Heracles asks, not taking his eyes away at the boy. "Moment of glory? He'll get killed if this goes on. He's not strong enough to penetrate the orc's skin." I argued back and prepared to move. But moments before I saw a kobold broke free from the front line, heading straight towards the god. Its eyes red in frenzy as his mouth salivates, rushing straight towards him. But in a blink of an eye, the upper body of the monster vanished. Blood splattered all over me as a strong gale assaulted everything around me. And I saw him, his mace, bloodied. Guts and innards hang on it. It was too fast for me to even see. A show of strength, of physical dominance. With one strike, he stopped me on my tracks as his eyes stared holes in my head. "The boy will not die." He spoke as he swings his mace to get rid of the blood and flesh stuck on it. He then slammed it at the ground, cracking the earth with its sheer weight. After all, I chose him. He returned to watching the boy fight. How can a god have that much power? Is he using his arcanum? I thought every god who descended sealed away their power. Gods give up most of their abilities when joining the lower world. Other than largely passive abilities and experience from observing for many years, they have the same strength and capability as the average human. Is his natural strength that strong? Just watch the boy, he is much stronger than you think. I gripped my dagger hard and bit my lips as I returned to watching the boy dodge the savage slash of the orc. He then rolled at the side as the weapon came crashing down the ground. The orc looked at him, its body bending downward as it lifted its weapons up to resume its attack. But the boy was resourceful. He threw sand at the orc's face, temporarily blinding the thing. He got up quickly and moved behind it, and with all his strength, he stabbed his spear straight at the orc's nape. Twisting it in, I heard him scream, "How do you like that, you fucking bitch?" As the orc howled in pain, it tried to reach him from its back. As it moved, August moved along with it, carrying him with its struggle, not letting go of his spear. He was laughing, but I could see him in pain. I wanted to look away, but I hardened myself and watched on. Two monsters rushed towards them. He pulled the spear off, and the orc kneeled in pain as August confronted the two. He slid down, dodging the slash of the first one and countering smoothly by stabbing it at its belly, blood gushing towards him. The other one attempted to stab him, but he was just too fast for them. As he pulled his spear out and spun, hitting the goblin at its feet, it fell on its back as August got up quickly, stabbing it at the eye, killing it instantly. But he seems disappointed. I watch him as he continues to kill everything in his sight. The other adventurers stared at him in awe and shock, as he was laughing maniacally as he was killing. But I can clearly see it in his eyes. The pain and loneliness. Heracles is wrong. Even with Falna, even with his strength unlocked, he is still just a child in pain. As the monsters started to flee, he started chasing them, wanting to kill more. He stops as he hears the painful cries of the orc he stabbed earlier. It was crawling away desperately. He saw it and walked slowly towards it. He then stabbed it at the shoulder and turned it around on its back. He said something towards it. He then proceeded to pummel it to the ground, its head becoming paste as he swings at it, over and over and over again. The others looked at him, at the child who had lost his innocence. Others looked away at the brutality he was dishing out. He was laughing, as blood splattered all over him, laughing at his carnage at the orc that is now twitching. It was long dead, but he was still swinging at it. "Is this what you want?" I asked the god as he looked at the boy that is clearly in pain. "Are you still gonna stop me?" The god was silent, yet I can see it in his eyes that he expected this outcome. I moved, calling his name, his laughter getting louder as I moved closer towards him. "August," I called him, but he didn't hear me. "August, enough." "August," I grabbed him at his shoulder as I turned him around to see me. He looked at me, smiling, yet his eyes were crying. Tears fell as he hurriedly wiped it away. His face confused as he looked around to find that everyone was focused on him. He looked back at me, his tears continued to fall, and I pulled him in for a hug, whispering in his ears. "It's over now, everything's fine now." It was all that I could think of doing. As I was hugging him, I felt his body going limp. He's unconscious, but his hand didn't let go of his spear. He entered Mind Zero. I carried him over as I made my way back. Everyone was staring at the boy as they made way for me. I saw Heracles in the way as I glared at him. What was he thinking? Letting the boy go through all of that. For what? For strength. And now August is part of his familia, and I can't do anything about it. I don't know what to do. I envision a future that August would face and shake my head at the thought of it. What would the captain do? I really wish he was here right now. August Povey. An endless darkness, that was all that I could see, as my body floats around a seemingly endless void. Where am I? Then, in an instant, my view changed, as I was transported to my home. My mother is preparing breakfast, as I sit at the table with my family waiting for food to be served. My big brother Ludwig is playing with my little sister Maya. My papa looked at them lovingly. "What is this?" I asked myself out loud. "This is breakfast, August." An answer came from behind as my mama carried over a tray of food, fried eggs, sausages, and bread. I stared at her, tears starting to well up. "Do you not like it, dear?" she asked solemnly as she placed the food at the table. "I can make you something if you like." I shook my head, my heart pounding in my chest. How is this possible? I thought to myself. "Eat up, August. We have a long day ahead." Papa, who was serving up his plate, spoke. His voice echoed in my ear. "Is this real?" "Of course it is, dummy," Ludwig answered as he too served himself a plate. "Why wouldn't it be?" "Be because you're dead." "Huh, are you still asleep there?" He spoke as he knocked on my head. "This feels real." He touched my head. I felt that. "Dear, are you okay? You don't look too good." Mama touch also feels real. She placed her hands on my forehead as I felt the warmth of her touch. "Of course, Mom, he wouldn't feel well." I looked at Ludwig as he spoke. My eyes opened wide as I saw him, at least a part of him. His head was missing. I could even see bones visible in his body as chunks of his flesh were missing. After all, I followed the voice. I can feel my heart beating in my lungs. And I saw it, lifeless eyes, his head at the table where the food was. He watched us die. I stood up as I hurriedly moved back. I looked around only to find that everyone was missing, except for my brother's body and his head staring directly at me. "No, no, NOOO," I screamed as I turned around and ran, but I bumped something and I fell on my back. "Oh, but you did. You didn't do anything." I looked up only to see my mama, multiple stab wounds as blood dripped at her eyes and mouth, in his hands a headless baby, missing an arm and both legs. "You watch us get slaughtered, eaten like livestock. You watch us die." Her voice became colder and colder at every word she spoke. I curled up like a ball, hiding myself from them. "August," then I heard him, my papa's voice. I slowly looked up and stared face to face with my papa, an axe deep inside his back. His ribs showing as claw and teeth marks riddled his body, his innards missing from him, his face bitten off. "No, NOOO, this is a dream. This is all a dream." "But it's real, August. You watch us all die." "Ludwig." "You watch as they rip our flesh off our body." "Mama." "Pathetic, Papa." "NOOO." I sat up, cold sweat pouring out my body as I breathed heavily. It was all a dream. "You okay, boy?" a voice asked as I turned my head to see Heracles. My god stood at the corner. "I'm fine, it was just a nightmare," I answered as I lay back down, staring at the roof of a tent. He moved closer towards me, picking up a chair as he set it up beside me. This nightmare, do you get it often? Since my family died. Use it, make it a fuel for your strength. But control it. Rage can be a weapon, but it can also poison you. Why did you choose me? You have a fire in your eyes, the same fire I used to have, a hunger for strength. Let's just say I saw myself in you. He stood up from his seat and walked towards the door. You rest now, boy. You need it after the day that you've been through. Oh, in August, you did good out there. I watched his back as he exited the tent, my mind going back to the nightmare. I clenched my fist hard as I remember the look they gave me in my dreams. Beowulf vibrated at my side. I reached out towards it as I snugly held the weapon near me. It gave me warmth and comfort as my eyes slowly drift back into sleep. He was right. I need to rest now as my body feels tired from the fighting. Chapter 11, not a chapter. Chapter 12, to temporary farewell and new beginnings. August Povey. I woke up early in the morning as I stretched my body that's been aching from yesterday's events. The outside was noisy as the adventurers prepared to leave and continue the journey back to Orario. Inside the temporary medical ward, I found that I was the only one left here. They must have all woken up and started their day. I got up from bed and fixed myself before heading out. I can hear the sound of people arguing outside. I moved slowly, trying to listen in, making sure that I hid out of their sight first. What do you mean you're taking him? I heard Miss Shakti speaking, her voice raised as others, mainly members of Ganesha Familia, gave their approval. Is it exactly as I say? I'm taking the boy. He will not be going to Orario with you and the others. Heracles answered calmly. Bullshit, his father is a part of my familia. Even his weapon was given by Ganesha himself. I'm thankful to you for giving him Falna and descending down to come to our aid, but August will come to Orario and join Ganesha's familia. But he isn't a member of your familia, is he? He is part of mine, and I can guide the boy into a better warrior than what you and your familia can. A better killer, you mean? Shakti took a deep breath and continued. He's a child that needs help, not a warrior that you see him out to be. There was an uncomfortable silence as they both stared back at each other. The ambience feels tense as I hear some awkwardly cough and sigh. Why don't we let the kid decide? After all, it's his life we're talking about here. Mr. Finn spoke as he came in between Miss Shakti and Heracles. He then looked in my direction and smiled. Why don't you come out, August? What do you want to do? All eyes turned at my hiding spot. As I awkwardly came into their view, I slowly walked towards them, very slowly. Hello, August. I heard that you've received your Falna yesterday. Mr. Finn starts, his face smiling. Yes, Mr. Finn. Drop the mister, there's no need for that anymore. After all, you're already an adventurer like us. Chuckling, he then came close and kneeled so in front of me, bringing him at my eye level. So how does it feel? It feels great, Mies. He looked at me playfully. It feels good, Finn. Great even. I feel so strong, like I can do everything. That's great to hear. Now then, we're coming to a decision here that involves you. He stood up as he pats my head. What do you want to do now? Would you like to come to Orario with Shakti and join her familia, or come with Lord Heracles? He said that he will train you outside personally. I pause as I contemplate on what decision to choose. Miss Shakti had been kind to me. As a matter of fact, every one of them had, especially those within the Ganesha familia. My father was also a former member of them before he retired from adventurer work. On the other hand, Lord Heracles gave me his Falna. He chose me personally, and gave me strength to kill the monsters yesterday. He also said that he will train me personally, so I'll be receiving direct guidance from a god. I looked at the two of them, Miss Shakti with her familia behind him, looking at me expectingly. She smiled at me with assurance. She and her familia, who I've came to know this past couple of days, treat me as if I'm part of their family. Then at Lord Heracles, he has his arms folded in his chest, his eyes staring deep in mine. I can feel his fire, his passion to watch me and help me grow strong. I looked at my spear Beowulf, feeling its cold steel as I gripped it strongly in my hands. I looked around and saw that everyone was waiting for me to choose. I made up my mind. I want a family, but at the same time I want strength and power, power to kill, power for revenge, power to be the strongest. I'll go with. Narration. The sun is shining brightly in the middle of the sky, the air cool as the spring breeze blows in the air. The adventurers are packing up their supplies as they prepare to resume their journey back to the dungeon city of Orario. Shakti Varma is currently looking at the boy August as he packed his bag up for the journey. She only knew him for a total of 5 days, but she felt that she had grown fond of him as she watched the boy go through maybe the hardest moment he'll ever face. I'm ready now, Miss Shakti. The boy stood tall as he walked towards the young adventurer with his stuff. Drop the formalities, August. Remember what Finn said, you're now an adventurer, the same as us. She said as she moved closer towards the boy. Are you sure about this? Yes, Mies, yes, I'm sure of my decision. I'll go with Lord Heracles, the boy said with a determined face. I can't stop you, can I? She moved in to hug him as she whispered in his ears. The Ganesha Familia will always be a family for you to come home to. After all, you are the son of Siegfried. I know. Thank you for everything till now, Shakti. I'll never forget you and everyone else. August gave Shakti a hug back as his eyes are threatening to shed tears. Hey now, she pulls out of the hug. Why are you sounding like this is the last time that we will see each other? This goodbye is just temporary. You'll get to see us all once you come to Orario. August nodded his head as he wiped his eyes roughly. He gave Shakti a big smile as she pats the boy's head. And I know when we'll see each other again that you'll be strong. But you should always be careful, August. Take care of yourself. I will, and Shakti, take care of yourself as well. There is a long and comfortable silence as the two said their temporary farewell, promising to see each other in the future. As the moment passes and all the words have been said, August makes his round to say goodbye to everyone he knows, his fellow survivors from the village, the adventurers who saved them, and he pays his respect to those who had fallen and given their lives in battle. Shedding some tears for Rajesh as he remembered how he lifted him up to his shoulder on their journey together. As he was saying goodbye, he came face to face with Otter, the strongest, the king, the person whose strength he yearned for. Thank you for saving me, he said as he bowed his head in appreciation and respect. Otter gave him a nod and turned around as he walked away towards his familia. One day I'll surpass you. August didn't know why, but his mouth suddenly moved to shout those words. But deep down he knows that he meant it, every word of it. Otter paused as he stood imposingly strong. With his back turned, he spared a glance towards the young boy. August didn't back down at Otter's stare as he defiantly stared back at him. Otter remembered the story he heard from the others while he was unconscious from the fight. How the boy charged in the front line, how he slaughtered the monsters with his spear. How valiantly he fought alongside those adventurers while he was down and out. The boy may be young, but Otter didn't see the boy as a child. After what he went through, and how he fought for his search for strength and power, he sees himself in him. He knows that the boy will grow strong, he can see the potential. Otter gave him a nod and said, "Be well, adventurer." It shocked everyone who heard it. After all, Otter acknowledged the boy, he called him an adventurer. It was the highest of praise coming from him. Otter continued walking away, looking forward to the future, curious on how strong the boy may become. Will he be able to challenge me? He thought as he smiled viciously. After all, no matter what facade he puts on, no matter how stoic he is, Otter still loves to fight, and he welcomes the challenge. August stared at the adventurer's back, his mind made up, determination in his eyes, he will be the strongest. The adventurers wave as they left, with August waving back at them. It was a melancholic sight, but the boy knows that it was only a temporary farewell. Heracles made his way besides the boy as he watched the adventurers make their way for their journey. He looked at the boy and saw the determination in his eyes. He smiled. Training this boy will be fun, watching him grow with his guidance, watching him become a warrior he knows he'll be made Heracles giddy. After all, it's not every day a god can find a person with so much potential. Boy, Heracles called him as the boy slowly looked at the god who has so much expectations towards him. Yes, Lord. Are you ready to leave? Yes. Good, we have a long journey ahead of us. Lord Heracles, if you don't mind me asking, where exactly are we going? Up the mountains. I'm going to teach you the fundamentals and basic knowledge in fighting. I saw you fight, you were sloppy, and you rely too much on your weapon. I'm gonna break that out of you and teach you from scratch. August was confused. From what he heard, he was fighting well. Every adventurer praised him after all, so he doesn't understand why Lord Heracles called his fighting sloppy. But before that, let's update your status. We should have privacy now that we're alone. Heracles moved behind August and asked him to remove his shirt. Heracles Povey. I watch the boy's back as it glows a bright white. His status revealed itself. I smiled as I read his status. The boy has grown stronger. Just one fight and his status jumped this much. Name, August Kaiser. LVL, 1. Stats. SDR, 232G. Dex, 312F. AGI, 318F. Mag, 388F. End, 425E. Magic. Endless battle. The user enters a state of pure concentration in fighting, giving him a temporary boost in stats. The longer the fight continues, the higher the user's stat rises. This magic can only be activated once the condition has been met. Plus conditions. The user must wield Beowulf. The user has to be in battle for more than 10 minutes. The user has to slay or injure the opponent for blood to be absorbed by Beowulf. The user must be fully immersed in battle and nothing else. Note: if the user stops endless battle in any way, shape, or form, the stats resets back to its original, and the user may enters mind zero depending on how long the use of endless battle is. Skills. Survivor's drive. If the user survives and wins an unsurvivable situation, the user will receive a permanent boost in stats. Boost may vary on how unsurvivable the situation is. Beowulf's Call. The ancient weapon Beowulf has chosen the user to be its master. It allows the user to use, at a limited time, all the skills and experience of the previous user of Beowulf, using mana at the process. With every kill the user does with Beowulf, the user receives a portion of the slain mana back. As the battle goes on, and more mana has been absorbed, the user will activate the magic Endless Battle. Beowulf Greed. The user can only use Endless Battle and Lethal Tempo if the user uses Beowulf. The effects of Lethal Tempo is dependent on the user's level. Development abilities. Hunter. Hunter improves the user's abilities against monsters the user fought before and gained Exilia from. Lethal Tempo. The user gains temporary dex and AGI with every hit the user makes. Can only be used if the user is wielding Beowulf. The effects are dependent on the user's level. I'm flabbergasted. Not only did August's stats rose, he even gained a magic at level 1. He also gained 2 development abilities, which is unsurprising since every adventurers gain them at a certain point. What's surprising is he gained it as a newly born adventurer. I looked at the boy with so much potential. I wondered how strong he'll be once I complete his training and polished him into becoming a warrior. Should I show him his status? No, if I do there might be a chance that he'll get arrogant and complicant. It can wait. For now, I'll train this youngling into a fine warrior. All done, boy, you can put your clothes back on. I tried to feign indifference, making sure nothing is showing on my face that may indicate his status. So how's my status? Can I see? He asked expectingly, as if I'll show him. Oh, I'll hide this until I see that you're ready. Nothing special, average at best. I looked away, trying to act as natural as possible. Okay then, he said, disappointed by the results. Boy, if only you knew how fucking terrifying you are. I looked at his weapon for a minute, Beowulf. From what the female adventurer of Ganesha told me, it was an ancient weapon. What a joke. Looks like Ganesha is hiding some serious shit from his children. Oh well, not my problem. He can eat shit for all I care. I'm thankful though. After all, the weapon found its way to the boy's hand. Ha 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 ha. Is everything okay? The boy asked me as I realized that I was smiling from ear to ear. I coughed a few times and acted like it was nothing. Everything fine, boy. I said with all seriousness, trying to hide my emotions and show the boy all the regality a god has to have. So what should we do now? He asked expectantly, his eyes showing that hunger that made me come down here in the first place. Now we leave and train. I walked at the front as I looked back at the boy. I'll make you strong, the strongest even. In my training you'll be strong or die trying. I gave the boy a mischievous smile as I could clearly see him swallowing his breath and sweating. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Now then, shall we? To where exactly? To your new beginning, I said proudly as I took the first step towards our journey. I'll ignore the boy speaking about a new beginning not being an actual place. I am a patient and nurturing God after all, so I'll let that pass. I'll just double his training so that he'll grow even faster. Oh, I just realized I'm also a hardworking God. Good day, love y'all. Chapter 13, Character Info, OC only plus no spoilers for future OC. August Kaiser. Male. 6 as of the start of the story. Dark auburn hair, dark brown-green eyes, the same as his father. He has a sharp features for a kid his age, likely due to trauma and stress. Around 311, in height and weighed approximately 47 pounds. Traumatized at a young age, he watched his family get brutally killed right in front of him. His aspirations are to become strong enough to kill every monster in the world, and he thinks that for that to happen he needs to be the strongest. How I imagine August to look, not mine. Siegfried Kaiser. 44. Male. Dead. Dark auburn hair and dark green eyes, a relatively handsome man. Around 62, in height, and approximately 201 pounds. A former adventurer who has to retire early because of an arrow to the knee. He was a prodigy when he was young, breaking the dungeon record as the fastest adventurer, who reached level 2 at around 2 years and 6 months. That record was broken by Otter 2 years. Otter could have done it with 1, but he spent his first year training, or at least that what Wikifin has on that subject. He retired at the age of 32, being a high level 3 adventurer, being in the brink of achieving level 4. Died while protecting August, received an axe to the chest when he moved in front of August in order to protect him. Almost cut him in half by the blow. He was then gored and feasted on by the monster as he laid on top of August. How I imagine Siegfried to look, not mine. Kristen Kaiser. Female. 34. Dead. Blonde hair, blue-greenish eyes. A very beautiful woman who has a very feminine face. She met Siegfried shortly after he retired, a mother of 3 kids. Don't want to write too much information about her. Might have plans for her character in the future. I still don't know though, as I'm the type of person who writes on the spot and doesn't make plans except for the general plot. Died via multiple stabbed wounds, was then mutilated and ripped piece by the monsters to be eaten in front of August and Siegfried's eyes. How I imagine Kristen to look, not mine. Heracles, not really an OC, more like a reimagining. Male god. Age unknown. Immortal, we all know the gist of things here. When a god dies in DANMACHI, the god would just return to heaven. Don't really need to explain to anyone here what Heracles looks like. I'm sure everyone has an image for him in their mind. A god who took an interest towards August because of his drive and will for revenge and hunger for power. He saw himself in him when he was a mortal who yearned for strength. For most people, he appears to be stoic, but for those who know him well, like his friends, he has a childish personality and a serious competitive drive. At least in my fanfic. For me, this is how I see Heracles in my fanfic. Again, and I can't stress this enough, no here are mine. Some OC that are not that important to the plot. Ludwig Kaiser. Male. 12. First-born son of Siegfried and older brother of August. Died via decapitation and was eaten by the monsters. Not really important to the story, except for fuel for August's drive for revenge. So any 12-year-old anime boy with dark brown hair from Google will do. Maya Kaiser. Female. 8 months. Youngest daughter of Siegfried and the little sister of August. She died as an orc crushed her head. She was then torn to pieces by the monster and eaten, only leaving a leg left that was later found by Shakti Varma. Same as Ludwig, any infant anime baby girl from Google will do. Chapter 14, 9 years later. August Povey. I was walking up in the mountains with a huge smile on my face. It is after all a wonderful day as I feel the cool summer breeze blowing on my face. Finally, Lord Heracles decided to head to Orario, but he had his usual mischievous smile on his face when he told me that earlier this morning. Oh well, I'll get to that problem later. It's been 9 years since that fateful day, and I've spent most of my time being trained by Lord Heracles, and remembering those times spent in training just put shivers down my spine. Whoever said that gods are practically powerless in the lower earth deserves to be killed 1,000 times. Let's see that person spar with Lord Heracles. I've learned a lot of things from my god, like fighting monsters, tracking, fighting people stronger than me, fighting multiple enemies at the same time. Most of what he taught me is basically just fighting. Well, I'm thankful for that. He did promise to make me strong, and from what it's worth, he did deliver on his promise. Well, he could have turned the sparring bout a bit. My body just hurts whenever I remember his club hitting me. I'm currently tracking some monster tracks. I got a job from a nearby village to exterminate them. This will be the last job I'll do before me and Heracles go on a journey towards Orario, and I really want to kill every vermin here before I leave, so I took it. From what I can see, it's a goblin track, a possible nest that if left unchecked would grow larger and larger in the future, which may lead to the decimation of the village near here. I for one am done with seeing village burn because of the monster, so slaying them was a no-brainer. The downside is that goblins can be pretty boring to kill. After all, they are savages whose only tactics in fighting is attack. They pose no challenge for me whatsoever. My level rose 3 times this 9 years. I'm now level 4 from what Lord Heracles told me, but for some reason he still won't show me my status. I wonder why. Well, whatever. As I was casually strolling, I felt my spear vibrate. The nest is near. I made my presence become faint as I walked slowly. I can sense the general direction of these goblins thanks to Beowulf. I'm really amazed by this weapon. As I grew, Beowulf adjusted and grew with me. Maintaining a size that is proportional to my body, I can even feel the weapon grow strong. As I thought about how amazing my weapon is, I saw a pair of goblins patrolling the area. I decided to let them go, for now. After all, there's no point in killing them yet. I need them to lead me on their nest. I followed them closely, making sure no trace of me can be spotted by them, and there it was, their nest. I closed my eyes and let my mana pulse through the ground. Another trick I picked up from Lord Heracles. It's not necessary magic. The way he explained is he got the idea of using mana like that when he was stuck at a dark cave once, and he used his mana to navigate his way out. Something about being like a bat, or something along those lines. About 80 or so, maybe more. I talked to myself, this is quite a large nest. Those trash had been busy. Well, they are all gonna die, so more Excelia for me. I stepped outside the bushes, as I made my presence known for everyone to see. The goblins looked in my direction, as I let my mana flare out for every one of them to sense. I walked slowly towards them, brandishing my spear as Beowulf glowed a violent light. I let my bloodlust reign free, enveloping the whole area. The weaker goblins, those who are young and elderly, collapse from the pressure. I can clearly feel the fear. Pathetic. It's a beautiful day outside. Birds are singing, flowers are blooming. On days like these, monsters like you should be burning in hell. I charge at them as some of the braver ones got in my way. I twirl my spear and decapitate the fools who stood in my way. A goblin rushed behind me. He slashed using a rusty blade, no doubt picked for their previous victims. Slow, I can clearly see the slash coming in slow motion. I smiled viciously as I dodged its blade inches away from my head, as I did the stab him straight to the jaw with my spear. 4 goblins rushed at me at the same time, as the back line rained fire with their crossbow. Still, I can't feel any danger from them. With a flick of my spear, I blocked the incoming arrowhead and caught one of them out of the air. Channeling mana into it, I threw it back towards their artillery as the force broke their back line. I then proceeded to hold my spear at the tip of its handle and twirled it around my body, cutting the incoming goblins in half. Out of the corner of my eyes, I spotted a goblin who was larger than average, a hobgoblin. I stared at the monster as it took out its weapon, judging by the feeling it was around high level 3, possibly level 4. He commanded its forces to attack as it charged towards me along with them. Well, at least you're smart. I smirked as my weapon glowed a dark red. Maybe this will not be such a boring job after all. I met the force head-on as I killed 6 of the small fry in one blow, Beowulf absorbing the blood greedily as I feel my attack go faster and faster. I smiled excitedly as I reached in front of the hobgoblin. It snarled as it swung its weapon out wildly. Is this all it could do? It was just swinging its weapon at me. Maybe it hoped that one of its attacks would hit me. Still, what a fucking disappointment. I take it back. I sigh as I slashed my spear down the monster, cutting it in half along with its weapon. I really thought that he could block that strike. I didn't even put much strength into it, much less mana. Fucking boring as well. The fight lasted for only a few seconds, if you would even call it a fight. As the goblins saw their leader die, they started to lose their spirit. Some tried to fight, but the majority of them started running, as if I'll let them get away. I started channeling mana at my feet as I burst at them and blitzed them with my spear one by one. In a couple of minutes, I massacred a whole tribe of goblins without any challenge. I closed my eyes for a moment and pulsed my mana down the ground to see if there were any stragglers. I found a makeshift tent with 12 signs of life inside it. I slowly made my way towards. As I reached, I saw 9 younglings and 3 baby goblins inside. My blood started to boil. Goblins are primarily male. A female goblin is an anomaly and therefore are very rare, so the primary way a goblin can reproduce is by raping female from another species. Mostly humans. They kidnapped young girls and made them their breeding stock as they continue to rape them non-stop, taking turns at them. I looked around and spotted 4 deceased human girls with no clothes on them. Their hands are tied as their legs are split apart. Wounds and bruises, as well as bite marks all around their bodies. I gripped my spear hard. I can feel the violent aura from it rising. My mana run wild as the goblins huddle in fear. But I don't give a fuck. This is why you lot should all just burn in hell. I killed every young goblin inside with the most amount of pain I could inflict, cutting their limbs first and watching them cry in pain. I overloaded the babies with mana as I watched their face disfigured as they ballooned up from the amount of mana I'm forcing inside them. And their bodies soon exploded in a messy plop of flesh, blood, and guts. Their cries sure do make me happy. It was the least I could do for their victims. I then cut their heads off and took their ears, as well as their core. Monsters outside the dungeon don't vanish after being killed, so I walked around the camp while cutting the core out of them. I cut the rope loose as I carried all the girls' body outside. I took them to a nice clean valley as I dug up the ground for them to be buried. May your soul rest in peace. I did a little prayer to pay respect for them as I made my way back towards the village. My steps are springy as I'm excited to see what Lord Heracles plans to do now. He did say that we'll go to Orario, but his smile gives me the creeps. What is my god planning now? He might appear to be serious all the time. He even shows himself to be high and mighty, but he is a little childish and likes to hold a grudge. I did put extra peppers on his food last time after he broke every bone in my body, even though it was just a sparring match. Well, might as well get over it. I wonder what Shakti and the others are doing. I'm sure they've all become stronger now, especially Otter. I can't wait to see them. Maybe I can even ask them for a spar. I ran up as fast as I could to make my way back faster. Orario awaits. Huh? I screamed at Lord Heracles as he picked his ears out with his pinky. Did I hear what he said correctly? I said that we'll leave for Orario after you beat me in a spar. Don't worry, since I'm a merciful god, I'll be sure to hold back, he said, smiling ear to ear. But you said that we'll be going to Orario now. I argued as my face started to twitch from hearing him. You clearly said it this morning. Well, you didn't let me finish. You just head out like a fool with all the excitement and giddiness of a teenage girl in love. Oh, I'm gonna beat this god to a pulp. Look at him sitting there with a lazy look on his face, picking his ear. Oh, and if you beat me, I'll even give you a reward. I'll let you see your status. How's that? Aren't I a great and generous god? That's my status in the first place. This is abuse of power. My frustrations and anger bust off. I could even feel the veins popping up in my head. The more I talk to him, the more I feel like I'm losing brain cells in my head. Why can't you do it? He stared at me, His smile was so annoying to look at. I swear to the gods that I'll beat that smug look off his face. Bring it on, you old piece of shit. Oh, the boy grew a tongue. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A? The room suddenly turned cold as Heracles slowly stood up, his face not smiling anymore. There's a dark look deep within his eyes. Let's pluck that off, shall we? Fuck, I fucked up big time. How could I forget? 50 things Lord Heracles hates. Number 22, he fucking hates being called old. I'm fucked. TG Thagod 15. Chapter 15, What It Means to Be Strong. Narration. Boom. A powerful blow sent August flying off. That was how the fight started. August didn't even see Heracles' strike coming, and only with his well-trained instincts was he able to move his spear to block the blow. Boy, get up, I barely even touched you, the god said mockingly as he looked at the down boy. August felt his body aching. He fought with his god countless of times now, and he felt that his attack was even stronger than usual. August slowly rose to his feet, using his spear for support. That blow alone almost broke his arm. He was angry. Fucking old man, are you trying to kill me? Kill you? H-A-H-H-H-A. Boy, if I wanted to kill you, you'll be a stain on the ground already. That was merely a love tap. August stared at the god of strength. From the 9 years that he was with him, being trained by him, he never witnessed the true strength of the god. And he remembered that gods can't use arcanum in the lower world. Only one thing entered the boy's mind. Heracles is the embodiment of strength and power, and beating him would be a mountain of a task. After all, from all of their sparring sessions, he never once did beat the god. August closed his eyes, he took a deep breath in. He prepared himself, brandishing his beloved spear Beowulf. He let his mana run wild. All the power of a level 4 exploded in the air, as a violent surge of mana exudes from the boy's body. That's the spirit, prove your worth as a warrior. Heracles smiled wildly as he clenched his fist. Come boy, attack me with everything you have, attack with the intention to kill, show me what you have learned, show me that you are strong. August rushed at the god. His spear at the ready, he pushed off the ground at speeds no ordinary man could even see. He pushes his spear straight at the god. The force in it can decimate a monster into a fleshy mess. But this is Heracles, the man-made god. With natural strength so strong his blow could crumble mountains. He used his fist, confronting the spear head-on with his right. But Heracles was no fool. He knows that without his arcanum his body was essentially human. Even with all his strength, a spear, especially Beowulf, would just tear his fist apart. This fist was a bluff. His true aim was the base of the spear. August braces himself for impact on the incoming collision, but as his spear was about to hit Heracles' fist, the god pulled his hand back, and using his left, he punched the spear with enough strength to break adamantite. He knows that the spear wouldn't break, so he can relax himself without holding much back. His fist hit the base of the spear, sending it upwards. August's posture broke, his hands hurt from the impact, but now he was wide open as his guard was broken by just one move from the god. Shit, the boy can only curse. As Heracles smirked, looking at the boy's eye, he loaded his right and swung it towards the wide-open abdomen of August, hitting him at his solar plexus. August winced at the pain. He was able to make his mana move fast enough to cover the area, but since it was rushed, it was flimsy at best. The blow still made him fly in the air, as he spit saliva with a mix of blood. I told you many times that you rely too much on that weapon and your reflexes. Your attack is also very honest. Have I taught you nothing? He watches as the boy lands rolled at the ground. The blow must have knocked the wind out of him, he thought as he moved in, walking at a steady pace. The ground shook at every step the mountain of a god took. August through gritted teeth looked at his god, the embodiment of strength and might, and this is him still holding back. He dreads the fact that if his god put a little more strength at the blow, he would be on a one-way ticket to the afterlife. This isn't just a spar. That blow made him realize it. This was a fight, a battle between two warriors, and he knows he won't win if he doesn't fight with the intention to kill. With shaky legs, August willed himself to stand back up, determination and fire burning in his eyes as he looked at the almighty god with reverence and awe. On this day, at this moment. I will beat you, he screamed, his voice filled with passion, with grit, drive, and determination. Then come, Heracles roared. He was getting fired up by the show of grit by the boy. In this 9 years he treated August as his son. He taught him how to be strong, how to persevere. He taught him how to be a warrior both physically and mentally. And he was happy at the results. The boy is now a man. August focused mana into the soles of his feet, as he moved faster than he ever did in his life, the wind making way for the man that won't back down. In a blink of an eye, he reached in front of Heracles, as he rained a barrage of strikes with his spear. The attack was blindingly fast, but for the god it was child's play. He dodged the barrage with precise and very little movements, not wasting any move. Blocking what he could block, dodging what he could dodge, he let the man's potential rise as he could see improvement with every passing moment of his attack. And then it happened. Heracles got sloppy, his block was a tad bit late, and Beowulf made a cut, drawing blood out of the god. And the spear greedily absorbed it. Lethal tempo was activated. August moved faster, his strike became more agile as he could feel his speed rose. Pressing the pressure more, he moved with gusto as his strike became more polished. Heracles became flustered. Just one tiny drop of blood changed the balance of the fight, and like an overflowing dam, August draws more blood for Beowulf to absorb. One cut became two, as two became four, and so on, and so forth, as Heracles is slowly getting pushed back by the warrior he trained. Good, he's learning as he fight. I should probably step it up a notch before the tempo is completely in his control. The god thought to himself as he stomped his foot on the ground, sending shockwaves all around, cracking and breaking the solid ground with just one move. Debris came flying in the air as August was pushed back. Then a fist appeared suddenly in his vision. Fuck! He hurriedly raised his spear, blocking the blow, but he was still sent flying by the strength of Heracles. He kept his balance as lands. Skidding at the ground, he stabbed his weapon on it to stop himself from going farther. With a smile on his face, he looked at his god. He finally made him bleed. Sure, the cuts was on his hands as he made a late block, but still, a cut is a cut. And seeing that the god's hands were cut multiple times brought his confidence through the roof. You seem smug, August. He was taken aback. That was the first time his god called him by his name since he agreed to join his familia. It was always boy, you, or child. For 9 years since he joined Heracles, he never called him his name. August twirled his spear and beamed the god a smile. He then spoke. This was the first time you called me by my name since joining your familia. Well, you are a man now, a warrior. He raised his right hand for August to see, multiple cuts bleeding from Heracles' hand, and here's the proof. There aren't many gods in heaven that can boast about making me bleed. He brought his hand down, a smile plastered on the god's face. I, Heracles, recognize you, August Kaiser, as a warrior. August felt elated. All his hard work, all the blood, sweat and tears, all the training, all the sufferings. After all of that, his god finally recognized him as a warrior. But you still have a long way to go. Heracles' voice suddenly became cold. He moved his hands behind him towards his mace. Img, not mine. You are a warrior now, so it would be rude not to fight you as a warrior myself. Heracles unleashed his bloodlust, all of it concentrated towards August, like a beast who has his prey in his sight. Our deal is for you to beat me before going to Orario still stands. August could have sworn that Heracles' size became larger. He looked so big in front of him, like a mountain, but he must climb it in order to reach the summit. The world suddenly came to a stop for August, his heart pounding, his breath became rugged. This feeling, he felt it before. This was fear. He knows this feeling well, he was made by it, he was molded in its existence. He thought that he broke free from it, but seeing the embodiment of strength wield his weapon for the first time, feeling the god's bloodlust directly, the fear came crawling back towards him. Alarm bells started ringing in his head. The drive to fight and win suddenly vanished, replaced by a singular thought. Survival. What's this? What is this pathetic sight? I recognize you as a warrior. Are you making me take back my words, boy? Anger flashed at the god's eyes, disappointment all too plain in his face. His voice booms as he rushed at August at terrifying speed, his mace raised up to the heaves as he swung at the man. August took a step back. Unfortunately or fortunately for him, his feet steeped on a rock which made him fall down on his arse, which made the strike miss him completely. August felt the wind smacking his face from the blow. A thunderous roar boomed in the plains as the blow passed by him. He was sent flying by the raging wind, his mind dread at the thought that if the attack hit him, hell be turned to minced meat. He looked at Heracles. He was walking towards him. The smile on his face that he grew accustomed to is now missing. It was replaced by a disappointed frown as the god walked closer and closer towards him. He prepared himself to run, his survival instinct kicking in high gear. He must flee. He must live. These thoughts dominated in his mind as fear took hold of it. As he turned back to run and flee, he fell to the ground. His knees were shaking uncontrollably. His eyes drift around, looking for anything that may aid his escape. He saw his father's spear. The spear who should now belong to him. His hand rushed to pick it up, but to his shock it blew his hand away. The spear rejected him. Beowulf doesn't want a pathetic master. Boy, even your spear sees how weak you are. Heracles' voice traveled towards August's ear. I made a promise to you that I will make you strong, that you will be strong or you will die trying. He looked at him. August can see sadness in the god's eyes. I intend to keep that promise, and it seems like death is the promise that I would keep. August's eyes went wide. His god really will kill him. Is this how his life would end? Is this what his destiny leads to? His life flashed before his eyes. He remembered everything. He remembered his siblings, his mother, his father. He remembered Shakti and the adventures of Orario who helped him, who saved him. He remembered the promise he made. He will be the strongest. He will kill every monster in the world. A promise to his family, a promise to himself. Will he die today? His mind raced, his eyes shut close as he remembered Beowulf's cold touch, the connection he has with the spear, how it was his partner, how he felt as he first touched the weapon. Will I die today? No. He will not die today. His hand slammed at the weapon as he felt its power surge inside him. How can I be so pathetic? He thought to himself as he gripped the weapon. His eyes looked at Heracles, invigorated with the fire that he lost momentarily. I'm sorry, Beowulf, it won't happen again. He looked at his weapon as he whispered at it. He stood up gallantly, as mana oozed out of his body, not the same violent burst like a raging fire as before. Right now it was controlled, like a fire from a candle, smooth and flowing, calm and collected. Sorry, old man? He looked at Heracles, and the god felt elated at his child. The fear from before is gone. Right now his eyes are filled with the fire of determination. I made you watch something pathetic. H-A-H-H-H-A? Heracles laughed. This is what he hoped for. This is what it means to be strong. To be able to face your fears head-on and to conquer it. This is true strength, the strength of one's mind. There you are, August. I thought you were gone. H-A-H-A-H-A? You paw. Let me stop you right there, old man. He cut Heracles' word before he could complete it. Pass? No. Our deal still stands. I will defeat you, right here, right now. He twirled his spear as he smiled viciously towards his god. The calm mana around him flickers, growing brighter and brighter, threatening to burst forth. Heracles couldn't believe his ears. Is this boy serious? Did he really believe that he could beat him? He, the mighty Heracles. His lips slowly rose into a smile. Are you sure about that, August? He asked as he waved his mace back and forth, generating a powerful gust that roared into the air. Of course. Why, are you perhaps scared, old man? 50 Things Heracles Hates, number 22. Being called old plus number 29, accusing him of being a coward or being called scared. A vein popped inside Heracles' head. Oh, he done fucked up now. Being called old was one thing, but now the man accused him of being scared. Him? Scared? He was coming at him at 20% of his strength, but now? Oh, now he'll teach this young blood a lesson that he'll never forget. Bloodlust ran wild as Heracles unleashed it at full force towards August. The god, like the epicenter of a raging storm as the ground shook at his fury. 30% will do, he thought to himself as his muscles bulged at his will. August stared at his god, unafraid, unaffected by the bloodlust that assaulted him. Don't get it twisted, he was still very much afraid of the god, but he will face it head-on, and he will conquer his fear. At that moment, Beowulf vibrated, sending a signal towards August, a signal that August was waiting for. The user must wield Beowulf, checked. The user has to be in battle for more than 10 minutes, checked. The user has to slay or injure the opponent for blood to be absorbed by Beowulf. Checked. The user must be fully immersed in battle and nothing else. Checked. August smiled as he said the word. It confused Heracles. Checked? What's checked? Heracles asked himself, and then he saw August smiling at him viciously. Then it clicked, his eyes went wide as he connected the dots. The son of bitch. August's mind ran wild, his mana burst, the calm form of it no longer there. 10 minutes had passed, all conditions had been met. It was now or never, all or nothing. With a shout, August chanted the only magic that he knows, the proof of his connection to Beowulf, the ace up his sleeve, his last resort. Endless battle. Chapter 16, Knowing One's Limit. Narration. Endless battle. August battle cry booms in the air, as his mana condense inside him, filling every part of his body, traveling at every crevices of it. His senses go into overdrive as everything around him begins moving in slow motion. Beowulf started glowing a radiant red, as its cold steel started gaining heat from the magic it received from August. Then he moved, like a natural calamity, a hurricane of blades. He charges at the god with strength and speed a level 4 adventurer shouldn't have. This fucking son a bitch was all Heracles could think of as he hurriedly blocked the incoming barrage of slash from August's spear. The god was shocked. He knew he was fast, but not like this. He kept getting cut, small and shallow, yet every cut draws blood, which made the warrior in front of him gain speed and strength. But the god wasn't satisfied. With a feral roar, he swung at the challenger with a force strong enough that all his previous attacks seemed tamed in comparison. Like clockwork, August's skill takes hold, Beowulf's call, every skill, experience, and knowledge in fighting all the previous owners of the spear had culminated into him. He dodged the attack within a hair's breadth, the mace inches away from his face. He spun around and slammed the weapon at the god's knee. The blow sent the god reeling in pain as his knees buckled from it. He was such a big god, so attacking and breaking his center of gravity made him almost fall from one strike alone. Quick the spear rose aiming at the god's jaw, but Heracles has way too many battle experiences. He twists his neck as the spear passes, cutting his lower jaw, but otherwise harmless. August thought the strike would land. After all, his god was off balance. He put too much force on the strike that he overcommitted to it. His body was wide open. Boom! A clubbing blow sent August flying as he spit out blood. He broke 4 ribs from the impact as his body ragdolled in the air. But Heracles was not done. He dashed at August, catching his leg. He then proceeded to slam the man into the ground, creating a small crater, his strength seemingly breaking the laws of physics as the boy's body bounced like a ball. He then kicked him at his solar plexus. His strike literally kicked the air out of him as the man hung on to his consciousness. Had enough? Heracles asked as August lay face first at the ground. I told you, son, you already passed the test. This fight holds no point now. But August was determined. Consequences be damned. As long as he can still fight, he will persevere. He started to move, his mind willing his body to stand as he pushed with all his strength just to get his face off the ground. Give up, Heracles' voice reached his ear. Give up? No, he can still fight. His knees shaking, his body broken, yet his will is still firm. He stood up, shaky and groggy from the onslaught he received. See, come on, old man, don't go soft on me now. His voice is shaky and tired, yet he could still taunt his god. Using his spear for support, he raised his arms as he gestured for the god to come to him, a smile plastered on his now broken face. Is that all why you got? Heracles sighed as he placed his mace on his shoulder. He could see that his child was in no condition to fight. Even a flick from him would send August into dreamland, so if he wants to go out on his own terms, so be it. He walked towards August, relaxed and unhurried. He decided to knock his child out to give him a good and well-deserved rest. And he will use his fist of love, as he calls it. He just thought that he is just such a loving and caring god. He stood in front of August. He loaded his fist. Seeing the state of his child, he decided 5% would do. It was enough to make the kid go night-night. He would just have a healer from the village take a look at him after his unconscious. But that was a mistake. Heracles let his guard down, thinking that the battle was won. That assumption was all that August would need. He was waiting for this moment. As Heracles delivered his punch, August moved his body, timing the strike to deliver a counter to his god. Gripping his spear with all his strength, he willed his body to move, he willed his mana to aid him, sending whatever remained at his spear. Everything he showed Heracles was a bluff. Sure, he was hurt, but with endless battle, activated the pain was essentially manageable. Countless of experiments with his magic, countless broken bones, countless scars, bruises, and pain, all for this moment. This was his now or never, his all or nothing. Heracles was caught off guard. The moment he moved for the punch, August moved along with him. The timing, the angle, it was all perfection. Fuck, he thought to himself. He always thought the importance of not letting the guard down, that the battle was never over unless you make sure that it's over. He applauds the ingenuity of the kid. He taught him well, he was proud of his work. He really is such a great god. But his pride won't allow him to lose in such a fashion. He knows that August would dodge his fist, so he changed its trajectory. His fist now aimed at the ground as he used 40% of his strength. Boom! The ground exploded at the strength of the god, the very earth shook at his power, its shockwave created a crater as debris flew everywhere. The blow sent August flying off as the shockwave assaulted his body. Tumbling in the air, August landed on his feet. He was in awe at the aftermath of Heracles' blow. Holy shit, was all August has to say, such power, such strength. He can't help but smile at his god. He made the right decision in choosing him. As the dust settles, he could see Heracles standing tall, the god who is the embodiment of strength and power. At the center of the crater, his god stands under the radiant sun, oozing authority and pride. August, this is quite enough. I already told you that you have passed my test. Heracles spoke, his voice proud of what the kid has become. You have already proven your strength, your worth. You have already proven that you are a gallant warrior. Yeah, but I haven't beaten you yet. August replied, his eyes scanning the god, searching for an opening to take. He missed his chance, but he is sure he'll find another. The magic in his body is still going strong. He can feel his power rising the longer this fight drags on. He just needed another chance, another opening. And right now, I can feel myself grow stronger and stronger. I can beat you right here, right now. Heracles laughed. This child of mine really believed that he could beat me. He thought to himself as he saw August's eyes, burning in determination, in belief that he could win. If you really think that, it seems that there is one more lesson that you have yet to learn. Heracles' voice suddenly became serious. The wind in the plain suddenly vanished, everything went quiet, yet the silence seemed so loud in August's ears. His body suddenly felt pressure, like something was pushing him to the ground. It felt heavy. The atmosphere of the place became so dense. What the hell is this? His mind ran wild. He didn't know what was happening. His palms were sweaty, knees weak, arms were heavy. He looked at his god and felt aura like he never felt before. Heracles unleashed his godly aura. Neat trick you got there, old man. August feigned ignorance. He pushed what he was feeling inside deep down as he swallowed his saliva, trying to act tough in front of the force he was facing. Heracles didn't answer him. He just stood there, his eyes staring straight at August's. I gotta go. I have to make the first strike. I have to take the tempo, he said to himself, hyping himself up as his hand gripped Beowulf harder. He unleashed his mana and took a step towards his god. But as he took that step, the pressure became more intense. As a radiant light glowed brightly, it was Heracles. The light was beautiful to look at, but at the same time, it was terrifying. The golden light shining from Heracles' presence made August's body stop on his tracks. Stand down, child. His voice, calm and serene, yet it carries a lot of weight. August gritted his teeth, pushing himself to continue, to march forward, commanding his mana and body to follow his will. But it didn't listen to him. His body felt like stone, his mana didn't move by his will. Arg, he screamed, trying his best to force his body. But the pressure kept on rising. August knelt to the ground, dropping his spear, his eyes filled with tears. He lost. He couldn't speak. He thought that he had a chance, but oh, how wrong he was. He never really stood a chance against his god. August, raise your head. Heracles spoke, his voice filled with divinity as he walked and stood in front of his child. Bravery is a weapon. It can be harnessed to face one's fears, to conquer it. He knelt down to face his child, his eyes filled with sincerity a father would have been talking to his son. It shows the heart of a warrior. He placed his hand on top of August's head. August was silent, but he raised his head to look at his god. Bravery isn't all about facing your fear. It isn't all about showing your strength. It is also brave to admit that you have been beaten. It is not cowardly to run, to acknowledge defeat, to know one's limit. Heracles stood up, offering his hand to August. A warrior will face its fair share of challenges. That is just how the world works. It will bring you down, beat you up, make you kneel in defeat. I myself suffered from fear. I myself lost people in the pursuit of strength. There was a certain melancholy in the god's voice. Sometimes in life you can't just push on, you need to know when it is time to let go. August took the god's outstretched hand, and Heracles pulled him up, helping him stand on his feet. But letting go doesn't mean that you should just cower in fear. After all, you still have to face it. Remember this lesson, August, and remember it well. No matter how many times life pushes you down, no matter how many times it beats you up, no matter how many times it brings you to your knees in defeat, you can always stand right back up, you can always fight another day, and you will eventually win if you keep on improving yourself. You have to know one's limit in order for you to push through it, to break past your limit. Heracles then points at August's heart. As his eyes look at his child, his eyes filled with love for his child, determination to make him strong, to make him brave, to make his son walk a path that would lead to a fulfilled life. Your heart will guide you in your life, follow it, do what you want, and be brave enough to face the challenges ahead, but to also to admit that you have been beat. You can always fight another day. Tears started to well up in August's eyes, emotions of thankfulness, of gratitude, of love, all for his god. The adventures might have saved his life, but Heracles saved August's life, and for that he will be eternally grateful for his god. Tears started to fall from his eyes. Heracles might see him as a man, a warrior, but deep down, he was still a 15-year-old boy. With a smile, he looked at his god. He could only show his appreciation to his god by saying, "Thank you." Chapter 17. Update, Departure, Graves, and Arrival. Heracles Povey. "Thank you," I heard August say. As I looked at his face, he was wearing the brightest smile I've ever seen from him. It's like the weight that he has been carrying has been lifted off his shoulders. The mana around him started to dissipate, and he started to fall. I caught him before he could hit the ground. His body entered mind zero. Frankly, I never liked his magic, endless battle. I never liked that after using it, he is essentially done for in a fight. That's why I always try to tell him that he should only use it as a last resort. "You did good, August. I'm proud of you." I whispered in his ear, "Too bad he's unconscious. I would have liked to see his reaction. Oh well." I sat him up, making sure that his body wouldn't drop suddenly. As I removed his shirt, "Well, let's update his status, shall we?" I thought to myself as I let a drop of my blood fall on his back. A bright light shined as his status appeared on his back. I started reading it. A vicious smile formed on my face as I kept on reading. Fucking geniuses. Name, August Kaiser. LVL, 4. Stats. STR, 999S. Dex, 999S. AGI, 999S. Mag, 999S. End, 999S. Magic. Endless battle. The user enters a state of pure concentration in fighting, giving him a temporary boost in stats. The longer the fight continues, the higher the user's stat rises. This magic can only be activated once the condition has been met. Plus conditions. The user must wield Beowulf. The user has to be in battle for more than 10 minutes. The user has to slay or injure the opponent for blood to be absorbed by Beowulf. The user must be fully immersed in battle and nothing else. Note: if the user stops endless battle in any way, shape, or form, the stats resets back to its original, and the user may enter mind zero depending on how long the use of endless battle is. Skills. Survivor's Drive. If the user survives or wins an unsurvivable situation, the user will receive a permanent boost in stats. Boost may vary on how unsurvivable the situation is. Beowulf's Call. The ancient weapon Beowulf has chosen the user to be its master. It allows the user to use, at a limited time, all the skills and experience of the previous user of Beowulf using mana at the process. With every kill the user does with Beowulf, the user receives a portion of the slain mana back. As the battle goes on and more mana has been absorbed, the user will activate the magic Endless Battle. Beowulf Greed. The user can only use Endless Battle and Lethal Tempo if the user uses Beowulf. The effects of Lethal Tempo are dependent on the user's level. Monster Slayer. Heavily increases all abilities when fighting monsters, potentially making the user stronger than his actual level when fighting them. Development abilities. Hunter. Hunter improves the user's abilities against monsters the user fought before and gained Exilia from. Lethal Tempo. The user gains temporary dex and AGI with every hit the user makes. Can only be used if the user is wielding Beowulf. The effects are dependent on the user's level. Charge. The user AGI and SDR stat increase temporarily when going in for an attack against multiple enemies or enemies that are stronger than the user. Abnormal Resistance. Resist the effects of abnormalities such as poison. Strong Body. The user has an extremely strong body due to training. 2 years, he just reached level 4 2 years ago, and now he can level up again. Gaining new development skills is natural for a growing adventurer, so it didn't surprise me that much, but the skill Monster Slayer did. Just how many monsters did he kill? I know he goes to the forest every day to hunt monsters, but gaining a skill specifically, in killing them, seems a bit excessive. I'm worried about the path that this man is taking. His hate is strong, and his goal is unachievable. Killing every monster in the world is an impossible task for anyone. After all, the monsters are part of nature and its balance, and nature will always find balance. I took a good look at his status before updating him to level 5. I then took a copy to show August later. Besides his skill and magic, I haven't told August anything about his growth, so this will be the first time he'll ever see his status. I wonder what his reaction will be. Well, being level 5 means that he's in the upper echelon of adventurers. I do hope that seeing his stat won't make him arrogant. Only the future will tell. I close his status and put his shirt back on. I bend down in order to pick him up. Guess this is the last time that I'll take him to the healer in town. Because tomorrow, we'll start our journey to Orario. August Povey. -2 days later. We are currently on the journey towards the dungeon city of Orario, and words can't express how excited I am. From what my god told me, the journey would take about 1.5 weeks depending on our speed, and for our pace, looks like we'll be able to reach the city in 4 or 5 days tops. August, can you please stop giggling and smiling like a teenage girl who's about to go on a date? I heard the annoyed voice of my god as he looked at me, a deadpan expression on his face. Well, what can I do? I just can't help myself. I'm level 5, I finally got to see my status, and I'm heading to the dungeon city of Orario to become a full-fledged adventurer. I'm sorry, old man, I just can't help myself. I answered him with the brightest smile I could muster. A fist came my way, but with my reflexes, I could easily dodge it. But I heard a loud booming sound as I did, and my head creaked like a door as I looked behind me to see a couple of broken trees from the shockwave of that punch. Looks like you're losing your respect to your god, boy. Call me old man one more time, and my mace will rearrange your face. I can literally feel the bloodlust oozing out of him as I could only nod. He then smiled with a very bright and annoying smile as he said, "Good," and nodded as he continued to walk along the way. I really want to punch that smug face off this old man. As we kept walking, Lord Heracles stopped and turned to look at me. With a serious face, he opened his mouth and talked. "August, we are near your village. We can take a short detour here if you'd like to." I paused as the memories of that faithful day came scurrying back in my mind. 9 years had passed, yet remembering the events regardless of the time still fills my heart with so much anger, regret. A sense of patheticness of how weak I was back then, how I can't even do anything to protect my family. August, remember what I told you. I'm not telling you to let go of your anger. I know, Lord, it's just that. I don't know what to do when I'm in front of their graves. What should I say? What should I? Follow your heart, my child. Maybe in visiting their graves you would find what you seek in your life. I believe that the souls of the departed can hear you most at their resting place. Maybe you'll find what you want to say when you're there in front of them. The words of my God filled me with comfort. Why do I feel that he knows exactly what I'm going through? It's almost as if he's human at some point. He knows exactly what to say and what to do, as if he already experienced it. Okay, I would like to see them. Heracles gave me a nod as we made our way towards the village, at my family's resting place. Moments later, we arrived at the ruins of my childhood home. As the buildings crumbled at the passage of time, nature started to take over the village as vines and vegetation wrapped themselves all around the houses of the villagers who died or left towards Orario for a better life. I arrived at the center. There I could see a huge monument with the names of everyone that had been killed. Looks like someone came back here to build this, maybe some of the villagers who survived or the adventurers who saved us. Whoever it was, I'll be sure to thank them for it later. I made my way in front of it and paid my respect to all of them as I saw a few familiar names in the stone. Hey Mama, Papa, Ludwig, Maya, I'm sorry it took me so long to visit. I started as I tried to find words to say to them. My God told me that you can hear me. Oh, I have a God now. I joined a familiar and I'm now level 5. Guess I surpassed you, Pa. I coughed to clear my throat as I placed a buckle of flowers and sat down crossed legs on the ground. I'm doing fine right now. I'm healthy, have a strong body, and the familia I'm in is taking good care of me. Well, I am the only member. I struggle to find any words to say. All I know is that I really miss them right now as I sat there in silence for a couple of minutes. Hahaha, this is hard. Talking to someone who doesn't answer. How I wish you guys were here right now. I didn't realize that my eyes started to shed some tears. I hurriedly wiped it with my hands as I continued to talk. I really miss you guys so much. I stood up and cleared my eyes from the tears, and with a determined voice I opened my mouth. I will keep my promise, I'll be the strongest, and I'll exterminate every last piece of monster from the face of this world. Narration. Heracles stared at the back of his child. It was a start. He was trying to make August heal from his pain. Visiting his family's graves has been on his mind for a couple of years now. Maybe this will help him. He hoped for him to find closure, but from what he heard, his child became more determined to travel a hard and grueling path. Was this the right move? He asked himself. He knows that revenge is a useless concept, that after everything it will be just empty. At the end of the day, the monsters will continue to roam in this world. Even he, with all his strength and power back when he was mortal, couldn't dream of doing this task. Even as a god with arcanum, he doubt that he can rid the world with monsters. The best he can do is support him, push him towards the right path, to guide him and to support him. What would my father do if he was in my position? He asked himself, remembering the face of his reliable but foolish old man. As August walked towards him, he could feel that the fire in his heart burned stronger than it ever did before. He really hoped that it won't burn him off from the inside. Are you done? Heracles asked him. Yes, Lord. Then we continue our journey. Let's go to Orario. It took them 5 days to arrive. It was not a peaceful journey as some monster tried to block them off along the way. Well, killing them was easy work for August, as Heracles just watched as his child slaughtered the monsters, leaving nothing alive. They are now in front of the entrance of Orario, standing in front of its huge gate. The city was brimming with life. For August, it felt surreal. It was the first time that he saw this large of a city. Wherever he looked, there were people, as his ear was filled with the bustling energy of the people all around. Wow, he couldn't help but utter those words, as he saw people from all walks of life doing whatever they were doing. Close your mouth, you look like a country bumpkin with your mouth hanging open like that. Heracles scolded as he made his way inside. So, are you coming or not? We could always go back to the mountain if you want. Coming, Lord, he said as he ran after his god. Chapter 18, Orario, a talk with Uranus. Heracles Povey. We finally arrived at the dungeon city of Orario. One thing that I can say is that this city sure is noisy. As people from all walks of life live their daily lives, merchants selling their products, and consumers bargaining for a lower price, the place is brimming with energy. I spotted a few strong adventurers making their way to a pub. some heading home after a long day of dungeon diving. In short, the city itself is pretty much alive from all the activities that are happening around it. I made my way inside but was stopped at the gate. The guard asked me for identification, which I gave, and he was rather apologetic after knowing that I wasn't any common folk. I am a great and mighty god after all. Sorry about that, Lord Heracles. It was just a standard procedure for travelers entering the city. It's quite okay, child. You are just doing your job. I was about to leave then. I remembered that I really don't know where to go after this. In my knowledge, most of the transactions from a new god descending is at the Adventurers Guild. While I'm not exactly a fresh descent, it was still my first time in the city. Child, can I ask you to guide us towards the Adventurers Guild? This child right here is a member of my familia, and I would like to register him and myself to be recognized as an official one. Certainly, Lord, the guard bowed before calling for someone. Edwin. A young man came running down. As he bowed his head towards the guard and me, I can see that his movements are polished. This here is Edwin, one of my men. He can guide you personally towards the Adventurers Guild, my lord. I looked at the young boy. From what I can see, he has a good build. He's been trained. I don't know to what extent, but by his gait, this kid can fight. I'll be at your service, my lord. I nodded my head and looked to my right only to find that my child is goggling at everything and everyone like a toddler. August, we're going. Coming, Lord. August made his way towards me, and I can clearly see young Edwin carefully watching his move, his judging him, interesting. August, this young man right here is Edwin. He will be our guide in the city. August and Edwin looked at each other. From what I can see, they are gauging each other's strength. August was a little bit childish, though, as he released a portion of his mana and bloodlust directed towards the young man, making him jump back with his hand, moving towards the hilt of his blade. Tusk, I clicked my tongue and smacked the back of his head. Let's go, we don't want to waste daylight now, I said, urging Edwin to lead the way. He blinked a couple of times before straightening himself as he removed his hands away from his sword. Right this way, my lord. Moments later, we arrived in front of a large building. Many mortals are coming in and out of it. From the looks of it, they are quite strong. This part of the city is particularly busy as the mortal traffic became a little more pronounced compared to the rest of what I could see. Here we are, my lord, the Adventurer Guild. Not mine. Edwin bowed as he prepared to leave us after he was done with his task. Wait, child. I stopped him and tossed a bag filled with about 500 volleys towards the boy. For your trouble. He smiled and bowed even deeper as he clutched the bag towards his chest. Thank you, my lord. He then made his way back towards the gate. What a nice young man, good manners and respectful. I gave a sidelong glance towards the toddler who is in daze at everything he is seeing right now, unlike someone I know. What? Did you say anything, lord? Let's just head in. Okay, I'm gonna break every bone in his body and the next sparring match will do. The door opened as a bell on top of it chimed. The inside was bustling with adventurers as they lined up towards the counter. Noisy, and the line is long. Not mine. I let a bit of my aura go as all the residents inside paused whatever they were doing and gaped at the door. All eyes were on me. I smirked and made my way to the front as they made way for me and... The toddler. We cannot forget about the 15-year-old toddler who seems fascinated about everything around him. How may I help you, my lord? An elf with blue platinum hair stuttered as he talked to me. Of course she's stuttering. Have you seen me? I'm a stud. I'm new to Orario. My name is Heracles, the god of strength and heroes. I would like to meet with Uranus. I heard it was common courtesy to meet with the old man before officially creating a familia inside Orario. Right away, my lord. She hurriedly called someone as she ran towards the back of the booth. Moments later, she came back with an old elf. Hello, Lord Heracles. My name is Royman Maruduru. He gave a practiced bow as he introduced himself. Lord Uranus is in the room of prayers right now. If you would kindly follow me, I can take you to meet him. I gave him a nod. Before that, I would like to ask for assistance from one of your employees as well. August here would like to officially register as an adventurer under my familia. Certainly, my lord. Sophie the elf who you talked to earlier would gladly assist your child. "Sophie, please do take care of this young man." He then looked towards me and bowed again. "Now, shall we be my lord? Lead the way." We reached the room of prayer. Standing in front of a large door, the old man knocked at it 3 times and the door opened. A dark corridor was behind the door, and at the very edge was a throne in which Uranus was sitting. "Leave us," his voice echoed as the old elf bowed to Uranus, then to me, and made his way back. "Uranus!" I made my way inside, stopping right in front of his throne, and gave him a nod. "Heracles, you really did it this time," he started, staring directly at my eyes. "Whatever do you mean?" I answered him, feigning ignorance, staring right back at his. "Your disrespect knows no bound, young god. Suddenly descending from heaven without the proper procedures, we gods have rules. I guess it's to be expected from you, a former mortal. With all due respect, I don't give a flying fuck about your rules. If it wasn't for your so-called rules, the old man would still be with us right now. Watch your tongue." He unleashed his godly aura as he stood up from his throne. "Oh, Uranus, you old fool, you seem to have forgotten. I have battled gods to a standstill as mortal back in the old age." Boom! I let my godly aura explode as it filled the room, shaking the very foundation with my will. "Wanna see what would happen now that I'm a god as well?" I smirked at him as he retrieved his aura back inside his body. A wise choice. I let my aura return as well. "What do you want?" he asked as sat back down. He let his head rest in his hand as he looked at me. "Nothing from you. I'm just following the common courtesy." "So you wish to establish a familia inside my city. What makes you think that I would allow that after such a blatant act of disrespect?" "Don't get me wrong here. I'm just following the common courtesy as the other gods did in the past. I do not need your permission, old fool. Orario is my city, here I am the law. Even Zeus, the king of us gods, fall. He followed the law because he respected you as one of the first gods who descended to the lower world. He could have easily taken you off that luxurious throne of yours and placed himself on it. I, on the other hand, hold little to no respect towards you. The others would not stand for this." He raised his voice as his eyes bulged, threatening to jump out of its socket. "And who exactly would stop it?" I asked him calmly. "Hades, he's out there chasing evils and has no time for your petty squabble. Thor, Buddha, HAHHHA, you and I both know that we 3 consider ourselves as brothers, much like how Freya, Loki, and Hephaestus considered themselves as sisters." He sat there quietly, glaring at me while he was biting his lips. "Ares, perhaps, but he hates you and is currently building an army to attack your precious city, and he is a bloodthirsty coward who bullies the weak but wouldn't have the guts to ever fight me. Athena is too smart to even consider herself against me, and she owes me, so she's out." I smiled at him mockingly as I continued to speak. "Even Freya and Loki are smart enough not to engage against me. They will not stand for it. Who exactly wouldn't stand for it? You have no one, old fool. Those 7 are the only ones who could put up a fight, but we both know that they won't. And we both know that you won't fight me. Don't worry, I don't want your city for myself. So just sit there on that pedestal of yours and do nothing, because you can't do nothing." He was quiet as he took a sigh of defeat and finally opened his mouth. "Do what you want." That's what I was planning to do in the first place. I turned around and walked away. "You might think of yourself as untouchable, but your child isn't. I would take good care of him if I were you." I stopped midway as I glared at the old fool. Crushing his head would be so easy right now. But this might be good for him. After all, with his skill, he could achieve strength with each opponent he would face. But I really don't like being threatened, especially if you used my child against me. 50 things Heracles hates. Number 50, he hates that his child is being used to threaten him. Let them come, but if you ever threaten me again, I would raze this city to the ground. Consequences be damned. I said coldly as I continued my way out of the room of prayer and back up towards the main hall of the Adventurers Guild. You really shouldn't be hiding in the shadows. I might have mistaken you for a threat and crushed you like a bug. I said to the hooded man who was hiding and listening to our conversation. He hurriedly bowed and vanished into thin air. Neat trick. I made my way back up towards the main hall and saw August talking to the young elf with a smile on his face. From what I can see, they are done with the serious topics and are now talking casually with each other. "Heracles," I heard someone call me, and I turned my head to see who it was. And what do you know? A wild, lowly big boob appeared, out of nowhere. Chapter 19, An Adventurer at Last, Hestia. Narration. August was sitting in front of Sophie. He was twiddling his thumbs as he awkwardly looked around the Adventurers Guild. Aside from Heracles, August never really talked to anyone. His only interaction with people was when he was taking a job like slaying monster, and if Heracles sent him in town for some chores. "Sir," the elf awkwardly called him as she handed out a piece of paper towards August. "Can you please fill this form up so we can start? By the way, my name is Sophie." "Oh, no problem. Nice to meet you, Sophie. My name is August." He received the paper and introduced himself as well. He started reading the content and filled the form up. Sophie stared at the young man as he filled the form up. In her mind, the youth didn't seem to be anyone special, probably a low-class adventurer who's just starting off based on his age. Maybe his god took a liking to him. She shuddered at the thought of the god who could emit such a pressure with his presence alone. Heracles, was it? There's no record of him in the Adventurers Guild's archive. He must be a newly descended god. There are a lot of gods who descend from heaven at this time. He probably isn't that high up in heaven since there is no record of him. Well, not that I know of anyway. She was in her own world and didn't hear the voice that was calling her. Sophie, Miss Sophie." She was finally shaken out of her daydreaming as she heard her name being called by the youth. "Oh, sorry about that. I was just thinking of something." "Oh, it's okay. By the way, I'm done filling this up now." August gave the paper back for Sophie to read, and she did. Little by little her face crumbled into disbelief. "Let's see, August Kaiser A15, quite young. LL level 5? Her mind completely stopped working, level 5 at the age of 15. From what she knows, only one other person achieved such a feat. It was the sword princess of Loki Familia. Is everything okay?" August asks the confused elf, wondering why her face suddenly became weird. Did he perhaps fill the papers wrong? "You might have made a mistake here. Let's see, you wrote that you are level 5 at the question regarding your level." "What of it?" "Well, aren't you just registering to become an adventurer? And you seem quite young." But I am level 5. August tilted his head confused. What part of it was so unbelievable? Little did he know that he was an extreme oddity for the receptionist. They believed that Eyes was a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy, and now they are staring at another one. "August Kaiser, I must be his advisor." She was determined to keep this one under her wing. She can literally taste a promotion coming her way if she could be an advisor to one of the few level 5 in the city. "Oh, it's nothing, but before that, we need to see your status for recording. Then after that you are all done." Her voice changed, much to the surprise of August. But he paid it no mind, and his Lord Heracles did tell him that the Adventurers Guild would likely record his status. "Oh, okay." August quickly attempted to take off his shirt, much to the surprise of the young elf. "No, no, 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 no." Her hand moved at lightning speed, stopping August from stripping at the middle of the room filled with people. "Not here, not here." "Oh, sorry." August looked down at the floor, his face blushing slightly. He looked around and saw most of the people looking at their interaction. She let out a sigh of relief as she stood from her seat and spoke. "Come on, there's a status checking room at the back, where we could guarantee your privacy." August nodded and got up, taking his stuff with him and following her out back. They arrived at a comfy little room, only one chair in the middle with a bright ambience. There was another person in the room, a man wearing the same uniform of the employees here in the guild. "Good afternoon, sir." He bowed at August as he entered inside. "If you will, please take a seat right here and remove your top, please." August followed suit. He placed his stuff at the corner of the room and sat down at the chair, removing his shirt, revealing his well-toned body for all to see. Sophie blushed slightly at the sight, and the man whistled his approval. His body is well built, not too muscular. His build is on the leaner side, but not too thin. His build is like that of an athlete, ripped and toned in all the right places. There is no ounce of fat in his body. Both of the employees know that it was a body designed for fighting. They could see a product of hard work. His body riddled with scars is proof of that. They knew that he was built for fighting. Something along the line of this. Again, not mine. Sophie couldn't help but swallow some of her saliva as she coughed a few times. Her face was getting hot, she could feel it. She looked at her coworker and saw a sheepish smile on his face, and her face became even redder. "What are you looking at? Begin already," she mouthed at the man. The man then took a flask of blue liquid inside his pocket. "Excuse me, this would feel a little bit cold, bear with me on this one." August nodded, and the man let a drop fall on his back as the room became illuminated by a white-bluish light. "Okay, looks all good, I'm gonna record now." The man took a piece of paper and placed it in August's back as the light slowly dimmed and finally vanished. "All done. The guild now has a record of your status. This will be private and not be shown to the public as per contract. Only you, your god, the record holder aka me, and your chosen advisor can see your status. All employees of the guild cannot reveal any sensitive information and are under seal, so rest assured your status is safe inside here." With a wave of his hands, Mana suddenly moved towards the paper, making another exact copy of August's status. "Here's your copy, and this can be given to your advisor if you so wish. Congratulations, you are now officially an adventurer." "Thank you," August feels happy, very much so. He finally became an official adventurer. He waited for this moment for 9 years, and now that it finally happens, he can't help but feel extreme delight. He really is thankful at his god who gave him this chance, a chance to become strong, to achieve his dreams. August read his status. The last time he saw it was when his Lord Heracles updated it about a week ago when he became level 5. Name, August Kaiser. LVL, 5. Stats. SDR, 192H. Dex, 203G. AGI, 212G. Mag, 182H. End, 228G. Magic. Endless battle. The user enters a state of pure concentration in fighting, giving him a temporary boost in stats. The longer the fight continues, the higher the user's stat rises. This magic can only be activated once the condition has been met. Plus conditions. The user must wield Beowulf. The user has to be in battle for more than 10 minutes. The user has to slay or injure the opponent for blood to be absorbed by Beowulf. The user must be fully immersed in battle and nothing else. Note: if the user stops endless battle in any way, shape, or form, the stats resets back to its original, and the user may enter mind 0 depending on how long the use of endless battle is. Skills. Survivor's drive. If the user survives or wins an unsurvivable situation, the user will receive a permanent boost in stats. Boost may vary on how unsurvivable the situation is. Beowulf's Call. The ancient weapon Beowulf has chosen the user to be its master. It allows the user to use, at a limited time, all the skills and experience of the previous user of Beowulf using mana at the process. With every kill the user does with Beowulf, the user receives a portion of the slain mana back. As the battle goes on and more mana has been absorbed, the user will activate the magic Endless Battle. Beowulf Greed. The user can only use Endless Battle and Lethal Tempo if the user uses Beowulf. The effects of Lethal Tempo are dependent on the user's level. Monster Slayer. Heavily increases all abilities when fighting monsters, potentially making the user stronger than his actual level when fighting them. Development abilities. Hunter. Hunter improves the user's abilities against monsters the user fought before and gained Excelia from. Lethal Tempo. The user gains temporary dex and AGI with every hit the user makes. Can only be used if the user is wielding Beowulf. The effects are dependent on the user's level. Charge. The user AGI and SDR stat increase temporarily when going in for an attack against multiple enemies or enemies that are stronger than the user. Abnormal Resistance. Resist the effects of abnormalities such as poison. Strong Body. The user has an extremely strong body due to training. So my stats climb by about 200 in 1 week. Looks like going out of our way to kill every monster in the path was a good choice. He thought to himself as he reads his status. If any other adventurer heard his thoughts, they would pull their hair out by how absurd it was. Killing monsters, especially those outside the dungeon, should give this much Excelia. But because of his spear absorbing as much mana in every kill, he gains so much more excelia than the norm. The man didn't find anything wrong with it. He thought he gained that much in a couple of months or more. If he knew it grew that much in only a week, he'll probably question his sanity. So how does it feel? August snapped out of his thought. He heard Sophie asking about what he felt right now. And frankly, he felt a cluster of emotions at this very moment right now. Happy, determined, proud, excitement, thankful, yet he also feels sadness. His family isn't here to celebrate his achievement with him. He felt bittersweet about the fact. But now he has a new family, along with his god. And right now all he could answer to the question asked by Sophie is, "I feel exhilarated," he answers, a bright smile plastered at his face. They walked out of the room, back to the main hall, as Sophie explained the ins and outs of the Adventurer Guild, Orario, and the dungeon. "Hey, now that you're officially an adventurer, you would need an advisor. I was wondering if..." "Oh, I'll probably choose you." August cut her off, smiling at her ear to ear. Sophie can feel her fave heating up as she quickly hid it away from the handsome young man. "That's good to know," she said quietly as she fiddled with her finger. "Gods, what the hell is wrong with me?" she asked herself as she looked back at the now confused boy tilting his head at her. August was by all means a handsome young fellow, with a light tan complexion, a long dark amber brown hair, a fiery sharp eyes, and a charming boyish smile. So Sophie can't help herself as the boy smiles innocently and happily towards her. August at 15. Not mine. "Is everything okay, Miss Sophie?" August asked, confused on why the girl in front of him is going a bit red. Well, it is already late in the afternoon when we got here. Maybe she's a bit tired. After all, she was working the whole day. He thought to himself. "Why, yeah, everything's fine. I'm glad you chose me. I'll happily be your advocate." The guide suddenly shook, making her fall, but August catches her before she falls completely on the ground. What in the gods was that? August was he felt this aura before. What is that old man doing this time? He thought to himself. You can let go of me now." August snapped out of his thoughts and hurriedly let go of Sophie, as he did the for hid her face, fixing herself as she coughed a few times. "What do you think was that?" she asked the boy, hoping to get her mind off of him. "I have no idea," he answered, looking away, feigning ignorance. They made their way to an empty seat at the main hall as they continued their talk. "At Heracles." "Heracles?" The god turned at the voice who called his name, spotting a petite woman looking at him, her hands at her hips, smiling smugly. Not mine." "Oh, legal lowly, it's just you," he said as he smiled mockingly towards her. "Well, nice to see you too, you muscle-bound gorilla," she said angrily at him. Did she just call me a gorilla? Me, the great and might Heracles? He asked himself as a vein popped in his head. Your brain must have melted in that breast of yours. A gorilla? Really? I'm a stud deer," he said as he flexed his muscle towards the small girl. Smoke can be seen rising out her ear as her face became red in anger. She then stomped her feet and walked towards Heracles. Then she kicked him at his shin, which honestly hurt her more than him. Heracles couldn't stop laughing at the little girl, now sitting on the floor with her hands clutching and messaging her feet, her eyes teary as she pouts, her face the definition of anger and annoyance. "Stupid Heracles," she kept saying as she looked up at the god who's laughing at her. "Oh, I miss you too, Hestia." Chapter 20, Hestia 2, Hephaestus' First Dungeon Dive. Narration. Heracles looked at the petite goddess as she pouts on the ground like a little girl. Hestia is one of the few gods the Heracles considered to be a friend of his. She was one of the first gods who approached him when he ascended to heaven and became a god himself. "You gorilla, why is your body so hard?" she asked the god as she massaged her feet. Kicking Heracles was a mistake on her part as the kick hurt her more than it did him. "Did that brain of yours melt down to your breast? Gorilla, me, ha, please, I'm stud." "Stud my ass, I have a bone to pick with you." She stood up and poked the god on his chest. "What's the big idea leaving like that, huh? You didn't even say goodbye to me. I thought we were friends." "Sorry about that, it was all in the heat of the moment. Someone caught my eye here in the lower world, and you know me. Once I find something that interests me, I'll just go ahead and do it." Yeah, Buddha told me, A child, heaven didn't take your departure well, calling it disrespectful or so. She then smiled and looked me in the eye. Thor said that he'll beat you to a pulp once he sees you since you didn't even say goodbye to him. Oh, I look forward to it, he said, excited at the chance to fight his blood brother for the first time in a long while. So you finally decided to descend. How long have you been here in the lower world? Hestia paused at the question. Her eyes started to roam the hall as she spoke with her voice stuttering. About 2 months now. Yeah, 2 months. 2 months, eh? Knowing you're probably freeloading at the other place. After all, you're pretty much useless on your own. I'll have you know that I've been doing fine on my own, she said smugly as she folded her hands on her breast, sending them shaking as the other adventurers in the area couldn't help but stare at them. Doing fine, my ass. A voice suddenly joined in on their conversation as a tall redhead beauty walked slowly towards them. She was wearing an eye patch on her right eye, Heracles. She nodded at the god of strength as she looked at Hestia annoyingly. Hephaestus, Heracles nodded back. Hephaestus wasn't really a friend per se, more like an acquaintance, but he respected her nonetheless. Hephaestus? Hestia panicked, her eyes looking down, dodging the stare of the redhead. She looked at her with cold eyes. What are you doing here? Hestia, you seem to have wandered off. Last time I checked, there is still a bunch of armor in my inventory that needs to be polished. Heracles laughed at the interaction between the two goddesses. Every word that came out of Hephaestus' mouth seems to make Hestia shrink smaller and smaller. Our deal is that you'll work for me after I take you in. Imagine my surprise as I found out that you're playing hooky. Hestia just looked defeated after that. After she boasts that she was doing fine, Hephaestus of all people showed up. Oh, and Heracles, long time no see, how have you been? Hephaestus then turned her attention towards Heracles. I've been fine. Looks like you got your hands full with this one, he said as he pointed towards the tiny goddess lamenting in the corner. I'll manage. Seeing you here in Orario must have meant that you're officially starting your own familia, and knowing that old fox, I bet he'll do everything to make your life harder here. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that old fool. He has no power over me, Heracles shrugs. Still, I would be careful if I were you. Uranus isn't the type of god who lets go of any grudges, and from what I know, he hates you quite a bit. I'll be fine. If you say so. Since you're here, I take it that you've just registered in the guild as an official familia. Good luck on that. Most newly descended gods fail in establishing one here in the city, since most adventurers tend to join more established families. She then pointed at the little god. Hestia here is a good example. 2 months and still no adventurer joined her. She's now bankrupt and is now working for me for food and shelter. Well, she likes to skip work, so she's basically freeloading. Heracles could have sworn that he heard something breaking. He smiled awkwardly and scratched his head as he stared at the poor girl falling deeper into despair. Well, I already have the adventurer part cover. And he's pretty strong too, if I do say so myself. I already have someone in my familia, so I'm good there. I also have a good stock of volleys in my possession, so money will not be an issue. Hestia, hearing this, suddenly became angry. She, the very beautiful and graceful goddess, failed to get anyone to join her familia for 2 months. And this buffoon who has just arrived at the city already has an adventurer under him, and he has money to boot. How is that even fair? Hestia stood up to face Heracles. Telling me that you, who just arrived here in Orario, already have an adventurer who joined your familia. Heracles just smiled at Hestia, the mocking smile that seems to say, you can't even do this much, which made her face turn sour. Oh, a strong one, eh? Hephaestus, on the other hand, was not surprised. She remembered the reason why Heracles descended in the first place, and she was much smarter than Hestia, who, to be frank, is a bit of an airhead at times. She remembered the DANMACHI that had been held when the Alliance returned back to Orario from their campaign in hunting down Evelus, and knew that Heracles gave his blessing to a child 9 years ago. In her mind, the child must have grown strong, a level 3 perhaps. Well, that is a good place to start. I would have loved to meet that child of yours. Well, he's right there talking to the little elf receptionist. Heracles pointed at August. He was still there, and from what he's seeing, he seems to be getting along well with the young elf. Perhaps a little too well. Did the elf just laugh as she slapped her arm? What the fuck? Does August have riz? Heracles was flabbergasted. Looks like his child has some sort of hidden talent. Oh, you mean the one who's obviously flirting with the elf? Hephaestus smiled at Heracles, which pissed the god off. His eyebrows twitched as he watched how August seems to effortlessly charm the elf with his smile. Yes, he answered quietly. Hestia tried to laugh at the situation but failed to do so. A huge hand suddenly clutched her head, which made her stop on her tracks. August! Heracles called his child as the young man stood and looked around trying to find where the voice came from. He finally saw them as he made his way towards them, not before saying goodbye to the elf Sophie. Lord, you're back. He fixed himself as he stood in front of his god. He spotted two unknown females beside Heracles, so he made sure that he looked at least presentable. Allow me to introduce you to some of my acquaintances. Heracles started talking, but Hestia cut him off. Please, we're his friends. My name is Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, and this right here is Hephaestus, the goddess of smithing, metalworking, and fire. Hestia energetically introduces herself as well as Hephaestus. Heracles is quite shocked at how fast the goddess bounced back from her depressed state earlier. Hephaestus, on the other hand, was quiet. Her eyes were glued at the spear on the boy's back. Beowulf. She felt divinity coming out of the spear, yet it wasn't arcanum, conflicted by emotions of awe and envy at whoever made such a marvelous weapon. Heracles caught the goddess's eyes, yet he said nothing of it. He understood what Hephaestus felt. After all, he felt that sensation when he fought August a while back. A piece of divinity that is not arcanum. Hephaestus? Hestia, on the other hand, can't seem to read the room. Hearing the little goddess call her name snapped her out of her trance. She then finally introduced herself to the boy. Lady Hestia, Lady Hephaestus, it is nice to meet you both. My name is August Kaiser, a member of Lord Heracles' Familia. August bowed as he introduced himself. Heracles, on the other hand, feels a pang of anger in his heart. The fuck? This boy seems to be respectful towards others. Why in the fuck is he disrespecting me then? Okay, that's it. From now on I'm gonna double our sparring sessions. He thought to himself as he smiled sadistically for August to catch a glimpse of. This old man is thinking of something stupid again. He paid his god no heed as he continued his conversation with the two goddesses, primarily the little one who. A respectful child, it's hard to believe someone like you is under this big oaf. August could clearly see a vein popped on Heracles' head, and he did his best to ignore it. I hope you won't find this rude, but Heracles here is saying that you are quite strong for your age. What was it again? 15, so if you don't mind me asking, what level are you currently at? Hestia asks sweetly. As she is dying to know the strength of Heracles' adventurer, she refuses to accept defeat from this big gorilla. August looked at Heracles for approval, and the god, as petty as ever, nodded at his way. He really wanted to see Hestia's defeated face of despair. Hephaestus listened to the conversation as well. The topic has piqued her curiosity, and she also wanted to know the boy's strength. I'm level 5 right now. Hestia widened her eyes. She laughed at the boy. A level 5 at 15. Yeah, I must have heard it wrong. Can you please repeat that? I didn't seem to hear you correctly. She asked again. This time her smile seemed a bit flustered. I'm currently level 5 right now. August answered a little bit clearer this time, as he scratched his cheeks at the goddess' reaction of awe and disbelief. Hestia felt betrayed. She, the embodiment of beauty and grace, on her fantasies only. Spent 2 months trying to find an adventurer to join her, yet this gorilla who was muscle for brains who had just arrived at Orario got a respectful, good-looking, strong adventurer right of the bat. She pretty much forgot that the boy was the one Heracles descended to the lower world for. How is the world fair? Her face tells the story in and of itself, a face of utter and complete defeat, as Heracles took it all in. Suffer more? He kept repeating in his mind, and then like a dam he couldn't help himself and laughed hard at the expense of Hestia. Hephaestus, on the other hand, took the information with more grace. Sure, she was shocked by it. She knows that Heracles trained this boy from the ground up, yet her expectation has been blown out of the water. She wouldn't be surprised if the boy was a level 3. From what he heard in DANMACHI, the boy was fairly talented. But to achieve level 5 in 9 years. Another prodigy entered Orario. She couldn't help but spout those words. Hearing that both Heracles and August paused. Heracles was interested by this other prodigy Hephaestus spoke of. August, on the other hand, is trying so hard to keep his mana and aura from bursting off from excitement. He never met anyone his age as strong as him, and the goddess said that there is another one in the city. He is itching to find them, to fight them, to see who is stronger between the two of them. Well, I'll be off now. I still have a business to run, and I'm taking this. I want to say mushroom. With me since the armor won't polish themselves. Hephaestus bid her farewell as she excused herself, holding Hestia by her collar, and she pulled her out of the guild. It was nice seeing you, Heracles. Heracles gave the two a nod of goodbye as he stared at their retreating figure. Shit. I failed to ask about this prodigy. Oh well, I'll probably see them in the future. Lord, August called for his god. As Heracles looked at the boy, a smile appeared on the god's face. August was smiling viciously. His aura is oozing out of his body as the other adventurers felt a cold sensation, like a hand clutching them at their necks. I'm really glad that I'm here at Orario right now. Excitement can be seen all too clearly at his face as the boy contained the aura that was leaking out of him. Heracles felt joy at August's determination. His hunger for strength and to be the strongest filled him with expectation for the future of his child. Let's go, we have a lot of stuff to do. Heracles moved and his child followed, the adventurer, making way for the god who is as big or even bigger than a minotaur, and the man who released such a terrifying aura earlier. They reached the door and walked past a certain blonde girl who was making her way inside the guild. Little did August know that the prodigy he is searching for is much, much closer than he thinks. The two of them would become the pillar of Orario's future, but that is a story for another time. A week later, 16th floor of the dungeon. A monster was shrieking in pain as a spear penetrated its abdominal. Blood was gushing all over as the monster finally succumbed to death, its body turning to dust, leaving behind its core. Roar! Another monster came foolishly charging in as the adventurer twisted his spear and slammed the base down the minotaur horn. It sent the beast reeling off balance as a quick slash decapitated the monster and turned it to dust. The adventurer was August. He finally gets to dive inside the dungeon after 1 week. The reason for his delay is because of his god, making him do all the paperwork and choirs that should be his. Stupid old man. He thinks to himself. He was excited at first, and sure the monster inside was stronger compared to their counterpart outside the dungeon. But for him, a level 5, floor 16 is just no challenge for him. So after this floor should be the boss room. He thought to himself as he collected the monster core and put it inside his bag. Sophie did warn me not to engage the 17th room alone, that a monster Rex is a much different monster compared to the others inside the dungeon. A crystal mantis sneaked behind August as he was deep in his thoughts, inching closer and closer towards him. Sophie said that a monster Rex required a full team of high-class adventurer to beat, but she also said that the 17th floor Rex is only level 4, and I'm level 5 myself. His hands suddenly moved, using his spear to stab behind him, hitting the large insect on its mandibles and through its skull, splashing its gray matter all over the place. Fuck it, I should be able to kill that thing, he said as he marched down the 17th floor. The more he thought about it, the more he thought that killing it would be doable for him. After all, he did kill some level 4 monsters. The hobgoblin he killed back at the mountains came to mind. He suspected it to be a high level 3 or even a level 4, yet he was able to kill it rather easily. Yet he failed to understand that the monsters outside and the monster inside are vastly different when it comes to their strengths. Especially a Rex. August completely forgot one of Heracles' lessons, that overconfidence is a bane of a warrior. And right now August is as confident as you can get. How hard can a level 4 be? He placed his spear on his shoulder, hanging his hands on it as he walked confidently towards the 17th floor. Boom! August was sent flying. He was fast enough to raise his spear to guard the blow, but his body aches all over, screaming at him in pain. He quickly rolled up and jumped back as he saw a huge hand descending upon him. He dodged it, but the shockwave sent him tumbling down on his ass. From all the monsters that he has faced, this was by far the strongest. His arrogance and overconfidence brought him into a death match against the huge behemoth. With dark gray skin, a black obsidian eyes, the monster stood 7 meters tall, staring at the man who dared challenge him. Goliath Rex. He channeled mana at his feet, and in his hand, the The mana then enveloped the spear as he rushed at the giant and slashed it with a flurry of blows. But Beowulf is just as big as a toothpick for this monster, and all the wounds it received from the relentless strike ate just scratches, too shallow to deal any significant damage. A hand suddenly appears as Goliath Rex swatted him away. Shit! He enveloped his whole body with mana to take the blow as he braced himself for impact. The blow landed, sending him straight to the ground, bouncing off the hard pavements. He got up, battered and bruised, as blood fell out of his lips. He suffered heavy internal damage with that blow, even as his mana protected him. His mind raced, working overtime to find an opening he could exploit. Should I use endless battle? No. Going mind zero deep inside the dungeon alone is a death sentence. I need to find another way. His skin is way too dense for me to deliver a deep enough wound. Think August? Use that brain, its eyes. I could reach his brain through its eyes. August prepared himself as he came up with a plan. He remembered the fight the adventurers had against the Nemean lion. With its impenetrable skin, the eyes, and its inside are a glaring weakness. And he would try to emulate that fight against this thing. I'm gonna fucking slaughter you. August released his battle cry as he charged at the giant beast. His mana raging, it ran all around his body, sending a strong gale of wind to blow inside the room. Roar, the monster following suit, charging towards the man who dared challenge him. Then they met in the middle. Chapter 21, Goliath Rex, an unexpected reunion. Narration. The two of them meet in the middle, as Goliath throws a devastating right punch straight towards the young adventurer. August jumped up, dodging the blow, and ran up into its arms, using his mana and natural strength to propel himself towards the monster's head. Gotcha! He channeled mana into Beowulf and drove the spear straight into the monster's eye. He got it, or so he thought. Goliath used its left hand and slammed it directly at August, hitting him at the side, making him vomit out blood, as he was sent flying a few meters back, crashing on the dungeon wall. He was so concentrated on his attack that he failed to see the blow coming. He slid down the wall down to the ground, his vision getting blurry as he tried to stand up. Fucking monster! He could only curse at the monster. His body is broken and battered from one hit alone. All of his arrogance vanished, and right now, it was replaced with the intense desire for survival. Roar! The monster charges at him, not giving him any time to recover as it looks to finish him off. August was able to roll to the right as the massive hands crashed to the ground, sending debris flying off by its massive force. With adrenaline coursing through his veins, he ignored the pain and willed his mana to move. He went for a counter, slashing at the ankle of the monster, which made it roar in pain. The monster quickly turned and trashed at August, raining blows down on him. August dodges the blows. Every dodges made his heart beat faster as he knows that taking another hit would mean his demise. Shit, moving like this is taxing my body even more. I got to find an opening. His body hurts at every movement he is doing, as a burst of pain assaults him at every step he takes to dodge the incoming fist. He made an effort to counter every now and then, making some cuts here and there, and Beowulf absorbed Goliath's blood, aiding him as his skill-lethal tempo increased his speed at every blow he made. But it still wasn't enough. He may be faster than the monster, but it was only by a little margin, and he knows he can't continue this long enough for him to gain more speed since his body is near its limit. He's only moving because of his desire to survive. He knows that at any moment his body may give up on him. I guess I really have to use it. I heard from Sophie that floor 18 is a safe zone. It's risky, but it's the only chance I have. I just need to stall for another 4 minutes, then I can use endless battle. His mind worked fast, coming up with a sound plan to at least have a chance in beating this monster in front of him, but the problem is, does he have that 4 minutes in him? It will be close. If his body can hold on for another 4 minutes, then he has a chance to kill this thing. But if it gave out on him, he'll be just another corpse in the dungeon. Bring it on. At the 16th floor of the dungeon. Aren't there quite a few monsters in here right now? A petite dark-skinned Amazoness that's carrying an over-exaggerated double-bladed sword said while dispatching a lone minotaur that's unlucky enough to cross her path. This Amazoness is Tiona Hurute. I don't really care. It makes our job a lot easier if you ask me. She was answered by a taller Amazoness who is wielding a pair of cookery knives. It was her older twin sister, Tione Hurute. Let's wrap it up here. These small fries really don't pose much of a challenge for us anyway. An arrogant-looking werewolf impatiently barks as he holds a monster core in his hands. The man was known as Loga. Don't let your guard down, we are still inside the dungeon. The three of them looked as a handsome Palom walked out of the shadow. In his hand is a golden spear. It was Finn Dame. Besides him is the elf Reveria Eljas Alf and the dwarf Gareth Landrock. A blonde girl acknowledged the order of her captain as her eyes stared at the path that goes deeper down the dungeon. With a blank face, Eyes Wallenstein followed her comrades as they moved deeper inside the dungeon. The whole of Loki's higher echelon is hoping to reach a deeper floor than they did before, and right now they are just starting their campaign. And right now they are about to enter the 17th floor. Right before reaching the entrance towards the boss room, they felt a vibration on the floors of the dungeon. Looks like a team beat us for Goliath's loot. Oh well, at least we won't have to waste any energy or resources in fighting the monster Rex. Finn thought as they prepared to enter and watch the battle inside. It was rude to jump in mid-battle, so they only planned to watch on the sideline to scout their competition. I wonder who they could be. Maybe Freya's. I heard they are preparing for a dive. Reveria put her hands on her chin as she asked no one in particular. I doubt it from what I know. We entered the dungeon before they did. Gareth answered the elf. Whoever they are, they sure made our job a lot easier. Bete, with his head resting on his hands as he walked, spoke in a lazy tone. His eyes suddenly opened wide. As a matter of fact, all of their eyes did. It was surreal, a scene of a lone adventurer facing a giant behemoth that is Goliath Rex. And from the looks of it, he was standing his ground, delivering fast and swift counter at every blow the huge beast sent his way. You gotta be shitting me. Bete couldn't believe his eyes. An adventurer soloing a Rex isn't unheard of. Hell, Goliath is the weakest of the Rex. Any one of them can solo the monster if they want. Yet doing so is impractical and carries a lot of risk. As his captain would say, a Rex is still a Rex. He seems quite young, Tione said, watching the fight closely. She was drawn to the boy's movement. It was clean and precise as he dodged the monster at an extremely thin margin before unleashing a torrent of counterattacks, and she could see that the boy was moving faster and faster at every strike that he landed. Hey, I always wanted to do that, but the captain always said that we should kill it quickly. Tiona, on the other hand, was pouting. She always wanted to solo a Rex, and seeing someone who's actually doing it made her feel envious. Eyes just kept her mouth shut as she watched the fight. In her mind, she is putting herself in his situation, running simulations on what she would do if she's fighting Goliath Rex alone. The trio of Finn, Reveria, and Gareth were quiet for a whole different reason. They recognized him, from his dark amber hair to the dark obsidian spear that released a vicious aura. It was the boy from 9 years ago. Reveria remembered it like it was yesterday, how a lone boy charged against a monster horde, killing everything in his path. Finn and Gareth were both unconscious when it happened, but Reveria was wide awake. She remembered how the boy moved, how he slaughtered the monster with terrifying precision, how he used his spear to bash the head of Orc to pulp while laughing maniacally as he was doing so. It was the very same boy, wielding the very same spear, and moving with a more precise and calculated movement. It sent goosebumps all over her body remembering the events of that day, and seeing the boy now, fighting a monster Rex alone, made her feel awe. He was this talented. August Kaiser, she snapped out of her thoughts as Finn spoke the name of the boy. All 4 of the younger members looked at their captain. You know this kid? Bete asked. Finn nodded, keeping his eyes at the fight in front of him. He was one of the few survivors from a village that was attacked by a monster horde. We rescued him along with 7 others 9 years ago. Finn smiled and continued. To think he'll get this strong after only 9 years. The others became quiet. They all know the story, as it is well documented in their familia, the event that happened 9 years ago. How multiple villages were massacred by monsters, how only one village wasn't completely annihilated by the horde. A theory was even made that Evelys was behind every attack. And now, in front of their eyes is a survivor of that attack. August has his full attention on the monster. He didn't even see the members of Loki Familia watching their fight. For him, this monster and him are the only existing creatures inside of the room. He dodged another first coming his way and countered it with a blow of his own, scrapping the skin off the monster's first as the blood was greedily devoured by Beowulf. Only 40 seconds left, he thought as he charged inside, shocking the monster. August fully calculated the timing of his attack. He'll dodge the blows of the beast while gaining ground inside its guard. Then, when he is close enough, he'll unleash his magic to catch the monster by surprise. It was a risky plan, but one he is willing to take in order for him to kill this thing. 35. His mind is counting the time, every second that passed as he moved closer towards the beast. On a shocking display of agile movement, the huge monster delivers a kick towards him, catching him completely by surprise, but with all the strike he already delivered to the beast, he gained enough speed to dodge the attack with no problem. He slid down, but that was a mistake on his part. He failed to calculate the power of the kick as his mind was only focused on his own attack. His inexperience in facing Monster Rex showed with this mistake. The kick passed by him, but he was still blown away by the shockwaves it generated. Using his spear as leverage, he stabbed it on the floor, not allowing himself to lose distance. A dark shadow completely covered him. Looking up, he saw a first going straight at him. Using most of his remaining strength, he jumped to the side, but there was a crack. He tweaked his right ankle. Arg! He groaned in pain as he rolled up, another fist heading his way. I won't be able to dodge this one. Fuck! He cursed as he raised his spear and moved the majority of his mana on his upper body, arms, and weapon. He braced himself for impact. Boom! Dust and debris fly up in the air as the first crashed upon August. He was able to block a lethal blow, but it caused him one of his arms as his left hand bent in the wrong direction, a bone sticking out of his skin. Arghhhh? He could only scream at the pain as the monster didn't give him time to recover. It sent another blow coming his way. 15 seconds, he only needed another 15 seconds, and he'll be able to use his magic. Just as he was thinking that, his vision suddenly turned foggy. His body was running on fumes, and before he could reach his 4-minute mark, his body gave out on him. The adventurers from Loki's Familia saw the punch coming in slow motion. His left hand is broken, and from what they saw, he might have slipped earlier or sprained one of his ankles. They prepared to intercept the punch, but all of them can see that they are too far away to do so. They are about to witness the death of an adventurer inside the dungeon, and they can do nothing about it. August felt like he was floating. His mind was serene, calm even. I'm gonna die. His mind accepted his coming demise. He can see the first coming his way, but his body won't listen to him anymore. I guess this is the end for me. He closed his eyes as his body fell to the ground. He no longer has the strength to defend himself. Then he heard a voice. A deep, dark voice, faint yet clear. It was like two metals was scraping against each other. It was eerie yet calming. What a weak master I have. He heard the voice deep within him. He felt cold, like someone or something was clutching his heart. Fine, I'll lend you some of my strength. Boom. Chapter 22, The Abyss. There is an old saying, something that went along these lines. If you stare at the abyss will stare right back at you. I have lived by those words since I was 6. I tried to run from the abyss, but all it does is chase me down. I feel cold, my body feels like it's sinking in tar, I feel heavy, I can't breathe. It's funny, I should feel immense discomfort, yet I feel serene and calm. Everything seems distant, it feels like I'm inside an endless void. Kill, there is a voice, a deep, dark voice. Kill, there it was again, it's becoming clearer. Kill them, it's coming closer and closer. Kill them all. I'll kill them all for you. Narration. Boom. The adventurers from Loki's Familia stopped on their tracks. They felt an extremely dark and malicious magic bursting in the air. It felt terrifying. They felt the magic prick their skin. It felt like a swarm of bugs crawling all over them. Riveria, who was the most sensitive to magic, fell on her knees. She was shaking in fear. She felt a hand clasping at her heart, a hand that may crush it any time. She felt magic so dark, so angry, sinister, and evil. Gods help us. The others followed suit. Tiona couldn't handle the pressure. She vomited out of fear as her body uncontrollably shook. She never experienced fear quite like this. Tiona wasn't doing well either. She clutches her chest as she breathes roughly. She felt suffocated by the magic, cold sweat started to drip all over her body. Bitet tried standing tall, facing the magic, but his knees gave out. He fell flat on his ass, biting his lips, drawing blood as his hands clench into a fist. What the fuck is that? Gareth used his axe as support, not allowing himself to fall down. He grit his teeth as his eyes stared straight at the epicenter of the magic that was assaulting his whole squad. But he couldn't hold on for long, as the magic continued to grow, stronger and stronger by the second. He took a knee and panted heavily. Finn saw his friends and comrades collapse, yet he couldn't do anything. His body wouldn't move no matter how hard he tried to move it. His breathing was getting rougher, his heart beat at an extremely fast rate. He feels like he was in the very same room with death itself. Ai's hands moved, her fingers touched the hilt of her sword, and with all her strength she was able to unsheath her blade. But that was all that she could do, as no matter how hard she'd forced herself to take a step forward. Her feet won't budge. They are glued to the ground. Her mind is telling her to fight, but her body won't allow it. Ha ha, they all heard a chuckle coming from the center of the magic. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. It gets louder and louder, and as the dust finally settles, everything becomes clear for them to see. The incoming fist that the monster Rex had thrown vanished as a rain of blood fell inside the room. Goliath's right hand has been cut off cleanly. And there a boy stands. The magic radiated from him as sparks flew off his body, his spear producing miasma. His hand is now fixed, his body smoking as the wounds he received closed and vanished. Goliath was shocked. It was about to finish this boy with its fist, and the very next moment pain assaulted it as his right arm was gone from the elbow down. Roar! It roared in pain and anger as it stared the being in front of it. Its eyes turned red as its muscles bulged. It slammed its other hand down towards August, but with only one hand he caught the blow with ease. Pathetic! August's cold voice echoed all throughout the room. It sent shivers down everyone's spines. That's August? Finn couldn't believe it. He was moments away from collapsing earlier, but now he is overpowering the monster Rex. With a swift jump, August vanished on his spot and appeared in front of the monster face. He then delivered a devastating kick which broke the face of the beast and sent it flying, crashing deep inside the dungeon wall. Roar! The monster got up and picked up a handful of rocks, and with a huff it threw the debris towards August, who just smiled at the weak show of force. August moved his spear with terrifying accuracy as he turned the incoming projectile into fine powders. He caught one of the stones and channeled his mana into it. He then gave the monster a vicious smile and said, "My turn," and like a sonic boom he threw the overloaded stone back, traveling almost instantaneously, hitting the monster in the shoulder and removing the chunk of its flesh. The monster trashed in pain as it clutches its shoulder that's bleeding non-stop, but that was a mistake. It took its eyes off its opponent. A split second, but a split second was all that August needed. Schlack! He stabs the beast in the eye as blood splashed at him, yet he did not care. He felt joy in bathing in the blood of his enemies. The monster cries in pain as August twists and pushes his spear deeper into its eyes. It tried swinging its hand at him, but August was just too fast and too strong for the monster at this moment of time. He kicked the beast as his spear was still in its eye. The kick landed and sent the beast falling down, but August never let go of his spear. The result of such action leads to him pulling the eye out of its socket. August felt bliss by such a scene. Oh, how he reveled in the misery of the trash of this world. He wants it to experience more pain. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. A maniacal laugh can be heard by the monster as the August walked nearer and nearer towards it. For the first time in its existence inside the dungeon, it felt fear, primal fear. At this moment, he no longer was the monster. The one stalking it has taken its place. It tried standing up, no matter what it would still fight. It was programmed that way after all, but with one swing of the spear, its ankles were both cut off. I'm gonna tear you apart, limb from limb, ha ha ha. It heard the voice of the man, he couldn't understand it, but it does not care. ROA, it tried to roar in defiance, but a swift slash cut its jaw off its hinges along with its tongue. You're fucking noisy for a trash. August walked slowly towards the downed beast. He was cutting the limbs off the monster while doing so. He felt sensational. His slashes felt like nothing. Literally nothing was resisting each slash he made. Not the skin, muscle, nor the bones, it was just so soft. August stared at the monster's one good eye. He then jammed his spear straight at it, the blood gushing all over him as he smiled victoriously. The monster can't even cry in pain now as August cuts its jaw and tongue off. Laughing as he stabs the monster's head over and over again, making sure it won't die just yet. August Povey. I feel like I'm floating, it feels peaceful. The moment I heard that voice, everything became distant. It was all too sudden, like I was pulled out of my body. I looked around and I can't seem to find anything. Am I dead? Is this what death feels like? The fuck? I'm too young and handsome to die like this. Hello, I tried screaming, but nothing came out of it. I looked around again, then I saw a silhouette. I walked closer towards it only to see a spear embedded to the ground. The spear doesn't have a shape. It felt like it was there and was not at the same time. It feels weird staring at it. I tried to reach out and grab it, maybe this is my way out. But my hands stopped when I heard the voice all around me. Hello, August. I heard a voice calling my name. It was the same voice that I heard earlier. Who are you? I said as I looked around me. All that I could see was darkness, the abyss. I feel hurt. I thought we had a bond. Beowulf, I took a guess, and my eyes snapped back towards the spear. Correct. How is this possible? Where am I? Confused and bewildered, I asked the weapon for answers. Relax, August. I won't do anything to harm you. After all, you are my master. This is possible because I willed it so. I can't have my master dying now, can I? And for where we are right now, let's just say that your mind is a very powerful weapon if you know how to use it. So what exactly are you? I am what you would call a weapon with a soul, a theiko oplo. Theikuplo. I'm afraid that is all that I can tell for now, young August. You can learn more about me when you have gained more strength. I was silent, more questions were piling up, a weapon with a soul. Even I know that that's forbidden magic. The only clue I have is the name of the weapon Theiko Oplo. Do not worry about it, young August. All will be answered in time. Wait, I have so many more questions. I'm afraid we are running out of time. I can only do much as I am right now. You should focus on growing stronger. And all will be answered after that. Will I ever see you again? Will I be able to come here again? I asked. Yes, when you gain strength. But do know that this is the first and last time that you will receive my help. After this, you will have to use me yourself, to pull my power out yourself. That's what I plan to do. I smiled at it as I felt its presence fade. Good, now you have to find your way out of this space alone. I trust that you can do so, young August. Of course, see you on the other side, Beowulf. And everything returned to darkness once again. The floating feeling is back. I'm back in the darkness that is the abyss. There is an old saying, something that went along these lines. If you stare at the abyss will stare right back at you. I have lived by those words since I was 6. I tried to run from the abyss, but all it does is chase me down. I feel cold, my body feels like it's sinking in tar, I feel heavy, I can't breathe. It's funny, I should feel immense discomfort, yet I feel serene and calm. Everything seems distant, it feels like I'm inside an endless void. Kill, there is a voice, a deep, dark voice. Kill, there it was again, it's becoming clearer. Kill them, it's coming closer and closer. Kill them all, it's mine. I'll kill them all for you, the voice is mine. I'm staring at myself, stabbing the monster over and over. What the hell happened? Why aren't I killing that thing? Just one good stab to the core and it will be all over. Why am I prolonging this? I took a deep breath and organized my senses. I tried remembering everything that happened. The voice, Beowulf, called out to me. It said that it would lend me its strength. Then I was floating inside the endless void. And the next thing I know, I'm standing on top of this monster, stabbing it over and over its head, turning it into a bloody pulp. What the hell happened? I asked myself as I finally stabbed the monster at its core, breaking it in one strike, turning the Rex into dust. This feels like a shallow victory. I sigh and look around. Honestly, I don't feel tired at all, my body feels light, and I'm shocked because last time I checked my left hand was pretty much broken and bent in half. Then I spotted 7 figures at the distance. And is that Finn, Riveria, and Gareth? The hell are they doing here? And I don't recognize those 4. If they are here, why didn't they help? Oh well. Hey Finn, nice to see you again, I said as I ran towards their direction. But the next thing, I know I'm lying on the ground, with all 7 of them pointing their weapon right at my face. Chapter 23, Hostess of Fertility. Narration. August was laying on his back with an assortment of weapons pointed right at him. What the fuck are you? Bite aimed his weapon at August's neck. He still can't forget about the magic that he sensed earlier that day. Huh? August was confused, though why are they asking me such a question? I am clearly human. Don't play dumb with M. Enough, Bite's words were cut off as Finn's voice stopped him. Let him go. He clearly has some sort of forbidden magic, and you want to let him go. Yes. Finn's firm words made Bite go quiet. He pulled his weapon back, and with a click of his tongue he took a step back away from August. The other followed suit. Are you sure about this, Finn? Tiona asked his captain, as she also took a step back away from August. That magic is dark. I'm sure every one of us felt that magic. Yes, I know this boy, Finn answered as he looked at the downed August. He is a good kid. If you say so. Finn walked closer towards August and offered him his hand. Hey there, August. Long time no see. August smiled and took Finn's hand. Hello, Mies Finn. He pulled August up and looked at him from top to bottom. He still couldn't believe that that terrifying magic came from him earlier. But he did remember from Riveria that the child really hated monsters. You've grown, August. He smiled at him. Now then, care to explain what that was? It took almost an hour for August to tell Finn everything, and he did not miss any detail at all, from his training with Heracles, his travel towards Orario, his registration in the Adventurers Guild, and the events of today. August was a mumbling mess. Well, he did look up to Finn when he was young. He viewed him as a hero who saved him, and they bonded quite a bit in their travels together. August was still smart enough to hide his status, as his god instructed him to. He also hid some part of what happened earlier, and just summed it up as him receiving a bit of help from his weapon, which garnered the curiosity of Bite, the twins, and Eyes, who no idea of Beowulf. The 3 veterans who had felt Beowulf magic back in the village believe the story, but knows that there's more to it than what August is telling them. August really missed Finn, as well as everyone on that journey with him. For a short moment, he viewed everyone there as family, and they have treated him as such. And that's what happened. You've had quite an adventure, kid, and Elle can see that you've become strong now. Well, I did make a promise. August smiled as he said that, but Finn felt a hint of sadness. He was there when August said his promise. He knows the path that August wants to take, and it isn't a path that he wants the young man to take. But he said nothing of it. Let's continue our talk when we reach floor 18. We still need to patch you up. Finn stopped on his words. August's wounds are actually healed. He can't believe it. It's the same as Otter. He thought to himself. He doesn't know that the spear was the one who healed August. He thought it was one of his skills. I don't think that's necessary. As you can see, I'm all healed up. He smiled and continued. I'd love to continue our chat, but I really need to get going now. I still some chores to do for the old man. Oh, what a shame. Okay then, I'll see you around, August. See you, Finn, and with a smile August took off. Finn wanted to ask August more questions. He knows he's a good kid, but that doesn't mean that he won't treat him as danger. That was dark magic, and he was trying to take the questioning slow to not raise the guard of the boy. He was after all careful and meticulous on how to approach the topic. After all, the being from earlier was clearly not August himself. Why'd you let him go? Riveria asked her captain. She knows that magic like that won't do Orario any good. He's a good kid, and I think staying on his good side would do us more good than harm. Are you sure? Gareth walked in and joined the conversation between the two. I'm positive. After all, even with all of the sinister in that magic earlier, my thumb didn't feel any pain, not one bit. and we'll find out more with time. Okay then, I trust your judgment. Finn gave Gareth a nod and looked at all the members of his party. The events of what happened today will be kept. I will talk to Lord Loki about this, but this should never be known to others, or he will have a target on his back. All of them gave a nod, and Finn gave them an appreciative smile. Good, let's move out. The dungeon won't explore itself. Aye. August left the dungeon tired as hell. He felt like he'd been punched by Heracles. He was playing the tough guy, but his body is at its very limit. His wounds might have been healed, as well as everything that's been broken, but that doesn't change the fact that he'd been on the receiving end of a beating earlier. He might have won, but he was still pissed. He did not win by his strength alone. The victory was tainted and shallow. He slammed his hand at the wall in frustration and anger, leaving cracks to appear all over the dungeon walls. Tusk, he clicked his tongue. I was fucking pathetic back there. His eyes were dark and full of anger. He needs to be stronger. He took a deep breath and made his way back towards the guild. He didn't forget to loot the drops from the monsters he'd slain, especially Goliath's core. Might as well earn some volleys from that piece of shit. GGG Goliath Rex. Sophie can't hold her voice down as she stared at the gigantic core that August had given her. She knows that she's level 5 and is strong by default. But this is just plain stupid. Yeah, what if? August was nonchalant about the whole ordeal. He wasn't proud of it, he felt like he cheated in order to get this. What of it? Sophie was flabbergasted. You are only a part of the few adventurers who soloed a monster Rex. Why aren't you more proud of this? August just scratched his head and looked at the core. How can he be proud of something he didn't do by his own power? Never mind that then. Do you know how much volleys can you get with this core alone? 200,000 volleys. That's a lot of money. Along with the other core that you've collected, you have a sum total of 420,069 volleys in just one day of dungeon diving. Oh, nice. Nice, that's all. What more do you want me to say? Sophie couldn't believe it. Her mouth was gaping at the sheer audacity of August. Any other adventurer would be up to the moon and back with this much of an earning in one dungeon dive, yet this man doesn't have that much of a reaction. It was more than her yearly income, for crying out loud. Well, I will leave my money here at my account, and I'll just have 10,000 on me. The old man wanted something good to eat, so I'll splurge some of it. Droll, the prospect of food made her droll. She was leaving off some hard breed, dried meat, and soup for a couple of weeks now, so hearing about how he'll get something good to eat made her feel hungry. August sees this and grab a piece of clean cloth and wipe the droll off her mouth. You can come with me to buy if you want. I really don't know any of the good restaurant here in the city, and you can maybe help me pick a spot in exchange for food. Yes, Sophie blinked a couple of times that came out so fast and loud. Her face turned red as he coughed and said in a more calm manner, Yes, I'd love to. Okay then. August was taken aback by the burst of eagerness by the lady elf, but forgot about it the next moment. He really needed to replenish his energy after what happened today. August waited outside the guild for Sophie. She was clocking out and asked him to wait for him while she changes into something more comfortable. August was fine with that, so he waited outside. He could have sworn that he saw Lord Hestia walking about with a huge bag on his back filled with weapons and armor while shedding tears and pouting. But he paid it no mind. It was not his problem. Sophia finally arrived after a few more minutes, wearing a light blue sundress and some beige leather pants. She looks beautiful in the dress and receives a couple of lustful gazes from the adventurers around. August, on the other hand, was thinking about what's good to eat and bring home to his god. He was after all complaining about how the food was bland, so he really wanted the input of a local on where to grab something good to eat. So shall we go? August smiled at the young elf, which made her blush slightly. She never can get tired of the boy's charming boyish smile. She nodded and took the lead, hiding her face from August as she can feel her face heat up. I know a good place around here. It's called the Hostess of Fertility. It serve good food and good ale. Okay then, lead the way. August followed behind the elf as they made their way towards the Hostess of Fertility. Little did he know that he'll have another unexpected reunion from someone 9 years ago. They arrived at the pub. It was a homely place, warm and comfortable with many people dining in. Laughter and drinks are plenty inside the pub, as the waitress ran around to deliver the food and drinks of the rowdy adventurers that are dining and drinking in. Another order for table 8. Where's my ale? Table 4 ordered it ages ago. I need a roast beef and potatoes for table 5. The place was brimming with energy, and August could feel that the diners were enjoying themselves to a good meal. Wow, this place is nice. Of course, I wouldn't recommend it if it wasn't. Sophie gave August an ear-to-ear smile. Finally, she could eat something good after a long time. God, she really needs a promotion. Can I help you, ma'am, sir? A waitress came to them and greeted them politely. It was a young girl with light brown hair, almost yellow, almond-shaped eyes with a brown color. She was wearing the same green maid uniform like the others and has a charming, polite smile plastered on her round face. Table for 2, please. Sophie answered for the group as the waitress nodded and signaled for them to follow her. Here we are, so what can I get you too? She sat the two down as she moved her hands towards a small notebook and a magical quill to write their orders down. Sophie looked at August. After all, it was his money, so she let him decide on what they are gonna eat. After all, no matter what, the food will always come out great here. August looked at the menu and put his hand on his chin. The food looks divine, and the smell was intoxicating. We'll get the roe. August, before August can order, a voice called out to him. He looked around and spotted a familiar face. Miss Mia. It really is you. Mia rushed in and gave August a big ol' hug. She was one of the adventure's closest to August back then, and August felt happy to see Mia. After all, he treated August like a mother would treat her son. He was always at Mia's shoulder listening to her stories when she's not with Shakti or the rest, so seeing Mia really made August's day. He gave Mia a hug back. Oh child, it really is you. You've grown so much. I miss you too, miss. Oh hush, you dropped the miss, call me Mama Mia like everyone else here. She turned towards the waitress from earlier and spoke. Lunwar dear, give this man a feast and get our special fruit ale for him. He'll be eating good today. Sure thing, Lunwar skilled and rushed at the kitchen. So tell me, how have you been? We've got a lot of catching up to do. Mia gave him a big smile as she let go of the hug to face the boy. Oh, where should I start? Start from the beginning. I want to hear everything. Chapter 24, Feast, Old Friend and Advice. Narration. Mia and August talked about many things, about his training with Heracles, how he has grown well, his registration as an official adventurer, his run-in with Finn and the other members of Loki's Familia, and his battle with Goliath. He made sure not to share too much information regarding the topic, as it was still a sore spot for him. Mia also shared her experience. How after coming back from their expedition, she retired as an active adventurer and founded a pub that locals and adventurers alike can enjoy. After their talk, Mia gave August some of her strongest alcohols, which August drank. Being an inexperienced drinker, August inevitably got drunk, and here we are now. Keep the drinks coming. August was having the time of his life. It was not every day that he got to party out. He made quite a few friends in the process as he volunteered to pay for everyone's night. YHHH August. The rowdy bunch kept on ordering as they were cheering August on, and Mia was in the corner seeing dollar signs as she took the order from the customers with a huge smile. She's fond of the boy, but business is still business, and he quite likes this side of August. Well, because of all the money she'll be collecting later on. As the night gets later, August lost track of the time, and he also forgot that he was with someone as the young elf was nowhere to be found. But he doesn't care. He is enjoying himself. The door of the pub suddenly opened and came in a giant of a man. Everyone inside the pub stopped what they were doing and started at the door. And there it was. Bulging muscles, wild brown hair, he wears leather armor made from the skin of a mythical beast. His eyes scan the room, looking at every adventurer inside while they all look down, avoiding eye contact with the unknown guest. Alongside him is a young elf who was here earlier with August. She was shaking and looking down on the floor. Everyone was swallowing their saliva and holding their breath. Well, everyone that has a brain as one stupid and drunk adventurer stood up and walked towards the giant man at the door. Who are you supposed to be, huh? You looking for a fight? Everyone who saw this feels like their breath got shorter. Mia in particular recognized this guest who entered her pub. It was after all a god. August, who saw the stupid adventurer walking towards his god, couldn't help but applaud his stupidity. Well, he's dead, August thought to himself as he stopped himself from giggling at the sheer idiotic behavior of a drunk and stupid adventurer. Heracles just looked at the man, and the adventurer came closer, his step unsteady from all the alcohol that he had drank. "Why are you so quiet? If you want to fight, then let's go. Don't ruin the party young August has thrown for us." August's mind shattered at that moment. He was planning on leaving unnoticed by his god, but the fool really spouted his name. Then he saw Sophie beside his god and face-palmed at the realization that no matter what he was fucked. Mia tried to de-escalate the situation, but one stare from the god made her stop in her tracks. Heracles lifted his arms, raising it to level with the adventurer's forehead as he pulled his middle finger back, holding it with his thumb. "Huh, what's that supposed to do?" Boom! He never got to finish his words, as Heracles flicked him and sent him flying, breaking the wall, sending him tumbling outside. Everyone's jaw dropped at the sheer strength that was displayed. One flick, and it was lights out. The adventurer was fortunately still alive, as Heracles made sure to hold back as much as he could. "I'm sorry about your wall, I'll make sure that it'll be paid." Heracles gave a quick nod towards Mia and looked around only to find his child hiding at the corner. "August, how nice of you to eat all this delicious food, drinking such fine ale, all while I starve at home waiting for food." He walked towards August as every step shook the pub. Every step made August sweat profusely at the incoming god. "My lord, I can explain." August stuttered as Heracles stands in front of him. He completely forgot that he was supposed to bring dinner today, and judging by the look of his god, it's completely late at night. "Cut the boy some slack, won't you, old friend?" A voice came and joined the conversation as both August and Heracles looked at the owner of the voice. It was a male. He was wearing a leather pauldron and a fur cloak, and was chugging a huge mug of the pub's special fruit ale. His hair was long dark brown in color as well as his beard. There were tattoos all over his body. He was both muscular and fat. His beard is tied into a braid, but his hair is loose and unkempt. August was unfamiliar with who this was. As far as he's concerned, it was a new face for him. Heracles, on the other hand, knows this man and knows him well. He was his blood brother after all. "Son of a bitch!" Heracles can only curse. His eyes twitch at the sight of one of his oldest friends. The man moved his hand, and it revealed a large war hammer adorned with runes. He smiled viciously towards Heracles as his finger traced the marking of his hammer. "You know, I'm really pissed that you left without even saying goodbye." His voice boomed inside the pub, making everyone in it twitch and tensed up as they sweat nervously at the two giants staring at each other. Heracles' right hand moved towards his back. His fingers held his mace as he slowly pulled it up. "Well, what can I say? I'm a spontaneous god." August, as well as everyone in the pub, felt pressure, unlike what they had ever felt before. It made their throat dry up as the two mighty beings size each other up. Both of them smiled, and soon both of them laughed loudly. "Ha ha 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 ha." Their laughter was the only sound inside the pub as they moved closer towards each other. "I've got a bad feeling about this," August thought as he watched the two stand in front of each other laughing like madmen. Mia can't take it any longer. She knows where this is headed, and if the fight happened inside her pub, only scrap wood would remain of it. She was no pushover, even in front of the gods. She was after all a level 6 adventurer, a high one at that. She clapped her hands to get the attention of the two deities and spoke. "Can you please take this outside?" The two deities looked at the owner and smiled. They looked around the pub to see that the atmosphere inside it became tense. "H-H-H-H-A?" A hearty laugh shook the pub. "Sorry about ruining the fun, it's just that I haven't seen my friend here for 9 years." The large man said as he slapped the back Heracles while smiling widely. "Yeah, you can all continue drinking. My child here will pay for everything, so drink till your heart's content." Heracles joined in and laughed as well. He really missed his friend, and he knows that they have a lot of catching up to do. "Good to see you, old friend." "Good to see you as well, Thor." The night continues on, as the pub became more lively, with two gods joining in on the fun. Sophie was palming her face as she saw Heracles drinking along with the adventurers. Heracles found her walking home earlier and pressured her from feeling where August was. She was scared of the god, so she shakily led him into the pub. Was this really the god who made everyone scared shitless earlier? She thought to herself. Hey Sophie, what got you so down? August came and sat beside his advisor, holding a mug of booze and a huge tomahawk steak at the other. Well, your god can be really intense, she answered as she looked at the two god arm wrestling and broke the table in two with their sheer strength. Laughing as they fall on the ground, the adventurers cheered them on. Well, he can be a little childish sometimes. August scratched his head as he watched the shenanigans of his god, who by this time had had a fair share of drinks in his system. Well, you seem quite fine now. You don't seem as down now as you did earlier. Sophie smiled at August. Well, the drink did help. And to tell you the truth, I might be drunk right now to care about what happened earlier today. You never really told me what happened inside the dungeon today. Oh, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Well, you are my advisor, so let's just say that I wasn't as strong as I thought I was. Inexperience might have been a factor, but it is no excuse. Let's just leave it at that. August smiled at the young elf, but it didn't reach his eyes, and Sophie could see that the smile was forced. I'm not really good at fighting and giving advice in that field. I don't even know how you fight since I haven't seen you fight personally. But I do know that you are strong, August. And experience will come with time. Just don't rush it. Find a party that you can rely on. Someone strong that can keep up with you. From what I have seen in countless adventurers that have come inside the guild, a reliable party can help you grow strong as well. No matter how strong you are, you need to have someone who would watch your back inside the dungeon. Even Otter or Finn has someone watching their back. Sophie stood up and stretched her back. She then smiled at August. I'm going home now. Do enjoy your night, and thank you for the meal, August. She put her hands on the boy's shoulder. Think about what I said. It is not a weakness to rely on the strength of others. Good night, August. Thank you, Sophie. Good night. August watched as Sophie headed toward the exit, his mind clinging to what she had said. A reliable party, eh? That may be hard to find since he doesn't know anyone in this city. He continued drinking while thinking about the event earlier today and Sophie's advice. Hey, I see that you can still hold your liquor, old friend. Thor's voice was booming inside the pub. He and Heracles had been catching up on the last 9 years. And I can see that you've never really stopped drinking. That gut of yours is getting larger and larger every time I see it. Touché, I can see that you've gotten busy with that child of yours. A level 5 in 9 years, a prodigy. What can I say? I have a good eye for talent. Yeah, I would be careful if I were you. Orario has many fair shares of jealous gods. They may want that child of yours for themselves. And you are vulnerable since you only have one member in your familia. Let them come, August can handle them. I'm not saying that he can't, old friend, but there is strength in numbers. Any god can just challenge you to a war game with the child on the line, and you won't be able to say no to the challenge. And I doubt that he can fight multiple level 5s at the same time, maybe even multiple level 6s. Heracles was silent. He knows Thor's words to be true. Gods are a greedy bunch. They will want a prodigy in their midst. Maybe I should start recruiting others into my familia. Hiatus will happen this week, old friend, and the others will know the existence of your child as well as his spear. They will salivate with the prospect of having him. I suggest making allies with the others. I will help you the best that I can, but I can't do much since my strongest child is only level 4. Would they allow me to fight with him in an event of a war game being issued? No god is that stupid, Heracles. Arcanum or not, you'll kill their child. Yeah, I guess you're right. He sighed and took a long chug of his ale and thought to himself, well, it was worth a shot. I guess recruitment is my only option right now. By the way, does the child know? Thor asked his friend. His gaze was serious. No, and he will find out in time, but not now. He is not strong enough to face them yet. I hope you know what you are doing, old friend. The child deserves to know the truth, and you telling him is much better than him finding it out on his own. I know, I'll tell him when he is ready. As of today, he is still too green to face Evelys. The two continue their talk as Mia announces last call. The customers groaned, but followed the rules nonetheless. August came to the bar to talk and pay for everything which he had done smoothly. He has more than enough volleys with him. It's really good to see you again, August, Mia said as she received the pouch filled with volleys and began counting the money inside. Yeah, say that after you finish counting the money, ha. Well, business is business, but seriously, it is really good to see you all grown up and strong now, dear, Mia said with a loving, motherly smile. She then ruffled the boy's hair. I don't think I've said this enough. Thank you for saving me back then. You as well as everyone else back then made me what I am today. Without you guys, I won't be alive right now. Thank you. Mia turned around as she wiped a tear out of her eyes. She felt lost back then. She felt that she never really did much as an adventurer. That was why she retired. She was much better at making food and bringing joy to her customers. But hearing someone thank her sincerely made her feel that everything she did was worth it, that she made something good. Oh, stop it, dear. You're gonna make an old lady weep. August smiled and laughed at hearing what Mia said, and both of them shared a smile at each other. Always remember that the hostess of fertility is always open for you, dear. Don't hesitate to ask me for help if ever you need one. I will. August and Heracles are walking home from the pub. They may have drunk a lot, but with August's level and Heracles' resistance to alcohol, they were not as drunk as many would have been with the amount of drink they have. My lord, August started a conversation with his god. Ahem. I lost today, he said solemnly. I thought that I was strong and was overconfident in my strength. Ahem. Without the spear, I would have died inside the dungeon. I need to get stronger. And you will in time. August clenched his fist. Time. He doesn't have the patience to wait. He wants strength and he wants it now. He still felt pathetic at how he lost against Goliath. The spear won, not him. It was Beowulf's victory, not August's. But lore. He was cut off before he could even finish. August rest, too much of anything, even those that are good can be bad. He was silent, his god wanted him to rest. But he needed strength for his promise, for his revenge, and he won't get it if he rests. August, you are the type of man who pushed yourself above and beyond your limits, who often refused to give yourself the proper respite. Heracles stared at his child, his eyes sincere yet fiery, and August can feel that fire. And to that I say this, your adventure, your strength, never gets better unless you do, and you should give yourself a rest as much as you freely train yourself. It is not considered a weakness to rest your mind and body. Even the sun and moon take turns to shine. August stared at his god. He does this sometimes. No matter how childish the god seems, he often gave August this words of wisdom that seems to resonate in him. Rest, August, and rest well. Time will bring you strength, and you would need to be properly rested for that. Yes, my lord. They continue to make their way back to their home, to take a well-deserved rest for the night. Chapter 25, DANMACHI. Heracles Povey. It has been 4 days since I've seen Thor in the pub. Right now, I was making my way towards the Tower of Babel, where the meeting of the gods would be held. This past couple of days has been a failure for me. I can't seem to find anyone worthwhile that would want to join my familia, and anyone who does wish to join are either weak or talentless. Well, I did receive good news as I updated August's status yesterday when he got back from his daily dungeon diving. And boy, I was pleasantly surprised at how fast he was getting stronger. Name, August Kaiser. LVL, 5. Stats. SDR, 292G. Dex, 342F. AGI, 332F. Mag, 403E. End, 299G. Magic. Endless battle. The user enters a state of pure concentration in fighting, giving him a temporary boost in stats. The longer the fight continues, the higher the user's stat rises. This magic can only be activated once the condition has been met. Plus conditions. The user must wield Beowulf. The user has to slay or injure the opponent for blood to be absorbed by Beowulf. The user must be fully immersed in battle and nothing else. Due to the recent battle experience, the user can now use the magic instantaneously, as long as the user is fully immersed in battle. Note: If the user stops endless battle in any way, shape, or form, the stats resets back to its original, and the user may enter mind 0 depending on how long the use of endless battle is. Skills. Survivor's drive. If the user survives or wins an unsurvivable situation, the user will receive a permanent boost in stats. Boost may vary on how unsurvivable the situation is. Beowulf's Call. The ancient weapon Beowulf has chosen the user to be its master. It allows the user to use, at a limited time, all the skills and experience of the previous user of Beowulf using mana at the process. With every kill the user does with Beowulf, the user receives a portion of the slain mana back. As the battle goes on and more mana has been absorbed, the user will activate the magic Endless Battle. Beowulf Greed. The user can only use Endless Battle and Lethal Tempo if the user uses Beowulf. The effects of Lethal Tempo are dependent on the user's level. Monster Slayer heavily increases all abilities when fighting monsters, potentially making the user stronger than his actual level when fighting them. Adaptability. The user adapts with every battle he faces, gaining new experience which would trigger growth in existing skills and magic. Development abilities. Hunter improves the user's abilities against monsters the user fought before and gained Excelia from. Lethal Tempo. The user gains temporary dex and AGI with every hit the user makes. Can only be used if the user is wielding Beowulf. The effects are dependent on the user's level. Charge. The user AGI and SDR stat increase temporarily when going in for an attack against multiple enemies or enemies that are stronger than the user. Abnormal Resistance. Resist the effects of abnormalities such as poison. Strong Body. The user has an extremely strong body due to training. Mana Manipulation. The user has full control over his mana and can wield it with high mastery. Not only did his stat rise, one of the weaknesses of his magic Endless Battle also vanished. He can now use it instantaneously as long as he is in battle. He also gained a new skill as well, and a new development skill to boot, which made his arsenal so much more vast. Damn Prodigy. I admit that I was a bit greedy in the standard of people joining my familia because of my resident prodigy. The criteria might be a bit high, but I have no choice in this matter. The criteria for joining my familia is quite high. Anyone who can take my child's bloodlust along with his spear can join no problem, but those who fail have no place in it. Harsh as it is a necessity since they'll be joining August deep inside the dungeon, and if they can't handle his bloodlust and aura, they'll just get in his way. The words of Thor ran through my mind like a broken record. The gods are a greedy bunch, and right now I'm sure that August is well known, especially as the rumor of him defeating a monster Rex alone became well known to the masses as it was made public by the guild. Uranus, that old fool, really is a pain in the ass. I spoke to no one in particular as I climbed up the stairs of Babel. Maybe I should let my standard fall just a bit, but the development of August takes priority and training someone from scratch would take time. And I don't want to waste my child's time since it would put his development to a standstill. Heracles? I heard a voice calling me which snapped me out of my thought process. I turned only to see the legal lowly, as well as the one-eyed redhead coming my way. Hestia, Hephaestus. I gave them a nod as they reached my side. The fuck is wrong with your child? Taking a monster Rex on his own. On his first day inside the dungeon no less. Isn't it a bit unfair how you got such a great child while the beautiful and graceful goddess such as myself is still searching for one? And there's Hestia speaking nonsense yet again. I swear every time I see her my brain feels like it's losing something. Nice to see you as well, Hestia. Oh, shut up, she pouts as she stomps her feet on the ground, which makes her tits bounce all over the place. Did all her nutrients go inside her chest? They really do break the laws of physics. Hey Heracles, looks like you'll get your hands full after today. Most of the gods really want to take young August for themselves. Hephaestus said as she walked by my side as we climbed the stairs together. I was expecting this, but DANMACHI coming this early wasn't in my calculation. It really did come early. We just had one a month ago. Usually it would take 3 months before another DANMACHI would be held. It seems that the sly old fox is pulling some string in the shadows. I should have known that the old fool is behind this. I really should have crushed his head when I had the chance. I take it that he was the one who ordered the release of Auguste's merit inside the dungeon. He also released his record of achieving level 5 in 9 years. Luckily for you, he can't release his status for the public to see, as most gods would criticize him for doing so. Still, he did quite the damage already. He put a huge target on me and my child. I assume many gods had already prepared wargames to take advantage of my predicament. Seeing that Auguste is the only member of my familia, they would likely challenge me into a siege. Well, I did hear that there are multiple adventurers who would love to join your familia but were turned down. To tell you the truth, you don't have the time to be picky about these things right now. What good would a bunch of weaklings do? They'll just hold Auguste back. Not everyone is a prodigy. People like Auguste are a 1 in 1,000. They won't just pop up out of nowhere and land in your lap. Surrounding him with a reliable comrade would do him good. It doesn't have to be as strong as him. Hephaestus took a deep breath and looked at me in the eye. Compromise is an option, Heracles. I'll keep that in mind. She smiled and continued her way up. She has a point, but in doing so, I would give Auguste a burden that he does not need right now. Maybe lowering the standard a bit won't hurt in the long run, but what I need right now are people who can keep up with him, because I know for a fact that an issue for wargames is coming. Which brings the question, who would be challenging me? Apollo is a greedy god, but he doesn't have the power to issue a challenge. I believe that his strongest is only level 3. Even with all of his force, they won't put a scratch at Auguste. Freya is who I'm worried about. She has a reputation here in Orario, and she might take advantage of my vulnerable spot right now. She is smart enough not to face me in any direct confrontation, but a wargame is something that I have to watch out for. She is a war goddess after all, and she will no doubt take this chance. Loki has her familia on an expedition inside the dungeon, and won't be coming out anytime soon, so she won't be issuing a challenge. Ganesha has the largest motive for issuing a challenge. He will no doubt bring the spear as his familia's property. Well, he did give the spear to Auguste's old man. And from what I know, Auguste's father is a part of their familia, and using this as reason for challenging me is a possibility. There's a rumor circulating around the city that his captain is pushing for him to challenge us for Auguste. So right now, the largest threat would be Ganesha. There's no point in thinking about this now. I'll worry about it when it actually happens. The fuck, though DANMACHI was supposed to be meeting of the gods, but the fucking thing was just small talk and gossips. A fucking waste of time for the gods to kill time. I was just about to stand up and leave this place, but the topic took a turn and piqued my interest. So I heard Heracles has officially graced us with his presence. And of course, it was Apollo who brought the topic to me. Oh, I heard he even got himself a strong adventurer in his familia. Too bad the child is stuck with an incompetent god who used to be immortal. Many of the gods joined in the conversation, as if I wasn't right here. Ha 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 ha. I can't help but laugh at them as all the gods looked in my direction. Oh, sorry about that. I guess I just find your words to be funny. After all, I do see you all as clowns and fools. You dare mock us. Such disrespect. We will not stand your insults. It was becoming noisy inside here, as most of the gods stood and started berating me. Insults about how I'm a former mortal, a disgrace for a god, blah blah blah, as if I care what they are thinking of. I released a portion of my godly aura and shook the room, which made everyone go quiet. Oh, you guys seem to have lost your tongues. I scanned the room and found that almost everyone was dodging my gaze. I saw Loki smiling as usual, Thor giving everyone a smirk, Apollo biting his lips and clenching his fist, Ganesha at his usual pose folding his arms in his chest, and Freya smiling at me with her seductive smile. No matter how many times I see it, it just gives me the creep when she smiles like that. Enough, a voice boomed inside the room. All eyes looked at who it came from. Then everyone became shocked. What the hell is he doing here? I can't help but think as a figure I wasn't expecting to arrive, and showed himself sitting at one of the seats. His long raven hair tied neatly, white porcelain skin that seems to shine, wearing a black coat. His green eyes started at everyone in the room as his aura seeps into every crevice, making the room darker. His very presence screamed divinity. A god that everyone respects, even me. He gained everyone's attention. He fixed his gloves as he pulled his aura back, making the room less tense and back to its usual glow. I did not come here to waste time in petty squabbles, small talks, and gossip. I have more pressing matters to attend to. If there isn't any more topic, I suggest we call this DANMACHI adjourned. His voice carried regality, fit of that of a king. Don't be like that, Lord Hades. A playful voice cuts the silence as Hermes talks for everyone in the room. We still have lots of topics for our plate today. For instance, many adventurers had leveled up this past couple of months and would need their aliases. Heracles' child is already level 5, yet for some reason he still does not possess an alias for himself. He looked at me and gave me one of his patented playful smiles. And I'm sure many of the gods here have something they want to discuss. Isn't that right, everyone? Many in the room gave their agreement towards the playful god. He then smiled and took a bow as he continued to speak with the same calm and playful voice. As you can see, Lord Hades, many here agree that the DANMACHI should still continue. Very well, let us not waste any more time. Hades gave his nod of approval, which made Hermes widen his smile more. As you wish, Lord Hades. Clap now then, everyone, let us proceed. Chapter 26, DANMACHI 2. Narration. The gods continue their talk as the topic of the aliases to be given to the adventurers that had ranked up this month. Regarding Naza Arasuis from Maiach's Familia, does everyone agree on her given alias as Male Hound? A random god asked the question as everyone nodded their head in agreement. Okay, moving on then. Our last adventurer is something of an anomaly for us. The child of Heracles is a level 5 who hasn't gained an alias as of yet. He is also a rookie considering that he just started diving inside the dungeon. Multiple gods nod at this statement. No matter how strong August is, it doesn't change the fact that he was still green inside the dungeon. As a monster from the inside is vastly more superior than its counterpart outside. I disagree. Freya, with her usual lustful smile, raised her hand up, gaining the look of everyone in the room. What are you planning here, Freya? Heracles was on his guard. He knows Freya well. She is the type of person who doesn't do anything if there isn't any gain for her. You lot might regard the boy as a rookie inside the dungeon, but that doesn't change the fact that he is still level 5. He also was able to kill a monster Rex on his own. Calling him a rookie would be an insult to the boy. As usual, many gods nod in agreement. He did gain quite a reputation for himself, as killing a monster Rex isn't a small feat. Big deal. Any adventurer who has reached level 5 can solo Goliath. That doesn't make the boy special, Apollo said arrogantly. Him diving head first alone against a Rex shows his inexperience inside, if you ask me. Oh, then, why don't we ask the one who actually raised the boy regarding this topic? Freya smiled as he looked at Heracles. Her eyes were amused by the situation they were in, as the gods looked to see what the god of strength would say. Fucking bitch, fine, I'll play your game. If you consider my child as a rookie, then all of you are more of a fool than I thought. Heracles answered the gods with the arrogance he was known for. August is the strongest level 5 in the city. He might even be a match for those who are level 6. How is this for playing your game, bitch? Heracles looked at Freya and gave her a vicious smile. The statement he made angered the gods. The arrogance of this former mortal really knows no bounds. How foolish. Strongest level 5, he says. Some of the gods laughed at Heracles, some were angered, outraged, some considered him to be foolish. Apollo was one of the gods that mocked him for his words. That's a funny joke coming from you, Heracles. Oh, are you serious perhaps? Then you really are an idiot who doesn't know his place. What do you expect from someone who isn't born as a god? Heracles ignored them. He just stood up, and slowly he removed his bracers, dropping it on the floor as the weight of it cracked the marbled stone. The sound was so loud that it made the gods winced. The room becomes silent as the gods stare at his action, but he wasn't done yet. He removed his cloak made of the beast that he slayed when he was still mortal, revealing his well-toned body for everyone to see. The gods gasped as they saw his body. It was littered with multiple scars and wounds. Traces of hard-fought battles can be seen all over him. The gods were silent, and Heracles looked at everyone with a smirk. I have faced you gods in battle as both mortal and as a deity. Only a handful of you can boast in heaven of ever wounding me. Yet this boy, despite being mortal, had wounded me. I have faced my child in multiple fights, multiple confrontations where I unleashed my godly strength to test him, polish him, to strengthen him, to make him the warrior that he is today. You can drop a pin inside the room, and it will be heard by everyone in it. The silence was deafening. Heracles' eyes roamed the room, looking at everyone who was moments earlier, was mocking him for saying that his child is the strongest level 5 in Orario. August was able to stand in front of me as I unleashed my godly aura. Boom! The room shook as Heracles let his aura come forth for everyone to feel. The pressure assaulted the gods, making them clench their fist, unable to accept that a man-made god was able to produce such power. It was heavy, even for them, but not all gods were fazed by it. Thor smiled at his friend. He has faced him multiple times, so this was not new to him. Look at this idiot acting all smug. Oh Buddha, you're missing quite a show right now, ha. Freya was no slouch either. Taking the pressure in stride, she was no war god for nothing. This is getting more amusing than I thought. Loki was just smiling nonchalant, resting her head on both her hands and her eyes, scanning the room, laughing at the gods who were shaking from the pressure. I do love the look on their faces, ha. Hades was being Hades, sitting there, the same stoic look on his face. Well, this is getting interesting. August, was it? I'm curious to see this child. The other gods were not fearing well, though, as Heracles' aura feels heavy and dense, like a force was pushing them down on the ground. The very same aura that you lots are feeling right now. My child was able to stand up to it, to take it and not back down. After feeling this, he still has the fire in him to fight. Heracles pulled his aura back. The tension and pressure vanished, as the gods who couldn't handle it breathed a sigh of relief. What a joke! You expect us to believe that? Apollo stood up from his seat as he pointed his finger towards Heracles. You expect us to believe that a mortal child was able to face and stand up to a godly aura? Heracles, there's a limit to how much arrogance you can spout. Enough! Hades once again put a stop to the conversation, but this time it feels different. The gods can see a smirk rising in his always stoic face. What is this old man planning now? That smile gave Heracles the creeps. He knows he is plotting something, and Hades is someone he respects and was actually cautious of. There's a simple solution to our predicament, and having a screaming match and arguments is not a productive way to tackle this. The god of the dead and king of the underworld rested his hand on top of the table as his green eyes looked at everyone, momentarily stopping at Apollo, which made him reel back. He then continued. Heracles believes his boy to be the strongest level 5 in the city. Most of you disagree. I myself am curious about the boy, and from what I hear, he is quite the popular prospect. I've got a bad feeling about this. Heracles kept his eyes on Hades. He can't shake the feeling that he got something up his sleeves. The other gods cling to his words, waiting for what he has planned. How about a tournament then? Let all the level 5 of the city fight it out to see who is the strongest of the bunch. The gods went wild for the idea, as the prospect of it would be quite the entertainment for them. They did come down here to ease their boredom, so witnessing their children duking it out is a welcome idea for them. Hermes was the first to agree. He loves it to be exact. The winner might be the hero he is desperately searching for, and not to mention the profit that he may take from such an event. What a wonderful idea, Lord Hades. Yes, a tournament to determine the strongest level 5 of the city. He couldn't help but raise his voice in excitement. Freya smiles. This was better than what I thought would happen. She looked at Heracles. He was having a serious look on his face. What are you gonna do now, Heracles? Loki, on the other hand, was quite pissed. She sent her best adventurers on an expedition deep in the dungeon and won't be back till in 3 months' time. She would have loved this idea if her eyes was still here. She was pissed at Heracles for suggesting that his August was the strongest level 5 in the city when her sword princess was clearly better in all aspects. She needs to delay this event for at least 3 months. Wait, Lephia, and the second strings haven't left yet. She can send a message to Reveria to return back here. Maybe her luck hasn't run out yet as she racks her mind on how to get her first strings to return early. Me and my big mouth. Heracles was a bit annoyed. He never planned for this. He just wanted to show off his child a little, but it seems like he inadvertently put a target on August's back. No doubt the gods would ask their children to go hard on August. Well, he will probably grow stronger from this, so I'll just call it a win. The gods who have a level 5 in their familia were excited. This is a chance for them to make their familia stand out and be more prominent in the city. So I take it that everyone here agrees. I. The gods gave their approval to Hades. It was a unanimous vote as everyone was on the same track. They really want to see this happen, so a unanimous vote was all but guaranteed. Good. Hades gave his nod as he looked at Hermes and Ganesha. Hermes, I want you to take care of this event, and Ganesha, I expect your familia to take care of the security of the city at the event. Yes, Lord Hades. They both bowed at the god as they answered his call. They will make sure not to disappoint him with his expectation towards them. Now let's go back to the topic regarding young August's alias. The gods argued as to what alias to give the young Rex Slayer. This was always the norm regarding this topic. Heracles was getting irritated. The gods are talking about his child as if he wasn't in the room with them. And I'm feeling you Greenhorn would be a good alias for the boy. One god said as he snickered, and as expected it was Apollo who said it. The Vanguard would be the perfect alias for him. His father was Siegfried, and he is wielding the same weapon. Ganesha was quite adamant about pushing the alias of his former member for August to use. You're comparing the boy to his father? Siegfried was a legend in the dungeon, and we don't know much about his child. I say the survivor alias fits him more. Then you must be stupid. The boy isn't the only survivor in the city. My child Beta is also a survivor of his clan massacre. Why don't you sit in the corner if you don't have anything good to say? Loki was insulting the random god who suggested such an lame-ass alias, and he can do nothing but look down in shame as the other gods laugh at his expense. I say Giant Slayer would fit his character well. He did slay Goliath on his first day in the dungeon, and doing so was no small feat. I say Venati's Otter would be quite a good name for him. Freya smiles seductively as she looks at Heracles. This bitch really loves to annoy the fuck out of me. Heracles just looked at Freya with a blank face and said, no, on the spot. He was not really in the mood for her games right now. Why are you the one picking his alias? Give his god a chance to pick the name for himself. Thor's voice booms. Heracles looked at his friend only to find him smiling at his way with his thumb up. Thor, I owe you a drink after this. He thought as he stood up and cleared his throat for everyone to hear, the strongest spear hero. He said with absolute pride, with absolute emotions, with absolute conviction. He was proud of the name that he picked. Crickets could be heard inside the room as the gods remembered why they never bothered asking Heracles for his opinion on the matter. Thor face-palmed. How could he forget? His friend has a lame-ass naming sense. He remembered he once called one of his attack Ultra Super Mighty Mace Blow. He pitied August for his god's disease. No, everyone in the room yelled. Heracles were many things, but a good namer he was not. At the corner of the room, a god was listening to the conversation. He really wanted this to be over since he still has a lot of stuff left to do, and this meeting was taking longer than he expected. Guy Bulg. He spoke, gaining the attention of everyone in the room. I read his report 9 years ago, diving headfirst in a horde of monsters and killing everyone with his spear. The gods listened to his every word. Tell me, Heracles, does your child still fight this way? Does his spear still guarantee death to all that face his wrath? Heracles nodded at the god. Yes, it still does, Balder. The spear of mortal death, Gibulg. I suggest this as his alias. Balder said as most of the gods agree with him. Like him, they all read the records from 9 years ago about a 6-year-old boy who slaughtered the monsters mercilessly with his spear. Gibulg, I like it. Heracles smiled at the god. He knows little about Balder because they don't interact much, but he was thankful to him for suggesting such a good name. Is everyone in agreement? Hades asked the question, and everyone nodded. Very well then, from this moment on, August Kaiser will have the alias of Gibulg, the Spear of Mortal Death. Hades stood up from his seat and said, if there isn't any more topic to discuss, then I would like to call this Danatus adjourned. He scanned the room, looking at everyone to see if they had more to say. Seeing that no one was bringing up a new topic, Hades called for the meeting of the gods to be over and head out the door first. Other gods soon followed as the room got emptier and emptier by the seconds. Heracles decided to stand up and take his leave, but he heard his name being called by someone. Heracles, a moment of your time, please. He looked in the direction of the voice to see Ganesha walking towards him. He was expecting him to challenge him in a wargame for August, but he never really brought the topic up. He wondered what he wanted. Ganesha, this is a surprise. What do you want? A talk with you, maybe somewhere private. Chapter 27, A Talk with Ganesha. Heracles Povey. I got inside the office of Ganesha as he sat down and offered me a seat. He then ordered one of his children to bring us some refreshments and some snacks, which arrived moments later. He then ordered for her to give us privacy to talk. Heracles, it is so good to see you doing well, lovely weather we have today, don't you think? He started as he smiled happily, showing his pearly whites. Cut to the chase, Ganesha, you know that I have little patience in small talks. I answered him, looking straight at his eyes. His smile vanished as his expression became serious. He moved his hand inside his drawer and took a piece of paper from it. How is the boy? He asked me. Is this what it is about, August? He nods his head and slides the paper towards me. August Kaiser, the son of Siegfried Kaiser, who is a member of my familia, I would advise you to look after him well. Most of my children want him to leave you and join me. I'm afraid that they may do something drastic because of it. They believe that his rightful place should be with us. I picked the paper and saw that it was a letter from his familia, specifically the lady adventurer I met 9 years ago. Shakti Varma. The letter states that August should be under their care, that Ganesha should ask for the boy to join them or use force such as issuing a wargame if needed. It also states that Beowulf the boy's spear rightfully belongs to Ganesha familia and to use this fact as a form of rightful challenge towards me. And what do you think about all of this? I asked Ganesha for his opinion on the matter. I am a god who believes in free will, Heracles. From the report 9 years ago, my captain asked August to join us instead of traveling the outside world with you. The boy chose you, and I respect his decision. As for the spear, I have given it to his father as a gift, and therefore it is his and solely his. That is my stance on this matter, but I'm afraid the majority of my familia disagree with my decision. He took a deep breath and continued. Shakti is close with Siegfried, and she grew fond of the boy as they spent time together all those years ago. She is the one who is pushing the most in regards to this issue. They listened to me, but I established my familia as a free democratic one, as I said I believe in free will. I will try to find a compromise, but I can't guarantee much. And why are you warning me? The boy is strong, and he would make a fine addition to your familia. I'm in a vulnerable spot right now, and as you said, you can use the spear as a probable cause for issuing a challenge for a wargame. Most gods would jump at this chance. Why aren't you? Because I know that doing so would be a waste. August has no doubt grown fond of you, has bonded with you. He already considered you as his god. If I took this chance, he may likely rebel and would not do me any good. His progression would stagnate, and he would hit a wall. I don't want that for the son of my child. About this compromise, what do you have in mind? I asked him, curious on what he would do if ever he was pressured by his familia in pursuing August in the future. I'm gonna use Lord Hades's proposition as a stage. We both know that the boy can't fight multiple level 5 at the same time, no matter how strong you think he is. At least with this, he would stand a chance. I do hope that your boy lives up to the confidence that you had set in him. So you're making it a multiple one-on-one match. And since you have the most amount of level 5 in the city, your familia won't be able to make any excuses in the event that they'll lose since the odds are heavily in your favor. Yes, but if your boy loses, then I'm afraid I have no more say in the matter, and I would have to take him from your hands whether I like it or not. I closed my eyes and massaged the bridge of my nose. I know what he is saying is right. August will have a chance in a one-on-one. He would likely win the whole thing if I'm completely honest, but do I really trust this god? What he's saying is doable. I believe in my child's strength, but I really don't like trusting other gods. Okay then, I'll inform August about this. He may need time to prepare. And I'll do everything that I can to avoid this. I'll talk to my familia. See what I can do." We both stood up at the same time and gave each other our respect. As we moved to shake each other's hands, Ganesha opened his mouth and said something I did not expect. "One last thing, Heracles, what do you know about Beowulf?" I was taken aback by his question. What do I know about the spear? I know that it can think for itself, it is somewhat sentient, conscious even. I know that it grows with August. As he gets stronger, the spear becomes stronger with him. And the most confusing thing about it is that it seems to have divinity, yet it possesses no arcanum. But that's all I know on that topic. To tell you the truth, not much. All I know is that the spear appears to be sentient, that it grows with its user. And I'm sure you already know this, but it appears to have some sort of divinity that I can't seem to understand. So the basic knowledge of it I see. I will tell you the extent of what I know, but you must swear to the river Styx that this conversation will not leave this room. Not even August should know this, as it may put his life in jeopardy. So he really did know something about the spear, but why is he telling me this? I got a feeling that the spear is more powerful than what most of us gods know. The oath of the gods is no small oath. It binds us, and failure to uphold means losing arcanum, rendering us mortal and vulnerable to death for 9 years. Permanent death. I swear to the river Styx, this conversation will not reach anyone else's ears. As soon as I said those words, I felt a chain wrapped itself into my heart. The binding oath has now been cast. There is no going back now. I felt a chill as the room grew cold. It grew dark as divine magic binds my soul with Ganesha's. The oath has been made. It can never be broken, for you will suffer consequences. Ganesha said, and I know that the punishment for breaking the oath of the god is a heavy taboo for us. I know, now tell me what you know about the spear. I said as I looked at him in his eyes. He nodded and proceeded to talk. The spear Beowulf is no ordinary spear. Most gods think that the weapon is something from ancient times, a time where gods were still able to use arcanum in the lower world. A time of heroes and legends, a time when you were still mortal. This is true, but is just the tip of the iceberg. His gaze was serious, more serious than he was earlier. The spear Beowulf is a theiko oplo. Chills run down my spine as I heard those words for the first time in a long, long while. Theiko oplo, a weapon created to kill gods, to completely erase them from existence. I looked at Ganesha and felt extreme anger and rage at him. Boom! I punched him square at his face, sending him crashing at his table. Are you fucking insane? I moved in planning on pummeling his face on the ground. I grabbed his collar and raised my fist up the air. You fucking gave a god-killing weapon to a mortal? A fucking mortal. Listen to me, Heracles, he said as his hands moved to cover his face, but I refused to listen to his madness. I punched him, breaking his guard. I'm so fucking angry right now that sending him back to heaven seems like something I would love to do right about now. Putting my whole strength in my fist, I prepared to kill Ganesha with my bare hands. It was Lord Zeus' idea. My fist stopped inches away from his face. What did you say? My breathing became rough. My mind failed to process why Zeus of all the gods would give such a dangerous weapon to a mortal. What the fuck did you just say? It was Lord Zeus who planned everything. I gave the spear to Siegfried when he advanced to level 2 and became the record holder for the fastest ranked up at that time. At first, I did not know the origin of the spear and thought that it would be a good weapon for him. But as time passed and Siegfried became stronger, the divine aura that the weapon had became more prominent. Fortunately for me, Lord Zeus was the one who discovered the true nature of the weapon first. I was silenced by everything that I'm hearing right now. Why would Zeus not seal the weapon after discovering it? Siegfried was level 3 by then. He reached that level faster than anyone before him, a true genius at that time. And as he grows stronger, so did the weapon. Zeus called us both and revealed everything to us. I was so ashamed at that time at my failure in recognizing the weapon. He took a deep breath and continued. Lord Zeus then came up with a plan to hide the weapon, since it cannot be sealed anymore since it already has a master. He tasked Siegfried in hiding it, leaving Orario in the process. Why not take it, hide it yourself? I asked Ganesha. Because we can't. The weapon is bonded with Siegfried, bonded by blood magic. Anyone who tries to take it from him will suffer unimaginable pain, be it mortal or gods. I tried. Lord Zeus himself tried to take it away, but our efforts were for naught. The only other solution is for us to eliminate the current user of the spear, but I won't allow it. I will not kill someone who I consider as my own son, my child. Tell me, Heracles, would you kill August? Would you kill your own child? I was dumbstruck by the question. His eyes were filled with fire as he asked me, would I kill August? No, I will not. There you go. I cannot kill my own child, and Lord Zeus understood my plight, so he suggested a plan for Siegfried to suffer an injury which would lead to his early retirement. An arrow to the knee. He asked one of Hera's children to enchant the arrow so it may never heal. And Siegfried agreed. He sacrificed his future, all his potential, all his talent, and left Orario willingly, guarding the weapon, taking it to a remote place no one can find. He even allowed a spell to be placed for us to know where he is and to know if he ever died so that we could retrieve the spear unowned by others. Unfortunately, your boy touched the spear and was bonded to it by the same blood magic that was bonded to Siegfried. All this information was making my head hurt. I let go of Ganesha's collar and took a step back. I needed some air and some space. This newfound knowledge is something that I didn't want. August owning a Theiko Oplo was something I didn't calculate. So what should we do? Leave the city as well? I asked Ganesha, and he shook his head. He stood up and dusted himself. He then answered my question. You can't leave. 9 years ago, the village where Siegfried stayed was attacked. It wasn't random, it was planned. Evelus knows about the weapon, the information that should be known to only Lord Zeus, and I was leaked. He looked me in the eye and put his hand on my shoulder. And right now I believe that they know who the current of the spear is. If you went outside, the city Evelus would track the boy down and kill him, taking the spear for themselves. The safest place for him right now is by your side here in the city, where he's in danger with the other gods if ever they know the secret. But you can protect him here. I can help you with that. And I'm sure that your blood brothers will do so as well. What we can do right now is to hope that the boy would grow stronger. He can be the asset we need in killing the gods who are in Evelus. So you plan to use him as a weapon? My aura burst at the room, making Ganesha reel back and take a knee as the pressure pushed him down. You plan to make him a lapdog for the gods of Orario to use. Heracles, calm down. If I planned for that, I would have told everyone at the DANMACHI earlier. It was merely a suggestion, a last resort. Be careful where you thread, Ganesha. Do remember that if I wanted to, I can kill you here and now, and all you can do is watch from heaven as I kill everyone in your familia, even without the aid of my arcanum. You and I both want the safety of your child. He is the last kin of mine, and I would do everything in my power to protect the son of Siegfried. And I am telling you this because of that desire to protect his sire. What a pathetic liar. He is not doing this for Siegfried nor for August. He is doing this for himself. I can see the guilt is eating him from the inside for what he has done. He is doing this to ease his guilt for what he has put his child to. I decided to ignore this since this guilt of his will benefit me in the long run. I decided to leave and head to the door, leaving him here. If I didn't leave right now, I might kill him in anger. I reached the door and looked back at him. He was biting his lips and clenching his fist, looking at the ground. Goodbye, Ganesha, I said as I exited his office and made my way out of his home. I can't help but think about everything that I had heard from Ganesha, about Zeus and what he had decided to do, about the sacrifice Siegfried Kaiser had made for these fools, about August and the path that he will inevitably take in the future. It seems that his faith is deeply tied to Evelus, no matter how hard I tried to steer him away from it. They will come for his life, for the spear, that is just a fact. But I will do everything I can to help my child. I'll kill every single one of Evelus gods, or mortals if I have to. Chapter 28, Makoto Denki, Catching August's Interest. Narration. A week later. I'm finally in Orario. A young man about 17 years old is running, brimming with energy as his eyes glimmers at the sight of the dungeon city of Orario. It is one of his lifelong dreams to become an adventurer of this city. I hope there's a god out there who'll take me in, he said to himself as he ran towards the city on the horizon. He was a blur as he passed the other travelers on the road. They could only see his silhouette as a gale blows right at them. The young man was wearing a dark blue loose long-sleeves shirt with white accent under his grayish light armor. A white scarf was around his neck that was swaying at the wind as he ran at full speed. His black hair that he tied like a loose bun was flowing freely. His blue ice-cold eyes shine happily as he smiles, excited about his incoming adventure. Orario awaits. MAKOTODNKI is coming. He screams as he jumps in the air, leaving dust at his wake. Degrees at the gate of Orario. The guards are lazily doing their jobs as they check the incoming travelers who are going inside the city. Boring day today, isn't it? A middle-aged guard spoke at his buddy at the top of the tower as he let his feet relax on top of the table. Well, what do you expect would happen? There are about 1,000 adventurers in the city. No one is stupid enough to cause a ruckus here. His buddy answered him as he took a sip of his coffee. Well, I guess you're right on that one, but I wish some excitement would come our way. It is boring doing nothing here all day. He sighs and rests his head on his hand as he looks at the horizon. He gasped from what he saw at the distance. What is it? His buddy asked him as he followed his gaze. Holy shit, the fuck is that? What they saw is a dust cloud heading straight to the city. The middle-aged guard turned to his partner and spoke. What are you waiting for? Get the binoculars, he ordered as he stood up from his relaxed position. Well, I did ask for excitement, he said quietly to himself as his eyes were glued to the dust cloud in the distance. Marcus, he heard his name being called and saw his buddy coming with a binocular on hand. He tossed it to him and he caught it no problem. He quickly looked at what was coming and he couldn't help but twitch his brow at what he saw. Son of a bitch. Well, what is it? The other guard impatiently asked Marcus. It's a kid. What now? It's a fucking kid, he said as he passed the binocular back. See for yourself. He received it and hurriedly looked in the direction, only to see a smiling kid, no older than 18, running towards the gate. You gotta be shitting me. He had seen his fair share of overly excited youth coming to the city, but this was a first for him. Where in the hell did this kid get his energy so early in the morning? Marcus smiled at his buddy's question. Like him, seeing overly excited youth coming to the city was practically the norm for him, but this was a first. He remembered the youth who came to the city earlier, along with his god, August Kaiser, Giebulg. Looks like we have another interesting fellow coming over. He smiles at his buddy and slaps him behind his head. Get back to work. Denki arrived in front of the huge gate. He was in awe by the majesty of it. Master, I made it. He clenched his right hand on his scarf as he walked inside the dungeon city of Orario. Good day, lad. He was stopped by the guards on the gate. Just the standard procedure, no need to be alarmed. The guard smiled at him and he smiled back. Okay, no problem, he said as he followed the instructions of the guards at the gate. He was feeling fidgety, he couldn't contain his excitement, and it showed in his face. There was a beaming smile as his eyes sparkled at the sight of the city and its inhabitants. What's your name, kid? The guard asked him, holding a clipboard and a magical quill to write down the information he would get at the boy. Denki, Makoto Denki, he answered, the smile still on his face. Where are you from? The Far East. And why did you come to Orario? I'm gonna become an adventurer. He was finally done with the question and the standard checkup. He bowed his head at the guards and with a smile made his way inside. Hey kid, he stopped on his track as he turned around. He saw the middle-aged guard smiling at him. Welcome to Orario. He couldn't help but feel joy in those words. He bowed deeply and with a joyful voice thanked everyone at the gate and made his way inside. He was walking happily in the streets of the city watching the locals go on with their day-to-day life, seeing the adventurers going towards the dungeon with their equipment. Grok. His stomach grumbles. He did take quite a long journey to get here, and food was scarce at the outside. And he hasn't even had breakfast yet. My master did tell me that breakfast is the most important meal of the day. He thought to himself as looked for a place to eat. He was new to the city, which means he doesn't know where to go to grab a quick bite. He was lost, and he doesn't know anyone here. He tried asking for directions, but no one batted an eye towards him. The longer he waits, the stronger his stomach protests. Are you lost? A voice called out to him, and he looked to see a little cheenthrope girl with chestnut hair and eyes looking at him. He points at himself to make sure that the little girl was talking to him. Yes, you silly, you seem new here. The girl laughed at him and walked closer. Sadly, I am a bit lost, he sighed as he answered the girl. The girl's smile widens and gets closer to Denki. She then held his hand and looked at him in his eyes. I can guide you around the city if you could pay me. Denki felt that his luck was turning around. A guide could help him around the city. He could even ask questions about Orario, so he agreed right on the spot. Good, all I ask is 100 volleys, and I'll be happy to guide you all day long. Denki was taken aback. All he has when he started his journey was around 10,000 volleys, and right now all he has on him is roughly 1,200 volleys give or take. 100 volleys was quite a large sum for him, but hell, he needed a guide, so he took his coin pouch out and paid the chainthrope girl. The chainthrope girl put the volleys in her pocket and smiled at Denki. Okay then, where should we start? She asked. Let's go somewhere where we can grab a quick bite to eat. I'm quite famished. Follow my lead. There's this good place called the Hostess of Fertility, and it serves a good breakfast. And the two made their way towards the pub. Denki was munching on the food at the table. It was the best food he had for months. Eating nothing but stale bread and dried meat on his journey, a hot soup with vegetables and meat was so good that he felt like crying. He wanted seconds, but remembered that his budget was tight right now. But he was still satisfied since the serving was large and filling. He learned that the girl was named Lily and that she was a supporter in the dungeon. She told him all sorts of stuff about the city, so he was quite thankful towards the young girl. She excused herself to go to the restroom, and right now, he was waiting for her to return. How do you like the food? A waitress came to his table asking hi about his food. It was sublime, he said with a smile as he asked for the check. One moment, sir. The waitress bowed and made her way back to the counter. He watches and smiles at them as he hands move towards his bag. What a nice girl. He wondered what was taking Lily so long. She was gone for almost 5 minutes now. Oh well, guess girls will be girls no matter where they are from. His hands searched for his coin pouch inside his bag. Not finding it there, he moved it around his pockets, cupping it, trying to find a bulge. He was getting flustered. Where did I put that thing? He hurriedly looked at his bag again as he spilled the contents of it out, spreading then at the table. Here's your check, sir. The waitress came back with his total. He was getting redder and redder by the second as he searched everywhere. Is there any problem, sir? He was unable to answer the waiter as he looked at her with teary eyes. I may have lost my wallet. He whispered so softly that his voice seemed silent. Pardon, I couldn't catch what you said. The waitress tilted her head at Denki. She didn't quite hear him. I lost my wallet, he said a little louder, and the waitress heard him loud and clear. The waitress gave him the most beautiful smile he ever saw, while she spoke in the scariest voice he had ever heard. So how are you supposed to pay for your meal, dear sir? He could have sworn that he felt a malicious aura coming from the waitress, and he could do nothing but swallow his saliva at the situation he was in. The waitress sweetly handed him his bill, and when he saw it he felt like his whole world crumbled. NN 965 VALIS. He looked at the waitress, and there she was still smiling at him, but the scary thing is her eyes were no longer smiling. Lily, yes, he could borrow some money from Lily. It may be quite shameful, but he knows that it is his only choice right now. Can we wait for my friend, who I was eating with? I'm afraid that she had already left, sir. She said that you'll be paying for the two of you. Then it all clicked. He'd been scammed. He remembered how the girl got close to him earlier that day, how she was sticking to him like glue. He thought that she was quite friendly, but oh, how wrong he was. Master, Orario is a scary place. He thinks to himself as he can only look down in shame. Suddenly, the bell on the door rang as a patron came inside the pub. Everyone greeted the newcomer as he went to the bar and ordered his meal. Moments later, Mia came towards Denki's table. What seems to be the problem here? Mia asked her employee. He lost his wallet, the waitress said flatly as she eyed the poor kid. She knows Mia won't be going easy towards him. May his death be swift, she thought. I'll take care of this, Chloe. Take care of August. He just arrived and is quite hungry. With pleasure, she answered energetically. August was one of his favorite customers. Not only is he good-looking, he was also strong, and not to mention rich, so all in all, he was quite a catch if you asked her. Mia looked at the kid who was dropping his shoulder and looking at the ground in shame. What should I do with you? Chloe Rollo was skipping her way towards August. She was the one who regularly took his order and has somehow gotten close with the young adventurer. She was shocked, like many of her peers, when she heard that the boy who threw a party the first time he went inside their pub was such a strong adventurer. A level 5 to be exact, and also someone who can solo a monster Rex on his own. And not to mention such a cool alias to boot, Guy Bulg, or the Spear of Mortal Death, such a dreamy guy. Sadly, she had competition for August's attention. Sir has also taken interest with him. Luckily for her, she was not here right now, so she has August all for herself. Hi August, this is a first. Usually you're pretty early. What can I get you? She opened up as she smiled brightly. Hey Chloe. August waved at him, returning her smile back. Yes, the old man has been beating me up non-stop. I swear he doesn't know the concept of holding back. I'll take the usual. The usual for August. She screamed, her voice reaching the kitchen and earning an okay from them. Well, you have a tournament coming up. When is it again? About 3 weeks from now. Still, he can maybe tone it down a little. August sighed, remembering his training with his god. By the way, what's up with that? He asked as he pointed in the direction of Mia and Denki. Oh, that, someone who lost his wallet and is about to be a dead man. August looked at the new face. Quite brave eating at Mamma Mia's without any money, but what caught his attention was his posture. Straight and loose, relaxed yet aware of his surroundings, no opening whatsoever, not even a fly can go in his space if he wanted to. Even with him looking down, August can sense that he is aware of everything around him. He is also sure that he can feel his gaze right now. Interesting, he said to himself, which Chloe heard. Yeah, he's strong, she said, as her eyes followed August's. Chloe was no pushover. She was after all a level 4 adventurer and a high level 4 to boot. She can tell the moment that the kid entered the pub that he was strong. August was playfully looking at Denki. He may not admit it, but Heracles' childish nature had rubbed off on him. He smiled and sent a weak jolt of blood thirst on Denki. Let's see if he can feel this. Denki's eyes went wide as he suddenly jumped back and clutched his katana at his side, taking a Hiatus stance as his aura burst forth, forming a sphere around him. His eyes looked directly towards August's direction. Whistle fast and quick. He was able to sense such a minuscule amount of bloodlust and was able to react well. He said, as a cold sensation suddenly assaulted him, and he looked only to find Mia staring at him. He quickly mouthed sorry and turned towards Chloe, dodging Mia's gaze. August, that's not nice, Chloe said as she covered her lips trying to hide her smile. Ha, sorry about that, I was just curious. He smiled and waved her off. By the way, how much does he owe? 965 volleys. Chloe answered him as he watched Denki bowing and apologizing at Mia for his actions earlier. It's on me, he said as he took the doggy bag that was his order and left the money at the counter. He then made his way out the door. And he's off. Guess I'll stop Mamma Mia now from killing that poor boy, she said as he watched the door swing close behind the young adventurer. Chapter 29, A Friendly Spar. Narration. Denki was walking down the road with his head hung down. He lost all his money and was humiliated inside a pub. Master, the city is so scary, he thought to himself, but not everything was bad. His bill, which he can never pay right now, was paid for by a good Samaritan. He doesn't know who it was, but he was thankful nonetheless. But that bloodlust earlier, was it just my imagination? I could have sworn that I was targeted earlier. It felt like a hand was grasping my heart. He felt chills remembering the events in the pub. He faced his fair share of monsters and mortals before, but that was the first time he ever felt such a dense bloodlust. He shook his head rapidly to get the memory out of his mind. What he needs right now is to find a familia for him to join, and right now, he has no prospect of what he is looking for. Honestly, I'll join any familia who'll take me in, but I do wish there is someone strong in it. Oh well, I'll worry about it in the future. He slaps his face to pump himself up, and with a determined face takes a step towards his dream of becoming an adventurer. Inside the dungeon 21st floor. August was out dungeon diving. Killing monsters and training with Heracles was the new normal for him right now. He was confused, though. Heracles was training him harder than usual, and at every spar they have right now his god always uses that aura that seems to push him down to the ground. He does not mind it. All those work is making him strong, so he can't really complain about any of it. Slap! He twirls his spear and slashes the incoming monster Vuover, cutting it in half, and the monster can do nothing but shriek at the pain and turn to dust as it dies on the spot. Floor 21 is becoming boring now, but I did promise the old man that I won't be diving deeper than the 24th. The ground shook as a couple of mammoth fools charged at him. He did say that I'm only allowed deeper in the dungeon if I could find a party to go with, he said as he jumped high up, dodging the one mammoth fool and bringing down his spear at the other, piercing its skull and killing it in one blow. If I'm not mistaken, the majority of the 25th floor is heavily consist of multiple bodies of water, so going alone is problematic even for a high-class adventurer. As the monster turned to dust, he twirled his spear so fast that it looked like a blur, and he cut the trunk off another mammoth fool. It howls in anger as it flails at August with the aim of maiming him with its tusk. August was having none of that. He calmly stopped the giant monster on its track with his spear, and with his bare hands delivered a devastating uppercut straight to its face, sending the monster flying in the air. He then took aim and charged mana on his spear as he threw his weapon towards the beast. The spear passed through it like a hot knife through butter, killing it, turning it to dust as only its core remained. He calmly walked and picked his weapon up, along with the loot that he got from his daily hunt. This is getting repetitive. When will that old man find another member? I want to dive deeper, he said to himself as he made his way down the dungeon. He made his way down towards the 24th floor, killing everything in his path. He stopped at the entrance of the 25th floor, or was better known as the second line. He sighs. He really wanted to dive deeper, but he knows that going there unprepared would be stupid on his part. He doesn't want another repeat of what happened on his first day inside the dungeon. The old man won't know, though. Maybe a steep inside won't be as bad as they said it is. He made up his mind. What Heracles wouldn't know won't kill him. He was about to take a step inside, but stopped as he heard a couple of voices coming his way. He can see a silhouette far at the distance. He squints his eyes, trying to see who they were. Finn, he can see the Palom hero at the front, and behind him are his party. They were making their way back at the surface at the call of their god Loki. Finn spotted August at the distance, standing there at the entranceway, and he can see that he's alone. They met each other, and August greeted them with a smile on his face. The adventures of Loki's familia recognized August immediately. How could they forget? He was the center of such a malicious mana, such dark magic. Hello, August. Finn greeted August and offered his hand for a shake, which he politely received. So you made it all the way down here. Piece of advice: don't go deeper if you're alone. The 25th floor and beyond is dangerous to those who are diving solo. I know, August answered solemnly. Patience wasn't his strong suit, and right now he was so impatient in going deeper in the dungeon. So y'all done with your expedition? He asked them. Not really. Our god has called for our return, something about a tournament taking place. Finn answered him while sighing. He really wanted to reach the 60th floor, so them returning early bummed him out. So there's a level 5 in their party. I wonder who it is. August scanned everyone in Finn's party. They all look so strong. I can't wait to see who I get to fight in the tournament. I'm guessing by your reaction that you're taking part in it, Finn said, smiling at August. Sharp as ever. August just nodded his head. He could see Finn smiling at him. It was the same smile he saw Heracles was giving him when he is plotting something. Why don't we travel back to the 18th floor? We could talk much more peacefully there. Reveria suggested, which everyone agreed to. They all made their way up the dungeon as August asked them unending questions about the deeper floor. Minus 18th floor. They arrived at the 18th floor quickly, as all of them are high-ranking adventurers. The monsters really never posed a threat to any of them. The adventurers of Loki Familia set up a temporary camp for them to relax as they continued their talk. August got to know more about the adventurers as he was able to talk to them on their journey. He had gotten quite close with Tiona, as she was quite a bubbly character to hang out with. Tione also joined in on their conversation, but Bite and Eyes were taking a more distant approach towards August. Bite because he doesn't like the boy because of the magic that he saw when he was battling Goliath, and Eyes because she was reserved and was not the socializing type. But August doesn't mind at all. Right now they are sitting and relaxing in front of a campfire as Finn, Gareth, and Reveria talk with each other, leaving August in the company of the twins. He really did that. Tiona was listening to August as he tells them how his god always beat him up every time they spar with each other. Yes, the old man never really knows the concept of holding back. He even sent me flying through a forest when he punched me that one time. Ouch, Tiona winced just imagining it. She shudders at the thought of sparring against someone like that on a daily basis. So you learned to fight because of him? You must be quite strong now, training directly under your god. Tiona joined in their conversation. August's story caught her interest as well. He imagined his god to be quite a monstrous warrior if he could unleash strength like that in the lower world. Yeah, everything I learned when it comes to fighting is because of the old man. But still, is it too much to ask for him to tone it down just a little? Ha 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 ha, the twins laughed as they watched August sighing because of the beating he was receiving. They couldn't help but find him a bit cute. Speaking of fighting, I really wish that I could spar with any of you. August suddenly became serious as he looked at the twins. He never fought anyone close or even above me in strength except for the old man, and I can feel that the two of you are super strong. Well, as much as we want to fight you, Tiona. We can't really make a decision without asking Finn for permission. Tiona. The twins answered August. Then maybe we could ask Finn. I'm sure he'll have no problem with it since it's just a friendly spar. I'll spar with you. Suddenly, a voice joined in. August followed the voice to see the werewolf Beteloga looking at him with a cocky smirk on his face. Cool with that, right? August didn't really like this man, and he can tell that he doesn't like him either. And that cocky smile is really pissing him off. Sure, I've got no problem with that. August answered him, returning a cocky smile of his own which annoyed the werewolf. But aren't you gonna ask for permission first? Oh, I'm sure he wouldn't mind, won't you, Finn? August looked behind him only to find the trio of Finn, Gareth, and Reveria standing there, watching them. Well, I see no problem if it's just a friendly spar. So there you have it, boy. Or are you perhaps backing out? Betes smiled, became even more cockier, looking at August with an amused expression on his face. This man is really pissing me off. August's eyes were twitching, but the smile on his face was still there. But slowly, his smile turned into a feral grin as the prospect of beating the shit out of him entered his mind. Backing out? Ha, you must be joking. His face suddenly became serious as he looked at Betel like he was his prey. Let's have a friendly spar then. The adventurers formed a huge circle with both August and Betel at the middle. Somehow their spar became a spectacle for everyone on the 18th floor as multiple adventurers came to watch the two fight. Holy shit, isn't that Beteloga the Vanargand of Loki Familia? A random adventurer exclaimed as he saw Bete standing in the middle. Yeah, it is. Who is he fighting against? Another adventurer chimes in. That's August Kaiser. Guy Bulg August Kaiser, an adventurer who recognized August exclaimed. Who now? You haven't been up to the surface yet, but that guy is a level 5 adventurer who has beaten Goliath solo. Killing a monster Rex solo. A level 5. Damn, he looks young. Is he single by any chance? Holy shit, we're getting a heavyweight matchup, aren't we? The adventurers were getting noisy as they watched the two of them glared at one another. August with his beloved spear Beowulf and Bete holding his two swords dual Rallen. The atmosphere was so tense you could cut it with a knife. Who knows August was this popular already? Tiona said as she watches the back of August. They were gone for a couple of weeks, yet August had garnered this much recognition. Well, he is the full package. Strong, good-looking, and young. Him gaining popularity was only a matter of time if you ask me. Tiona answered her sister. So who do you think will win? Reveria asked Finn and Gareth for their opinions on the fight. Base on level, Bete has this in the bag. He is level 6 after all, and from what we are hearing, young August is only a level 5. Gareth answered her as he put a finger in his chin. But it isn't a guarantee. We don't know much about August. How he fights against another person is still a mystery for us, but I'm leaning on Bite on this one. Finn chimed in his thought, watching closely. Either way, we will see how strong the boy from 9 years has grown. Farther away from the crowd eyes was watching the two of them. Her eyes are glued to the young man, who is the same age and the same level as her. Bite looked around and opened his mouth. Looks like we gathered quite a crowd. You can still back off if you want. Losing in front of this many people would be embarrassing, don't you think? He is riling up August, and he knows it. August smirked at the attempt and answered back. You seem to have forgotten, you're level 6, if I lose no one will bat an eye to it, but if you lose no one will ever forget. The words of August made Bite angry at it. He knows the words rings true. Clinching his swords hard, he took his stance and glared at him. August followed suit. Twirling his spear to a blur, he aimed the tip at Bite, his full concentration now in the fight. Finn walked in the middle of the two and looked at them. Seeing that they were ready, he raised his hand up in the air. Begin. Chapter 30, a not-so-friendly spar after all. Narration. Everyone expected them to go gung-ho at each other at the start, but the two of them just stared at each other. Watching every movement, calculating every possible opening for them to take. The low-level adventurers may see this as them just staring at each other, but for those who had steeped in the realm of being a high-class adventurer, they can see that the two of them are having a mental battle to gain the upper hand. August changed his stance. Lowering his center of gravity, he held his spear to aim its tip on the ground, pointing at Bite's feet. This subtle change made Bite adjust his stance as well. He crouched down like a wolf ready to pounce. His two swords forming an X in front of him, both ready for attacking as well as defending his front. Seeing this, August front foot, which is his left, slid a couple of centimeters to the left side, which Bite saw and made a minor adjustment as well. It became a reading match on who can gain the upper hand when it came to positioning for the perfect strike. Both fighters know that whoever gains the advantages here will control the tempo of the entire match. The kid is pretty good, don't you think? Gareth said as he watched the whole thing unfold. An average fighter would just charge in hoping to get the upper hand by delivering the first strike. Yes, Finn nodded. It looks like August has been trained by someone who really knows the art of combat. The way he adjusted his stance to gain the advantage is something a veteran adventurer would do, just like us. But Bite isn't giving him any ground. He is covering every path of attack August is making. I'm surprised Bite didn't try to gain the tempo by attacking first, though. He is being cautious. He saw a glimpse of what August can do, and not to mention that dark magic we felt when he fought Goliath. Only a fool would rush in even after knowing those facts. Taioni and Tiona, who were at the side listening to the conversation, got a glimpse of how skilled August really is when it came to fighting. They looked at the middle as the two did their lethal dance in taking the optimal position for attack or for defense. It was like a chess match between two experienced masters. Hey sis, I really regret not taking the spar with August earlier, Taioni said as her eyes are glued at the young man's back. Don't make me laugh, you heard what the captain and Gareth said. You are not the type of fighter who relies on taking the optimal position. Tiona smirked at her sister. Knowing you, you'll probably just charge in without a single thought and lose after a few exchanges. Meanie, Taioni pouts at those words. She might not like it, but it's the truth. She doesn't like this type of fighting. She would rather brute force her way in gaining the upper hand. Oh, just watch, you might learn something, Tiona said, urging Taioni to focus in the match. Oh, opening, his guard is tight. Every adjustment I make he would just counter automatically, even the small, minor ones. August was racking his brains. He tried everything in his arsenal to get to the most advantageous spot, but Bite saw his everyone and has an answer to it. Should I just go in? No. That would be stupid on my part. How about creating an opening for him to attack me and taking advantage of it? It's possible, but I don't think he's someone who will fall for that obvious trap. His mind was working double time. This was the first time he fought someone who knows how to really fight other than his god. He knew how to handle Heracles because he fought him countless times already. He memorized his every tell, but Bite was someone he was fighting for the first time. He doesn't know any of his habits, his tells, his fighting style in general. He assumed B was a speedy fighter since he was light on his feet and carried 2 short swords optimal of a fast assault. But as far as he knows, that was it. Bite was starting at Auguste's every move. It was like he was face to face with a veteran. For someone so young yet able to judge the fight and simulate it in his head, he is nothing short of a prodigy, a genius. But he has faced his fair share of geniuses before. He's just like Eyes, someone who was born with the innate talent to fight. He thought as he changed his stance to adjust to Auguste. The other adventurers who can't see the fight within the fight are confused. A minute has passed, and they are just both standing there staring at one another. They thought they would be seeing a slugfest, not a staring match. But everyone who can felt chills at every move the two are taking. Tusk, Auguste clicked his tongue. He developed a plan in his mind, but it was risky. Still, nothing will happen if he did not take the initiative. What am I even doing? If there's one thing I'm best at is attacking. He took a step towards Bite. He'll take the first move and see where it goes from there, but that was all he could do. As soon as he took that step, Bite covered himself with mana and charged at Auguste, brandishing his 2 swords at him. Fast, Auguste widens his eyes as the swords are inches away from his face. Shit! He raised his spear up to block the blow, but Bite vanished. The sword strike was a feint. Auguste was fast enough to block the kick now coming at his side. He let his left hand go off his spear, and using his elbow, he planned to destroy Bite's shin with it. Oh, just try it then. Bite can see Auguste's plan but still pushes on. You're in for a surprise, boy. Auguste pushed his mana on his shoulder as he smiled viciously. I'll be taking that leg of yours, he screamed at Bite. Boom! As their shin and elbow met a huge impact, sent shockwaves at the clash. The fuck? Auguste's eyes went wide. He felt his mana being absorbed by Bite, and he was sent flying in the air. Bite smiled as he watched Auguste. He then rushed in to finish the match, as he knew he couldn't do much in the air. Auguste tried to regain his balance mid-air, straightening himself as he watched a blur of white and blue flying straight at him. Oh no, you don't. He raised his mana to the limit as he let his spear Beowulf take his mana as he slammed his spear towards Bite. Futile, Bite answers back. He plans to block the spear with his sword and finish the match with his other one. But the strike was stronger than he thought. Boom! As metal meets metal, Bite was thrown down the ground hard as he made a crater of himself from the impact. Arghh? Bite groaned as his body meets the cold, hard surface of the dungeon, but he has no time to rest as Auguste, like lightning from above, rushed straight down at his position. You asshole! Putting his hand on the ground, Bet rolled to his back up to his feet, dodging the strike as debris came flying off everywhere. Holy shit! What the hell was that? MyGods, this is awesome. The adventurers watching the fight can't help but admire the 2 warriors facing off. Everything that happened transpired in just a few seconds, 42 seconds to be exact. All they can think of is how fast the 2 of them are. The adventurers below level 2 couldn't even see them move. All they could see was a blur and the silhouette of the 2 as the spark from their clashing weapons and the sound of it assaulted their ears. Bite was angry. He was planning to do short work of this boy, but he was stronger than he thought. Fucking bastard. He cursed as he rushed inside Auguste's guard. Auguste sees this stood his ground. He let his mana flow inside his body. Bring it on. The 2 met as sparks flew in the air, their weapons brandished against each other, their clash making the air inside the dungeon blow violently by their every move. Bite stabbed his weapon straight at Auguste's chest. Auguste spun to dodge the blow, and at the same time, he slashed his spear straight at Bite's head. Bite ducked as he used his hands to twirl in the ground and kicked Auguste. He blocked it perfectly, but he felt his mana being absorbed again like it did earlier. He jumped back to gain distance, but that was a mistake on his part, and Bite capitalized on that mistake. He rushed and jumped, splashing his 2 swords vertically, which pushed Auguste back even more. And like glue, he stuck on Auguste, twisting his body, delivering a hard kick on Auguste's face. The blow disoriented Auguste, and Bite knows it. He used the pommel of his sword to slam it at Auguste's solar plexus, making him spit out saliva at the blow. UHGG. Auguste was sent flying, landing a few meters away and rolling at the ground as he bounced a couple before he balanced his body using his spear by stabbing it to the ground. He looked at Bete that was smiling mockingly at him. "Give up, boy, you don't stand a chance," Bete said as he twirls his swords around his fingers. "Asshole," August said as he stood up and wiped the blood that was falling out his lips. He looked at it and licked the blood off his fingers. "I can do this all day," he said as he twirled his spear and took his stance, smiling viciously towards Bete. "You haven't even touched me yet. Any more of this would be stupid. Come to think of it, that may come naturally for you," Bete said, mocking August as he looked at him with amused eyes. "Oh, I haven't touched you yet. Then why are you bleeding?" August smiled at Bete and pointed at his right leg. A cut has been made by August. Bete looked at the wound and felt like laughing. It was barely a scratch. "Ha ha ha, foolish. How utterly foolish. This won't even be considered as a scratch, boy." August stretched his body as he answered Bete. "A cut is still a cut for me." After he was done stretching, mana seems to escape out of his body. Intense bloodlust assaulted everyone who was watching, and Bete was the one who was receiving the brunt of August's intense bloodlust. Now the true fight begins. A vicious grin slowly emerges on August's face as blood trickles down his lips. The adventurers shook at the pressure August is releasing. The low-level ones vomit on the spot as they felt their life being threatened. They felt like death was standing right in front of them. A fear that they couldn't understand gripped their hearts. The only thing they can think of right now is running. The higher-class adventurer felt a prickly sensation on their skin as August's bloodlust assaulted them as well. It felt chilly and violent, but it was not new to them. They felt it every day while diving in the dungeon. What surprised them is a kid not older than 16 having that type of violent aura. Well, this is getting interesting. Finn watched carefully. He was surprised by August's strength and prowess earlier, and now he was even more so. Is that really the boy from 9 years ago? Riveria couldn't believe what she was witnessing. She was so much more sensitive to these things, and the bloodlust that August is releasing made her shudder at the intensity of it. Young August seemed to have grown stronger than I thought. Gareth was interested in the outcome of this match. He feels like this can go either way now. That is if Bete wouldn't turn it up a notch himself. Tyone and Tiona felt chills as they stared at the boy. He was the same level as Tyone and Tiona and was a year younger than the two. Yet it felt like he was already stronger than them. That bloodlust he released made them aware of how strong August was. Eyes was curious. August interested her. He was the same age and achieved the same feat. Right now watching the fight made her want to spar with August as well. She wants to see who will win if the two of them fought. Little did she know that she would get a chance to do so in a few weeks' time, as she will inevitably face August at the tournament, but that's a story for another time. Bete, who was on the receiving end of such an intense bloodlust, snarled at August. "This bastard," he curses. He couldn't believe the guts of this boy. If it's a fight he wants, then it's a fight he'll get. Bete unleashed a bloodlust of his own. The whole 18th floor started to shake as both of their aura clashed. The combination of the two bloodlust made the lower-level adventurer faint on the spot. It made the spectator, who can take it, more excited by the two fighters. Both of their aura clashed, not giving an inch to one another. "Looks like it's not a friendly spar after all," Finn said as he massaged the bridge of his nose as he sighs at the two. Chapter 31, When Calamities Collide. Narration. Their two aura clashed as the pressure from it made lesser adventurers faint by its sheer magnitude. August gripped his weapon hard, his eyes glued towards the werewolf that was in front of him. He can feel his mana raging inside of him. "Let's do this, partner," he said softly towards his spear as it vibrates in his hands. Bete did the same, making an X in front of him as he crouched low to the ground, digging his feet deep in it. He took his stance. At any moment he was poised to strike. A thundering sound fills the air as the two simultaneously charge at each other, their speed blindingly fast as they brandish their weapon in a tempest of blow. August jabbed his spear straight forward, and Bete, seeing this, reacted in a blink of an eye, using one of his swords to parry and the other to launch a counter-attack. As Bete parried the spear, August moved with the blow and spun, dodging the sword that was heading at his biceps. As he did, he used both his hands and held his spear at the tip, using it like a bat, and slamming it vertically towards the werewolf. Bete used his legs to block the incoming attack. his greaves blocking the blow of August and siphoning mana as well. He used the momentum of the blow to deliver a front flip axe kick hitting August in the shoulder. The blow staggered August, but he took advantage of the hit. With a twist of his hands, he delivered a sneaky hit at Beatez's calf, drawing blood, which Beowulf greedily devoured, which in turn gave August another boost of speed, strength, and mana. His skill-lethal tempo and Beowulf's greed are making him stronger and stronger as the fight rages on. August then used his palm, charging it with mana and slamming it at Beatez's solar plexus, blowing him away. How much mana does this bastard have? Beetez was confused as he flies in the air. He had siphoned August multiple times using his artifact. The Flossvert, a pair of mithril boots that are able to absorb magic and use its power to increase the wielder's own power. He landed on his feet, but August was already rushing him with a barrage of stabs with his spear. He didn't have the time to think about the mana capacity of August. Instead, he focused entirely on blocking and dodging the hail of blades. A stab got inside his guard, as the blade of the spear grazed his cheek, drawing blood from it, and as he did, he was shocked that August suddenly became faster and stronger. Schloop! A blindingly fast blow threatened to impale his head. His instinct screamed at him, and using his reflexes, he dodged the blow by leaning his body back, his head near at the ground. Beetez used his hands as he let his momentum carry him. Doing a handstand, he decided to deliver an attack of his own as he blasted August with multiple kicks, hitting him at his abdominal, chest, and head. August was pushed up in the air. He did not expect a counter from Beetez at that angle, and it was too fast for him to block or dodge since he overextended on his part when he went for his head. The blow discombobulated him and sent him in a bad spot. And Beetez was experienced enough to take advantage of this. He pushed himself up and charged up his mana into his sword, making them glow a light blue hue. August can see Beetez coming in his peripheral vision. He was in the air, and he knows that he is in a vulnerable spot. Seeing that he won't come out of Beetez's attack unharmed, he decided to trade blows with him. If I get hit, I'm making sure I'll hit you back as well, he thought to himself as he charged his weapon with his mana. Come. Beetez arrived in front of August and slashed his swords simultaneously. It's over, boy. August let his mana roar as he shoved his spear in Beetez's way. Arg! Roaring on top of his lungs, August's spear aims true. Boom! The simultaneous blow created a powerful shockwave, which sent blasting gale all throughout the 18th floor. The weaker adventurers were pushed back, tumbling to the ground by the force of the two. Beetez saw the attack coming. As a matter of fact, he expected it. He raised his shin up in the last second, using his greaves Flossvert meet the spear head-on, while his sword slashed August cleanly on his chest as blood gushed out from the wound. Crack! The sound of metal breaking echoes all throughout. Fuck! Beetez can only curse as Beowulf penetrated his greaves, impaling his shin with its vicious blade. He was sent flying back as an audible crunch sounded when the spear was pulled out of his shin. His right foot was destroyed by Beowulf's bite. August was even worse off, as a huge wound ran across his chest. He was as well as Beetez sent beaming down the ground as he grit his teeth from the pain. The adventurers watching the match were dumbstruck. This was supposed to be a friendly spar, yet the two of them seemed to have other ideas. It was brutal and bloody. Reveria, Finn shouts, signaling his friend to rush in and check the two. He was mesmerized by the match, which made him unable to react when the two went in for the kill. He could have stopped it, but he didn't. On it, the elf took a step forward, but stopped as she felt pressure radiating from the two combatants. Oi, fight's not over, Beetez said as he stood up shakily, his right foot destroyed and unrecognized. It was a bloody pulp at this point as the bones protruded out from its wound. That right, boy? His eyes are glued towards August as he as well was standing up unsteadily. You're damn right it isn't. August spat as he bleeds heavily from his wounds. 2 long slashes run across his chest, forming an X as he stood bloodied and mangled from it. We're just getting started, he answered Beetez with a dangerous smile plastered on his bloody face. Holy shit. They're still standing after that. Monsters. The spectators couldn't believe it. Just getting started? Bullshit. In their mind, the two of them are done. there is no way they can recover from an injury of that magnitude. Bitez's right foot is essentially useless, and Auguste's body is a bloody mess. The two of them are done, and the adventurers who are watching wholeheartedly believe that they are done. Bitez, Auguste, stand down, you are in no condition to fight anymore. Finn barks, ordering the two to stop this madness. Captain, stay out of this. This is between me and him. Bitez roared at Finn. He refused to stop this fight. He didn't want to admit it, but he is enjoying himself. Finn, let us continue. This fight is far from over. Auguste looked at Finn's eyes, and Finn can see the fire that is inside it. He looked at his teammate and friend Bitez, and he could see the fire in his eyes as well. He realized that at that moment, the two of them cannot be stopped. Finn sighed deeply and massaged the bridge of his nose. Fine, but if it gets out of hand, I'm stopping this fight whether you two like it or not. Finn, Riveria couldn't believe it. What in the world is her captain thinking? Allowing this to continue is pointless. The two of them are in no condition to stand, much less fight. Are you sane? I have to agree with Riveria on this one, Finn. Gareth also stepped in. The two of them are clearly proud men. This fight is nothing more than a prideful macho match between the two. I see no point in continuing this. Look at their eyes, Finn said, not taking his gaze off the two. Tell me, do you think they'll take us stopping the match well? The two of them had made up their mind, and all we can do now is watch and step in if ever things go an ugly turn. Gareth and Riveria turned silent. They could see it in both men's eyes. Their fire, their will, and their pride. The two of them stare off. They only have enough strength in them for one more shot, and the two of them knew this. Now or never then. Auguste grumbles to himself. He made up his mind. He will put his everything in this attack. His mana flared up as it raged in a violent storm, and he pushed every single mana in his body into his spear, making it glow a violent dark red. Endless battle. A violent aura surged as Auguste's mana ran amok. The ground shook as Auguste unleashed his magic for everyone to see. What the hell is that? So strong. GGBULG. The adventurers felt helpless in front of such a show of power. Auguste right now felt like death itself. The spear of mortal death stood in front of them. Auguste deserved his alias. He is the embodiment of the spear that brings mortal death. Riveria, get ready to cast your strongest barrier. Finn spoke as he bit his thumb. He doubled his power. No, he tripled it. Right now Auguste's stat is that of a high level 6. He thought to himself as he watched Auguste. Riveria nodded and began chanting her magic. Bitez, seeing Auguste bit his lips, does he really have to use it? He hates this magic of his. It reminds him of his loss, his failures. Using his magic forces him to face the scars of his past. He took a deep breath in and closed his eyes. Fuck it, he cursed as his mana flared up. Chained froze. The first wound, Jelgja. The second wound, G-Earl. The third wound, Thornvidi. He began his chant. His past came rushing inside his head as he gritted his teeth, drawing blood. The ravenous slaver, your only hope. May it form a river, mixing in the tide of blood, to wash away your tears. Never forget those irreparable wounds. Every word brings out wounds from his failure. Every word brought pain. This rage and hatred, thine infirmity and incandescence. Denounce the world, acknowledge fate, and dry thy tears. May the pain become your fangs, the lament your roar, and your lost companions your strength. He opened his eyes and stared at the man standing in front of him, unleashing a violent burst of mana aimed right at him. Free yourself of the chains that bind you, and release your mad howl. O lineage of enmity, pray use this vessel and devour the moon, drink greedily from its overflowing cup. Bare your fangs and devour all. Flames started to rise up his body. As the magical flames glows bright and violent, he cast his magic, Hati. Boom! Bitez's magic explodes as 4 violent flames burn from his hands and feet. The magic even burns Bitez, which in turn makes him even stronger. Fuck, Gareth, Finn can only curse. Hati is magic that can absorb anything that has magical properties in them, be it spell, curse, or even barrier. Finn knows that Riveria cannot block it no matter how strong the barrier is. I hate to say I told you so. Gareth rushed with Finn to put a stop to this. The situation is getting out of hand. The twins stared dumbstruck at the two. Auguste because of the violent magic that he unleashed, and Bitez because of the destroying flames that is in his control. Eyes couldn't take her eyes off the two. She clenched her fist as she imagined herself fighting them for real. She wondered who would come out on top if she ever fought any of the two. August and Beatez's eyes met, and they charged at one another. August gripped Beowulf hard as he fed it all of his mana. The spear roared as it attempted to devour everything in its path. Beatez unleashed his flames, making the whole floor burn in its heat. The flames enveloped his whole body as he became the sun inside the dungeon. Reveria unleashed her strongest barrier to stop their clashes, as Finn and Gareth stood at the middle of the two charging calamities. BOMMMs. Chapter 32, Power, Absolute Power. Narration. Two calamities charge at one another. The spear of death and the fire that burns everything, both aiming to devour the other. Reveria cast her strongest barrier, knowing full well that she will be unable to stop the blazing fire of Beatez's magic. She was confident that it is enough to stop August, since his attack doesn't have any anti-magic properties in it. Her goal is to buy time for Gareth and Finn to put a stop at the two. Gareth and Finn arrived in the middle of the two. Facing the attack of the two head-on brought so much pressure on them, but they are high-class adventurers for a reason. Earth Raid. Gareth activated his magic and dug his axe down the ground, destroying the earth beneath him. He then lifted it up, forming a physical wall of hard stones in front of him. A fire that burns and absorbs magic. What a terrifying spell. The best course of action against something like that is to face it head-on. Gareth roared as he braced himself for impact. He is by far the strongest physically in Loki's familia, and right now he'll use that strength without reservation. Placing his gigantic axe in front of him. Axe Rollin, an axe with Durandal properties, he grit his teeth and dug his feet on the solid ground. Finn held his spear the Forsha. He stood firm in front of the charging death. Right now August's power reached high level 6, the same as him, Gareth, and Reveria. The spear met the solid barrier of the elven mage, and the magic roared in protests. It was only a matter of time before Beatez reached the barrier from the other side, completely destroying it. He ordered Gareth to handle Beatez while he stopped the Grim Reaper that is August. Finn took his stance as he glowed a valiant golden hue, dazzling and radiant, an aura fit for a hero. The barrier vanished and the spear of death beamed on, charging straight towards Finn as he stood tall. "You have gotten stronger, August." Finn smiles as he watches the young adventurer heading in his direction. Calling it fast would be an understatement. But Finn just smiled at the face of death. He willed his mana into his spear as he prepared to receive the attack. "But you're still too green." BOMMMs. Both calamities collide against the two veteran adventurers. A deafening explosion bombarded the 18th floor as a bright light consumes the colors of the dungeon. Debris came flying everywhere as the adventurers tried their best to cover themselves with whatever skill or magic they have. Reveria did her duty and covered those who aren't strong enough to protect themselves. The twins also made sure to keep those who are weak away from harm as they used their weapon to crush the incoming boulders into dust. Eyes watched on, excitement apparent on her beautiful face as she felt her heart beat rapidly. She wants this fight. This would undoubtedly make her breach the wall that she is facing right now. Oh, how she regretted not being the one who challenges August into a spar. The mana inside her body ran wild from excitement as an unknowing smile rose on her face. Gareth felt her skin boiling from the heat. He can smell his own flesh singed from the fire that devours everything. The wall that he made was melted by the magic of Beatez. It turned into boiling hot magma from the heat. Beatez's sword was in a pushing match against Gareth's axe, as the metals turned red-hot, burning themselves at the process. "Stand down, Beatez." Gareth ordered as he stomped his feet on the burning hot ground that is now a pool of lava. He pushed Beatez back with his superior strength as his muscle bulge. "Arg!" With a primal scream, he slammed and pushed the sword up, making the werewolf lose his balance, and with the brunt end of his axe, he swung at him, hitting him at the abdominal and sending him flying off the distance. Beatez's magic was cancelled as he entered Mine Zero. He was unconscious by the time he hit the ground, his body beaten and battered. Burns from his own magic can be seen all over him, his right leg a bloody pulp. He was clearly broken right now. Nothing Reveria can't fix with her magic, though. Finn received August's spear with his own. A straight stab was easy to read for the likes of Finn. He was an expert when it comes to spear combat, and he anticipated the trajectory of August's strike with one quick look. Charging mana into his lower body and spear, he slammed his weapon at the base of Beowulf, breaking its path, directing it to the ground as it dug itself in it, creating a huge crater the size of a large house. From the viewpoint of others, it might have looked easy, but Finn would be the first one to tell them that it was far from it. One wrong move, and he would be at the receiving end of August's spear, which would result in his inevitable demise. The mana he used had to be perfect in order for him not to create a blowback that would injure him, just enough to change the trajectory. Anything more or less would mean death for him, and even with all of that, he didn't get out of the clash unscratched. His hand was a bloody mess, his fingers all black and broken from the impact. Right now, he is in no conditions to even hold his weapon, much less fight. And his spear was now unusable, as the spearhead shattered, a Durandal weapon broken, yet Beowulf was still intact and didn't get any damage from it. August was shocked to see Finn in front of him. He can no longer stop his assault, and he was even more shocked when Finn redirected his blow to the ground. He was holding his spear next to his body, and the blow ultimately bounced back at him. He broke several ribs as his hand let go of his spear. He was blown back by the shockwave of his spear hitting the ground. It interrupted his concentration, which snapped him out of endless battle. His body entered Mind Zero as well, and he was rendered unconscious. Everyone was taken aback by the events. A friendly spar turned into an all-out brawl between two powerful adventurers. Their fight literally changed the landscape of the 18th floor as huge craters, broken lands, burnt and melted floors appeared on the floor. The fight resulted in many level 3 and lower adventurers to be injured by their crossfire. Nothing too serious, a broken bone here, a concussion there. But they didn't regret watching the fight at all. They witnessed something amazing that day, and the memories of it would forever be etched at their minds. This is what happens when two high-class adventures go all out. The trio of Finn, Reveria, and Gareth were tired. Finn regretted his decision to ever allow this spar to even take place. But he did gain something out of it. He now knows what August is capable of, and he could use this to their familia advantage this coming tournament. His eyes roamed and found eyes looking at the pair. He wondered what would happen if her and August fought. He established that the reason his goddess ordered for their early return was because of eyes, and he can't wait to see what the two of them would do when they face off against each other. Finn smiled, which was caught by Gareth. "What the fuck are you smiling for?" Gareth was angry right now. His axe was broken beyond repeat because of the fire of Bete. He would need a replacement, and it doesn't come cheap. Just thinking of the future and what it holds. Finn just smiled at him as he answered his question. "Now, let's clean up here. I don't know about you, but my whole body is aching right now, and I'm in a dire need of a healing spell." Shut up. Reveria was as mad or even madder than Gareth is. She was against this spar from the start given Bete's personality. And she was again proven right, but no one listens to him. Men. If it wasn't for your curiosity, none of this would have happened right now. So for that, you'll be the last person I'll heal. Finn just smiled awkwardly and scratched his head at Reveria's remark, but winced in pain when his fingers touched his head. He remembered that all of his digits were broken black and blue. "Serves you right," Gareth mumbles as he orders the twins to carry the two unconscious fighters at the camp for them to be healed. "I'm too old for this shit." August Povey. I found myself floating in darkness, in an unending void. This sensation was familiar to me. Very familiar. I'm back at the abyss. There was a cold chill running in my veins as the darkness seems to completely envelop my body. This is unexpected. A blood-curdling voice echoed all around me. I can hear it everywhere, yet nowhere can a figure be found. "Beowulf," I called out the familiar voice, and an answer came instantly. "Yes," the voice seems amused. I can feel it all around me, like a watchful eye. I can feel its presence in the dark, endless space. "Why am I here?" I asked, hoping to get answers. Answers I didn't get the last time that we talked. "Because I willed it so." "Why so serious, August? You should be happy. I deemed you strong enough for me to call your presence here." "Why did you call me here exactly?" Why indeed. Maybe because I'm bored or because I wanted someone to talk to. Who knows? "What games are you playing here?" "I'm hurt. I just wanted to see my master and talk to him face to face." "Then show yourself. Why are you hiding?" "Who said that I am?" As soon as it said those words, the whole void started to shake. Shivers run wild in my body as I felt a primal fear, the fear of the unknown. Slowly I could see a light. It was blinding in the darkness. I covered my eyes as I started at it, wanting to see what it was. Then I saw it, a pair of gigantic eyes staring deep at my soul. It seems to be the only source of light in this endless darkness. I remembered the old saying, "Stare at the abyss, and the abyss will stare right back at you." And right now, I'm staring face to face with the abyss. W, what the hell are you? My voice suddenly became shaky. I was like a speck of dust in front of those unblinking eyes. I already told you that, August. I am a Theiko Oplo. The voice became much louder, much clearer, much darker than before. I can feel my whole body vibrating at its voice. So deep, metallic, and bone-chilling, like a growl from a primal beast. I can hear chains rattling all around me, yet I see nothing except those eyes. My body became stiff and unmoving. Even Lord Heracles didn't have this much pressure when he unleashed his aura against me. Can you hear it, August? Can you hear the chains all around you? I was unable to answer it. Fear was still coursing in my body. I know that you can hear it. The chains that binds me, that limits my powers, every time you get stronger, a chain will break. And the moment that you break every chain that binds me, you will have absolute power. A power that can even bring divinity to its knees. Power, its words snapped me out of my trance. Yes, August, power, absolute power, power befitting someone who I deemed as my master. As it said that, its eyes slowly closed, returning the space into an endless darkness. I'm afraid that is all the time that we have right now. Its voice sounded tired, yet it still carries so much power behind every word. Wait, I'm not done asking questions, I protest. All will be answered in time. Be strong, my master. You are destined to be the strongest after all. And with that, everything became quiet. My body suddenly started falling. It felt heavy. The floating sensation vanished, and I fell into an endless depth. Argchh, my eyes snapped open as I sat up, cold sweat falling off my body. I felt my head bursting in pain. I hear the shutters of a tent flap open as my eyes rush at the source of the sound. You're awake. How are you feeling right now? It was Reveria. She was wearing a stoic expression, and by the look of it, she was unhappy. Everything started returning, the spar with Beta, us unleashing out magic, Finn standing in front of me, and him redirecting my charge like it was nothing. I'm fine, Jay, just a major headache. I answered the elven mage as she nodded and checked my body for any abnormalities. You seem to be fine. The headache is due to you entering Mind Zero. It's completely natural. After she was done, she headed to the shutters to exit the tent. Hey, Reveria, I spoke softly, stopping her in her tracks. I'm sorry, by the way, I let the spar escalate into an actual fight. I apologized to her sincerely. I felt bad about my actions earlier. It was childish, immature. It's okay, August. Take a rest now, you need it. She gave me an assuring smile and continued her way out. I lay down and looked at the ceiling as my mind wandered off to the fight I had with Beta. He may be arrogant and a major asshole, but I have to admit he is strong. He is stronger than me, and the only reason I was able to keep up with him is because of my skill. The skill that I got from Beowulf. I looked at my side and saw my partner. It was placed leaning at the bedside table. I remembered the conversation I had with it. So many questions in my mind. A Theiko Oploha. I muttered softly and took a deep breath. I can't help but seem to rely on you more and more. My spear vibrated, giving me assurance that it was okay. But deep down, I want my own strength, my own power. My body felt tired, and sleep started to rear its head. My eyelids became heavy, and I stifled a yawn. I let myself go into the sweet embrace of Morpheus. Chapter 33, The Hidden Threat. Narration. Somewhere in the nation of Rakia. There was an eerie silence creeping at the small town of Rakia. The villagers are living in fear as they went with their day-to-day life. This has been going on for months now, as an unknown group of individuals had taken over the town, killing everyone who bats an eye on whatever they were doing. Death was a daily thing for the people living here, as every day a new victim is taken in by them, performing a public execution for everyone to see. No one knew who these people were. All they know is that they are dangerous and vicious. The villagers started holding private meetings. Talk of resistance emerges from them as they meet every couple of weeks to come up with a solution to get rid of the people killing them. One of the members of this resistance is Anna Dreyer. A level 4 adventurer from Orario, she was on a vacation when the unknown group took over her hometown and was one of the people who stood against them. Now she is in hiding along with the other freedom fighters. Their numbers are few, but they are determined to fight the good fight. Today was an important moment for this band of good men. They decided that this would be the perfect moment for them to strike. They received info that the leader of the attacker would show himself in the public plaza for this day's execution. So we are all in agreement? Anna looked at the people gathered today. They all have determination and fire to take back what's theirs. Are you sure about this, Anna? I'm the one who delivered the info, but even I am not sure if it's reliable. Darius said. He is one of the villagers who supported the cause. He runs a pub in the town where the attackers go for their nightly drinks. Look, Darius, I trust you, and as meticulous as you are, I'm sure you already looked at this info yourself. This will work. This has to work. Anna answered him. She has known Darius since she was but a little gal. He was her childhood friend and partner at crimes. If you say so, Darius sighed. He was not an adventurer like Anna. Most of them aren't. Out of all the members of the resistance, only a handful of them are adventurers, and Anna, their leader, was the strongest at level 4. Anna nodded at Darius and then brought her attention to Kiki, another member and a level 2 adventurer of the town. How are preparations on your part? She asked the petite purple hair girl. All green and ready to go. She answered cheerfully as she gave Anna her thumbs up. Good, then with this we can proceed with the plan. Let's take our town back from these savages. Anna smiled at everyone as she raised her voice to bring morale up. The members cheered on. Finally, they could get rid of this nightmare tomorrow. Revenge was in their palm, and they can taste it now. Anna watched the members of her resistance cheer for victory. She has high hopes for tomorrow. She believes in her strength and knows that with her plan, victory would be guaranteed. She was trained by the best god for her after all. She held her rapier tightly as she hyped herself with everyone for tomorrow. After this, I'll return to Orario, back to my familia, and back to Lord Hades. And I'll finally tell Akashi how I feel about him. She thought to herself as she smiled, her mind full of thoughts about the future. For freedom. For freedom. How did it come to this? Anna watched in horror as everyone she knew and loved was slaughtered like pigs in front of her. Tears filled her eyes as she brandished her broken rapier at her attackers. She was bloodied and broken as multiple cuts and wounds were present in her body. Their plan had failed. She had failed. All because of one miscalculation. There was a rat in their midst. Darius was a traitor. She parried an incoming slash from one of the men who took over her town. With a spin, she slashed his neck with her rapier as blood showered her. The stench of it was already filling the air all around her. Bodies were lying dead on the ground. Pools of blood form in the crevices of the road. Limbs and other body parts scatter from the massacre. She was the only one left standing, and the men like ravenous dogs circle her. She was prey, and they were predators. Her eyes roamed the town, the once lush and beautiful town where she grew up, where she dreamed of becoming an adventurer in Orario, where everyone knows everyone. Now all of them are dead, all because of her. Her eyes fell on Kiki, or what's left of her at least, as she was pulled limb from limb by them. On old man Albert, the mayor of the town, his head impaled in a pike as his body lies naked on the ground. On Darius, as he watched her with blank eyes, she trusted him. Everyone trusted him, yet he stabbed them at the back. Why? Anna screamed at Darius, her eyes red from anger and tears. Why did you do this? They would have killed me and my family if I didn't. Darius answered dryly. His face is devoid of any emotion as he looked at his friend. I didn't have a choice. Unlike you, I wanted to live. Stupid fucking idiot. We could have one. We had a plan and we could have one. Anna couldn't believe it. All those planning, all those people who died for this moment, were all wasted because of one cowardly idiot. We could have one, she said softly as she bit her lips until it drew blood. I beg to differ. An answer sounded right behind her. She felt weak as a malicious aura assaulted her body. She felt a lump in her throat as her body shook in fear by the aura that she is feeling. Every one of you pathetic trash would have died anyway. The voice sounded dark, like it vibrated inside her body. She creaks her neck slowly behind her to see who it was. There she sees a man with black hair with strands of gray, sharp gray eyes like that of a dead fish, wearing a black coat on top of a white buttoned-up shirt. His face was handsome, but was somehow filled with madness. She knows this. She was a member of Hades' Familia and was familiar with every god who is a member of that cursed organization. Erebus. As she said that name, everything became clear. This was not a random attack by savages and bandits who took over the town. No, this was the work of Evelys all along. She was a fool. She thought that she could save everyone. Little did she know that everyone's fate was already sealed. "Oh dearie, don't give me that look." He spoke with an eerie softness. It sent shivers down her spine as she heard that voice. "I'm just trying to fun here. It's nothing personal. After all, we gods did descend down this hell hole to ease our boredom." She could feel his aura slowly coil around her. It felt disgusting. Her face winced at it as Erebus clutches his heart and appears hurt by her actions. "Oh dearie, what got you so down?" The mad god walked closer towards her as his footsteps made her flinch. His feet stopped mid-steep above a dead body. It was Kiki's. "Oh dear, did you lose your friends perhaps?" He snapped his fingers as a man appeared beside him. He signaled for the man's sword, which he gladly gave to the god. And with a smile, he cut the head of the petite girl and picked it up for Anna to see. Holding the severed head by the hair, he raised it, looking at Anna's horrified face. "Oh, don't worry, you'll be joining them soon," he said and smiled sadistically. Anna's mind broke at that moment. She won't allow them to humiliate her friends even more. "I'll kill you," she roared as she charged towards the god, her body glowing a violent green glow as her mana ran wild. Erebus just smiled. Licking his lips, he was relaxed in front of the crazed adventurer. He had nothing to fear from her. Anna was inches away from him when suddenly her step became short. She then fell to the ground, unable to comprehend what the hell happened. "Oh dear, did you lose your step?" Erebus asked, amused by the fallen adventurer in front of him. Anna's face crumpled. What the hell happened? She asked herself as pain finally registered in her mind. She looked at her lower half only to find that her 2 legs were missing. Pain assaulted her at that moment. She screams in agony. Her body started entering shock as her stomach rejected the food she ate earlier that day. She vomits on the grounds as blood and bile mix in a repugnant smell. She lies in the pool of the mixture as her body doesn't want to listen to her anymore. "Well, that's disgusting." Erebus waved his hand back and forth in his nose, trying to blow the smell away. He then made the severed head of Kiki look at him and started to talk to it. "Isn't your friend quite disgusting? I mean vomiting in front of a god. Does she have no shame?" No answer came. It was after all a severed head, and the dead did not talk back, but Erebus took offense to that. Quite rude, aren't you?" he said as he slammed the head to the ground and stomped it with his feet, crushing it, as blood and gray matter splattered and stains the already bloody ground. Anna watched as the god mutilates her friend's corpse. She was angry, but she couldn't do anything. Her body and her mind is broken beyond repair. Erebus finally relaxed and had his attention once more towards Anna. He had a disappointed look on his face as the smile slowly vanished in it. "Oh, she's already broken. I wanted to play with her even more. Oh well." He then pointed to one of his men and snapped his finger. "You there, whoever you are, pick this thing up and have the goblins have their fun with her. Chop chop, we don't have all day." The man rushed and carried Anna's body at the order of his god. And Erebus sighed deeply watching it all happen. He was bored again, and now he doesn't have any more toys to play with. "My lord," a man with red hair suddenly appears behind him, kneeling as he called for the god's attention. "Jillian, what is it?" he answered the man playfully. "The rat wished to see his family. He said that he did everything you instructed and you had a deal." Jillian, still kneeling, informs his lord. "Oh what was the rat's name again? Darius, was it? Yeah, feed him to the ogres, let him be with his family," he said with a sadistic smile, speaking loudly as he made sure that Darius could hear him clearly. Darius, pale at those words, his whole world crumbled under his feet as his mind shatters. "And no, I did everything you ask. I did everything you ask. I fucking did everything you ask." He ran up to the god as he picked a stone off the ground. He was in the motion of throwing it, but suddenly his whole point of view turned upside down. He had his whole head twisted as the bones in his neck broke and pierced his skin. A female elf right on top of his shoulders, smiling gleefully at what she considered to be a work of art. Oh, Kara, that wasn't necessary. Erebus took a deep breath as he watched her elf assassin twist every bone of Darius's body in every wrong direction she could twist it to. But my lord, I was just making art. Lara stopped what she was doing and started at her god. I wanted those cute ogres to have a beautiful meal. She pouts and looked down on the ground. Child, don't be saddened. Erebus scratched his head. Okay, you can make your art, but hurry up, we have a deadline to complete, and we don't want to be late now, do we? Why? Kara cheered gleefully as she continued to bend and twist the already dead body of Darius into her own personal art piece. What would I do with you? Erebus sighed once again. He then made his way out of the village as his men killed everyone in it along his way. The screams of the people are music to his ears, and he was skipping in his step as he hums a tune to go with it. Now then, Apate said that the weapon is in Orario right now. She really like making me work. Oh well, I do enjoy my work. He made his way out the town, laughing madly as the screams and horror fuel his enjoyment. He can't wait to play with the people of Orario. Maybe he'll have a chance to play with the other gods there. Oh, what fun would I have. Chapter 34, A New Member. Narration. It has been 2 days since August and Bita had their friendly spar, and right now the two of them had fully recovered from their injuries. August was cooped up in his bed and was thinking of stretching his body, so he did some light exercise on the river on the 18th floor to work up some sweat. The wind rages at every move August did with his spear. He was image training as he imagined his fight with Bita. He made some mistakes, and with this he looked to improve himself more. As his fast blows made a whistling sound that cuts through air, his body drenched in sweat as his mind recalled every detail of the fight. I was too slow on the counter. I could have dodged and still connected with a decent blow. The old man is right. I relied too much on Beowulf instead of my own skill. If it wasn't for it, I couldn't have kept up with him. His thoughts took over as his movement became even sharper, making the rivers move with his every slash as powerful winds blew with him. With a final grunt, he did his sharpest blow of the day as the air cut a tree in the distance. He breathes heavily as he holds the pose, holding his spear above his shoulder and bringing his center of gravity near the ground. Well, no use in thinking about the pass. He talked to himself and took a deep breath. He then took a dip as the cool water of the river rinsed the dirt and sweat off his body. After his refreshing dip in the river, August made his way back to the camp. The adventurers of Loki's Familia had already left for the surface earlier, which he was thankful for. He found that talking to them would be awkward after what had happened. Guess I'll climb up now. The old man must be worried by now. Knowing him, he'll be fuming. I guess I should buy him a pint of ale from the hostess to ease his anger. He sighs and makes his way out of the dungeon. Adventurers Guild. You've been gone for 3 days. That was the first thing that August heard when he stepped inside the Adventurers Guild. Sophie was tearing him a new one as she sermons him about how he should warn her if he's going to stay in the dungeon for a long period of time. Well, things got complicated, August said softly as he had his head hung low. He really didn't intend to stay inside for 3 days, but circumstances dictated otherwise. Complicated my ass, what exactly happened? Sophie asked as she stared daggers towards August. Well, I might have been too injured inside the dungeon to move as my body entered mind zero. The more he spoke, the sharper Sophie looked at him, which made him stop. Look, August, I know that you're strong. It's just that the dungeon is a very dangerous place, especially if you're alone. Hell, even the most experienced team of adventurers loses a member inside. Some of them even get wiped out, so you can understand why I worry about these things. Yeah, sorry about that. I'll be careful, promise. August smiled at Sophie, which in turn made her blush. She hurriedly arranged some papers as an excuse to hide her face from August. You better, she said softly. They talked more and August cashed his loots from the dungeon. After that, August said his goodbyes and exited the guild. He made his way towards the hostess of fertility to get something to eat as well as buy booze to bribe his god so that he won't get mad. He firmly believes that bribery is the way to avoid conflict and stood by that belief with all his heart. As he reached the pub, he was greeted by the workers with a bunch of questions on why he didn't show up this past couple of days. He was a regular here, so his absence was noticed by the workers. He answered their questions, but hid the truth, spouting some lie about being so immersed with his dive that he failed to notice the time in which the waitresses bought. But not Mia and Chloe. They could smell the bullshit a mile away and was not buying anything he was saying. Still, the two of them respect his privacy, so they didn't push for it. As August was enjoying a hearty meal, Chloe made her way towards his table. "So finally back, huh? Guess you didn't hear that your familia acquired a new member while you were gone," she started. August was about to have another big bite of his turkey leg when he stopped midway, mouth and eyes opened wide from what he heard. "Close your mouth, August, that's disgusting," Mia voiced boomed from the bar, and August hurriedly did so. His eyes creaked towards Chloe. "A new member?" he asked. "Yeah, Lord Heracles accepted a new member. He said that yesterday when he came here looking for you." August wiped his mouth as he stood up from his stool. He wanted to return home right away, so he asked Chloe to have his food packed. He paid for his meal and gave a quick goodbye as he rushed home, excited about the prospect of a new member. He knew his god, and he knew that the old man had a high standard, so whoever he accepted in his familia has to be strong. With this, his descent to the lower floors are just a matter of time now. Mia watched as August moved at such a quick pace that he forgot his change. That kid really needs to slow down. She sighed and shrugs. Mia is the type of person who has eyes and ears everywhere. She knew about the so-called friendly spar, but decided to not ask August about it. Still, she wished that the kid would not rush on things. She worries that he might get hurt because of his attitude towards strength. He reminded her so much of his father Siegfried. A few moments later, August arrived at the entrance of his familia's house. He barged in with a smile, only for a mace to come flying straight at him. His instincts kicked in high gear as he moved his spear to block the incoming projectile. He felt his muscles strain at the weight of his god's weapon. His hair stood on his neck as he felt danger on his left shoulder. He caught the silhouette of his god delivering a punch directly at him. "Fucking hell," he cursed as he moved his mana into his legs. With a grunt, he willed his body to move to the right as he quickly used his spear to block the incoming fist, making sure to channel mana into it. Boom! August was sent flying as his body hit the wall of the house, cracking it. "That's gonna leave a mark," he thought to himself as he gasped for air. "Oh ho, you've seemed to have gotten stronger, August." Heracles was standing at the entrance, he hand folded onto his chest with a smug smile on his face. "Welcome back." "Fuck you, old man. I just returned and you're already trying to kill me?" August couldn't help but scream as his whole body ached from the blow he received. "Kill you? That was nothing more than a welcoming gift." Heracles smiled mockingly. "Tell me you don't appreciate the gift that I, your god, is giving you." "Welcoming gift, my ass." August twirled his spear and took his stance. He then rushed towards Heracles as his movement turned into a blur. Heracles smiled. He has gotten much faster than before. He thought to himself as he picked his mace up and dodged the spear heading his way. "But not fast enough," he said, letting the spear and August pass him. He then kneed August, making him spit saliva. Then with the pommel of his spear, he slammed the back of August's head, which sent him crashing in the ground. "Arg!" he groans from the pain as his vision turned dark for a moment. With shaky limbs, he slowly got up. He was reminded of how strong his god is. "Well, you really have gotten stronger. You didn't faint this time. Good for you." Heracles helped him up to his feet as he grabbed the back collar of his shirt and placed him up. "Now then, care to explain why you're late?" The two of them snapped their heads at the voice. There stood a man with black hair tied in a loose bun, wearing a loose dark blue long-sleeve shirt, a white scarf hanging in his neck. What the hell was that? His face was full of questions about what he had just witnessed. Heracles remembered that they were not alone here. He was so caught up in August's progression that he forgot that the newest member of his familia was in the room with them. "Oh, I almost forgot. This is Denki Makoto. He just joined 2 days ago. Denki, this idiot right here is August Kaiser. He will be your captain in this familia. He made a quick introduction for the two of them. August, on the other hand, was perplexed. He didn't even sense him. Was he in here the whole time? As he looked at the guy standing there like a statue, he suddenly recognized his face. Ah, the guy who got scammed, he said loudly, making the guy scratch his head and smile wryly. Eh? Denki laughed awkwardly at first, but then remembered that aside from the waitress of the pub, only one customer was there that day. He put two and two together and realized that August was the one who paid for his meal. Thank you, he bowed quickly, which shocked August and Heracles. Huh, there's a visible confusion on the god's face. Thank you for paying for my meal the other day. I promise I'll pay you back as soon as I can. Denki spoke loudly as he bowed. Well, it's okay. Consider it a gift. I am your captain after all. August spoke smugly, liking the word captain a little too much, which made Heracles pissed. Oog, he groaned as he was slapped at the back of the head by his god. The two of you should familiarize yourself with each other. This should be easy enough since you two seem to have already met. I'll be in my office if you two need anything. Heracles said and made his way up the stairs into his office, but before that August stopped him. Hey, old man, he called as he tossed his leather pouch towards his god. There's meat and ale in there. Sorry for going back home late. Heracles caught the bag and gave August a nod. He then continued his way into his office. Come to my office when you're done. I'll update your status and have a chat. August smiled as he watched the back of his god. He then turned his attention towards Denki's. So Denki, was it? Why did you join this familia? He suddenly became serious. Denki tensed up. He suddenly felt pressure coming from August. Holy shit, he thought to himself. It was a recommendation. He stutters from pressure. A recommendation? Who was from? From the pub. The cat person recommended this familia to me before I left. So it was from Chloe. August eased the pressure he was emitting, which made Denki take a deep breath. He didn't even know he was holding it. So Chloe recommended this familia, but why join us? As you know, there is only me in this familia. From what I can see, you are quite strong. I'm sure more powerful familia would accept you in a heartbeat. Well, I was drawn to Lord Heracles. The moment I saw him, I could see strength radiating from him, and from what I heard, his familia had you, who is one of the strongest in the city. There are many rumors about you. August Kaiser the Giebulg, the adventurer who single-handedly fought a monster Rex on his first dungeon dive and won. My master said that if I wanted to be strong, I should put myself in an environment that has strong people, so joining this familia was a no-brainer. Denki answered honestly. He looked at August dead in the eye as he did. This impressed August. Rumors, eh? August strained a smile. Those rumors seemed to put him as an amazing individual when in truth he almost died in that fight. If it wasn't for Beowulf, he would have been killed. He hated that rumor, but seeing that he has no power to stop it, he just ignored it. Still, I'm impressed. The old man has such high standards when choosing those who he accepts in this familia. Many had already tried to join us, but you are the only one he accepted. August smiled at him, which made Denki a bit nervous. Care to have a little spar? I want to see the full extent of your skills. Denki smiled. This was his chance to fight someone so much stronger than him. From what he heard, August was a level 5, 2 whole level above him, who is a level 3. But he has confidence in his fighting style. He trusts his Far Eastern martial arts, which he believes is the most superior form of combat. He couldn't help but grin at the prospect of fighting August. Absolutely, he answered with so much excitement that August couldn't help but smile. Whoa, slow down, bud. Let's walk to the back. There's an open space there for us to move around. Denki laughed awkwardly and scratched his head. He was like this when he was excited. He couldn't help but raise his voice up. Sorry, he said. Now it's good. Come on, we don't have all day. August led the way and Denki followed not far behind him. There is a smile in August's face. He was curious to see how good Denki is. He knows from the pub that Denki has some skill. He did sense his bloodlust and reacted quickly towards it. But fighting is a whole different thing entirely. They arrived at the open space, and August signaled for Denki to take a few steps away from him. When Denki stopped, August made him go farther away. He wanted Denki to have a chance, so he placed him outside his range of attack. Denki was shocked. 15 steps, that was how far August's attack range is. In that moment, he realized that he was very much outclassed. Denki took a deep breath. He lowered his center of gravity as his hand moved to the pommel of his blade. He entered his stance as he made his mana move inside his body. Whistle, what a beautiful display of control. August appreciated the beautiful mana movement of Denki. It was polished and calm, like a candle light. A level 3A, I'll be sure to adjust my strength to your level. Denki's eyes went wide. He never stated his level when he talked to August, yet he was able to accurately gauge it by just looking at him. He looked at August only to find him standing there nonchalant with his spear at his side. But he couldn't find one single opening in it. No matter what and how he rushed, he could see himself being cut by the spear of mortal death. Standing in front of August was like standing in front of death himself. But that didn't make him scared. It excites him. This is what he wants. This is what his master said. In order to gain strength, he must find someone to overcome. And right now, that someone is standing right in front of him. He smiled as he let his mana go, forming a sphere around him for about 5 steps wide. Bring it. Good, let's see what you're made of. Chapter 35, The Samurai from the Far East, Guidance. Denki Povi. My heart was beating so fast as I stood in front of August Kaiser, the Gi Bulg, and the captain of Heracles' Familia. My captain, to be exact. I arrived in Orario 3 days earlier, and in those 3 days, I've heard many rumors about the man who'll be my captain in this Familia. They said that his spear is like a tempest, fast and precise, that he brings death to any monsters who are unlucky enough to stand in his path. Those who saw him in action inside the dungeon spoke that he is brutal in his hunt. But the most popular rumor I heard about him is how he killed a monster Rex in his very first dungeon dive. I used to think that those were only rumors, that they were over-exaggerated. But as I stood in front of him, I felt like what they were saying was tame in comparison. Holy shit! I could only curse, as a thick and sinister aura oozes out of August. It clings to my body and feels, on a lack of a better term, disgusting. It feels sticky and vile, like I'm stuck in the deep end of one of those tar pits in the jungle of the Far East. My body felt heavy, and moving became hard. Even breathing seemed to be a challenge right now. Standing in front of him felt like death. But this is what I want. August is the strongest opponent I've ever faced, and I know that I will learn so much from him in this spar. I won't let this opportunity pass by. My concentration became deeper as my heels dug deep in the earth below. I controlled my breathing as I remembered the training I did before coming here. Right now my mana has expanded in a sphere 5 steps around me. This is my space, and whoever breaches my space would be cut. Bring it, I spoke with determination in my voice. My stance, low to the ground as I took an Aijutsu stance. That's some fine mana control if I do say so myself, August said as he smiled at me. If I have to take a guess, I'll say that inside that area is your kill zone, and if I steep inside, it'll be within your striking range. He took a step forward, stopping short outside my range. A perfect technique on a one-on-one duel. I stayed silent as I prepared to strike. Filling mana into my katana, I aimed to finish this in one shot, as I've been taught by my master. He gave me a smirk and took the step inside. The moment his toe entered my zone, my body moved instantaneously. Aijutsu, Soyakaze. My katana moved straight at him, slicing the wind on its path. It headed straight towards his neck. Fast, but not fast enough. I heard August speak right before my sword even touched him, and then... clang! His spear blocked the path of my blade before even reaching its target. The sound of metal hitting metal vibrated in my ear as my hand trembled from the force of the collision. And then I saw his face, a smug smile plastered in it, his eyes looking directly at mine. Shit! I cursed as I felt the hair on my neck stood up, and before I knew it, I was on the ground. Arg, I didn't even see the hit coming. What did he hit me with? His spear? His fist? Did he kick me perhaps? I could only groan as I slowly willed myself to stand back up. Impressive. You didn't let go of your weapon even after taking a shot from your blind side. August spoke, my eyes followed his voice, and I saw him just standing there with the same nonchalant poise he has. Oog, what the hell did you hit me with? I asked, my voice raising an octave as frustration started to fill my head. He smiled. Take a guess, he said. I took a moment to think about what happened. I was hit at the back of the head, and judging by the way he blocked my attack, I could only come up with one conclusion. Well, your left hand is holding your spear as you blocked my sword. With your position, the chances of you kicking me is slim to none. With that being said, the most possible outcome I can come up with is your right hand. You either punched me or elbowed me with it. I answered him. Good instincts. Well, shall we continue? Now that I received a hit from him, my body seemed to have gotten loose. I didn't realize that I was so tense back there. That hit was a wake-up call. Of course, he is stronger than me, that much is a fact. I tried to finish the fight in one strike. How stupid was that? This is an opportunity, a spar. This is not a real fight. That blow made me realize it. If he wanted, I'd be dead already. I took a couple of deep breaths and gave myself a slap to hype myself up. He is stronger than me, and this is just a spar. It means that I can let loose and experiment. It's not every day that I can fight someone as strongly as him. I have to give it my all. Yes, please, I answered him, my voice filled with enthusiasm. I held my katana with 2 hands and took a stance. I let my mana run wild inside my body as a smile crept up in my face. Now come at me with everything that you got, he said as he twirled his spear. And with that, I dashed at him with the goal to learn and to grow strong as much as I can. But a question was running in my mind as I faced this man. Narration. Minutes later. Denki was lying at the ground. He is breathing heavily as his body was filled with bruises and dirt. He can't recall how many times he had tasted the ground. But he was happy nonetheless. He had learned so many new things because of this experience, and August was giving him something new to learn, giving him guidance as the spar went on. Telling him his flaws, his blind spots, how he can move better. He was so happy that he was smiling from ear to ear even when he was lying on the verge of unconsciousness on the ground. August was impressed. Denki was even better than he thought. He had attacked August with everything he had, and it showed that he was a skilled swordsman. Denki was learning something new at every exchange he has with August, but at the same time, August had picked up a thing or two in their spar. And August, much like Denki, can't wait to try out what he learned. Hey Denki, how long are you planning on lying there? Get up already. August was badgering Denki nonstop. Can't you fucking wait? I'm tired as fuck here. Fuck, I need a rest or something, he said pissed. Denki is the type of person who gets pissed when he's tired. Well, you can rest when we're done. I just want to try something, and I think you'll find benefits in watching this, so get up already. Denki sat up faster than he intended to do so, which made him dizzy. He was excited by the fact that August wanted to show him something that may help him grow stronger. Oog! He groans, but the next moment he was enthusiastically speaking. I'm all ears, what do you need? Can I help? Is it a new move? He wiped some dirt off him as he stood up. Okay, August finds his behavior odd but ignores it. He just accepted the fact that Denki was a martial arts idiot. Anyway, it looks like you're up now. I want you to watch this carefully. He walked in the middle of the open space and took a basic spear stance. Your first attack earlier was impressive but can be improved. Denki listened to every word August is saying. All of a sudden, every hair in his body stood up. Alarm bells started ringing in his ears as cold sweat poured out of him. Far Eastern martial arts is usually decided by the first move. It follows the philosophy of one strike, one kill. August spoke as he slowly removed the limit he placed on his body. He was holding back on his spar with Denki, adjusting his strength to match his. But now, he is unleashing the full mana capacity of a level 5. Denki was in awe. He knew that August was holding back, but he didn't know that it was by this much. There's a reason why there's a huge gap between a second-class adventurer and a first-class adventurer. And right now, Denki is feeling that gap, and he was dumbstruck by it. Do you know what it lacked? August asked Denki, but he was unable to answer. He was tongue-tied by what he is feeling right now. It lacks intent. As soon as August uttered those words, a huge amount of bloodlust and killing intent assaulted Denki, making him fall on his knees. He had the urge to vomit as he felt a lump in his throat. His instincts are telling him to run, but his body won't follow his orders. He wants to scream, but he can't speak. He can't even breathe. He felt like his heart was being grasped by August and that he would die at that very moment. He was not facing August at that moment. He realized that right now he was facing the Gi Bulg, the spear of mortal death. In an instant, a sphere of mana formed around August. It was the very same technique Denki showed earlier in their fight. The sphere stopped inches away from Denki. He felt shocked. His technique that he spent countless hours, days, months, and years to master was being used instantaneously by August. He felt like laughing and crying at the same time. He felt like a joke in front of this monster. Yes, that was the only conclusion he had right now. August is a monster in human skin. This is intent. In our spar earlier, you have been attacking me just for the sake of attacking me. There is no intent behind your strike which makes it weak. August spoke, his voice calm and collected, but for Denki it felt sinister. I'm going to kill you now. As August said those words, the sphere extends and reached Denki. He closed his eyes as visions of him getting decapitated appeared in his mind, felt his neck getting sliced as his head flew in the air, blood gushing everywhere. He was dead, or so he thought. Slowly, the feeling of dread dissipated and vanished completely. He slowly opened his eyes only to see the spear inches away from him. His eyes watered as he felt relief that he was alive. He followed the spear and found August smiling at him at the end of it. Gone was the sinister aura, gone was the oppressive feeling he felt earlier. That is how you use intent to enhance your attack. August spoke, snapping Denki out of his thoughts. Your attack should have the intention to cut, to harm, to kill. If you attack for the sake of attacking, your blade would just be empty. He straightened himself up as he twirled his spear. He looked at Denki with a smile on his face. Sorry about that. It's just that you're the first member of this familia besides me. I can feel that you have potential. I guess I just want you to get stronger as fast as possible, so that we can dive deeper in the dungeon as soon as possible. He offered his hand to Denki, helping him stand up. He then patted him in the shoulder and spoke. And now, this may be late, but allow me to officially welcome you to Heracles' Familia. Denki was taken aback. Moments earlier, he felt like he was about to die. Now he is being welcomed by August Kaiser. He couldn't help but smile at the events that happened today. He learned so much because of this spar, and he was grateful for it. He was also happy that such a strong adventurer accepted him as a part of his familia. So with that, he gave his most sincere smile and said, "Thank you," as he bowed over and over. Now clean this mess up, I have something to do. He smiled and made his way inside the house. He still has to talk to his god about being late. He dreaded the fact that he has to explain why he was stuck inside the dungeon for 3 days straight. Hopefully, the old man would take it easy on me. I'm quite tired already. Heracles was having a meal and drinking the ale that August brought him. He was satisfied by his child. If he had gotten home empty-handed, he would have buried his head deep in the ground. Still, he was quite worried about August. He is a caring god after all. So he was looking forward to the talk they would have right now. Suddenly, the door slams open as August barges inside Heracles' office. With that, Heracles made a mental note to discipline August a bit more, since he seems to have very little respect for him. "Old man, you said earlier you wanted to talk." August said nonchalantly. His tone made Heracles even madder as a vein pop on his head. Suddenly, August felt a cold chill. His shoulders dropped when he saw his god's face. He knew at that moment that he was fucked. "It seems like you really need a lesson in manners, boy." Heracles spoke as he let his godly aura out, shaking the whole house with its force. It is the god's job to discipline their child, and since I am a responsible god, I'll discipline this boy so hard that he won't forget about his manners anymore. He thought to himself as he looked at August with a sinister smile on his face. Fuck. TG Thagod 36. Chapter 36, Abnormal Numbers. Heracles Povey. After I gave August a throughout beaten, after I finished teaching August on how to be respectful and to mind his manners, I began asking him what happened inside the dungeon. What he told me brought a smile to my face. He had fought Beteloga. In his words, he lost that fight. He was outclassed in every conceivable way, be it skills, technique, even in mana control. "I think I know what you were trying to tell me all those times," he said as he was looking down on the floor. "I rely too much on my weapon. If it wasn't for it, he would have destroyed me. Beowulf was the only reason I was able to keep up with him. Still, it was an impressive feat. You were able to trade blows against someone above your level. Beowulf or not, that is still a daunting task, and you face it head-on." I pat him at his shoulder. And don't view this as a loss. The fight didn't reach a conclusion, and you have grown plenty because of that fight, so this is a win in my book. With a deep breath, August looked at me in the eye. He had a serious look on his face. He then asked, "My lord, do you think I'll be as strong as I am now without this weapon?" His question stomped me. He is wielding something that even us gods fear, a weapon capable of unimaginable power. But he doesn't need to know that. No, he must never find out what that weapon is. I answered him with as much honesty and sincerity. A weapon does not make the man. Do you think that your strength came because of it? No, it does not. Your strength came from here. I poke my finger in his chest. It comes from your heart, your determination to grow strong, your passion, your will. A weapon is just a tool, August. You have proven time and time again that you have what it takes to be strong. I paused and looked at him in his eyes. So to answer your question, yes, I think that you would have grown strong even without your weapon. He smiled at my words. I can see confidence rising inside him. I guess he really needed to hear that. "Thank you, my lord," he said. "No need for thanks, August. I am just saying the truth." I moved to my seat and sat. A table was separating us as he stood in front of me. I turned serious. "Now shall we talk business? Now that you've had a chance to talk to him, what do you think about Denki?" Judging by the sounds from the back and the faint mana that reached my office, you two had a spar. "Denki is a good fit, but I feel like he is massively inexperienced, and that's coming from me who doesn't have much to go on inside the dungeon. He fights well but lacks body when it comes to his attack. The potential is high, well, not as high as mine, but still high." He said the last part smugly. "Don't brag." I rolled my eyes at him and opened the drawer of my table. "You are the captain of my familia, and as captain you are responsible for everyone under you." I picked up a paper and slid it towards August. "So you should know what they are capable of. This is Denki's status. Seeing that you two had already spared, you already had an idea of how he fights and what his limit is. But to be on the safe side, you need to make sure that you know the exact details of your party." I was impressed with the first time that I saw Denki's status. He is talented and has the potential to be a pillar in my familia. He is nowhere close to the potential August has, but he can still be considered as a genius, especially when it comes to the way of the sword. Name: Denki Makode. LVL 3. Stats: SDR 92I. Dex 142H. AGI 162H. Mag 143H. End 129H. Magic. Skills: Hiatus. The user is an expert in the art of drawing the katana at extreme speeds and cutting. The user gains a boost in AGI and Dex when the user is in an Hiatus stance. Can only be used if the user is equipped with a katana. Precision. The user can see the path of the blade. Allows the user to hit the vitals more frequently and deliver more damage. The effect is doubled when the user is in an Hiatus stance. Development skills. Hunter. Hunter improves the user's abilities against monsters the user fought before and gained exilia from. Abnormal resistance. Negates the effect of abnormalities, such as poison. Katana user. The user is an expert in using the katana. Gains boost in stats when the user is using this weapon in battle. Mana manipulation. The user has full control over his mana and can wield it with high mastery. So he is focused on speed and precise slashes rather than power. A typical user of the Far Eastern style of martial arts. August slid the paper back to me, and I took it and returned it back to my drawer. His style is not very suitable in the dungeon. He is more of a duelist if you ask me, but given his attitude, he is teachable. My thoughts exactly. So I'll give you 1 week, 2 weeks tops to teach him how to fight multiple enemies inside the dungeon coming his way. Until then, you two will stay within floor 24 and above. Is that clear? I made my voice stern. Crystal. Good. Now that you're not going solo, I want you to hire a supporter. It will make your dungeon dives more efficient, as the two of you can focus on hunting. Preferably, I want you to hire someone who has been on the 25th floor and below so that he or she can be a proxy guide as well. Hire someone before the 2 weeks are done so that you may know him or her to be able to somewhat trust. Do we really need a supporter? I was doing well enough in carrying loot on my own. Consider this as part of your training. You are now the captain of a familia. Managing people is part of that job. You now must learn what it means to be responsible for someone else's life. As you train Denki inside the dungeon, I want you to train yourself to be competent enough to give orders on the fly. Create strategy for a team of 3 or more people, so I suggest partying up with others as well. For now, my familia has you and Denki, but if you plan on reaching the deeper floors, you would need a team, and I'll do everything in my power to give you that team. But you must do your part as well, and that part is to be a competent and reliable commander and captain for this familia. August has a determined expression on his face. My goal is for him to be the strongest, and it doesn't mean that he must be the strongest in Orario. I have lived too long to know that even the so-called strongest force falls. I have witnessed empires rise and fall, pantheons crumble and forgotten. And all it took was a fool at the top. I don't want August to have the same fate as those fools. I want him to be king in this dungeon, and for that to happen he must learn how to command and what it means to be a leader. If all he has is strength, then he will inevitably fall. He needs wit, knowledge, and experience to go along with his strength. And being a leader, a captain, and a commander will provide those things. I understand, my lord, he said to me, his eyes showing me the fire of determination. I nodded in approval. Good, now let us see how much you've grown. I'll update your status right now, so take off your shirt and sit down. Narration. August was feeling excited about this. He felt that his strength had risen after his spar with Beta. Still, his mind was a bit preoccupied by the words of his god. He has no experience in working with another person, much less a team, so this would be a challenge he is all too new to. But he agreed with his god. He was now a captain, so he must take on this responsibility. He would miss going solo, but the prospect of going deeper is much more alluring to him, so if what it takes is for him to be able to work with other people, then he would gladly do it. As he was sitting naked, he felt a cold sensation of a liquid dropping at his bare back, and then a warm feeling enveloped it. A faint white light radiates inside Heracles' office. Heracles read August's status, and he was happy by the results. His child had become stronger once again, fucking prodigy, he thought to himself. Name, August Kaiser. LVL, 5. Stats. SDR, 392F. Dex, 412E. AGI, 409E. Mag, 492E. End, 396F. Magic. Endless battle. The user enters a state of pure concentration in fighting, giving him a temporary boost in stats. The longer the fight continues, the higher the user's stat rises. This magic can only be activated once the condition has been met. Plus conditions. The user must wield Beowulf. The user has to slay or injure the opponent for blood to be absorbed by Beowulf. The user must be fully immersed in battle and nothing else. Due to the recent battle experience, the user can now use the magic instantaneously, as long as the user is fully immersed in battle. Note: if the user stops endless battle in any way, shape, or form, the stats resets back to its original, and the user may enter mind 0 depending on how long the use of endless battle is. Skills. Survivor's drive. If the user survives or wins an unsurvivable situation, the user will receive a permanent boost in stats. Boost may vary on how unsurvivable the situation is. Beowulf's Call. The ancient weapon Beowulf has chosen the user to be its master. It allows the user to use, at a limited time, all the skills and experience of the previous user of Beowulf using mana at the process. With every kill the user does with Beowulf, the user receives a portion of the slain mana back. As the battle goes on and more mana has been absorbed, the user will activate the magic Endless Battle. Beowulf Greed. The user can only use Endless Battle and Lethal Tempo if the user uses Beowulf. The effects of Lethal Tempo are dependent on the user's level. Monster Slayer. Heavily increases all abilities when fighting monsters, potentially making the user stronger than his actual level when fighting them. Adaptability. The user adapts with every battle he faces, gaining new experience which would trigger growth in existing skills and magic. Development abilities. Hunter. Hunter improves the user's abilities against monsters the user fought before and gained Exilia from. Lethal Tempo. The user gains temporary dex and AGI with every hit the user makes. Can only be used if the user is wielding Beowulf. The effects are dependent on the user's level. Charge, the user AGI and SDR stat, increase temporarily when going in for an attack against multiple enemies or enemies that are stronger than the user. Abnormal resistance, resist the effects of abnormalities such as poison. Strong body, the user has an extremely strong body due to training. Mana manipulation, the user has full control over his mana and can wield it with high mastery. August's numbers are rising fast, a little too fast as within a couple of months in reaching level 5 the majority of his stats are now E's. He was growing at an astonishing rate, and his growth is confusing Heracles to high heavens. All adventurers grow in strength, but the higher the level they have, the slower their numbers rise. August, on the other hand, is the opposite. The higher his level is, the faster his stats grew. It scares Heracles because he can only come up with one answer on why this is happening. It's because of the spear. Heracles thought the spear boosted the already high potential of August, and the stronger he gets, the more boost he received from the god-killing weapon. Is everything okay, my lord? August's voice snapped Heracles out of his thoughts. He quickly copied the status of August and closed it. Yeah, I'm all done, Heracles said. He contemplates if he should give August his status. August is a smart lad. He knows how the leveling system goes. Seeing how his stats rise would lead to him asking questions. Questions that Heracles can't answer because of the oath. Because right now the god is sure that Beowulf is the reason for August's quick growth. Can I see it? August asked. Heracles closed his eyes as he massaged the bridge of his nose. He is getting a headache right now, and all because of that damn fool Ganesha. It was also stupid on his part when he agreed on taking the oath, but right now he really wishes he could beat the living hell out of Ganesha for giving Siegfried a Theiko Oplo. He decided that hiding his status would just be a headache in the future, so he reluctantly handed August the paper. August, you must never allow anyone to look at your status, and I mean anyone. This stays between you and me. Even your advisor may not know of this. Do you understand? August nodded, and with shaky hands he received his status. He was quite shaken by his god's warning about him not showing his status. He wondered why, and judging by his god's voice, it was something serious. He looked at the paper and widened his eyes. Holy shit, he cursed at the numbers. Last time he checked it was SDR 292G, Dex 342 FAGI, 332 FMAG, 403 END, 299G, but his stat had risen to unbelievable speeds. All his Fs had risen to E's and his G's to Fs. He now understands what his god was saying. He must never allow anyone to see this. How? He asked. I do not know. All I know is that your growth is abnormal and that nobody must know about this. Heracles answered. He was lying through gritted teeth. He knew why and how, but with the oath in place, his hands were tied. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. If anyone ever finds out about this, a mob would inevitably knock on our door to question us about these abnormal stats. August answered, still shocked by what he was seeing. Burn that after you're done. I'll be taking my leave now. Your numbers are giving me a headache, Heracles said as he continues to massage the bridge of his nose. Are you sure you're not just getting older? August quips. Maybe the beating I gave you earlier was not enough, Heracles answered as he gave August a loving smile. August pales as he hurriedly runs outside his god's office. He shakes in fear of what Heracles might do to him. Heracles watched his child exit and sighed. He really needed a rest after what he saw today. Disrespectful child. He can only mumble as he makes his way into his chamber. At Loki's familia. Thank you, Finn. Loki thanked her captain for the interesting information she received from him. The fight between August and Bete was an unexpected but pleasant surprise for the goddess of mischief. Looks like Heracles' confidence wasn't for naught. August Kaiser A. Do you need anything more from me, Lady Loki? Finn asked as he bowed to his goddess. His words snapped Loki out of her line of thoughts. If you didn't stop the two, who do you think would have won? Loki asked her captain, an amused smile on her face as she did so. August's attack contained a huge amount of mana. He also attacked with intent, so he was undoubtedly attacking with full force. His magic Endless Battle also boosts his strength to reach high level 6. It has similar principles to my magic Hellfingas. But Bete unleashed his magic Hattie, which you know has anti-magic properties. It can absorb mana and burn through magic with ease. If Reveria, Gareth, and I didn't step in then, August Kaiser would have been a burnt corpse at the end of their exchange. Finn answered his goddess's question. He firmly believes what he said. August would have died at that moment. Still he was able to wound Bete, who was a level above him. That child is quite impressive, Loki said, the same amused smile still on her face. How would he fare against my eyes? I think August would win in terms of strength, but eyes would beat him in speed. Both of their magic is similar and would be the X factor in the fight. Aerial versus Endless Battle would be a spectacle to watch. I say the two of them are even, but eyes will lose. Finn answered honestly. Loki's face suddenly lost the smile. What did you say? There was a hint of anger in the goddess's voice, but Finn was unfazed by it. My hearing seems to be off today. Care to repeat that, Finn? Eyes will lose if she fought August. Finn repeated as he looked his goddess in the eyes. Get me wrong here, my lady. The two of them are almost even in every aspect. Even their skills and magic are similar to one another. It would be anyone's game if the two of them fought in even ground. But August has something that Eyes doesn't. The smile returned to Loki's face, but it was a bit strained. Forced even, she then asked, Do tell, what does that child have that my Eyes doesn't? A blood weapon. August possesses Beowulf, a weapon that has blood magic enchanted to it. As August grew stronger, so does the weapon. He has the superior equipment, and in a fight as even as this, any advantage can lead to a win. Finn said he was among the people who had witnessed Siegfried in action back in the day, and he knew of Beowulf, or at least what the majority knew of it. If Finn knew that it was more than a blood weapon, that it was a weapon created to kill the gods, he would have been the first one to take it away from August 9 years ago. He would have killed August for the greater good. But unfortunately, or fortunately, he only knew Beowulf as a blood weapon given by Ganesha to Siegfried. So a superior weapon was it. Loki had a mischievous grin on her face. I want full access to our inventory and contact Hephaestus's familia. I would like to make an order. She trusts the judgment of his captain. If August has the advantage in weaponry, then she would even the odds for her Eyes to win. As you wish, my lady. Finn gave Loki a bow and exited her office. Guess we'll be spending millions again, he thought as he sighed deeply. Still, he would follow the orders of his goddess because that is just how he is. Loki was now alone in her office. The information she received made her excited. Finn said that the two of them are equal besides August's superior weapon. So what if the two of them have the same quality of weapon? Hell, she'll pay a fortune just to one-up Heracles' child. My Eyes is going to win this thing, she declared as she took a sip of whiskey that was on her table. She looked out the window of her office with a relaxed smile on her face. She will win. Chapter 37, Training Final Preparations. Narration. At the 16th floor of the dungeon, 2 days later. Denki, as usual, take the lead. I'll watch your back. August ordered. He watched Denki slash multiple monsters with his katana. Denki is adapting well. At first he was struggling against multiple enemies. August's assessment of Denki in the past 2 days was positive for the most part, but he still feels like he can be improved. He can see minor flaws in his fights as he is over-complicating his movements and following the teaching of his martial arts to the T. He views it as impractical and a waste of movement. Zglak. August did a quick stab with his spear as he covered Denki's blind spot. With swift movement, he killed the monster without any issues and fuzz. Slipping Denki, make sure to watch your surroundings. Monsters will take advantage of any opening they see. Yes, sir, the young samurai answered as he tried to control his breathing. This past couple of days was tiring for him. August made him fight monsters non-stop as he drew multiple hordes in their direction. He can feel his skills improving, but at the same time, the stress of constantly fighting monsters is getting to him. Roar! Multiple monsters can be heard heading in their direction. At this moment, Denki was really getting exhausted. Still, he didn't let his exhaustion show. With gritted teeth, he gripped his katana firmly as he dug his feet on the ground. Look alive, multiple minotaurs are heading this way. August warned, his eyes scanning the dungeon for any hidden threat. His eyes landed on Denki, who by at this point was clearly gassed. He sighed and thought, he's about to reach his limit soon, guess he deserves a rest after all I've put him through. Yo Denki, I'll take point from now on, stay at the back and watch out for possible traps or ambush. August ordered as he twirled his spear and moved forward. What no, I can still go. Denki tried to argue, but one quick burst of mana from August shut him right up. This is an order. Now try to watch how I fight, learn as much as you can from it. The way you're fighting right now is a liability inside the dungeon. August's cold words dug deep inside Denki. Being called a liability by someone he looked up to stings. Understood, he answered meekly. Denki, this is not a jab at your strength. It's just that your fighting style is more suitable for anti-personnel combat and dueling. August spoke as he looked at the incoming monsters drooling for some human flesh. August stood his ground waiting for them. You fight by the book, which is okay, but not good enough here. He took a step to the side, dodging the Minotaur charging horn. Fighting inside the dungeon and fighting outside are two very different things. You need to adapt inside here, he said as he pulled his spear up, slashing the monster's neck in the process. Every move needs to count, to be connected to the next. August then spun and slammed his weapon to the other Minotaur, cutting it in half from the head down. You are fighting them like they are mortals. You're making them move into spots where you can perform textbook techniques. That is impractical, and you are wasting time and energy in doing so. Multiple hellhounds jumped towards August with the intent of tearing him apart with their jaws. With his spear embedded to the ground, he jumped and used his spear as a pole as he balanced himself above it using his hands. Instead of making them move into your desired position, you must learn to strike at any possible angle you have. It will make your attack more diverse. He pulled his spear out of the ground and performed multiple stabs like a rain of blades, killing all of the hellhounds. Moved with the flow of battle and make it one with your tempo. With his last words, August landed on his feet, and with a quick burst he spun as he decapitated all the monsters surrounding him. Denki was in awe. He was absorbed by what he is witnessing. So fast, so precise, and every move transferred flawlessly into the next in a smooth display of dance that slaughtered everything around August. The monsters were like statues for him, as he effortlessly killed them with one strike after the next. Then it clicked. Everything August is doing is something out of the Far Eastern philosophy in martial arts. Amazing. He can only applaud what his captain was showing him right now. And the most important thing inside the dungeon is knowing what your limit is. August looked at Denki straight in the eye. This made Denki swallow some saliva from the look August gave him. I almost died inside here because I failed to do so in the past. I was lucky to survive, but luck isn't always by our side. He shrugs and continues moving deeper on the 16th floor. Denki watched the back of his captain. He felt that he is so reliable inside here. He is learning more and more from him, and he is thankful for it. Let's go. Coming, Denki ran after his captain's back as they both continued on with their adventures. At the room of prayer in the Adventurers Guild, both Hermes and Ganesha are standing in front of Uranus as they made final adjustments for the incoming tournament that Hades had proposed. Lord Uranus, the preparations for the event are going without any issues. Every gods and mortals inside the city have been anticipating restlessly for such a spectacle. There is no doubt in my mind that this would be a success, Hermes said with pride. He was proud of himself for pulling this off with very little time. And the security of the city has gone through a major overhaul. I've personally made the adjustment myself, so the spectators as well as the gods can watch without any worries, Ganesha said with utmost confidence. He firmly believes that no one would be able to pass his familia handling the security of the city in the incoming tournament. Urnaus nodded at the two. At first he was perplexed by Hades and why he suggested such an event, but seeing as how the public has been clamoring for it and how the gods can't stop talking about it, he allowed for it to happen. And when he knew that all of this was because of the words of Heracles, he began to mobilize the Adventurers Guild to help with the preparations. So everything is going smoothly. Then I would have the Adventurers Guild officially announce this tournament, and it will happen 2 weeks from now. That should give every familia who wish to enter their children ample time to prepare. Then at the event, I would like to ask permission to use Arcanum to project the fight citywide, Hermes asked. I'll allow it, but your use is only limited to projecting the fights. Any more and you know what will happen. Uranus answered firmly. Then it's official, the tournament to determine the strongest level 5 in the city will commence 2 weeks from now. Ganesha said, excitement fills his voice. Yet there's a tinge of worry that the two gods caught in his tone. Uranus nodded. Then with that being said, then this meeting has come to a close. Hermes, you may leave. I would like to have a word with Ganesha. Hermes was intrigued on what the old fox wanted to talk about with Ganesha. Still, he exited the room nonetheless. His curiosity was not enough for him to cross such an old being. He was smart enough to know when to pick his battles, and he knew that Uranus is way above his hitting range. As you wish, he said as he made a quick bow. He then headed towards the exit. Uranus watched as Hermes exited the room of prayers. He took a quick glance towards his aide, who suddenly appeared from the shadows to confirm that the god had fully left. Fels gave him a nod and vanished back in the shadows of the room, as if they weren't even there to begin with. He turned his eyes to Ganesha. He cannot read what he is thinking because of that elephant mask he is wearing. Ganesha, I heard that you invited Heracles into your home. Straight to the point, Ganesha thought as he slowly opened his mouth to answer. Yes, I did invite Heracles for a chat and some tea. He answered, his voice firm, showing Uranus that he has nothing to hide. May I ask what the two of you talked about? Uranus asked, his voice filled with authority. Ganesha is under the oath as well as Heracles. He cannot break it as well, not because he will lose his power. He did not swear secrecy after all. No, he was fearful because the moment he speaks of it, Heracles will know because of the oath. And to be frank, he is more scared of what Heracles may do to him than what Uranus would do. But at the same time, Uranus is the god who has the most authority in Orarion. We talked about his child, August. He decided to tell the truth, but not the whole story. How my captain wants him to join my familia instead, and how she may force my hand in challenging him for his child in a war game. He answered, making sure not to show any waver in his voice. Oh, is that it? Well, if you want, I can make the war game happen as soon as possible. There was a hint of excitement in the old god's voice. He knew that Heracles was in a vulnerable spot with only one child in his familia, and he would love to see him lose it. As you know, Lord Uranus, I value free will. I believe mortals should have a say in their life. My captain already gave August this choice 9 years ago, and he has chosen Heracles to be his god. So no, I won't be challenging him for a war game anytime soon. Ganesha's answer ruined the old god's mood. Still, he respected Ganesha because of his belief, but he would have liked it if Heracles lost his child. Is that so? And what did your captain say about your stance in this matter? Shakti and I came to a compromise, something Heracles himself agreed to. And may I know of this compromise you speak of? This is a private matter, Lord Uranus. I'm afraid that I cannot disclose this information to you with the agreement of the other party, which in this case is Heracles. It was no secret for the gods that Uranus hates Heracles, and Ganesha knows that if the old god knew of their conversation, he would tip the board heavily in Ganesha's favor, and frankly, Ganesha didn't want that. As much as he hates to admit it, he wanted all of his children to lose to August. He didn't want anything to do with a Thay Kuplo ever again. Very well then, you may take your leave. Uranus sighed. He knew that Ganesha was one of those gods that had a very high morality, so he knew he couldn't convince him to screw Heracles over. He was frustrated by this, but still, he did not let his emotions show in front of the god. I bid you farewell then, Lord Uranus. Ganesha gave a quick bow as he made his way to the exit. As the door closes, silence emanates inside the room as Uranus sits on top of his throne. Fels. He called on his aide as a figure materialized beside him. I have something for you to do. It shall be done, my lord. At the 17th floor of the dungeon. The duo of August and Denki made quick work of the monsters inhabiting the 17th floor, now that August decided to stretch his body a little bit. Denki is slowly adapting to August's teachings about how to fight monsters in the dungeon. His movement had become more practical as more monsters fell because of his sword. With a final slash of his spear, all the monsters surrounding them vanished and turned to dust as only the core remained. Denki hurriedly picked up their loots as August made a quick look around. He felt like someone was watching them. Denki was busy filling up their bags, but stopped as they've reached maximum occupancy for it. Hey August, the bags are all full, should we con? Shut up for a sec. August shushed Denki as he was speaking, cutting him off. Can you hear it? He asked. Hear what? There is absolutely nothing. Denki was confused by the sudden shift in his captain's attitude. Exactly, it's too quiet. August was new to the dungeon, but even he knew that this was unnatural. Not a sound could be heard from any monsters in the area. He slowly crouched as he picked up a monster core. What are you doing? Denki asked, not sure on why his captain is doing. With a whip, August threw a core in the corner turn. This action perplexed the young samurai. Whoever you guys are, come out. With those words, Denki suddenly realized that they were not alone. Oh ho, this brat actually sensed us. Ha ha ha. A slimy voice entered the duo ear as a person showed himself out of hiding. Right, I thought we would have easy pickings today. Another one appeared and showed himself. Slowly, multiple individuals crept in to surround the two of them as they were laughing to themselves. All in all, there were 12 people surrounding the two of them. A large man with bulging muscles steps in front of all of them. He was wielding a large war hammer as he chuckled to himself. You boys look lost. How about you give us your loot and we would guide you out of this place? The large man spoke smugly as he waved his war hammer back and forth. Yeah, why don't you guys fuck off? August replied with as much politeness as he can muster, with a matching bright smile on his face. Ho ho, the brat has a tongue. The large man said, gaining the laughter of every one of his lackeys, well, everyone except one. Doesn't that kid look familiar? Below, one of the adventurers thought to himself as he glued his eyes towards August. Boss, let's just kill them and be done with it. A palom with crooked teeth says as he smiled creepily at the two. Denki was a bit confused by what was happening, not by the fact that the two of them were ambushed by other adventurers wanting their loots. Those stuff were common, especially for rookies. What he was confused about was that it seems like no one here recognized August. He knew that if these idiots stayed their course, they'll likely die here. You boys should just give your loot to us. You see, my friend here has quite an appetite for killing younglings such as yourselves. If you give us what we want, I might stop this madman from doing what he wants. The boss, Akka the large man, smiled as he said those words. Idiots, Denki could only sigh and mutter at their stupidity, which angered the large man. HHHA, idiots they call us, looks like they have a death wish. August was still smiling at them. Even when they threatened to kill the two of them, he already had an idea of what their strength is. The large man was a level 3, while everyone else was a mix of level 3 and 2. Below was creeped out because of August's smile. He was still trying to remember where he saw this kid before. Then his eyes landed on the spear. Dark amber brown hair, sharp eyes, black obsidian spear. Fuck, 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 fuck. He hurriedly moved to his boss's side. B-boss. What is it? His boss said angrily. We should go now, he said as his voice was shaky with fear. Huh, idiot, we just hit a jackpot and you want us to leave. You should probably listen to him. August joined in the conversation with the same smile plastered on his face. Stay out of this, brat, the boss screamed, but then paused. He heard that. He was a few feet away and he heard that. He thought as he slowly creaked his neck towards the smiling boy. B-boss, we should really go now. The large man never saw Below this scared before. He was literally sweating all over as he begged him to leave. He was contemplating it now. He too was starting to get nervous. All of them were listening closely to Below. They too never saw him this way. Then Below finally said it. As he did, everyone there felt that they should run as fast as possible. That guy is the Gibulg, he said shakily as his hands pointed towards August. Those words filled the rookie slayers with dread. They have been targeting rookies for a long time now, and frankly, it was much easier than dealing with monsters. When they spotted the two, they all drool at the amount of loot they have. What they thought of was an easy prey was really death himself. Chapter 38, Ganesha Familia, Reunion with Shakti Legacy. Narration. August let his mana flow as he unleashed his bloodlust, targeting the idiots. A polite smile still on his face as he takes a step closer to them while twirling his spear. All of them got into their knees as their bodies shook in fear. Some vomited while others fainted on the spot. The potent bloodlust of August was too much for them to handle. August was watching the 12 adventurers beg for their lives on bended knees. They didn't even attempt to fight him. The moment they found out who August was and felt his aura gripped their neck, they all simultaneously kissed the ground as they begged to be spared. "So, what should we do with them?" Denki asked August as he stared blankly at the rookie slayers. "Well, killing them would just leave a bad taste in my mouth, but the info we got on them is that they have been targeting plenty of rookies in the middle floor, so letting them go is out of the question." August shrugs as he answers. Then, he remembered something about the Ganesha Familia being something akin to a police force in Orario, and since he's been meaning to visit then, he views this as an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. "Oi," August starts gaining the attention of everyone. "Do any of you carry a rope?" I do, sir." A thin-looking adventurer answered him. The fear is clear in his voice. "And what's your name?" August asked. "Be below, sir, below Dona," he answered as he tried his best not to look at August in the eye. "Well, below, tie everyone up and make sure it's tight. I'm going to check it after you're done, and if I find that you're purposely loosening up the tie." August paused as he let a quick burst of his aura go while looking at below, his face smiling innocently. "I'll cut your limbs off one by one." Below paled at what August said. He nodded over and over again as he quickly did the job. After tying everyone up with his rope, he made sure that it was as tight as humanly possible. With that done, August checked it and found it to his liking. With that, they made their way out the dungeon, as August ordered below, to be the one who will pull the rope all the way to the top. August was in a hurry, so he decided to take the front, not wasting any time. He decided to kill every monster in their path with one blow while continuously moving. It took them about an hour and a half to reach the first floor. It would have been faster if it wasn't for the package they were bringing. As they head to the exit, every adventurer they meet along the way stares at them, specifically at the 11 men that were tied up and at below who was pulling them like a herd of cattle. "Denki, I'll take care of these idiots. Go to the guild and cash in our loot, then head home after you buy some grub from the hostess," August ordered. He then smiled at Denki as he teased him, "and be sure not to get scammed again." "Oh, shut up," Denki answered. "You're not letting that go, aren't you?" "No, I am not." August smirked as a chuckle escaped his mouth. He then shoos Denki away. "Let's go, you idiots. I really want to eat some of Mia's food and have a nice long bath, so let's just get this over with." The 12 idiots had no other choice but to follow. They really dreaded their luck. August and the 12 idiots arrived at Ganesha's home base, earning a few looks by some pedestrians as well as other adventurers along the way. It has been months since August and Heracles arrived at Orario, but to this day August still couldn't fathom why a god would live in such a building. He didn't know what was worse, that the building was in the image of the said god, the fact that the building's name is I Am Ganesha, or that the entrance to it is at its crotch. Why the hell did my father join this familia? He asked himself that question every time he saw the building. He was getting secondhand embarrassment just by staring at it. He was really thankful that he chose Heracles over this. "Well, it looks like we're here. Let's just get this over with." August marched inside along with his prisoners. He was greeted by a young girl his age in the reception. "Good evening, sir. How may I help you?" August explained everything swiftly, as he wanted nothing more than to leave right now. He felt like staying in a place like this is draining his mental health, as all that he could think about right now is that he is inside Ganesha's crotch. And that's about it. He finished as he signals below to get closer, which the poor guy did. "Isn't that right?" he asked as he showed below that polite smile once again. "Yes, everything he said is right. Just put us in jail now, please, I beg you," he answered quickly. "Yeah, please just put us in a cage," the other idiots chimed in. "Okay," the receptionist was confused by the sudden outbursts of below and the others. "I'm gonna process this now. Can you please provide your name, sir, so that I can put it on record?" August was about to answer, but someone beat him to it. "August Kaiser," the voice said. It was feminine and familiar for August. He quickly followed the voice and spotted a person he would never forget. His name is August Kaiser. "Captain," The receptionist also turned at the voice, which in turn nodded at her. Shakti? August felt emotional seeing her again. She was the one who was closest to him, the one who always stayed by his side 9 years ago. She was the one who comforted him the most and treated him like a family. It has been a while, August. You've grown so much. Shakti smiled, seeing that August rushed at her with open arms. Shakti laughed as he received August, returning an affectionate hug of her own. Gods, it's been so long. Shakti pushed August lightly in order to get a good look at him. All grown up now, look at you, so strong and handsome, you look just like Sieg did when he was young. Where's the little boy who's always clinging to me? August laughed as he scratched his head. Do you really have to bring that up? It's been 9 years now. It really is such a long time now. How have you been? We have a lot of catching up to do. Yeah, we really do. But if you'll excuse me for a minute, there's something here that I need to take care of. August said as he pointed at the 12 idiots who had been staring at their conversation. Oh, let Shacha and Mamanga handle them. Right now we have a lot to talk about. Shakti said as she pulled on August's arm, dragging him into one of the seats in the building. August could only sigh as he let himself get pulled. He really did miss Shakti, so catching up with her was something he looked forward to. And that's my story. The two of them are currently face-to-face drinking tea as they sit in a private room inside the I Am Ganesha building. August has just told Shakti about his journey all around the continent along with his god, all the way to today. He made sure to remove some details about his story, particularly about some of the parts in his fight with Goliath, all of his fight with Bita, and about his weapon being a Theiko Oplo. You've been through a lot, no wonder you've gotten this strong in just a span of 9 years. It must be hard, Shakti said softly. She moved her hand to hold August's. August smiled at her and said, well, the old man did said that life is full of hardship. It will bring you down, but it is up to you to stand back up. At those words, Shakti got quiet. She was pondering something in her mind. Looks like August really bonded with that god. Still, he belonged here in Ganesha Familia, and I promised Siegfried's grave that I would take care of his son. Is everything okay? You've been quiet for a minute now. August's words snapped Shakti out of her thoughts. I'm fine, just got something on my mind, that's all. She answered, quickly smiling at August. Been meaning to ask you this, what do you think about Ganesha Familia? Well, to be completely honest, this place feels weird for me. I mean, why are you living inside your god's crotch? August asked awkwardly. Ha? Shakti laughed hard at what August asked. It was not the answer she was expecting, and it caught her off guard. She wiped the tears in her eyes as she slowly controlled herself to stop laughing. Not the answer I was expecting. But seriously, what do you think about your father's old familia? August pondered for a moment, and then opened his mouth. It's a great familia. From what I heard, it's the largest familia in Orario with over 30 members. It's also the familia that has the largest collective of level 5 adventurers in the city. And everyone here speaks nothing but good things about your god and the familia. His answer made Shakti proud. She became the captain when Rajesh died 9 years ago. She made sure that she became someone the familia can look up to, just like his predecessor. With her leadership, she brought the familia to new heights, and she was glad to hear that all her work was recognized by August. That's great, she said happily. So you wouldn't mind joining this familia instead? Those words made August stop on the spot. Is she recruiting me? But I already have a familia, and I'm the captain of it, which she knew. His mind was stuck on Shakti's words. I'm sorry, are you recruiting me right now? If so, then the answer is no, Shakti. He answered firmly. Don't be impulsive, August. Think about it. Ganesha Familia has more to offer to you than what you have right now. You said it yourself. You're frustrated since you can't move deeper into the dungeon. But if you join here, you will have your resources and support to reach the deeper floors. Shakti said with all seriousness. And this is where you belong. This is the familia where your father thrived in. With you joining, you'll be continuing his legacy. August knew this. He knew the benefits of joining a larger familia. He knew that he would be following his father's footsteps if he joined Ganesha. But he doesn't belong here. As much as I appreciate the offer, I'm afraid I have to decline it. I am not my father. I have chosen my own path, and sure, that path is hard and tortuous, but it's the path I chose. I made my choice 9 years ago, and I stand by that choice, Shakti. I hope you understand. He stood up and made his way out. Shakti didn't stop him, she just watched August's back as he walked away. Someday you'll understand, and you will be joining this familia. She thought to herself. She already made the deal with Ganesha and it was final. If August loses to anyone from their familia in the tournament, then he would have no other choice but to join this familia. You just can't see it now, August, but you belong here, she muttered to herself. August exited the building and made his way back home. His mind was a cluttered mess. He hoped Shakti understood him, but something in his mind was telling him that this wasn't over. Legacy, huh? He spoke softly as he remembered what Shakti told him. Continuing his father's legacy wasn't on his mind when he got here, but now that Shakti mentioned it, he couldn't help but wonder what his father did in order to gain this much respect from the likes of Finn, Reveria, Gareth, Mia, Shakti, and even the late Rajesh. Was he really that strong? He knew his father was level 3 when he retired, and right now, he was much stronger than him in his prime. But somehow he felt like he still hasn't reached the man known as Siegfried Kaiser. Almost every story that he heard about him spoke about how amazing he was. But at his current level, how amazing can a level 3 be? At that moment, August decided that he would do some digging about his father, about why everyone sees him as this amazing figure. And right now, the only lead he has is Beowulf. Chapter 39, The Mercenary That Met Death. August Povey. After the eventful day, I reckoned that a good night rest would be a most welcome task to do right now. I was not tired, well, at least not physically, but mentally I'm famished. The talk I had with Shakti drained me more than I thought. I can't help but think that it will not end anytime soon, that Shakti has something in store, and that I won't like it one bit. I made my way back home where I know a good meal and a soft bed awaits me, and I really want to do all those things right now. With a huff I dashed towards home, making sure to dodge the mortal traffic along the way. I made a quick turn in the alley, which would allow me to move faster, since there aren't any people that can hinder me in moving at a faster pace. As I move, I suddenly smell something odd. It was surprisingly calming yet repugnant at the same time. My body suddenly felt heavy as my vision swirled. I feel sleepy. It's like I'm drunk. I stopped moving, trying to compose myself. What the hell is this? I said as I shook my head side to shake this sudden drowsiness I felt. August, I suddenly heard someone calling my name, but what caught my attention was that the voice is eerily familiar. I spun around only to see no one there. I looked everywhere in the alley and found nothing, not a soul on sight. August, there it was again, and right now I'm pretty sure I knew who that voice belonged to. P. Papa, I asked, my voice was shaky. How is this possible? Why am I hearing his voice? No, it isn't, he's dead. I watch his body burn along with the others who died that day. I slap myself, making sure this isn't a dream of some sort. August, pathetic. My head started to hurt as pain assaulted me and burst. Show yourself, I roared. I'm pretty sure there's someone attacking me right now, using some kind of spell, tampering with my mind, with the memories of my family. You let us die. Another voice joined in, it was my mother's. As a mixture of her screams, laughter of the goblins who killed her, and the cries of Maya echoes all around me. This isn't real, this isn't fucking real? I kept on repeating those words as my body trembled in the alley. My ears picked up the sound of footsteps coming closer. I gripped my spear and stabbed it at the direction of the footsteps. Zhlack! I felt my spear, penetrating flesh, warm blood, splashed on my face, as I stared at the rotting corpse of my father who was smiling creepily at me. UL, let us die. You killed us. Useless, you're fucking useless. It draws closer to me as it moved its skewered body closer. A fucking disappointment, August. You should have died with us. I felt dread as I hurriedly took a step back. The words stung my heart as I look away only for my eyes to land at the dismembered body of my mother, along with the beheaded corpse of my elder brother Ludwig. You should have died with us. Their voice keeps on repeating over and over again. As it did, guilt washed over me. Narration. August felt like his heart was about to burst out of his chest. His body was shaking out of control at what he was seeing right now. The events of what happened 9 years ago kept on repeating over and over again, the memories becoming more vivid at every repeat. He felt like a century had passed, but in truth it has only been a couple of seconds. Right now, he is under a powerful curse, an illusionary curse that makes August see his most beloved person and relive the greatest tragedies of his life. And the owner of that curse was watching August as he fell on his knees, pressing his head. Yes, just like that, it will all be over soon. The caster of the curse spoke in a slimy fashion. His name is Seal, an elf and a level 4 adventurer. His main occupation is a mercenary, and right now his job is to kill August. Seal was different from most adventurers. He gained his level and stats from killing mortals, specifically adventurers, but he himself is not strong. He doesn't know the first thing about combat, so even when his status rose, he was still weak that even a level 2 adventurer can beat him in a straight-up fight. He killed his opponent with his curse, Har Reshef, gaining Exilia and leveling up, but his skill and technique were barely mediocre, and his ability points were also minimal. Because of this, he considered himself the weakest level 4. But he loved it. Killing someone much stronger than him brings him pleasure. He revels at the fact that even those who people deemed as strong will fall at his feet and die by his sword. Cuckoo, I can't wait to slice you up, Guy Bulg. All of that strength and talent, I can't wait to snuff it out with my blade. He felt a rush watching August struggle helplessly. It brings him so much pleasure that he can't help but touch himself as he imagined killing such a strong adventurer. Argh, Seal heard August scream. He reckoned that his mind already broke because of his curse. It's finally time for him to reap his prey. August felt sick as he watched everything burn. All of his family stood in front of him as their bodies rot and decay. Their words echo in his mind, how he let them die, how he was weak, how he was pathetic, how he should just die right now. He bit his lips and drew blood from it. As the blood trickled down his chin, a drop fell and landed on his spear. He was suddenly transported to the abyss. His body floated in the endless void as his vision was filled with black nothingness. August, a deep voice called to him, like a primal growl. August recognized who it was. Beowulf, August called, his voice filled with anguish, guilt, and rage. August, you are under a curse. You must snap out of it before, Beowulf tried to explain, but August cut him off. I know, the moment I heard my father's voice, I knew that wasn't real. His voice carries a lot of emotions in them, emotions that aren't healthy for anyone. Anger, pain, guilt, sadness, emotions that made a man long for revenge. I let it happen. I thought that seeing them one last time, even if it isn't real, would bring me closure. I knew that falling for that curse will make memories that I buried deep rose to the surface. But I'm afraid that I may forget their faces, so I let my body go. I let the curse take hold. Beowulf was silent. It knew August was special the moment the boy held it, but this was something else entirely. I let the curse run its course. I even let it draw more memories from me. I guess I wanted to hear that from them. August spoke in a cold voice. His mana fluctuates as the abyss shakes in his anger. I needed to hear them say those words because I'm starting to forget why I desired strength in the first place. Beowulf couldn't believe what it was seeing and hearing right now. August was in control of that illusion the whole time. He wanted those visions. He wanted the pain, the sadness. He wanted all of those in order to fuel his fury, his anger, his rage. I didn't want to be strong in order to dive deeper into the dungeon. I wanted strength in order to rid the world of monsters, and that illusion, that curse, reminded me of what my goal is. The abyss shook even more as August let his anger flow. He looked at the revenge is a powerful motivator, but it can drag you down into the depths of Tartarus. Beowulf thought as it stared at August. It felt the unyielding rage boiling inside its master. I fear that August may crumble and break if he pursues this path of revenge. He might become the monster he so wishes to destroy. Be careful of the path you choose, my master. Beowulf spoke. Its voice brought a calm serenity in the abyss as it made the trembling of the void stop. August then felt like he was falling as Beowulf's presence vanished. He was back at the dark alley, back in the dungeon city of Orario, and right now he can feel the presence of the one who placed the curse on him. As Seal draws his sword, he feels a violent surge of mana. He suddenly loses his ability to breathe. Coldness seeps into his skin as he feels bloodlust coming from his prey. I must say, Seal heard August speak. His eyes bulge out of its socket because of it. He couldn't have spoken. He is still under his illusion, his curse. You really should choose your target better next time. August, who was kneeling, had his eyes looking at Seal, the eyes of a predator looking at a useless rock on the side of the road. Seal saw that he wasn't even considered as a prey for August. He tried to speak, but no words could escape from his mouth. He felt a hand gripping his neck and a chain wrapping his heart. "I should thank you. You made me remember something important." August spoke coldly, his eyes unmoving, unfeeling like that of the dead. He slowly stood up and walked in front of the elven mercenary. "But it doesn't change the fact that you've come here to kill me." August's voice carried no emotions, it was just cold. It sent shivers down Seal's spines. He realized at that moment that he was going to die. "Oh, you are gonna die," August said, which made Seal even more afraid. It was like he was reading his mind. "But it's up to you if you want to die quickly and painlessly, or..." With a quick move, August slashed the left arm off of Seal from the shoulder down. He then catches the limb as it falls to the ground and shows it to the elf. "You suffer as I cut you piece by piece, leaving you alive as you feel pain and torment until you tell me what I want to know." Seal got to his knees, blood gushing out as he tried desperately to stop the bleeding using his left hand. "Argh?" Seal tried to scream as the pain of having your arm cut entered his system. But August shoved his own arm that he cut off down his throat, stopping him from making a sound. His muffled voice filled the alley, unable to reach anyone. "If you scream, I'll feed you every part that I cut from you." August's voice filled Seal with dread. He can feel his throat tightening as his fingers touch inside him. He vomited, but he ended up swallowing it again since August is still shoving his very own hand down his throat. The nails of his hands scratch inside his throat, making him repeat the whole process over and over again. Tears and snot fell out of his face as he started to wet himself from fear. "This will all be over soon. I'm gonna remove your hand now. Remember what I said would happen if you scream." Seal nodded lifelessly at August's question. Right now, all the elf wanted was to die so that he can get away from August. August slowly pulled the arm out. A mixture of blood, vomit, and saliva clings into it. He stares at the elf. He can see no more will in him to fight back. "Now answer the question. If I don't like the answer, you know what will happen." August spoke and smiled at him, but his eyes weren't smiling. And for Seal, he was looking at a monster. "Let's get started." That evening, civilians who walked by the alley swore they could hear muffled screaming coming from a person. But the moment they tried to investigate the sound, they felt a force pushing them back outside. Something akin to a sixth sense screaming at them that if they continue, death would be waiting for them. Chapter 40, Compromise the Threat in the Shadows. August Povey. I exited that alleyway with the knowledge that someone is targeting me. Unfortunately, that guy didn't know shit. All he knew was that he received a job from an anonymous client and accepted since the pay was good. But knowing someone is after me made me confused. As far as I knew, I didn't make any enemies here or even outside of Orario. Should I tell the old man about this? Either way, I'm pretty sure after tonight is all said and done, they'll understand that going against me isn't gonna be easy. I already made my way back home and was greeted by Denki at the front yard. He was swinging his sword as sweat came pouring out his body. He saw me going in and stopped mid-swing. He wiped the sweat off his face and called me. "Yow, Captain, how'd it go with the idiots?" he asked as he took his stance once again. "Well, practically what we expected. The adventurers of Ganesha Familia took them for their crimes. Pretty standard stuff," I answered back. "Hey, is the old man around?" "Oh, he's in his office with someone. A small petite girl came here earlier looking for him. The two of them are still talking there," he said as he started swinging his sword again. I nod as I watch him swing his katana. He's dragging. I'm not an expert in katana combat, but I know for a fact that he is dragging his left as he swing, making his strike predictable. As he swung, I dive at his space, brandishing my spear to block his sword, and in the same motion, I sent a low kick targeting his heel. The kick sent him off balance, making it easier for me to grab his arm and throw him over my shoulder, slamming him in the ground. "Arghh?" he groaned as his back bounced off the pavement. I then stabbed my spear at the side of his head, narrowly missing it. His eyes went wide as he looked at me, both confused and angry. "What the fuck was that?" he asked. "You have a tell," I said as I smiled at him. His face winced and cringed at that. "Well, fuck, thank you for beating me up instead of just telling me like what a normal person would do," he answered, his voice filled with sarcasm. Well, fuck you too, I was just trying to help. I offer my hand, which he took, and I pulled him up. And the best way to help you is to let you experience firsthand what would happen if you didn't fix that tell of yours. Yeah, so what's the tell? He asked as he wiped the dirt off his arse. That's for me to know, and for you to find out. I answered as I made my way into the old man's office. I can feel his eyes staring holes in the back of my head as I walked away from him. I'm pretty sure I can feel he was holding himself from releasing his mana. I chuckle softly as I can hear him yelling profanities at me while swinging his sword again. I could tell him that he's dragging his left foot forward whenever he's seeing for an overhead slash, but I want him to realize that himself. He needs to learn from his mistakes, much like I did when the old man taught me how to fight. I made my way in front of my god's office and made sure to knock first. Denki did say that it was a girl who Lord Heracles took in his office. I didn't want to barge in and see something that may end up with his mace up my ass. Come in, he said, and I opened the door only to find the old man sitting at the table with his hands folded in his chest, looking down at what appears to be a small petite lady in a doge pose. Oh, it's just you, August. Denki said you went to Ganesha. How did it go? I can't even answer his question right now. I mean, how can I? Is that Lady Hestia? Why in the name of all the gods in heaven and earth is she in the position right now? A dojza? What the fuck is going on? Oh, you must be wondering what this is, the old man said as he looked at my confused face. Well, to tell the long story short, Hephaestus was sick of the free-loading lowly and kicked her out. She is here right now because she wants me to take her free-loading self in, he said as he looked at Lady Hestia dryly. It's only for a couple of weeks, 3 weeks tops. I promise I'll pay you back once I get a familia of my own. Come on, Lord Heracles. Aren't we friends? Lady Hestia said as tears flooded out of her eyes. I swear I saw snot and tears mix as she bowed over and over again. The old man faced palm as the sound of his hand, slamming in his face, echoes all throughout the room. He slid his hand across his face, pulling it down forcefully in a look of pure frustration. This is the first time I saw Lord Heracles like this. A fucking god, why don't you act like one, you fucking big-breasted lowly? Should I get Stay, the old man cut me off before I could even finish. I really don't want to be here right now. Minutes passed, which for me felt like hours, before the two deities were done with their conversation. In the end, the old man let her stay under the condition that she cleans this place every day and did all the choirs in the house, which she gleefully agreed to. The old man then told her to go out since he wants to talk to me privately. With that out of the way, the old man returned his focus on me. So, August, how did it go with Ganesha? Denki did tell me that you went to his place earlier, he asked. It was fine. I ran into Shakti and we talked for a minute. I answered. I'm still contemplating telling him of the attack earlier. So you've talked with Gamesha's captain. He took a piece of paper and slid it to me. I assume she talked about you joining them. I received the paper and saw that it was a contract to be signed by me and the old man. It states that if I lose to any member of Ganesha Familia this upcoming tournament, then I would have no choice but to join them. What the fuck is this? I asked. My hand was shaking as anger seemed to rise up from me. Calm down, August. Lord Heracles spoke firmly. My eyes snapped at him only to see that he was looking at me directly. I took a deep breath trying to calm my anger down. So care to explain this? I again asked, this time in a much more calm manner. This is a compromise I had with Ganesha. Lord Heracles spoke, and he then started to explain what happened at DANMACHI. About how Lord Ganesha proposed this compromise in order to give me a fair chance instead of me fighting a war game alone against everyone in his familia. How Shakti wanted me to join Ganesha Familia no matter what. How Ganesha failed to talk Shakti out of it. Honestly, this information pissed me off, but I sure gained a lot of respect for Lord Ganesha. Shakti, on the other hand, is someone who I've lost trust in. Some part of me wants to understand her side of things, but right now I'm pretty pissed. In this tournament, I'll make her understand that I am not the same 6-year-old boy who needs her protection. Hey, old man, if I agree to this, then they can no longer do anything right. After this is over, they can no longer pull shit like this. Yes, that was the deal I had, he nodded, but if you don't want to. It's okay, I'm good with these terms. I cut him off. Tell Lord Ganesha that I agree with the terms. If I lose one match against any of his familia, I'll join him, but tell him that I'll be going for the kill against his familia. Lord Heracles looked at me. It was like he was reading me, like he was staring straight at my soul. Very well, he answered. We stayed silent after that. The two of us know the consequences of killing an adventurer, especially in the public. But the two of us don't care. This is a chance for us to deliver a message to everyone. I guess after this Shakti would be heartbroken by what I'm about to do. But as of right now, I don't fucking care. She reaps what she sows. After the talk with Lord Heracles, I head to my room and try to get some sleep. My mind was tired after the day that I had, so it only took a few minutes for my body to fall deep into slumber. Narration. It was early in the morning when the city of Orario was awakened by a scream. A body has been found in an alley. The body was mutilated, dismembered, and beheaded. All the limbs were cut and shoved inside the decapitated head. Whoever had done this made sure that he died in the most painful way imaginable. The city security closed the area off as they started their own investigation. Sure, people die in the alley of Orario, it is still a city that has criminals running around its street. But not like this. They feel sick just by looking at the state of the body. They couldn't even identify who it was since the face had been so beaten up that it looked more like a slab of grinded meat rather than a mortal face. News of this spread all throughout Orario, making the locals fear for their life. Many view this as an act of evil, but for a group of people watching the events unfold, they knew this was a message. The spear of mortal death, he really does live up to his name. A hooded man spoke as he watched the security team scrape the ground for the victim's innards. We expected this much when we hired that mercenary. Another hooded man spoke. Still, who knew that the owner of the spear Theiko Oplo would be this brutal? The hooded man chuckled. It makes me want to invite him to join us. Our orders were to eliminate him. The other one spoke stoically. Yeah, I get it. Our priority is the weapon. You don't have to be so uptight about it. He shrugs playfully. Might I remind you too that Lord Erebus expects us to get rid of the spear's master in a timely manner. Another hooded figure joined in their conversation. This time it was a female, and she was the one who was leading the two of them. Geez, even you're no fun, Anna, the playful one spoke as he sighed. The other hooded man just grunts. Anna watches as the security scrapes the last piece of the elf out of the pavement. She winced at the sight of it, but did her best to hide it. After what happened to the village, Anna became a loyal lapdog for Eberus, as the crazed god watched as Anna was continually violated by the monsters that they had tamed, and as her mind broke, so did Eberus manipulate her into his own personal puppet. Let's head out, there's no more point in staying here, Anna said as she turned her back and walked away from the crime scene. The two hooded figures are not far behind her. Evelys is now making their move, and has now once again entered Orario. Chapter 41, not a chapter. Chapter 42, Supporter Froke Lapilla. Narration. The guild officially announced the tournament, which would take place inside the Orario Coliseum. The announcement of such an event generates excitement all around the dungeon city, making it lively. The guild couldn't have timed the news any better, as it took the public mind out of the murder that happened that day. August along with Denki are making their way into the dungeon for their daily dive inside. August decided that he'll hire a supporter today since Heracles suggested it to him. He agrees that he needed to develop his leadership skills if he wanted to be a successful captain, and commanding a 3-man cell with him, Denki, and a supporter would be a good practice for that. So you're finally hiring a supporter, huh? Any idea what you want? Denki asked curiously. He welcomed the idea of a supporter since he won't have to carry the loot and supplies anymore. It isn't really a problem for him, but he does find it a hassle to fight with a bag since it hinders his mobility quite a bit. From what I can see, most supporters that are for hire here are level 1, and those that are level 2 or above are part of a permanent diving party. August put his hand on his chin as he looked at the supporters who were holding signs in the entrance. All of them are level 1, and by the looks of it, none of them are even knowledgeable in combat. Okay with hiring anyone, but I do prefer someone who has experience in the deeper floor, since that is our target. That guy seems strong. Denki points at a dwarf supporter. The dwarf was built muscular and stout. He has an axe on his side and a large backpack. How about him? Yeah, in terms of raw strength, a dwarf would be a good choice, but I'm afraid he'll slow our pace down since they aren't really known for their mobility. August answered as he glanced at the dwarf. How about that, Palom? They're quick on their feet. Denki suggested the male Palom in the corner. Can't you feel it? He still has milk on his lips. Judging from his mana, he just received his blessing, and I don't want to be a babysitter. By the gods, you're level 5. You don't have to be so picky. Whoever we pick won't be fighting anyway. Denki was becoming impatient. There are plenty of supporters here, but August was being picky about it. Well, I guess you're right, August said. He looked at Denki and gave him a smile which made the samurai shiver. He knew that smile, and he knew that it can only mean trouble for him. I should just choose anyone since they won't be fighting anyway, right? After all, you're the only one who will be fighting inside, so anyone will do. August moved along as he scans the surroundings for a good supporter. Denki pales at what his captain said, me and my big fucking mouth. He thought as he follows behind his captain. Minutes passed, and the duo felt like all the good ones had already been hired, so they decided to just enter the dungeon without a supporter, but a voice stopped them on their tracks. I hear the two of you are looking for a supporter. A jolly voice called out to them, making them turn and look. It was a female werewolf evident by her wolf ears, but at the same time she was small, the size of a Palom. She, like all supporters, has a huge backpack that she's carrying like it's nothing. A small quiver at her leg indicates that she's using a bow, but August can't seem to spot where she's keeping it. A half-breed, August thought as he stared at the girl who was grinning at them. What is it to you? He asked. Well, for your information, I'm the best supporter around, and I only support those who are strong. And I, the great Frok Lapilla, view you as someone worthy of hiring me. She spoke in a haughty manner with her hands on her hips as she held her head high. What a weirdo, Denki muttered as she stared at the half-breed, which she heard since she has wolf ears. Who are you calling a weirdo, asshole? She screamed at Denki. You fucking weirdo, best supporter my ass, Denki bite back. The two went back and forth as August stared at Frok. Level 1, just a tad bit short of entering level 2, she's built like she can fight a bit, lean yet solid, her muscles are well defined. He smiles as he watches the two bicker. I can work with this, he thought. Frok was it. The half-breed and the samurai stopped arguing when they heard August's voice. Frok answered his question with confidence. Yes, that is my name. And how much do you charge? August asked. The standard rate, 70-30 with me taking the latter, she answered. You cannot be seriously thinking of hiring her, are you? Denki protested. Captain she. Didn't you say that it doesn't matter who I pick since they won't be fighting anyway? August cut him off as he smiled mockingly at Denki. Denki was lost for words. Would you look at that, the consequences of my own actions? He thought to himself as he can only sigh at his captain. He turned to look at Frok, who had her tongue out at him. This bitch. For Denki, this was a first. He was a friendly and outgoing guy, but Frok seems to just push the right button on pissing him off. Now where were we? All right, 70-30 was it? If you can act as a range backline, I'll gladly pay you 40. August said, shocking Denki and Frok. For August, money wasn't an issue. He was quite rich, so 40% of their loot wasn't a loss for him. But he is curious about this Frok. From what he can see, she is talented. Her body told him that much, especially her fingers. It was full of calluses. She was training all her life. That much was clear for August to see. Pardon me, but I'm a supporter. Fighting isn't in my resume. Frok said as she looked August seriously in the eyes. The moment things go rough, I'll be running. My job is to handle, collect, and carry your loot, as well as guiding you through the dungeon and providing basic necessities such as first aid, not fighting. By the looks of it, you've been in plenty of fights. August answered her relaxed and calm, and I can assure you, no harm will come to you in the back. She contemplates the offer. 40% of the loot is quite large. She knew that the duo are new at hiring supporters, so she threw 30% at them. Since the original rate of a supporter is only 15%, she essentially is ripping them off. But now she's being offered 40% of the loot. And to what floor are you planning on reaching? She asked curiously. She expected them to answer 10 cents in her eyes. The two of them are rookies. Oh, and I didn't catch your name. Oh, sorry about that. This one here is Denki Makoto, and I'm August Kaiser. August introduced himself, which made Froke pause. Eh? She said with confusion as her eyes went wide, starting at August. August was a popular adventurer, and if the rumors are to be believed, one of the strongest in the city. The only problem is that since he arrived in Orario not too long ago, many from the general public, including most of the adventurers, only knew him by his name and alias. There are some passing descriptions of him, but they all vary depending on who's describing his looks. Some say he's handsome beyond compare. Others say he's a monster among men. Others even describe him as a mature veteran warrior. Oh, and we'll be diving up to the 24th floor. August finished his words as he smiled at Froke. Wait a goddamn minute, Froke shrieks towards August. Telling me that you're the fucking Gibulg, the one described as death incarnate, the spear of mortal death, the fuck you need a supporter for? Her voice caught the attention of everyone in the vicinity. It's the Gibulg. Holy shit, it's him. He's younger than I thought. Did I hear that right? He's looking for a supporter. The masses started to stare in their direction. For many, it was the first time they saw what August looked like. They were shocked to see that he was so young. They didn't expect that the one regarded as death was a 16-year-old kid. August looked around and took a deep breath. Let's talk somewhere more private, shall we? He said as he urged the two to move inside the dungeon. Denki was laughing his ass off as he watched Froke becoming timid as she follows closely behind August. The moment she knew of his identity, all of her swagger disappeared. The face she was making right now was making Denki jubilant. Serves you right. Froke, on the other hand, was becoming more nervous by the second. She can't believe that she's been talking to a genuine level 5 adventurer. Not to mention she was even thinking about ripping him off. Now all of that thought went out the window. She'll be dead if August finds out that she's charging them double the market price. She needs to come clean. Fuck my luck, she mutters as she follows behind the duo. At the 4th floor of the dungeon. Hey guys, isn't this a little unfair? Denki complained as he fights a horde of goblins. Denki slashed his sword at the incoming goblin, killing it. He then twirled around quickly to dodge an arrow coming his way and rush at a range unit of the monsters. He was met by 2 goblins brandishing their rusty swords at him, but he was just too fast for them. No wasted movements. He recalled what August taught him. He dodged the attack by a slim margin, and without missing a beat, he delivered a stab straight to the neck of one of the goblins rushing at him. Every move must be connected. Again, he recalled what he learned. He twisted his katana that was still inside the goblin's neck, and with one quick motion, he slashed it towards the other monster. His sword cut through them like a hot knife through butter. He then continued his dash towards the goblin archer. August and Froke watched as Denki killed every goblin in his sight. August was impressed. He was putting his teaching to great use. There are still some improvements to be made, but Denki was progressing smoothly. Froke was again gobsmacked at what she was seeing. They aren't rookies at all. Why the fuck would they even hire me in the first place? Her mind raced at this thought. Most familiar, especially those who had adventurers, the caliber of August has its own supporter in it. So those that are for hire are usually hired by beginners and low-level adventurers. Few high-level parties hire supporters in their mix, but she has no experience in joining such parties. The deepest she ever dived through was at the 27th floor, and she was not doing much at that point. You're doing good, Denki. Keep it up. I'll be talking to our supporter for now. August cheered Denki up as he fought multiple monsters. He then turned his attention towards Froke, who swallowed her saliva at August's gaze. "I'll bite," he said, confusing Froke. Huh? Froke asked. Bite what? She thought. I'll let you rip me off, August said, smiling at Froke. 30% was it, and 40 if you act as a backline archer. August was looking directly at her, a knowing smile on his face. He fucking knew, her mind raced. She then remembered the earlier conversation. How August cut Denki off when he was protesting about hiring her. She doesn't know what to say. It's a good deal if I say so myself, August said as he looks back towards Denki and his fight with the goblins. Slipping. Fuck you, Denki replied as he dodged 4 goblins at the same time. August chuckled and looked back at Froke. "So what do you say?" he asked. "Do we have ourselves a deal?" He raised his hand up for a shake. Froke bit her lips as she stares at Auguste's outstretched hand. August was so far off from the rumors that she heard. He was a kid, granted a really scary kid, but a kid nonetheless. She looked at August and felt a pang of jealousy in her heart. She was 22 years old. She became an adventurer when she was 15, yet as of today, she hasn't received a level up. She was a failure who became a supporter and watched young adventurers overtake her in both strength and status as she rotted in level 1 mediocrity. Even her god lost hope for her. She raised her hand up to shake Auguste's. She stopped midway and hesitated. "Why me?" she asked. "Why someone like me? There are so many talented supporters up there. Why are you offering this to me?" August was taken aback by her question. Why her? He thought. Well, many reasons, to be completely honest, but if I would have to choose one, it would be because I find you interesting. He answered and smiled at her. His answer made Froke pause. She then laughed, which made August confused by her reaction. "Ha ha ha, fuck it, it's a deal. I'll be your supporter, I'll even be your fucking archer if that's what you want." She shook August's hand with a smile on her face. "That's good to hear." August smiled back at her. "Welcome to the team, Froke Lapilla." "Good to be on it, August Kaiser. Or should I call you Captain as well?" Froke smiled. "That. I hate to be a bother, but can any one of you fucking help me?" Denki's voice cut August's off as he roared at the two of them for help. "Well then, why don't you show me what you're made of, Froke?" August raised his hands towards the goblins. "Sure," Froke answered confidently as she grabbed something on her hips. It was a wood that was folded into a square. With a quick move of her hand, the square opened up and formed into a bow. "So that's where it is." August finally found out where she was keeping her bow. "Fucking finally," Denki said as he slashed another goblin rushing at him. Froke stared at the monsters rushing towards Denki. There were 4 goblins in total that were close to him, 3 aiming their bow at him, and 5 goblins that were rushing in his direction. With a deep breath, she took an arrow and loaded her bow. She tugs at the string, making a pulling sound. She aims at her target and waits for the right moment. As the goblin runs towards Denki, a washing sound was heard. Before the goblin even reached the samurai, a hole appeared at the goblin's head. But that's not all. The arrow passed through the skull and hit another one in the eye. Froke shot 1 arrow and killed 2. But she wasn't done. She loaded her bow again and fired quickly. Her movement was like a well-oiled machine. Nothing wasted, her aim true to its target, straight in the middle of the eyes. August saw this and was impressed. Froke moved with precision, and her shot was accurate to say the least. Load and shoot, load and shoot, load and shoot. She made those movements feel like art. In a matter of minutes, all the goblins are dead as their bodies vanish, leaving only their core. Denki and Froke proceeded to clear the floor as they went deeper into the dungeon. August was feeling proud of himself for sticking with his guts. And now, he was just relaxing as he watched the two kill every monster in their path. Chapter 43, Rematch GBULG. Narration. The following days were going pretty well for August, Denki, and Froke. It became a routine for the 3 of them, as the more they work together the better they get. They've become a well-oiled machine. Denki handling the front, Froke sniping monsters from the back, and August taking care of the loose ends, supporting the 2 of them whenever they need it. August was thrilled by their progress and decided to make Froke a permanent hire for his party. She was good at her job, and being a veteran in the dungeon, August and Denki was learning plenty from her as well, such as paths to take, lots outside of monster cores, and other tricks that veterans use to make their dungeon diving more efficient. There are only a few more days before the tournament officially begins, and only a handful of adventurers decide to enter the dungeon. August and his party are among those adventurers. August decided that he should sharpen his senses for the upcoming event, and he had the perfect plan for that. The 3 of them are currently standing in front of the 17th floor boss room entrance. From the information Sophie told August, Goliath would be reviving today, and since no high-level familia had dived for the past couple of days in preparation for the tournament, the guild issued a quest for August to take care of the monster Rex so the adventurers stuck at the 18th floor could come up. August took this quest. He wanted to fight the monster Rex again, and this time he is so much more prepared to face it. He felt like his previous victory over it was nothing more than a fluke. It was dumb luck. Beowulf won that fight, not him. And this time he will win with his own strength along with his party, and he thought that this fight would be a trainable moment for Denki as well. "So are you guys ready?" August asked the two of them. He can see the nervousness of the two. "Let me remind you that you hired me as a supporter. Why the fuck am I fighting a Rex?" Froke was mortified when she found out earlier today that the three of them would be fighting Goliath. Level 1 for crying out loud, why in the fuck am I here? Denki, on the other hand, was sweating bullets as he nodded silently towards August. His fingers were turning white as he gripped the hilt of his sword firmly. "Just remember, stay calm. I'll take point and handle its aggro. You two are there for support. Denki, remember your training. I want you to deliver as much damage as you can, but be careful, go in and out of his range." August said as he looked at the sweating samurai. He then turned his attention to Froke. "Level 1 or not, I trust you and your bow. Stay at the back and aim at the fucker's eyes. Choose your shot wisely as your arrows cannot break its skin. Its eyes and mouth will be your best bet at dealing him damage." August smiled at the two of them and took a step forward. "Do your jobs right, and I'll handle the rest. I promise no hair will be harmed from the two of you." August's aura surged in the room. The two stared at awe at his back as he walked without fear inside. His aura felt hot in their skin. It felt like it was giving them courage. "Let's go kill it, shall we?" August looked back one more time and said those words. His face was calm, yet for some reason Denki saw hatred in it, but he decided to ignore it. "Roar!" As August stepped inside, he was greeted by the monster's deafening roar. And then the ground shook as the large titan took its steep. "Well, hello there." August greeted him as well. "Remember me?" His mana rose as it filled the room with its violent surge. His feet dug deep into the ground as it cracked by his force. He gripped his spear and smiled viciously at his old foe. With a grunt, he charges mana into his legs and dashes at extreme speeds towards the monster Rex. "Either way, allow me to reintroduce myself." The mana of August burst forth as his spear glows a violent red. His muscle bulge, he gritted his teeth and raised his spear and jumped up in the air. "I'm your fucking killer." "Roar!" Goliath roared as it clenched his hand into a fist. It moved faster than what anyone would expect from something that big. He punched at August as its air made way for its first, creating shockwaves with its strength. August saw this and smiled. Beowulf howled as August slammed it towards the incoming fist. Boom! The impact sent shockwaves all throughout the boss room. Denki and Froke watch in awe at August's show of force. This was the first time for both of them seeing the level 5 adventurer not holding back. He was stronger than they thought he was. "Holy shit!" exclaimed Denki as he covered his face from the incoming dust storm generated by the clash. "Fucking fuck!" Froke hid behind Denki as she braced herself from the shockwave. "He really wants us to fight with HIM? Is he fucking crazy?" "Yup, that's the captain for you," Denki answered. The nervousness he had going in vanished as soon as he saw August's strength. His lips formed into a smile waiting for the signal to charge from his captain. Froke saw the smile on Denki's face and frown. Her face turned ugly as she prepared her bow and arrow. "The two of you are fucking crazy." The dust settled and August landed on the ground with a thud. He was covered in blood from head to toe, yet his face still holds that vicious smile he had. Goliath staggered a couple of steps back, its hand destroyed. It was a bloody paste as everything from the elbow and down was shredded into mush. It grunted in pain and snarls towards August, its eyes turning red from anger. August was confused. Why does it feel like it got weaker? He thought to himself as he started at the monster arm. August rushed again, not allowing the monster any rest. Denki, aim for its tendons. August commanded. He charged at the enraged monster with the intention of keeping its attention all to himself. The Rex saw August coming at him at extreme speeds. It punched the ground, cracking it with its strength, and it used its fingers as a scoop as it dug up numerous and massive rocks from the ground. With a grunt, the monster threw it all towards August. "Fuck," he cursed as he dodged the incoming barrage, but it was far too many. He raised his spear to crush a boulder heading straight at him. As he did, he was temporarily blinded by the dust. Some even got into his eyes. He saw a glimpse of a fist coming his way. Cleaver bitch, he thought as he moved mana into his spear and used it to block the incoming blow. He made sure to jump to negate some of the impact from the fist. Boom! August was sent flying back. He whooshed past Denki, who rushed in as he kept his sword sheathed. He moved his mana into his legs, allowing him to move even faster. Goliath saw the samurai coming at it. It raised its hand in the air, planning on crushing him into the ground like a bug. "Froke?" Denki screamed, having no intention to dodge the attack. In the past few days, he came to trust the newest member of their party, and he knew that she never misses her targets. Whoosh! An arrow passed by Denki's side and was cutting through air. The Rex never even saw it coming as the arrow hit it straight into its left pupil. "Bullseye," Froke muttered. She smiled as she watched the monster writhe in pain. Denki smiled at that. There was never any doubt that she would hit. Now he has to do his job. With a burst of speed, he entered the monster's blind spot, charged your mana into your weapon. He remembered his training from his master back in the Far East as he gripped his weapon standing in an eye jutsu. And add, intent. His sword glowed a cyan glow as it sliced through the left tendon of Goliath Rex. He used what he learned from August. An attack should have intent. And right now, his intention is to kill the Rex. Arghhhh. Goliath roared in fury as it fell on one knee. It looked back and saw the samurai grinning at him. Denki jumped back as the monster swung at him. He was barely able to move out of the way as he was sent flying by the shockwave. "Fuck," he cursed as he braced himself from hitting the ground. He rolled a couple of meters when he hit the ground. He quickly stood up using his hand to push himself standing. "If that fucking hit me." He didn't even want to finish that line of thought. "Heads up, it's not over yet." August landed beside him. He was full of wounds, yet he was standing there like it was nothing. "Stick to the plan. I'll gain his attention and you attack on the opening," he ordered as he rushed back into the melee. "What a freak," Denki muttered as he watched his captain trade blows with Goliath. "You're one to talk," Froke spoke up. She was looking at the fight, unable to do anything. She was the type of person who doesn't like to miss, so if she doesn't have a shot, she won't shoot. "The two of you are freaks from where I'm standing." "How dare you compare me to the captain?" Denki complained. He then pointed at the fight between the monster Rex and August. "Who the fuck is smiling after taking a hit from that?" "Good point," Froke smiled. "I guess he takes the cake then." Denki sighed and turned serious. He gripped his sword in his side and rushed to join the melee. "See, freaks." Froke shook her head and turned serious as well. She was looking for an opening. Her arrows won't penetrate its skin, and her only target was the eyes. She already got one, but since then the monster got wary of her and was not letting its guard down, making it harder for her to take the shot. "August really has to pay me big time after this." She sighs in defeat and takes her bag off. She then rummaged inside, searching for something. August was bobbing and weaving at the Goliath's every blow. His mind was not completely in the fight. "Should I use that?" he thought as he dodged a fist. "It's risky and it's still unfinished, but I really want to try it." He jumped up and stabbed his spear into the monster's shoulder. He was making sure not to kill the monster just yet. He wanted Denki to gain experience in fighting something stronger than him, and he wanted Froke to get some confidence in this fight. Boom! Without any warning, the side of Goliath's face suddenly was engulfed by an explosion. August and Denki were both taken aback by it. They looked around to see who that attack came from and saw Froke smiling at them. "Oi, August, you're gonna owe me big time for this." Froke loaded another arrow into her bow, and the two of them can see that it was no ordinary arrow. It had runes engraved into it, and it was glowing orange. "You have fucking EXBLOADING arrow this whole fucking time?" Denki shouted at her. He couldn't believe she waited so long to dish out those bad boys. "They're fucking expensive, you idiot." Froke bit back as he let loose of another arrow, hitting the monster and staggering it back. August smiled at this development. He looked at the two and decided. "Change of plans," he said as he jumped back, gaining some distance away from Goliath. "Denki, take point and buy me some time, and Froke, you will become his eyes. Call everything out for him and don't hesitate to shoot. I'll pay for everything, so let loose." His order made Denki pause. "What the fuck?" he asked. "Are you fucking insane?" "Oh, you better. By the way, this comes with interest." Froke, on the other hand, was good with this plan. She was a vet and knew that August was not gonna stand by and watch them get hurt. August looked at Denki and gave him a confident smile. I have complete confidence in your abilities, Denki. Don't you worry, I'll still be here if everything goes wrong. Fuck it, Denki gritted his teeth and stared at the monster Rex. He let his mana run wild inside his body as he rushed into Goliath. You better not miss, he shouted. When did I ever miss? Froke loaded 3 arrows into her bow. All of them were exploding arrows, and with a smile she let the arrows fly. Bio boom. All the arrows hit Goliath at the face, temporarily blinding it. It roared at the pain as it started to flail its hands all around. Denki smiled at this. He never really had a doubt in his mind, that girl can hit a fly with her arrows. He rushed behind the giant and slashed at the right tendon. Now, with both of its tendons damaged, it feels completely on its knees as it catches itself with its left hand. August watched the two work together. He was pleased at what they were doing. Well, I should get started. He closed his eyes and collected all the mana in his body. He made sure none of it oozed out. He then started moving it towards the spear, and Beowulf greedily devoured all of it. It's not enough, he thought to himself. Endless battle. He muttered silently. The mana inside his body suddenly expanded. At first the flow of it was like a calm and serene river. Now it felt like a raging rapids, all rushing directly into Beowulf. Denki then delivered multiple slashes towards it. Why won't you die? Over and over again he delivered blow after blow towards the monster Rex. D and Ki fall back. Froke shrieked at Denki, her voice sounded mortified. Denki looked up and was stunned. Goliath Rex's red eye stared directly at him. It snarled as it raised its hand up in the air. Fuck, Denki braces himself for impact. He closed his eyes, waiting for the worst, but no hand arrived. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that the arm was inches away from him. What the hell, he stopped. He felt it. Froke had a lump in her throat as she watched the massive hand of the monster fall right on top of Denki. She tried to scream, but no voice came out. But all of a sudden the hand stopped mid-air, inches away from the young samurai. Why? She asked herself, then her body felt it. Goliath was about to slam his hand at Denki, but all of a sudden it stopped. It felt shivers all over its massive body. For the first time in its existence inside the dungeon, with countless revival and death, this was the first time he ever felt this sensation. It was confused by what it was feeling. Its mind, body, and soul are screaming at it to run. It slowly looked behind it, and there he stood, a lone figure. Darkness seemed to radiate from him. And then August, who held all of his mana inside him, finally let it free. It then felt it. It felt what Denki was feeling, what Froke was feeling. It felt like death was standing in front of it. Denki never knew that August had this power. He swallowed his saliva and watched his captain exude such a malignant aura. Denki felt his mana. It was so large that it felt like the sea. But the most terrifying part was that all of his captain's mana was compressed inside his beloved spear. He knew whoever got hit with that spear won't even have a body left for others to bury. He both felt fear and awe at his captain. This is Gi Bulg. This is the spear of mortal death. Froke's body collapsed to the ground. She vomited what she ate earlier. Her stomach felt like sinking as she stared at August. She couldn't stop shaking. She knew what bloodlust is. She felt her fair share of it, some were even directed at her. But this was something different. This was no bloodlust. This is death. A dome of mana suddenly expanded from August. It reached everything inside the boss room. The attack that August is about to unleash right now was inspired by Denki and his technique. August decided to adapt it into his own arsenal. Inside the dome, August can see everything, feel everything. He can feel the mana inside of Denki and Froke. He can even feel where Goliath's core is. He also thought he needed an attack to finish the fight. He learned that the hard way when he fought Beta. He needs something to combat that. He needs a new magic. One specifically for attacking, and right now he was making his own. It's still imperfect, but it will do, he thought to himself. August changed his stance. He raised his spear up to the side of his head, holding it with his right hand. He put his left leg at the front and raised his left hand into a straight line directly towards Goliath. Goliath, seeing this, tried its best to stop it, but it was too late. August leaped into the air, his eyes looking straight at Goliath. The spear glowed a mixture of red and black, sparks from the overcharging of many flew wildly in the air. "Consume everything in your path," he chanted as the room shook violently from the potent mana that was oozing out of the spear. "And bring death to thy enemies." Bulg Beowulf. Chapter 44, Aftermath, Echoes, and a Prophecy. Long chapter today. You can pretty much view this as a double chapter, since I'm too lazy to actually write 2 separate chapters. Anyway, enjoy the read. Narration. Bulg Beowulf. August unleashed his attack, an original spell, a completely new magic created by him using all his experience, knowledge, and talent. August had finally begun to tap at the true potential of a Theiko Oplo, and August had only got a drop of the spear's power, a drop in the vast ocean that is Beowulf. The spear traveled true as it beamed straight into Goliath's core. The impact did not just shatter it, it disintegrated it to nothing, destroying the core up to its very atoms. The spear landed to the ground. It passed through the monster like it was nothing. The spear encountered no resistance from Goliath's tough skin. As the spear landed, it buried halfway to the ground and created a massive crater half the size of the Adventurers' Guild. Denki, who was close to the attack, was sent flying by the force of impact. A part of his skin charred at the heat generated by the spear, yet aside from that he was relatively unharmed. August had so much control over his mana that only the residual magic and the shockwave managed to touch Denki, even though he was so near the epicenter. He tried to balance himself mid-air, but failed to do so as the force sent him all the way towards the wall. He hit it with a thud as the air inside his body was forcefully expelled by the impact. Still, he was conscious as he was able to protect himself with his mana. He slid down the wall and fell on his knees. Frok, on the other hand, was knocked out cold. Her level 1 body couldn't stand up to the force behind that attack, as well as August's endless battle-enhanced aura. She was lying face down on the ground as her mouth foamed. Denki saw this and breathed a sigh of relief. Frok right now may not look graceful, but at least she was alive and stable. Denki looked at the devastation of August's attack. His eyes widened in disbelief. The boss room dungeon floor, deemed as unbreakable, had a massive crater in it, and in the middle was the spear radiating with still so much magic. "Holy shit," Denki cursed under his breath. His eyes were glued at the weapon. At his peripheral vision, he saw his captain, his body full of wounds and charred skin. His armor was gone from his right arm all the way down his torso. His body was full of scars, both old and new, which he received when he unleashed that attack. "Captain?" Denki called out and ran towards his captain. August stood tall as he watched his beloved spear that stuck on the ground. His whole body ached, and his vision was getting blurry. His right hand, which he used when he throwed Beowulf, was damaged as all the bone in it was broken. The skin was black as it was burned by a large amount of residual magic. "This is what I get for using an unfinished magic," he muttered as his body falls to the ground like a puppet that was cut off its strings. Denki was fast enough to catch him, though. Not letting his captain hit the ground hard, he held August at his left side, making sure not to touch the heavily damaged side of his body. "Captain, what the hell was that?" Denki asked, his voice a mixture of outrage and excitement. Angry because of the effect it had on August, and excited because of the power behind that unknown attack. "Oh, Denki, that's you, right?" August looked at his side and continued. "It seems that I can't see well right now, and my body is entering mind zero. Be a dear and carry me for the rest of the trip." August spoke with his voice strained. He then passed out not long after. Denki didn't know what to say. His captain is out cold. Frok, their supporter and third member, is with August in Dreamland. Fuck! He can do nothing but curse at his predicament. Unable to do anything else, he willed his aching body to carry both August and Frok towards the 18th floor safe zone. "Fucking slave driver, fucking lazy-ass woman, I'll get you both for this fucking fuck. But not without releasing a torrent of colorful words as he did so. The gods all over the lower world felt a deep sense of fear all at the same time. They didn't know why, but they all felt like their immortality is in jeopardy. Something in their system is telling them, screaming at them that something is coming. This sensation of primal fear was etched inside their body. Something that they had long forgotten in the past crept into their skins, crawling and gnawing at their mind. That was the fear of true death, of oblivion, of nothingness. Freya at the top of the Tower of Babel shook uncontrollably as she held her body tightly. She felt like someone or something was looking at her very soul, something primal in nature, ancient and powerful. What is this? She asked herself, unable to explain the sensation she was feeling. Loki, who was at the middle of a meeting, with her familia feel on her knees, as her mind was filled with dread. My lady, Finn, the ever-loyal captain of her familia, was quick on her aid. He practically teleported at her side in order to catch his falling goddess. My lady, is everything okay? What are you feeling right now? He asked rapidly. I don't know. It felt like something was clasping my heart. Loki was sweating bullets as he looked at Finn with her eyes filled with fear. It felt like death was coming for me. Her voice was filled with fear as she shivered in the hands of Finn. All of Loki's familia looked at their goddess with a worried expression. They aren't used to seeing her like this. In fact, it was the first time they ever saw Loki in that state. Hades was reading a report regarding Anna, the missing member of his familia. He was deep in thought when suddenly he was attacked by fear that was gripping the gods. He clutches his heart as it beats rapidly as he stares at the empty space in his office. Atheiko Oplo has an owner. He spoke as he calmed himself down, a smile slowly creeping up his face. Brother, is this still part of your plan? Thor slammed his hammer to the ground as he screamed in anger. Fuck! He cursed loudly, getting the attention of everyone in his familia. He ignored it. He let his aura loose, making everyone who felt it step back in fear of his fury. Who is the fool who dared to wield such an accursed weapon? Hermes laughed, uncontrollably holding his stomach, as his fee Al Andromeda stared at him confusedly. Hermes wiped the tear in his eyes as he held himself back from laughing. My lord, why are you laughing like a fool? Can you please stop? It's getting creepy. Hermes' laughter died down as he smiled towards his captain and confidant. Oh, Isfi, interesting things are coming for us. We might witness a rise of a new hero or a malignant tyrant. Either way, the age of heroes will rise once again like the old man predicted. Isfi sighs as she shakes her head back and forth. If you say so, my lord. She then slammed a large amount of paper in front of Hermes. Now can you do your duty and sign all this paperwork? Isfi, you're no fun at all. Less fun, more work. Now get to work, Lord Hermes. The paperwork won't sign themselves. Hermes sighed and unwillingly returned back to his job, but his heart was still trembling by the event and what it would mean in the future. Lord Zways, it seemed like you are right once again. He thought to himself as he buried himself back to work. Ganesha dropped his tea as he paled. He tried desperately to calm himself as the sensation of fear crept and crawled inside his skin. Siegfried. He called out to his deceased child, the son he never had, and the one whom he'd forced to carry such a heavy burden. So sorry? He felt guilt deep in his gut. He was the reason why this happened. If only he'd never found that accursed weapon, none of this would have ever happened. Heracles, I do not envy you right now. Heracles, who was sitting inside his office, closed his eyes and took a deep, long breath. The moment that he feared, that he hoped would never come, had finally arrived. His skin felt tingly as the sensation of hundreds of needles pricking him ran all around his body. He remembered his time as a mortal. He remembered the war that he fought in the past. August, he called the name of his child, the child that he took as a boy, who had grown into a fine man, a child that he groomed to be a hero, someone who'd surpass him in the future. The boy who he came to love as his own son. The door to his office slammed open as Hestia barged inside, sweating profusely with her skin as pale as snow. She was about to open her mouth, but Heracles beat her to it. Yes, Hestia, I felt it too. How? I thought every one of those things were sealed. Hestia asked, her voice laced with fear as she got closer towards Heracles, hoping that he would have answers for her. Your guess is as good as mine. Heracles looked at her in the eyes, his face stoic. He had no trace of fear in his face. They should be sealed, yet somehow one of them had found an owner. Is it why? No, trust me, it is not, and we will not talk of this here. Heracles' voice was firm. Only a few gods knew about his past, and there was an unspoken rule that it will not be mentioned ever again. Fine, Hestia looked down on the ground as she clenched her chest. It was becoming harder to breathe as the sensation of fear took hold of her body. What will happen now? He looked at the quivering goddess and sighed as he stood and walked near her. He raised his hand and rested it above her head as he pats it with care. "Only time will tell," he answered and gave her a reassuring smile. "But do not fear, for I am here." Hestia silently rested her head in Heracles' chest. She trusted her friend, and she knew that he always kept his words towards his friends. "That's a corny line," she said, chuckling in his chest. "Shut up, peep squeak." Heracles also let a chuckle out. He then turned serious as he looked out the window in the direction of the dungeon. "August, your path has taken a massive leap now. But as your god, I promise I'll do everything in my power to help and guide you," he thought to himself. Somewhere outside, Orario in a rural village in the mountains. An old man who was tending to his farm felt chills all over his body. He stopped and stood still like a statue as he started wide-eyed into the far distance in the direction towards Orario. "The primal spear has an owner," he muttered under his breath. One of the 5 had found its master. He looked back towards his hut, where a boy, 14 years of age, was reading a book about heroes. The boy felt a gaze as he looked up to see the old man looking at him. "Is everything okay, Gramps?" he asked innocently. The old man smiled and nodded his head. "Everything is fine, Belle," he answered reassuringly. The boy beams a smile as well and goes back to reading his favorite book. A book about the story of Argonaut and his merits. It is still too early, the old man thought to himself as he turned and looked back towards the direction of Orario. He had been keeping track of everything thanks to Hermes, and he knew of the one who wielded the primal spear. "What will you do now, Alcides?" he asked no one in particular and went back to tending his crops. At the royal palace in the heart of the empire, Athena was pacing back and forth as she bit the ends of her thumb. She was awoken in her sleep in cold sweat as the sensation of death passed by her skin. She quickly ran towards the chamber of the emperor, without minding that she was only wearing her nightgown. She has more things to worry about than her appearance. The soldiers guarding the door stopped her from barging in, hence her situation, where she was pacing back and forth, waiting for an audience with the emperor. "Lady Athena," a servant called out towards the goddess, making her stop. She looked towards the servant expectantly. "The emperor will see you now." Without missing a beat, she barged inside the room where the emperor of the empire was waiting for her. "Lady Athena, you are welcome into my home and are a guest in my country, but do remember the basic courtesy of one such as yourself." The emperor spoke with a regal tone. "I'm sorry, but basic courtesy flew out the window as of this moment." Athena, wasting no time, brought the topic forward for the emperor to hear. "I'm afraid I need the assistance of the Princess Dahlia and request that you allow your daughter to use her magic." "Lady Athena, must I remind you where you are currently at?" the emperor asked, angry by the request of the goddess to use his daughter. "You may be a god, but you hold no power over me." "I know that, but something bigger than the two of us, bigger than mortals or god alike, is boiling and threatening this world into a deep and long war." Athena answered the emperor with no fear. She knew that no matter what happened, even if she couldn't use her arcanum, the emperor couldn't do anything to her. She took a step closer as she stood eye to eye with the emperor. "Your daughter may hold the answer for what is to come." The emperor looked at the goddess with an angry glare. "You know the cost of her using such magic. You're her goddess and she's your child. Even knowing of the consequences, you will still push for it. For my daughter to pay such a heavy price for a glimpse of an uncertain future, for a prophecy that may not even come to pass." His voice carried the anger of a father. "It is a necessary sacrifice for the greater good." Athena answered solemnly. She knew the price of using magic to get a glimpse in the branches of time. She knew that she would only get an uncertain prophecy for such a heavy price. But she must be ready for what is to come. "We are heading to uncertain times. Your daughter is the only chance we have to prepare." "I will not allo. Father, it's okay." The emperor was cut off as his daughter Dahlia jumped in to join their conversation. "I am willing to pay the price." The emperor widened his eyes as he looked at his only daughter. He did not expect her to come here and hear this conversation. "Dahlia, what are you doing here?" he asked furiously. "Making a choice, father." Dahlia answered firmly. She stood her ground as she stared, determined, fire brimming in her eyes. "I am willing to pay the price." "But I am not." The emperor's voice raised a few octaves higher as he reprimanded his daughter's choice. "You have no say in this matter, As your father and as emperor you will follow what I say you would do, and I say that you will not partake in this endeavor." He was walking closer and closer towards Dalia. "David, your daughter had made her choice." Athena got in between them, her aura was leaking as she stared at the emperor's eyes. "As her father, you have to respect her choice." The emperor held his ground. He was unfazed by the godly aura that was leaking out of Athena. He had been in his fair share of battles and wars. "Move, or I will move you." His voice becomes dangerously low as his eyes turn cold towards the goddess. The emperor was no pushover. He was the strongest adventurer empire outside the Knights of Knights. Boasting a level of 6, he was unafraid of the goddess in front of him. Athena was silent, yet her eyes had a fire in it. Her aura that was leaking burst forth as the room shook with her might. The emperor let his mana loose, as he stood unafraid of the godly aura of Athena. "Enough!" Dalia screamed and got in between them, making the two halt. She had tears threatening to leave her eyes as she looked at her father and at her goddess. "This is my life, this is my choice. I want this." "Dalia," the emperor called out to her, his voice filled with sadness as he looked at his daughter pleading at him. "Please." "Father, it's okay. I have to do this. I need to do this." Dalia looked at her father's eyes as he spoke with great determination. "I felt something earlier, something dark and ancient." Her words made Athena shock. No mortal should have felt that, yet the princess did. She was convinced further that Dalia really has the answer to this. "You know the price." The emperor's voice became soft as he held his daughter's hand. "It's too much. I. It is a price I am willing to pay." The emperor closed his eyes and breathed in deeply. He then opened it and looked towards the goddess Athena. "Why is this so important? If you can tell me why, then I'll allow it." A weapon from the Age of Heroes had found a new master. Athena spoke the words clearly. "A weapon? You're willing to use my daughter for a weapon?" the emperor asked, his voice becoming agitated by what he heard. "It's not just any weapon, it's a theiko oplo, a weapon that holds overwhelming power, a weapon that in the wrong hands may lead to the destruction of all the realm. A weapon capable of killing us gods and destroying our very existence." Athena took a deep breath and continued her explanation. "There are 5 such weapons. Any one of them has the potential to destroy the world. They hold that much power." Her words made the king swallow as he listened intently at the goddess's every word. "These weapons are the primal spear, the heroic bow, the arcane codex, the holy sword, and its sibling the demonic sword. These 5 weapons cannot be destroyed by any power even by themselves. We gods can only seal them. Keep them away from mortal hands, for those of us who have divinity may not wield them." "And you're telling me that one of these weapons had been found?" The emperor paled as he received this information. He quickly asked for confirmation. "You got it all wrong. A theiko oplo chooses its master. Even if you found one, you may use it, but unless it acknowledged you wholeheartedly, you cannot use its full potential." Athena's voice echoes inside the room. "We gods can feel when a theiko oplo fully acknowledged its user. It serves as a warning for us that our time in this world and the next will come to an end." Both the emperor and Dalia became quiet as they processed the information. It was too much for them. A god-killing weapon was something they didn't even know existed until today. Now that a theiko oplo had chosen a master, understand that I'm desperate to find out what the future may hold for us. Athena looked at the emperor with pleading eyes. "This involves you and your people as much as it involves me and the other gods. We need to have a clue to what may come for us all." The emperor looked at Athena, then his daughter Dalia. He took a deep breath as he massaged the bridge of his nose. "Under no circumstances, she will do it again. I'll allow it only once, and after that, no matter what happens, Dalia will not use that accursed magic ever again." "Thank you, David." Athena gave a respectful bow towards the emperor. She then looked towards the princess. She knew that she would pay such a heavy price, but she must know what the future may hold, for the greater good. She thought to herself. The 3 of them moved into the room where Dalia can perform her magic. It was a circular room, and at the middle, a pentagram full of runes and other magical symbols. Dalia prepared the necessity required when performing her magic. She was a born prophet and has the ability to give prophecies for a price. A time for a time, as the price for using her magic is a chunk out of her lifespan. She took a deep breath and looked at the two most important people in her life. Her father, who after the death of her mother became overly protective of her, and her goddess Athena. She had become a mother figure for her as she took her in her familia. She gave them a quick nod of assurance as she prepared herself. She held a knife in her hand as she sliced her palm with it, drawing blood. In front of him is a piece of parchment and a quill. As blood pools in her palm, she began to circulate her mana inside her body, and she chanted a quick chant. A time for a time, I called upon the spirits, grant unto me knowledge of times to come, and I will pay you back time of my own. As she finished, her eyes turned white as she dived deep into a trance. Her hands started to move as she picked up the quill and dipped it into her blood. She began to write into the parchment, a prophecy of what may come, a branch in the ever-changing time. The emperor watched as he clenched his fist, turning white with his force. He grits his teeth as he knows that her daughter is losing time in her life for an uncertain prophecy that may lead to nothing or may lead to everything. Athena placed her hands on top of the emperor's shoulder. This must be done for the greater good. The emperor ignored her and watched on as her daughter was finishing up her magic. Dalia was now breathing heavily as the magic took a toll on her body. She was sweating bullets as her hands continued to move on their own. And with a final wave, she stopped and fell as her body entered mind zero. The emperor quickly moved to catch her daughter before falling completely. She wiped the sweat on her forehead as he tore a fabric of his clothes to cover the wound and stop it from bleeding. He looked at the paper full of words. He then spoke coldly. There's your prophecy. I hope you're fucking happy now. He then carried her daughter out and into her room. Athena watched the back of the emperor as he made his exit with her daughter in his arms. She bit her lips at the sight of her longtime friend leaving her without even looking back at her. Be strong, Athena. This is for the greater good. She tells herself before walking towards the paper in the middle of the room. She picked it up and read the content of it, Dalia's prophecy. The flow of time had been disturbed. Chaos spread unto the world. Someone who should have died lived and created a disturbance in the flow of time. The world will be plunged in darkness. The age of heroes will come again, as mortals, gods, and monsters will battle for the faith of the realm. Mother Night will come for all. She will bring with her an army to cleanse the world. All will fall under her wrath, unless 4 heroes will come to pass. A man who lived, a white rabbit, a mortal not of this realm, and a daughter not of this time. These 4 heroes must rise and bring the day to chase away Mother Night. Athena was beyond confused. She expected something, anything that may involve the Theiko Oplos. But what she got was something more sinister. This can't be, this must not come to pass. Her hand shook as her throat dried up. What she read was a prophecy towards the end of days. With her wisdom, she was able to decipher one part of the prophecy. Nyx will come and kill them all. And now, she must do everything in order to find the 4 heroes in the prophecy, in order to avoid the endless night. Chapter 45, The Spear and Its Master, the Mortal Not of This World. Narration. The 18th floor safe zone. Denki was tending to Auguste's wounds. It had been 2 days now, and his captain was still unconscious. The memories of the fight are still fresh in the mind of the young samurai. He vividly remembers the attack that decimated Goliath Rex into nothing. Hey Denk, the adventurers would be making their climb now. We should prepare for the journey as well. Froke entered their tent along with a bowl of stew for Denki and her. He was thankful to her. She could have just left them here, yet she chose to stay. She even used up her potions to help Auguste recover. Denki received the bowl and gave Froke a thankful nod. The captain is still unconscious. Making the journey with him in this state would be dangerous. That's why I suggest we go with the adventurers returning back. The more bodies around us, the more safer we are. Froke answered him as she ate a spoon full of her stew. And with you there, the journey back would be relatively safe. We could pay some adventurers to carry Auguste all through the trip. Denki took a moment to think about it and stared at his captain. His wounds are starting to heal. The bones in his right hand was mending itself. Honestly, he was dumbstruck by how fast the pace of his recovery is. An injury of this magnitude usually takes months to heal, yet Auguste's body was mending itself by the minute. Then let's prepare. Denki looked at Froke and smiled at her. Thank you, Froke. Froke had an expression like she swallowed a bug. Her face was cringing so hard. Yeah, Don't ever make that face at me ever again. Well, fuck you too. Yeah, he really can't get along with the half-breed. Just eat your fucking stew, we'll be leaving after lunch. Froke was looking at Denki when suddenly her eyes widen. She dropped the spoon that she was holding. I could use food as well. A voice sounded behind Denki, which made him turn quickly. August was awake as he stared at the two of them. To be more precise, he was staring at the bowl of stew they were holding. Famzid. Captain, Denki screamed as he rushed beside August. Arg, can you please not scream? August winced at the loud sound. Right now his senses are in overdrive. I can hear you well, so don't raise your voice. Froke walked closer as well. She didn't expect that August would wake up, not in that state at least. How are you feeling? She asked. Oh, I feel swell. August answered sarcastically. What do you think? I felt like shit. Hey, I can do without the attitude. Froke rolled her eyes. In all seriousness, I'm glad you're okay. She then smiled at August. I mean, who would pay me? Those arrows cost a fortune. Oh, so you do care. August sarcastically says as he tried to sit up. Anyway, how long was I out? Denki helped him up. About 2 days, which is shocking. We both expect you to be out cold for weeks, even months with the injury that you suffered. Denki answered him. Fuck, so the tournament is 2 days. August cursed under his breath. He was wondering if he can fight at this condition. You're not seriously thinking of still fighting, are you? Froke was flabbergasted. Is this idiot serious? Fucking battle maniac. She thought to herself as she shook her head in disapproval. I'm afraid I have to side on Froke on this one. As you are now, you are in no condition to fight. Denki chimed in. Well, the thing is, I have no choice but to fight in that tournament. August answered, a serious look on his face. Yes, you do. You can choose not to fight. Denki argued with him. Proving yourself as the strongest level 5 in the city is not worth getting your career as an adventurer being cut short due to an unfixable injury. Froke looked between the two of them. She wanted to join and stop August as well, but she knows she has no right. She's an outsider, a hired hand. She has no say in this matter. She could only bite her lips and look at the two adventurers whom she considered her friend. Denki, I appreciate you getting worried about me, but I need to fight. August looked Denki in the eyes, his eyes filled with fire and determination, which made Denki swallow his saliva. If I don't, then everything will be over. August then explained why he needed to fight to both Denki and Froke. So let me get this straight. If any member of Ganesha Familia beats you, then you'll leave our Familia and join them? I can't believe Lord Heracles agreed to that. Denki paced back and forth as he contemplated on the information he received. The old man had no choice. It's either that or a war game. At least I'll be fighting one-on-one and not get gang up by multiple level 5. August sighed as he took a big gulp of water. What does Lord Ganesha wants with you? Why take you? Froke asked. He wants nothing, at least that's what I heard from the old man. It's his captain who wants me to join. August shrugs as he answers. Shakti Varma wants you to join Ganesha Familia. Froke seems more confused. Yes, August took a deep breath and continued. She and my father are close friend back then. My father used to be a part of their familia, and she wants me there because she feels like I need her protection or some shit. Protection? She must be joking, right? Denki couldn't help but chuckle at that. Well, she saved me when I was a kid, but I feel like even now she still views me as the same kid she saved 9 years ago. August sighed. He then looked around the room trying to find something. Where's my spear? He asked. About that, Denki scratched his head as he awkwardly dodged August's gaze. August was dumbstruck at what he was hearing. The spear is stuck at the 17th floor, embedded deeply inside the ground. So you're telling me that not only could you not pull it out, but everyone who came close to it gets sent flying into the air? August asked dryly. That's the gist of it. Froke answered his question with an equally dry tone. What the fuck is that spear made of? Honestly, I have no idea. August put his fingers into his chin as he tried to think of what Beowulf is really made of. Well, whatever it is, it's scaring the shit out of everyone going through the 17th floor. It radiates magic so dense even as we speak. Denki chimed in. Well, this is a better time than any. Let's get my spear and head home. August tried standing up, but he staggered when he did. He was still recuperating from his injuries. A little help would be nice. "You really shouldn't be moving right now." Frok just stared at him. Denki, on the other hand, is at August's side helping him balance himself. He let him use his shoulder as support. Frok watched as the duo exited the gate, with August limping and Denki acting as a crutch for him. "Men," Frok just shook her head in sigh. She followed them nonetheless. The three of them arrived on the 17th floor, where multiple adventurers were standing by. They were circling the spear, looking at it curiously. The magic was palpable in the air as it was thick and dense, which made their skin crawl. "And there it is." Denki pointed at the spear as August stared at it from afar. August felt his heart beating fast. He didn't know why, but he feels like the spear is calling for him. He feels strong. His strength is returning to him by the second. The closer he gets, the more rejuvenated he feels. He walked closer to the shock of both Frok and Denki. He was walking with his own 2 feet without needing the help of Denki. The mana that was radiating from the spear is flowing directly towards August as his wounds closed. The bones that were broken are getting mended. He was smoking from the heat that he was emanating. The adventurers felt the heat and started to sweat. They looked at August like he was an anomaly. His wounds and injuries are getting healed right in front of their eyes. The adventurers started murmuring as they made way for the owner of the spear. Their eyes filled with awe at the vestige that is radiating from August. The mana in the air shook, growing stronger and stronger, heavier and heavier for their body, as some of the weaker adventurers, including Frok, can do nothing but fall into their knees. Abraham, one of the oldest adventurers in the Sciery, was mesmerized by what he was seeing. He was a level 3 adventurer who was way past his prime and was active when Zeus and Hera Familia was still on top of Orario. "An aura of a king?" he exclaimed. He was blown away by the aura that August was exuding. August arrived in front of Beowulf, the magic in the air crackling in their presence. Then August crouched down. Now the wounds in his body are few and far between. He then placed his right hand in the weapon. Boom! Magic exploded in the air, sending shockwaves as August's hand touched the Theiko Oplo. All the magic stockpiled inside the spear rushed inside August as his body glowed a radiant light, which enveloped the whole boss room, blinding everyone in its glory. With a simple tug, August pulled the spear out of the ground like it was nothing. He felt unstoppable right now. He felt like he could do just about anything. Power was coursing in his veins. It was intoxicating. The light slowly subsided, and there he stood, the Gibulg, the adventurer who was regarded as death incarnate, August Kaiser, with all his glory, vestige, and strength. He stood there for everyone to see. "Let's climb up, shall we?" He turned back towards his party and smiled as he said so. Denki and Frok, as well as the adventurers inside the floor 17th boss room, was in awe at this guy. He was the very picture of strength. This guy, Denki can only smile. High-level adventurers are scary. Frok shivered while thinking about August's strength. And without minding the other adventurers, the three made their way up the dungeon, arriving at the surface a few hours later. Somewhere in Wish Forest, a lone figure was moving towards Orario. He was a human roughly the age of 15, wearing gray leather armor and a pale blue innerwear. He has grayish-white hair that was wildly loose and was swaying in the air freely. At his side was a bastard sword, beautifully ornamented by some runic carvings and a lone blue jewel at the pommel. He had been on a long journey, and his goal was reaching Orario in one piece, join a strong familia, maybe meet a girl or two. "Only a few more days and I'll finally be in Orario," he muttered as he looked down on his map. "I wonder who'll I see there? Anyway, I'll just live my life as a random bystander." Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he took the flask of water and drank from it. After he was done, he placed it back to his side and continued on his journey. But before that, he muttered to himself as he was walking, "God, a Coke would be nice." Chapter 46, A Traveler's Day, Status Update, New Skills. First of all, I'll be the first one to say that yesterday's chapter was subpar at best. To be completely honest with you guys, I was out drinking while writing that chapter, but I don't want to make excuses or anything. As an apology, here's an extra chapter for y'all. Narration. The sun was shining brightly as the cool spring breeze blew, gently carrying a fresh scent in the air. A lone traveler was enjoying such a day as he headed towards the dungeon city of Orario. He was singing a tune while making his way through the Wish forest. Hey, what's the matter with your head, yeah? Hey, what's the matter with your mind and your sign, oh 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 oh? He was bobbing his head back and forth as he sang off pitch while snapping his finger along with the beat. As he did so, some rustling can be heard in the woods. There's a rule in traveling inside the forest, and that is to make little to no noise in order to not attract monsters into your position. And right now all that singing is just bringing attention towards the young traveler. Come and get you love, come and get your love. The young traveler started belting on the top of his lungs as his body started to move into a dance. All the while multiple eyes are locking into him, stalking him. These are the monsters that inhabit Wish Forest. Monsters such as forest goblins, kobolds, and horned apes. They were all attached to the noise that the young traveler was making. But the thing is, none of the monsters present is even thinking about attacking him. They all can feel the aura of someone way outside their strike zone. The monsters outside the dungeon may not be as strong as their counterpart, but they are much more clever. One difference between them is that the monster inside the dungeon attack without any regard for their lives, while the monsters in the wild rely on their instincts to survive. And right now their instincts are screaming at them that the lone traveler is dangerous. But like mortals, some monsters are just born stupid, brave but stupid nonetheless. And those are the goblins. As soon as the traveler passed by them, they started to rush at him. Brandishing their clubs and rusty blades, they shrieked as they charged at the traveler from behind. Goblins, it's always fucking goblins. The traveler sighed as he unsheathed the bastard sword on his side. And just when I was getting to the good part of the song. There were a total of 10 goblins. 6 rushed into him while 4 aimed their bow at him. He stood there waiting for them as he twirled his sword playfully. The first goblin arrived and slammed its club towards his head. He wanted to yawn at how slow the attack was. He caught it with his bare hand, and using his right he thrust his sword straight at the goblin's neck. It passed right through like a hot knife through butter. Blood gushed everywhere as a gurgling sound was heard from the goblin. The 4 others arrived and swung their weapons at him wildly. He jumped up, dodging everything, and flipped in the air, landing at their back. He senses an arrow flying at him, so he grabbed one of the goblins at the nape and used it as a shield. The goblin cried out in pain as multiple arrows struck it in its body. He then used his mana into his arm and threw the goblin's shield into the archers, hitting all 4 of them and knocking them down. With a quick slash, he decapitated the 3 other goblins and rushed towards the 4 archers. He made quick work of them as he finished them off all in one quick strike. The ground was littered in blood after he was done, but shockingly, no blood ever made contact with his person. He was as clean as when the fight started. He didn't even break a sweat. He looked around as he sensed more monsters surrounding him. He smiled and screamed, "Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?" as he has his hands wide open looking all throughout the forest. The monsters, who saw the carnage, slowly retreated back into the woods, as the traveler sensed their presence, going further away from him. "Yeah, you better run," he screamed and then chuckled at himself. That's enough pop culture reference for the day. He muttered to himself as he swung his sword a couple of times to get rid of the blood that clings to it. He then sheathed it again. He looked at the goblin horde that he massacred and scratched his head. I guess no matter which world, goblins are just plain stupid. He continued his journey while still talking nonsense to himself. Well, everything except that one anime with the overpowered slime. At Heracles' familia. "You did fucking what now?" Heracles was stumped as he looked at August. His eyes were twitching at both awe and angered. Awe at how August developed an original magic without the aid of his blessing, and anger because he used it when it was still unfinished, which led to him almost losing his arm. "Relax, as you can see, I'm completely fine." August answered his god nonchalantly. He then spun around slowly to show that he was in fact completely fine. There was a vein that was popping inside Heracles' head. His lips slowly rose to a smile as he looked at August. This smile made August rethink all his life choices up to that point as he felt his body shiver. "Now there's no need to be violent, Lord." August didn't get to finish as a fist landed on top his head, sending him slamming face first into the floor. the impact of it making the whole house shake. Was that an earthquake? Was Denki's reaction while training in the courtyard. Hestia, who was washing their dishes, dropped a plate as the house shook. August's body twitched as he lies face first on the floor. All that confidence that he gathered thinking he was hot shit vanished in one swift blow to the head by a truly mighty being. He didn't even see the punch coming. The room suddenly opened as Hestia barged inside. Heracles, there's an earth. Get out, Heracles cut her off before she could even finish. Hestia looked dumbstruck at it, then she saw August on the ground and put two and two together. She then slowly leaves, closing the door along her way out. Moments later after Heracles gave August a stern lecture about respect, the two sit in front of each other as they resume their talk in a more calm manner. So, how do you feel? Heracles asked the young adventurer. After that punch, like shit, August answered sarcastically, earning him a glare from the god. I mean, I feel fine, better even. I feel the strongest I have ever been. Heracles nodded. It is as I fear, the Theiko Oplo has now completely chosen him as its master. There's no going back now, he thought to himself as he stared at his child. Then I shall update your status to see how much you've grown. Sure thing. August smiled and took his shirt off. He then turned his seat and sat facing behind Heracles. Heracles stood and walked towards August. Grabbing a knife at his side, he pricked his finger, drawing blood, letting a drop fall on the back of August. The room was enveloped by a bright white light as August's status appeared on his back. Heracles carefully read it and can't help but be in awe at what he was seeing. Such growth in such a short time. Name, August Kaiser. LVL, 5. Stats. SDR, 523E. Dex, 562D. AGI, 578D. Mag, 612C. End, 492F. Magic. Endless battle. The user enters a state of pure concentration in fighting, giving him a temporary boost in stats. The longer the fight continues, the higher the user's stat rises. This magic can only be activated once the condition has been met. Plus conditions. The user must wield Beowulf. The user has to slay or injure the opponent for blood to be absorbed by Beowulf. The user must be fully immersed in battle and nothing else. Due to the recent battle experience, the user can now use the magic instantaneously as long as the user is fully immersed in battle. Note: if the user stops endless battle in any way, shape, or form, the stats resets back to its original, and the user may enter mind zero depending on how long the use of endless battle is. Beowulf. Incomplete magic developed by the user, it allows the user to channel vast amount of mana into Beowulf. The attack will always hit the target's heart. It will not miss. It will not falter. Its aim always true. The mana inside Beowulf will then destroy the target from the inside out, starting from the heart. This magic will always bring death to the target. Plus conditions. The user must wield Beowulf in order to use the magic. The user must be in the state of endless battle to use the magic. The user can only use the magic once a day. Note: the magic is still in its incomplete state. The user will receive damage every time he uses this magic. The more mana he puts inside Beowulf, the larger the drawback is. Skills. Survivor's Drive. If the user survives or wins an unsurvivable situation, the user will receive a permanent boost in stats. Boost may vary on how unsurvivable the situation is. Beowulf's Call. The ancient weapon Beowulf has chosen the user to be its master. It allows the user to use, at a limited time, all the skills and experience of the previous user of Beowulf, using mana at the process. With every kill the user does with Beowulf, the user receives a portion of the slain mana back. As the battle goes on and more mana has been absorbed, the user will activate the magic Endless Battle. Beowulf Greed. The user can only use Endless Battle and Lethal Tempo if the user uses Beowulf. The effects of Lethal Tempo are dependent on the user's level. Monster Slayer. Heavily increases all abilities when fighting monsters, potentially making the user stronger than his actual level when fighting them. Adaptability. The user adapts with every battle he faces, gaining new experience which would trigger growth in existing skills and magic. Theiko Oplo user, Primal Spear Beowulf. The user is granted enhanced status when using the Primal Spear Theiko Oplo Beowulf. The amount of Exilia the user will gain are also enhanced. It also grants the user the use of healing power and spirit healing when the user holds the spear. The effects of this skill are double when the user uses Endless Battle. Development abilities. Hunter. Hunter improves the user's abilities against monsters the user fought before and gained Exilia from. Lethal Tempo. The user gains temporary dex and AGI with every hit the user makes. Can only be used if the user is wielding Beowulf. The effects are dependent on the user's level. Charge. The user AGI and SDR stat increase temporarily when going in for an attack against multiple enemies or enemies that are stronger than the user. Abnormal resistance. Resist the effects of abnormalities such as poison. Strong body. The user has an extremely strong body due to training. Mana manipulation. The user has full control over his mana and can wield it with high mastery. Healing power. The user gains a healing factor that automatically rejuvenates the user's body. The condition for the skill is in proportion to the user's status. Spirit healing. The user spirit continues to heal as the user fights, automatically begins regenerating the user's mind and mana at a low rate after using magic. The condition for the skill is in proportion to the user's status. Heracles grimaced at the new skill that August had received. His eyes are glued to it, Theiko Oplo user. Is everything all right, Lord? August's voice snapped Heracles out of his thoughts. Yeah, I'm just finishing up. Heracles answered as he quickly copied the status, but he made sure to erase the new skill August received. Can I see it? August asked. Sure. The god handed him the piece of parchment that was modified. As usual, your numbers are abnormally high. Any idea why that is? He asked, trying to find out if August has any idea of what he was holding. None that I can think of at the top of my head. August lied. He doesn't want to reveal to his god that he was getting stronger because of a god-killing weapon. Maybe I'm just that talented. Maybe so. Heracles felt like August was hiding something. He had taught August many things but not how to lie, and he was bad at it. But he decided not to push the topic further. Now be on your way and call Denki up. I'll update his status as well. And make sure you dispose of that, as I said. No one, and I mean no one, will ever see that. Yeah, I'll be off then. August walked out while reading his status. The rate of his growth is mind-boggling, even for him. At this rate, I'll reach level 6 in a couple of months and a year tops, he said to himself as he crumpled the paper and shoved it inside his pocket to be disposed of later. Chapter 47, Arrival. Narration. -2 days later. Orario was bustling with excitement as soon as the sun rose up to the sky. Today marks the start of the tournament, where the strongest level 5s of the city will fight it out to see who is the one who stood on top. The city was very much alive, as travelers from all over the continent came to see the spectacle. The event was much bigger than anyone ever anticipated it to be, and it is all thanks to Hermes. Living up to his title as the messenger of the gods, he let the word out all over the continent. One of these travelers finally arrived at Orario. Unknown Povi. So this is Orario? I looked in awe at the sight of the beautiful city. It was brimming with life as the street was crowded by so many people. It's so much cooler in person. The place was like a living tapestry of life and culture as multiple races. Some of them I haven't even seen before coincide with one another. It made me realize that Orario really is the center of everything here in this world. But why are there so much more people here? I asked no one in particular except myself as I looked around the place. Wherever I look, there's always a group enjoying, some even day drinking, which can't be responsible if you ask me. Haven't you heard? There's a tournament today in the city. I heard a random voice besides me. I moved my head to look only to see no one. I'm here. The voice sounded again, and from the sound of it, it came from below. I looked down to find a little girl with chestnut-colored hair and dog ears. Holy shit, is that fucking Lily? She looks just like what she looks like in the anime except in real life. Wait, dog ears. Holy shit, she's trying to scam me. Should I play along? Is everything okay? Her voice snapped me out of my train of thoughts as she looked at me with those innocent chestnut-colored eyes of hers. Yeah, I nodded way too fast for my liking. Everything is dandy. What the fuck am I saying? Dandy? Really? Why the fuck am I giving her a thumbs up? Aki, she answered awkwardly, and I swear I could even see her lips twitch as she smiles. She must think I'm super weird. Time to change the subject. Anyway, what's this about a tournament? Good job, me. Right, tournament. She fixed herself out of her awkward smile and continued. The city is holding one to determine the strongest level 5. Personally, I think the gods are just having a competition on who has the largest ego. Wait, was this in canon? So a fight between all the level 5s, huh? Seems interesting. I really do find this interesting, even though I already know who will win. I'm not 100% sure of it, but the odds point that Eyes will win this event due to the plot of the anime. If you say so, she answered me dryly, which made me wonder why. Fighting is not your thing, I take it, I asked. It's not that, it's just I'm a supporter, and since the announcement of the tournament, less and less teams have been diving in the dungeon so. No income for you, huh? I finished her sentence. So she ran out of victims and now has her sight on me, a new face in the city who looks like a country hick. Yeah, she looked down at her feet. Moments later she shook her head and looked at me. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to bore you with my problems. She smiled charmingly at me. Anyway, you look like new here. Do you perhaps need a guide to show you around the city? Wow, she's good. Using the childish charm she has because of her size, acting so innocent and nice. If I didn't know any better, I would have fallen for her trap. Nah, it's okay. I smiled at her. I would like to experience the city myself. Thank you, though. Oh, really? She looked sad as her stance became solemn. That's a shame. Maybe next time then. She turned around and walked slowly away from me, her posture small like that of a wet and cold animal. Damn, she's good, but she won't get me. I refuse to be scammed out of my money. I watched as she vanished into the crowd of people and decided to be on my way when I can't see her anymore. Now where should I go? Honestly, my plan when I arrived was to join any random god in this world. There's a part of me that's tempting me to join the major familia such as Loki, Freya, and Hestia, but no way in hell would I put myself in that bullshit situation. First of all, Freya's familia is full of simps who would do absolutely anything for her, and from what I had seen in the anime, her charm is on 24/7, and I'm not about to test it if I'm immune to that kind of bullshit. So no thank you. Still, seeing Otter be a badass would be cool, but the cons are just too much for me. Loki is the opposite. She is the ultimate simp aside from Hestia. Well, to be frank, both Freya and Hestia are simping for Belle, but I digress. It would be cool to see her familia in action, especially Eyes. But I don't want to join them on the grounds that their familia is way too closely integrated into canon, and I don't want to mess that dynamic up. My biggest advantage in this world is that I have knowledge of certain events that will happen in the future. Sadly for me, I'm an anime-only type of guy. And Hestia, honestly joining her is the biggest temptation I have right now. I mean, who wouldn't want to be a part of the story and be even one of its main characters when they are given the chance? But alas, I don't want to deal with all those bullshit that would be coming in Belle's way. I already learned my lesson about putting my nose where it doesn't belong. It's what got me here in the first place. So I'll just stay away from all of that and live a calm and exciting life. As I was walking aimlessly, I saw a familiar sign, the Hostess of Fertility. I stared at the sign and decided to have breakfast at the famous pub. And if the anime is to be believed, the food here is absolutely great. Still would be nice if they have a Coke, though, or anything close to an acidic carbonated drink that is in no way, shape, or form good for one's health. The inside of the pub was loud and rowdy as multiple adventurers were day drinking, because of the excitement in the city. I was greeted by the noise, but pay it no mind. I did my fair share of clubbing and bar hopping in the past, and this would be tamed by comparison to the booming sound of techno music grating in your ears at a full dance club. A waitress came to greet me and took me to a vacant seat at the bar since all the tables had all been occupied by the rowdy adventurers. A new face, a booming voice made me flinch in shock. It was deep, but at the same time it was feminine, which I found weird. I looked at where the voice came from and saw a giant of a woman. Mamma mia, I said with an Italian accent. I was starting to think that there's something wrong with my head. Why did I say that sounding like an Italian plumber who looked Mexican and was created by a Japanese man? Do I know you? Weird accent. She said that second part silently, but I caught it nonetheless. Holy shit nuggets, I can't exactly answer her with a "I know you" from a Japanese cartoon. Okay, I knew she's famous, so I can work with that. Well, anyone who is aiming to be an adventurer would know the great Demi-Emir. Nailed it. She gave me a side eye while nodding suspiciously at me. I don't go by that name anymore, kid, so it's better that you don't call me that. Understood. I nod rapidly at that. She was beginning to sound scary, so yeah, don't mention her alias ever again. Now you look new here and you're quite young, so be sure to eat your fill. Young ones like you should have plenty of food. She beamed me a smile and walked away. But I haven't ordered anything yet. I tried to call her, but she already went inside the kitchen. Then it suddenly clicked what happened to Belle when he first entered this pub. She's not gonna do that, is she? I asked myself, and the answer showed itself to me. There she is, the gigantic woman, carrying a huge amount of food that no single person should be able to finish all on their own. She walked closer to me and placed a huge plate of a whole catfish the size of my body in front of me. The plate landed on the table with a thud. Oh, don't worry, there's plenty more where that came from. I couldn't make a peep, this was too overwhelming. Only the stretchable pirate and the aliens from the vegetables planet can finish this amount of food. And there's more, there's fucking more. First time, I hear someone besides me. I looked at the voice and saw a boy roughly the same age as mine. I couldn't recognize him from the anime, so he shouldn't be anyone important. Maybe a random mob. Oh, how rude of me, the name's August, by the way. He extended his hand for me to shake. Arthur, and yeah, I mean, how can you finish all of this in one sitting? I answered him and extended my hand to shake his. The moment our hands touched, I felt chills run down my spine. Everything around me turned dark. It feels like I'm floating in space. Everywhere I look there is only darkness. My mind went numb as fear slowly gripped my heart. In all my life, this was the first time I ever felt like this. Even in my past life where I was stabbed to death, I didn't feel fear when it happened. But this is different. Then I heard chains rattling behind me. I slowly looked back and saw a pair of gigantic golden-orange eyes locking at me in this dark world that I was in. It looked feral, like that of a wolf. Interesting. I heard it speak, its voice booming inside me. It felt everywhere yet nowhere. It was dark and deep. A soul not of this realm. It knows, fuck it knows. I tried to speak, to shout at it, to ask questions, but no sound came out of my mouth. The eyes looked for a moment more and slowly started to close. With all my strengths, I tried to make a sound, to call to it, tell it to wait, to answer my question, but to no avail. My body suddenly started to fall, and then I hear the bustling crowd once again. Arthur, I snapped out of my trance as I heard someone calling my name. It was August, my hand was still shaking his, and I could feel the sweat pile up into my forehead. Are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. I'm fine, I answered him, quickly pulling my hand out. It's just too noisy here and I'm not really good with crowds. I lied. From the looks of it, he didn't see that. It seems only I experienced what happened. It's not usually this crowded here. He scratched his head while he answered. Well, do enjoy your food, and you'll get used to Mia someday. He started getting up from his seat as he received a take out of his order. As soon as he stood up, all the patrons screamed his name. Go get them, August. I bet all my money in you. Show them Helgi Bulg. He turned and waved at the crowd and smiled cheerfully as he made his way out of the pub. My eyes glued at his every movement. It was polished and well-trained. Try as I did, I couldn't find any opening from him. My mind was racing. Who is that guy? What was that vision? Why did I have that vision? My mind was full of these questions that lacked answers. He was famous, too famous for someone not in the anime. And if he's dead before the show starts, there should be a mention of his name, flashback, or something. That's August Kaiser for you. I heard some adventurers talk about him. Yeah, I heard he beat Goliath again. This time he even crushed the monster core with his attack. I listened carefully, trying to find out more about this August Kaiser. I was able to find rumors about the guy from the adventurers. How he killed a monster Rex on his first dungeon dive, how he fought Beta level 6 and one level above him to a tie, which shocked me because from what I knew Beta was supposed to be level 5. It was also shocking to hear that he was able to keep up with him despite the level disadvantage. And more. All this knowledge got me thinking. Where the hell am I? Because I'm sure as fuck this isn't the DANMACHI I knew. All I know is that I have to see what this August Kaiser can do, and the tournament would be a perfect venue to do so. Chapter 48, Announcement. Chapter 49, Tournament Start 1. August Povey. I arrived at the amphitheater feeling very excited about today. The prospect of fighting mortals on my level made me smile. I really think the old man's habits are rubbing off me. And I wasn't the only one feeling the excitement today, as everywhere I look is full of people enjoying the festive mood of the city. As I looked around, I spotted the old man, along with Lady Hestia and Denki waiting for me at the entrance. "Captain," Denki saw me and beamed a smile as he waved his hands calling me. I walked to them, making my way into the crowded street. "What took you so long?" Heracles asked as soon as I arrived in front of them. "The hostess was full, so there's that," I answered and shrugged at him. "Disrespectful as always." The old man spoke as he looked at me up and down. "At least you looked ready." "Of course I am." I smiled and winked at him as I made my way inside. "You trained me, so was there ever any doubt?" He just nods, but I swear I saw a small smile on his stoic face. They followed behind me as I confidently stride inside. I can feel multiple eyes staring at me, but I paid it no mind. All that's inside my head right now is winning this whole damn thing. There were too many participants. That was the first thing that was said by the organizer when I arrived at the venue. Because of this, I was asked to wait along with the others while they decided on what to do. A mini tournament would be held, and only 16 participants would be chosen out of everyone here. The rules are simple. A young girl no older than 22 explained. She has an aqua blue colored hair and cyan eyes. She was the one who greeted us, or at least me when I arrived earlier. I believe her name was Isfi Al Andromeda or something. "As your name is being called, you will come with me to another room where we will be testing your body and mana. Only those who are among the 16 strongest will fight in the arena." "How will you determine the strongest?" A random adventurer who I didn't know asked her. "I'm afraid I can't tell you the details here. It's more of an on-the-spot challenge. All participants will be given the same amount of time to prepare so that no advantage would be gained." She answered the question. "That's fair enough," another adventurer nodded. "Now everyone will draw lots to see the order of who will go first, and so on and so forth." Isfi signaled as 2 adventurers entered the room carrying a box with a small hole on the top. "Now, if everyone can please form a line so we can begin." We did as she asked and formed a line. I was in the middle of the pack, not too far away from the front. Minutes passed, and it was finally my turn to draw my number, and I did without any issues. I looked at the number in my hand and read to myself. 28, huh? I took a deep breath as I saw my number. I don't really have an idea what the challenge is, but I'm glad I wasn't up first or last at the matter. I watched as the participants in line slowly dwindled, arriving at the last one. It was Eyes Wallenstein of Loki's Familia. She moved elegantly as she drew her number. She took one look at it and nodded to himself as she moved back. I followed her with my eyes and saw that she was headed to the twins. Tayoni caught me looking and smiled as she waved at me. I waved back and smiled as well. "Now that everyone got their number, we will call upon number 1 to join us first," Isfi said politely as she ushers the first participant to another room. "So Guy Bulg." A voice I'm unfamiliar with sounded right besides me. I looked to see a huge man twice the size of me and carrying a massive war hammer at his shoulder. "What do you reckon the challenge is?" he asked. Oh, how rude of me. The name is Hothar Cleggan. I recognize the name as one of the strongest in the city when it comes to physical strength. It is an honor to be recognized by the Mountain of Dia Familia. Sadly, I don't know what the challenge is. I answered him politely, and the old man said I have no respect. "The honor is mine, Guy Bulg," he said while smiling. "This old man is happy being known by an adventurer such as yourself." He then laughed loudly while he pounds his chest. The two of us passed the time by talking with each other as we waited for our number to be called. Number 23, Esfi's voice sounded. That's me. Hawthor smiled and made his way out. I watched his back for a moment and focused on myself again. I watched as the numbers dwindled closer to my own. And then finally, number 28, I hear Esfi call my number. With a deep breath, I made my way towards the exit where she was waiting. Follow me, she said politely, and without missing a beat, she moved with me following not far behind her. After a short walk, we made our way to an open space. By the looks of it, it was a training ground of some sort. What exactly will I be doing? I asked. She looked over at me and smiled. You will be attacking that. She points at a target dummy and continued. It's one of my creations. It will measure your magic, strength, and attack potency. I walked closer towards the target dummy and saw runes engraved into it. I can feel mana inside it. It has a dark metallic sheen. As I touched it, I felt the cold, hard exterior of it. I might break it. Please, that thing is as strong as Durandal. She chuckled at my remarks. You won't be able to scratch it, let alone break it. Interesting, I smiled at her. So is it okay if I go all out? That's the point, go as hard as you can. I gave her a quick nod and took a couple of steps back. Twirling my spear, I looked at the target and concentrated. These past 2 days have been hell. The old man has been nagging me nonstop and beating me shitless while calling it training. And right now, I really need to let off some steam. And an unbreakable target would be a perfect device to use for cooling off. You better take a step back, Mrs. Fee. Esfi Povi. You better take a step back, Mrs. Fee. The adventurer by the name of August said politely while keeping that smug and frankly arrogant smile on his face. I have met my fair share of his type. Those who believe in their strength above all else, most of them are, as a matter of speaking, disappointing to say the least. I took a few steps back to get this over with. I can't believe Lord Hermes would put me in this spot. Well, he is quite a slacker, so I'm already used to it. A little farther. Again, he said. I sighed and followed suit. Honestly, I don't think he'll do much anyway. After all, I created that device and know its capacity, but since I want this done quickly, I honored his request. Is this far enough? I asked him dryly. Maybe a little farther back. August, please be aware that there are plenty of other participants waiting for their turn. I gave him a stern look. Just get it over with. Okay, but I warned you. He shrugs and looks at the target again. He closed his eyes, which made me dumbfounded. Wouldn't just get it over with, didn't he understand? Oh, I was about to tell him to hurry up, but my body suddenly jolted in fear. I took a step back, many steps back. My body felt very heavy, like a force was pushing it down. I couldn't stop myself from shaking uncontrollably. My eyes widened as I stared at the adventurer named August. His mana was radiating out of him as he oozed with pure magical energy. His body glowed red and black as sparks started to crackle from his body. The room shook. His mana was so dense that it felt like a joke. I couldn't help but to take a knee as the density of his mana pushed me down. He then opened his eyes. All of the hairs in my body stood, fear gripping my very being. I can feel it grasping my heart. His bloodlust and killing intent was so strong, it felt like I was facing death himself. August Povey. I let my mana loose as I gripped the spear, my eyes glued at the target, fully intending to destroy it to pieces. This should be enough. My feet dug on the ground. I concentrated my mana in it. With my skill mana manipulation, I have perfect control over my mana and can bend it to my will. With a burst, I beamed at the target. As I did, I let my mana move into my upper body, particularly in my arms. I even shoved mana inside Beowulf, which it greedily devoured, making it glow dark red. My muscle bulges as I grip the spear strongly, and with a grunt I stab my spear straight into the target. Boom! As my spear made contact, my momentum came to a full stop. Fuck, this is hard. I could feel it absorb the mana and the blow itself. I can see the runes engraved to it glow as it resist my blow. It is so fucking hard. It felt like I was stabbing solid steel with an extremely dull blade. Boom! Another explosion occurred as I was blown away by the shockwave. I balanced myself mid-air and landed softly. Damn, that thing's hard. I muttered to myself, watching the target as the dust settled around it. Well, it didn't break. I looked around and spotted Isfi kneeling in the ground, her mouth agape as she looked at me with wide eyes. "What the fuck was that?" she asked me, her voice close to a scream. "You did say not to hold back." I scratched my head as I laughed awkwardly. Isfi has his mouth comically wide open at my words. "So what now?" I asked. "Just get out and wait for the results." I can hear that she's a bit pissed. Frankly, I don't know why. Either way, I should probably leave. "Then I'll be off," I said as I made my exit and headed towards the waiting room. Isfi Pav. That was scary. Never before in my life have I felt mana that dense. It was like swimming in a pit of mud. And that feeling, it was dark and malicious. What the hell was with that kid? I shook the feeling off and went towards my device to see his results. To be honest, I don't really see the point in checking for it. With that type of strength, he is without a doubt among the higher echelon, and his spot at the tournament was a guarantee. But I still have to do my job. I input the runes on the dummy, which started to compute his results, and it was pretty much how I expected it to be. Adventure number 28, August Kaiser. Strength, S. Magic, S. Attack potency, S. All S's, of course it is. Way above all the others that came before him. The standard power of a level 5 when using my machine is B's. Those who are stronger than average would get A's. So far only August has scored an S. Well, that's to be expected, I said as I reset the calibration of the target dummy. But then at the side of my eye I saw something on the dummy. I moved to get a closer look at what it is. "You gotta be shitting me." I couldn't help not curse out loud. A scratch, a fucking scratch. This is Durandal's steel, enchanted by myself, and he fucking scratch it. Holy shit. I seem to be cursing nonstop today. I shuddered at the thought of a mortal receiving that blow. Looks like it was not baseless arrogance after all. Chapter 50, Tournament Start 2. August Povey. I was in the waiting room along with the other participants. All in all, I think I did well. With that said, it has been about 45 minutes, and I think all of us are done with whatever that is. The door in the waiting room opened, which took everyone's attention. It was Isfi. She was holding a list, and I'm pretty sure that it's the names of the ones who passed that test or so. "May I have everyone's attention, please?" she said as she scanned the room. She then continued. "There were 50 level 5s who chose to participate in this tournament. Out of 50 of you, only 16 can join the tournament proper. So as you all know, we conducted a quick test to see which 16 is eligible to fight in the amphitheater." Her voice traveled inside the room. She sounded serious, not allowing anyone to protest. "This is the will of the gods which they agree on. Does everyone understand?" The adventurers inside the room nodded and agreed on it. After all, it was the gods who decided how this tournament would happen, so we don't really get a say on the matter. Now, I'll be calling the numbers of the 16 participants who got the highest score on the test and will fight on the center stage. I'll be calling the name in no particular order. She looked at the list as she fixed her glasses. "Number 40, Frine Jamal, please step forward." Isfi called on the first on the list. And by the gods, she is ugly. I don't know if that is a human or a toad. Shit, she's looking at me. Does she fucking read minds? She glaring at me. Holy shit, she's ugly. Isfi nodded at the toad. I mean at Frine Jamal, while she stood in front facing us. Isfi then continued. "Number 12, Tyone Hurut." I'm thankful for Isfi for doing that. As Tyone moved to the front, my eyes were cleansed from the looks of the toad. I mean of Frine Jamal. Tyone smiled as she arrived at the front, the toad. I mean Frine Jamal looked at her as if she was the plague. Well, if I'm a girl and I'm that ugly, I'll probably do the same. Isfi gave Tyone a nod and continued along her task. Number 13, Tiona Hurut. And of course her twin will make it as well. Both of them are strong from what I can sense. I don't think I can win against them without using endless battle, but I was still excited to fight any of the twins. The petite Amazon has a skip on her step when she moves to the front. She might look innocent and cute, but she'll probably bend most men into a pretzel. The twins shared a look and smiled at each other, making me wonder who will win if the two of them fight. Isfi as usual gave Tiona a nod and continued. Number 44, Iltefarna, a red-headed girl stepped in front, walking confidently. She gave the twins a quick nod as she passed by them. When she passed by the toad, Freinjammel, she gave her a glare. I can smell bad blood between the two of them. Isvikov making the toad. Oh hell with it, I'm gonna call her a toad, and the redhead stopped glaring at each other. Bitch, the toad muttered as she smirked at the redhead. Ugly slut, the redhead bit back. The adventurers in the room oohed and awed at the exchange of colorful insults. They wanted to see a cat fight, but unfortunately for them, Isvi got in the middle of the two before things escalated to it. Please be advised that I have the full consent of the gods and the authority to disqualify the two of you. Isvi looked at the two and with a firm voice made a stop to whatever banter they were doing. Am I clear? Crystal, the toad answered sarcastically while the redhead nodded. Now shall we continue? Isvi fixed her glasses and started again. Number 23, Hothar Clegane. A huge mountain of a man made its way to the front with a huge grin on his face. He really is someone who deserved his alias. Isvi gave her a nod like all the others when they came to the front and continued along. Number 5, Shakti Varma. And there she was, the person who saved me, Shakti Varma. Truth be told, I don't hate her for what she did. She wants to take care of me like I'm some sort of a child, and she thinks the only way for that is for me to join her familia. But she has to understand I am my own man now, and to make her understand, I plan to do something that may make her hate me forever. She moved in front, her face serious. As she did, her eyes linger in my direction. She gave me a solemn smile as she lined up along with the others. Number 27, Taka Kumar. My eyes widened as I heard the name being called. Kumar? I stared at the man making his way to the front, a man about 3 or 4 years older than me, his face the spitting image of the man who gave his life 9 years ago. He looks just like Rajesh Kumar. He walked tall, a determined look on his face, his eyes burning with fire. He's strong. I couldn't help but smile. Everyone being called is a powerhouse, and I can't wait to fight them. Number 8, Toga Mashima. An old samurai made his way to the front, his gaze sharp and his movements polished. Another strong person, his kimono glides as he walks, making it seem like he was floating to the front. His eyes are close, yet he moves as if he can see everything. No, I can feel it. He uses mana to see. The technique that I thought was unique to Denki, and I was being used effortlessly by this old man. And it's more polished than the two of us combined. Number 32, Lucia Craven. A she-wolf laughed loudly when I assumed her name was being called. She moved roughly as a loud thud vibrates the room at every step she takes. She wears heavy armor on her body and 2 huge gauntlets. She was wearing an eye patch on her left eye, as a scar from her forehead all the way down her cheeks was visible on her face going through her left eye. She took a look at every participant that was chosen, but her one good eye remained a little longer at Hothar's. Hello, big boy, she said while smiling, her canines showing as she did. H-A-H-A-H-A. Hothar released a hearty laugh as he bumped fist with the she-wolf, which she happily did. After that, she lined up as well. Number 50, Edwin Hyrule. A man adorned all over with steel made his way to the front. He has a huge shield on his back and a bastard sword as well. Despite the heavy armor that he was wearing, he was moving as if they were nothing. That man is from the Empire, I heard the person besides me say. An outsider. I thought this tournament was exclusive to Orario's adventurers. I heard that his god is a big shot, that's why he was allowed to join. The adventurers started to whisper among themselves at the sight of an outsider joining the tournament. While he is strong, I can feel the aura that he is surrounding himself with. It felt like cold, hard steel, unmoving and unwavering. He was strongest by far, at least that's what it felt like from where I was standing. Ahem, Isvikov in order to quiet the adventurers who were gossiping among themselves. She then continued. Number 34, Eyes Wallenstein. And there she was, Eyes Wallenstein, the adventurer who is always compared to me in the rumors floating around, a prodigy of the highest order. She holds the record of the fastest level up in Orario, breaking my father's old record by a huge margin. The one I'm looking forward to fighting the most. She walked to the front, as if no one was in the room with her. She walked with the grace and prestige of someone who is always on the top. The twins waved at her, which she nods her head to acknowledge them. She then made her way to the edge of the line as all eyes were drawn to her. And right now, her mana was screaming in excitement. She might be able to hide it from the others, but not to me. She was itching to fight as well. This made me smile as my eyes are glued at her. She might have felt my gaze as her head moved in my direction. Our eyes met. This was the first time our eyes met. But I can feel something in those eyes. It's the same feeling I have right now. She wants to fight me as well. She wants to crush me, to prove the rumors as just merely that, a rumor. That she was the one on top, that she is still the youngest prodigy in Orario. That she's the best. Our eyes are glued to one another. I don't know why, but I feel like if I look away I would lose. And I really hate losing. Number 28, August Kaiser. I heard my name being called. It was only natural. There was never any doubt that I'll get to fight at the tournament. After all, I was the reason it was even created. Well, it was the old man and his big mouth, but still, I'll take credit for that anyway. I made my move toward the front. I can feel plenty of eyes on my person, yet I don't care. Right now, at this moment, my eyes are only looking at her, as she is looking at me. I didn't know when, but my mana started leaking out of my body. Eyes looked at me, her face emotionless, but her eyes tell a different story. Her man also leaked out, colliding with mind. Enough, Esfi screamed, her face pale and cold sweat falling out of her. She was breathing roughly. The two of you behave. Well, I guess I did go a little overboard. Either way, I don't want to get on her bad side, being one of the Orgenser and all. Sorry about that. Got a little excited. I scratched my head and made my way beside Eyes. Eyes merely bowed as an apologetic gesture. She then looked at the front, her face as emotionless as ever. Well, that's enough excitement for the moment. I relaxed myself and scanned around the room. The adventurers are looking at me as if I'm some kind of an idiot. Well, that's what I get for getting excited. Moving on, number 2, Lock Rojo. A male Palom moved swiftly to the front. He doesn't look that strong, but I know looks can be deceiving. Look at Denki for that matter. He looks like a weakling, but he has skill and strength not matching his description at all. Also, the Palom didn't make a sound as he moved. He has no presence at all. This one is gonna be tricky to deal with. Even with Denki's technique, I couldn't sense him that well. It's like he's here, but he's not. Number 16, Ulfrig Gulliver. Another Palom goes to the front to join us. He wears an oversized armor and helmet as well as a spear so much larger than him. He carried himself arrogantly, and when he passed by me, he gave me the stink eye. I assume he doesn't like me that much. Well, if that's the case, then I don't like him as well. But on a serious note, he's pretty strong. His strength is close to the twins. Hell, he's close to everyone here. Number 20, Anakitty Autumn. A cute cat person happily stepped to the front. She's the weakest person I felt coming up here. But that doesn't mean that she was not strong. It's just that everyone here on the front is a monster, and she seems pretty much normal no matter how I look at it. She seems friends with the twins as she waved at the two when she passed them. She also waved at Eyes, which she nodded in response. So with all that, I assume that she's another member of the low-key familia, which made their total count here as 4. Now all the adventurers seem tensed. Well, Isfi is about to call the last name on the list, meaning that only one other person gets to fight in the tournament proper. And lastly, number 49. Isfi grimaced as she looked at the name. It felt like she didn't really like this person. Either way, she did continue and said the name. Marius Victrix Rakia. She glared at the man coming to the front. The adventurers all gasp as they hear the name. Even I know what that name means. I may have lived in the mountains with the old man, but that doesn't mean we were ignorant about the news in the world. Blonde hair, lean build, and a handsome face. He walks as if he owns the place, yet his mana was strong. It felt violent and sharp. He smirked at everyone on the front and gave a look that screams pathetic to those not chosen to stand here. Arrogant bastard. Well, having such a grand status will do that to someone, especially if you're the crown prince of a nation, and that is what Marius Victrix Rakia is. The crown prince of Rakia has joined the tournament. I can feel the anger of the adventurers not chosen to participate, especially when they know that this bastard was chosen instead of them. But I can't argue with the results. He is strong. Well, that's everyone who will be fighting at the main tournament. Those who aren't chosen can still show off your strength, as Lord Ganesha arranged the monster Furia, which would be happening today. Those who are chosen will fight tomorrow in the main tournament, Isfi said, with her usual professional voice. This consolation prize made the adventurers who didn't make the cut feel a little bit better. Still, some bit their lips in frustration, while others just accepted the result, as it is, since they can't deny that everyone who was chosen was stronger than they are. With that being said, these are the participants who will fight at the main tournament. Isfi started to name us with a smile. Frein Jamal, Andrictonus. Tioni Hurut, Jormungand. Tiona Hurut, Crusher. Iltafarna, Palooza. Hothar Clegane, the Mountain. Shakti Varma, Ankusha. Takakumar, Vivid Karanvala. Mashima Toga, Suzyum. Lucia Craven, Thurio. Edwin Hyrule, Paladin. Ise Wallenstein, the Sword Princess. August Kaiser, Gibulg. Locke Rojo, Erisura. Ulfrig Gulliver, Bringer. Anakitty Autumn, Alchet. And lastly, Marius Victrix Rakia, the Crown Prince of Rakia. She named us while giving out our alias, making the others clap as she did. These 16 adventurers will fight in order to determine who's the strongest level 5 adventurer is. Isfi gave us all a professional smile as she continues. So, I suggest you all rest up. I can't fucking wait. Chapter 51, Tournament Start 3, Realization of an Ordinary Man. August Povey. I made my way out of the amphitheater. Watching adventurers play with monsters for sports wasn't really appealing for me. I can't blame them though, they want to put on a show for the crowd, for their cheer and adoration, but it just isn't for me. After all this time, I still feel anger when I'm around monsters. The street was almost empty, as most of the population was inside watching the event. Walking in this beautiful town without that extensive noise was nice, to be honest. It feels calm and relaxing. Captain, I heard Denki calling out to me. I turned in the direction of the voice and saw him running at me. He stopped right in front of me and started asking a barrage of questions. I heard there was a change of plan for the event. Was it true? They said it was a test of some sort. Did you pass? How did you do? Are they strong? What was the test? Whoa, slow down, I cut him off. Come on, let's talk on the way home. I urge him to walk with me back to our place. Huh, home? He asked, confused. How about the monster Furia? Are you not gonna watch? Nah, it's just a bunch of level 5 runner-ups who didn't make the tournament playing with monsters so much weaker than them. I shrugged as I made my way in the streets, Denki following behind me. I would rather be home resting for tomorrow. So you did pass, he said excitedly. How many of you are fighting tomorrow? Are they strong? And there he was again. Was there ever any doubt that I wouldn't pass? I asked him teasingly, which made him shake his head no. Well, to answer your question, there are 16 of us fighting tomorrow. From what I understand when they explained the rules earlier, we would be placed in 2 brackets of 8 participants. We then drew lots in order to determine our placing. I drew 4B, by the way. Each bracket will fight it out until only one remains, and the winner of the 2 brackets will face each other in the finals. I explained the rules to him as we passed by some stalls who were selling skewers. The smell of it made my stomach growl as its fragrance tickled my nose. Let's buy something to eat first, my treat. I bought 2 chicken skewers and gave one to Denki, which he accepted almost instantly, making me chuckle a bit. I paid the lady selling it and continued our way back home. So, including the finals, you'll be fighting 4 times. After taking a mouthful of the chicken, he spoke. That's the gist of it. I answered and took a bite of the chicken as well. It was extremely juicy and was seasoned to perfection. A little spice would have been perfect, but still it was delicious for its given price. As for the question if they're strong, I paused as I looked at Denki and smiled viciously at him. My mana flickered from excitement. They are monsters. Denki looked at the front, seemingly thinking about what he heard. His eyes longed for strength as he listened to me. Can you win? He asked me a question I've been asking myself since I left the amphitheater. Can I win? To be honest, I'm quite confident in beating every one of them, but the tournament will only last for 3 days. 1 day for Bracket A and the other for Bracket B. The last day is for the finals. That means I'll be fighting nonstop in 3 straight matches. The shitty thing is I'm in bracket B, which means I'll only get very little rest if I ever win my bracket. And when I say I'm confident, it's because of my trump card, Endless Battle. But I can't use it in this format. If it was 1-on-1, I'm confident in winning against any one of the other 15. But this time, I have to conserve energy, which means Endless Battle is out of the window. I looked at Denki with a smile on my face. I didn't give him an answer, and instead continued on my way back home. Sorry, it was a stupid question, he said with confidence, smiling at me. He firmly believed that I would win the whole thing. He quickly followed after me. So anyway, who are you fighting first? An old samurai from the Far East, Mashima Toga. As I said those words, I heard a thing drop beside me. I looked at it and saw Denki stuck on the ground. He dropped the skewer that I bought for him. His eyes were open wide and his mouth agape. What's wrong with you? I asked. His head slowly turned towards me, his eyes looking straight at mine. He then spoke. Captain, you should go all out against him. His voice was filled with worry. What are you talking about? I asked him, curiosity leaking in my voice. You know him. Mashima Toga, the person who taught me everything I know, my master. Your master, from the Far East? I was shocked. Now that I can think back to it, there were some clues. He uses the same unique technique of expanding mana to see all around him, the same as Denki, and the same as me, which I picked up from him. Yet it was more refined, more pure in its form and practice. Yes, he answered me. He was the reason I came to Orario. To find him? Captain, I say this with utmost respect, but if you don't fight him with everything that you have, you'll lose. My body got goosebumps at his words. You without your magic wouldn't be able to touch him. I felt a rush listening to him speak. Excitement filled every corner of my body. I couldn't help but smile at the prospect of fighting someone of this caliber right at the start. As I said, every single one of them are monsters. And so was I. Narration. August got home and went straight to the back to train. Denki expected this when he told him all about Mashima Toga. Denki recalled his time in the Far East. He remembered his master, someone who lived by the sword, whose very skill bent his weapon to his will. His mastery of the sword knows second to none. His movement was fast and precise. It was almost like art. He was able to strike 3 places at once, and you wouldn't even see the attack coming. Such was the sword dance of Mashima Toga. He was someone who broke the very philosophy of Far Eastern martial arts. 1 strike, 1 kill. Yet he strove for something far beyond that. He asked the question, what if 1 strike wasn't enough? So he developed a technique that Denki was striving to master, to learn, to make the sword bend, to strike multiple places at once. He developed the mana dome for that purpose. He has to see where he strikes. August, his captain, was able to grasp the idea behind the mana dome. He was even able to create new magic because of it. A magic that guarantees a hit no matter what. A magic that would always aim at the heart and kill, yet August hasn't perfected it yet. It was still incomplete. But Mashima Toga has already perfected the use of the Dome of Mana and was able to create something akin to magic, but only uses pure swordsmanship in it. Similar yet different on the approach. Truth be told, Denki was jealous of August's progress. He learned the technique much earlier than his captain. It took years for him to even use it to this level, yet August was able to surpass him within a couple of weeks and was now developing new magic with the technique. Yet he still feels in awe of the teenager who was younger than him. He was proud to call him his captain. But he just couldn't imagine his master losing. It has been 5 years since his master left their village along with his god for Orario. In those 5 years, he doubts that Mashima Toga became stagnant in those times, especially under the watchful eyes of Lord Bishaman, his god. He also knows that August possesses an enhancement magic, endless battle as he calls it. He doesn't know the limit of how much his captain's strength grows when he uses his magic, so he can't really say anything. All he knows is that August doesn't stand a chance without endless battle. Denki sighs as he thought about the upcoming fight. 5 years. He was searching for his master for 5 years, and the moment that he would see him again, he will be facing his captain and friend. He didn't know how to feel about such a turn of event. Maybe it was fate, he thought as he followed August at the training grounds in the back of Heracles' villa. August, on the other hand, was as excited as ever. from what Denki had told him when they were making their way home, Mashima Toga was the one who created the mana dome technique. A technique where you expand mana into a dome, allowing you to see, feel, and sense everything within it. It allows you to know where your opponent is and to launch an attack at extreme speed and terrifying precision. He was mesmerized by the technique from the first moment that he saw it. He started to imagine the possibilities of such a move, and was the inspiration to the magic that he was on the verge of creating right now. Gi Bulg Beowulf, a spear that always hits its target, always aims at the heart. Perfecting the magic in the past 2 days has been a living hell for August. There was always something missing, but he couldn't grasp what it was. But now he may have found the inspiration he was looking for to finish the spell. Mashima Toga is the key. And he was thankful that he was facing him in the very first round. He let his mana loose as he gripped his spear strongly. With his eyes closed, he expanded his mana all around the villa. He could see it. He could see the world with his mana. But it was not enough. He was still missing something. He needs to know what it was in order to complete his magic. A smile slowly rose on his face. Mashima Toga, I'll be sure to thank you when we meet on stage. He opened his eyes and started to swing his spear. Denki saw his captain smiling as he does complex movements with his weapon of choice. His eyes tried to follow the path of August's spear, getting a glimpse of it but not the full picture. It was like a dance, every move connecting with one another, every move with purpose, no wasted movements in every swing. His spear slicing through the air, creating a whistling sound with every swing, a mixture of pure martial prowess and intricate control of mana. It was beautiful to watch. He really was a prodigy of the highest order. It is true, Denki couldn't imagine his master losing, yet at the same time, he couldn't imagine August losing as well. He remembered what he said to his captain, that he wouldn't be able to touch his master, right now. He was starting to realize how stupid his words were. Monsters, eh? Denki muttered to himself. I wonder if I'm ever gonna be one of them? His voice questioning himself, he used to think that he was the shit, that he was talented and a prodigy. His village always said that he is, even his master praised him as one. Yet witnessing August, witnessing him grow in strength every day, his confidence started to waver. So this is what it means to be ordinary? He thought to himself as his eyes threatened to burst. It hurts him seeing someone way above him in both talent and strength. He always believes that if he works hard, he can catch up with those ahead of him. Oh, how naive he was. Yes, he was working hard, but it doesn't mean those in front of him aren't. He realized at that moment that no matter how hard he works, he'll never catch up with those who are born gifted like August. That he will always be ordinary. A day has passed. The day of the tournament proper arrived, as the streets going to the amphitheater became full because of the clamoring crowd wanting to see the spectacle that will be happening this day. August was meditating on top of the roof of Hirkels's villa. His eyes are closed as he feels the warm shine of the sun on his face. He moves his mana all over his body as a way to train his control. He was doing this every day, yet today for some reason, he just couldn't concentrate. He knows why though, it was because of the excitement. His mind returned to yesterday, when all the participants who passed drew their lots. Frein Jamal Andrictonus, 3A. Tioni Hurut Jormungand, 6B. Tiona Hurut Crusher, 5A. Iltifarna Paluza, 1A. Hothar Clegane the Mountain, 7B. Shakti Varma Ankusha, 3B. Taka Kumar Vivad Karanvala, 6A. Mashima Toga Suzyum, 5B. Lucia Craven Thurio, 1B. Edwin Hyrule Paladin, 4A. Ise Wallenstein the Sword Princess, 8B. August Kaiser Gibulg, 4B. Locke Rojo Erisura, 8A. Ulfrig Gulliver Bringer, 2B. Anakitty Autumn Alchat, 7A. Marius Victrix Rakia, the Crown Prince of Rakia, 2A. 1A 1B. VS WWVS. 8A 8B. VS WWVS. 3A 3B. VS WWVS. 6A 6B. VSW versus WVS. 4A 4B. VS WWVS. 5A 5B. vs WWVS 2A 2B vs WWVS 7A 7B. August won't be fighting today, and by the looks of it Shakti's plan has completely become null. She was the only member of Ganesha in August's bracket, and they'll only be facing each other in the finals of Group B. This made August thankful. The plan he and Heracles made won't be necessary for this one. Shakti had a sour look on her face yesterday at the drawing. It's as if she has bitten into something incredibly bitter. August couldn't get why Shakti wanted him to join Ganesha. He couldn't understand her goal. But it looks like fate was on August's side on this one. Still, it was a hard road ahead to the finals, yet this made August more excited because of this fact. August, he heard his god calling for him. He turned around to see him standing at the ground below, looking at him while folding his arms. It's time to go. August smiled at his god. With one single motion he was back on his feet. He did a quick stretch, making the bones in his body crack. "Coming," he said enthusiastically as he jumped from the roof all the way to the ground at the side of his god. "So what are we waiting for? Let's go, old man." Denki was leaning on the gate, waiting for his god and his captain. He was tapping his foot impatiently. He saw the two coming. "Finally, we're gonna be late." "Relax, we still have plenty of time." August shrugs at the impatient Denki. "You say that now, but you're the one who's gonna whine the most when there's no seat left." Denki deadpanned. He then looked at his god Heracles and bowed. "My lord, we should make haste. As we speak, the amphitheater gets fuller and fuller." Heracles nodded at Denki and looked at August as he snarls. "Why can't you be as respectful as this child?" "What are you talking about, old man?" August looked at Heracles as if he said something hurtful. The most respectful mortal in the world. They even wrote songs on how respectful August Kaiser is. Denki still couldn't understand the two of them. They are always fighting, yet the two of them have this connection with one another. Like a bond. Well, whatever it was, he sure was thankful he wasn't August right now as he watched how his god smacked the living shit out of his captain. With that, the three made their way towards the amphitheater. Chapter 52, Tournament Bracket A1. Narration. The amphitheater was packed. The excitement was palpable in the air. This was the first time Orario had held a tournament of this nature. Sure, the Monster Furia was a yearly thing, but this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, and the people didn't know if this will ever happen again. The gods stared at the wild crowd in their private box on top of the venue. The event was a success. Some gods even profited because of it, but none of them was happier than Loki right now. "Oh, would you look at that?" Loki pointed at the screen while laughing haughtily at the other gods. Her eyes were sparkling in pride. "Looks like 4 of my children made it to the tournament. By the way, Freya, how many of yours were chosen again?" Freya was smiling like nothing was wrong, but deep down she was pissed. The Gulliver brothers failed. Only one of them passed the test, and it was the eldest, Ulfrig Gulliver. The 4 of them were a unit. Individually they were strong, but together they can take an army. But since this was an individual competition, they couldn't showcase most of their skill. Freya ignored Loki, who was gloating every god in the room. With 4 adventurers in the tournament, she holds the highest probability of winning. The door opened as a mountain of a god entered, making the room quiet as all eyes looked at it. "Heracles," a booming voice made the gods winced as Thor greeted his old friend and brother at arms. "A bit late. Come join me, let us drink through the festivities." He beamed a smile at the god while raising a mug full of ale. "I reckon I'm just on time. The fight hasn't even started yet." Heracles walked towards the god of thunder, and the two of them bumped fist. "And I'll take you up on that offer." The 2 behemoths made their way to the table in the middle, the other gods making way for them. "So, my friend, it looks like your child made it to the main tournament. Congratulations." Thor sat down as he congratulated Heracles. He then offers him a mug of ale. Heracles accepted the mug and took a large chug of it. There was never any doubt that he would make it this far. He is strong after all, and I stand by my words that he is the strongest level 5 in the city right now. He said, after he was done finishing the whole mug in one chug. He made sure that everyone heard what he said. This made the gods click their tongue in Heracles' arrogant remarks. "My friend, you really have a talent in pissing gods off. Ha. Thor laughs as he feels everyone's gaze on Heracles. You seem quite confident in your child Heracles. Loki chimed in, walking closer towards their table. She pulled a chair and sat with them. I admire that. You are wrong, of course, but you're holding on to your belief. She has this annoying smile that was pissing Heracles off. A vein popped out of Heracles' forehead as he turned towards Loki. Thor, who let the cross-dresser in? He elbowed the god of thunder and asked him with all seriousness while pointing at Loki. This made Thor spit his drink. Fuck you, muscle for brain asshole, Loki screams at Heracles. Right back at you, you flat-chested pervert, Heracles bite back. The two went back and forth as the gods started to look in their direction. They really don't like each other, don't they? Thor, who was drinking, was startled by the sudden voice at his side. He looked at it only to find Hestia quietly drinking right beside him. Since when are you there? Thor asked her. Since the start. I was with Heracles and we both got in together. This made Thor scratch his head in awkwardness. He really didn't see Hestia coming in. Well, most of the gods didn't, since their attention was stuck at Heracles when he arrived, not knowing and seeing that Hestia was right beside him. You really are like a mushroom. Thor grumbled to himself, making sure the petite goddess didn't hear his remarks. Idiots, Freya said while watching the commotion silently from afar, while taking a sip of some expensive red wine. At the amphitheater below, Ganesha walked in the middle as the crowd went wild. He walked with his practice swag while waving at the adoring crowd. I am Ganesha, the god voice booms throughout the arena, making the viewers cheer even more. Ladies and gentlemen, I Ganesha proudly present 16 of the strongest level 5s in the city. The 16 adventurers who passed the test walked out to the open as they were presented by Ganesha. The adventurers looked at the raging crowd. Some felt nervous at the idea of fighting in front of all these people. Some felt excitement as they chased fame, while others, such as August, didn't particularly care and just wanted to get it over with. After the introductions, Ganesha announced the start of the tournament and the very first match. The contestants of Bracket A were guided by one of the organizers towards the waiting area, while the fighters from Bracket B were free to roam as they didn't have a fight today. August decided to find Denki from the crowd. He asked him earlier to save him a seat so that they could watch the tournament together, and since the gods have their own room, Heracles won't be joining them. August was having a hard time finding Denki with this many people, and the idea of screaming his name was out of the question since it will just be drowned out by the yelling of the crowd excited for the match. So August decided to quickly cast a monodome to search for Denki. With it, his senses expanded, allowing him to see everyone inside its radius. It made his head hurt from the overload of information that assaulted his mind. He quickly turned the technique off because of it. Okay, using it inside a large crowd sucks. August talked to himself as he shook his head in pain. It's because you're taking in everything all at once. A voice sounded right behind him, making August jump forward while turning his body and gripping his spear that was snugly placed on his back. When did he sneak up on me? I didn't even sense him at all. August sweated bullets as he started at the old samurai standing in front of him with a relaxed expression and closed eyes, Mashima Toga. He called the name of the person he'll be fighting first tomorrow. Why, hello, young August. Toga smiled at him. This made August relax a bit. Sorry for startling you, young man. I just couldn't help myself when I saw you using my technique. It's okay. It's an honor to finally meet you. Denki have told me so much about you. August smiled and bowed at the old man. This gesture made Toga smile. It was not every day that he saw someone that knows the practice and greetings of his hometown. It shows that August has studied Far Eastern culture as well. Toga bowed in return. The gesture shows mutual respect with one another. You are a very knowledgeable young man. It's been a long time since I was greeted by someone using the Far Eastern way. Toga said. His voice was filled with nostalgia and longing for his hometown. I see that you're acquainted with my student Denki. May I ask how young Denki is faring? He is doing fine. You have trained him well. He is growing stronger and stronger every day. August responded to the old man. You know, he has been searching for you. I'm sure he'll be ecstatic to see you after all this time. Toga shook his head as if to say no. He then spoke with a solemn tone. Young Denki need not see me just yet, he answered. The two of us will see each other again, but the time is not yet ripe. August was confused by this. He wanted to ask why, but he felt that it was inappropriate to do so since it was the business between a master and his student. Well, I hope the time for that will come soon. Toga didn't answer. Instead, he just smiled at August, and he could see that the smile was forced and was filled with deep sadness. He didn't know why, and he doesn't have the right to ask, so he ignored it. By the way, if you're searching for young Denki, he's in that direction. The old samurai pointed to the left, at row 5, seat number 12. August couldn't help but feel at awe towards Mashima Toga. Even right now, he could feel him using the mana dome. He realized he was outclassed with the use of this technique. He was standing face to face with a true master. Now I would like to chat more, but I'm afraid I must bid you farewell, young August. Mashima Toga bowed at August before moving up to the higher seats. Mashima Toga? He stopped midway as August called his name. A smile slowly rose into August's face. He bowed quickly and said, I look forward to fighting you tomorrow. And I you, Toga answered and continued his way up the stairs. August watched the back of the old samurai. He was excited for tomorrow. He knew that Mashima Toga was strong, but now that he had a chance to stand face to face with him, he realized that he was severely underestimating his strength. He realized that Mashima Toga was stronger than he thought he was. He turned around and headed left, towards the direction of which Toga pointed to, off to find Denki. August was able to find Denki fairly quickly thanks to Toga's help. He saw him sitting with the half-breed folk. The two of them were bickering like usual, and right besides Denki was an open seat. He made his way towards them, and Denki finally saw August and waved at him. Captain, here I saved you a seat, Denki said with an enthusiastic voice. Yao August, Froke nodded at him. He nodded back. August sat on the seat and moved his attention in front of him, as in the middle Ganesha was announcing the first match of the tournament. 1 Iltafarna versus 1 Lak Rojo. The two fighters walked in front as the crowd went wild. Palooza versus Arasure. The two stared at each other waiting for the signal to start. The gods started to place bets between the two fighters. Some people, especially those who are rich, started to bet with one another as well. I am Ganesha, screamed his name to the crowd. The first match of the day will start right now. His voice echoes all around the amphitheater. The two fighters are ready. At my right, the vice captain of my familia, famed by his relentless attack that ignores defense altogether, her fist a dangerous weapon to all as every punch will send tremors to the very earth. The Palooza, ILTA-FARNA. Ganesha introduced the redhead as she waved to the crowd with a huge smile on her face. And on my left, an adventurer who lived in the shadows, hunts in the shadows and strives in the shadows. With his daggers you wouldn't even see him coming, the captain of Anubis familia, the Arasure. Lok Rojo? Lok raised his hands up acknowledging the crowd's support. His face was the face of determination and focus. The crowd screamed, now reaching the loudest it has today. It was deafening. Ganesha, being an expert showman, sold the fight perfectly as excitement has now reached its peak. Now with the introductions out of the way, let the match begin. Chapter 53, not a chapter. Chapter 54, Tournament Bracket A2, Iltafarna versus Lak Rojo. Narration. The two combatants stared at each other. They both know what they have to do. The rules were explained to everyone who was participating when they drew lots. You can win by either knockout, or if the opponent surrenders. And since a level 5 adventurers are a commodity and valuable assets, a no-killing rule is applied. But if an event where an unfortunate accident may happen, the god of the adventurer who killed the other is to pay compensation equal to the value of the slain adventurer to the other party. The participants understood the risk of this tournament. After all, you can't necessarily hold yourself back in the heat of battle. With Ganesha giving the signal to start, Ilta rushed at blinding speed towards the palm. Her strategy was simple and straightforward. Attack! This caught Lok off guard. He didn't expect this type of rough approach from a level 5. He hastily tried to intercept her by throwing multiple daggers towards the rushing redhead. With a smirk, Ilta raised her gauntlet-covered hands and continued to dive straight at Lok. An assassin is only effective when you don't see them coming. She thought to herself, she's already convinced of her own victory. Taste my fist! The air gave way as Ilta brought her fist down towards Locke, but her fist hit nothing. Because there was nothing there. The Palom who was now missing. Ilta's eyes widened at this. An illusion? No, he was there when I charged. Her mind raced for answers. Ilta's hair stood as alarm bells started ringing in her head. At the corner of her eyes, she saw a dagger heading straight at her. Clink! The sound of metal hitting metal covered her ear, as with her reflexes, she was able to block the incoming strike. Locke saw this and turned mid-air using his other hand to launch another attack. Ilta was unable to block this one, so she moved her head out of the way. Locke's dagger grazed her cheeks, drawing blood. He then kicked the red head on the abdomen in order to create space. He wasn't stupid. He knows that he stood little to no chance in a face-to-face confrontation against a fighter who specialized in that style of fighting. He is an assassin, and he will fight as such, using his speed and agility to his advantage while using hit-and-run tactics. Ilta tried to counter with a powerful right hook, but Locke was already far away from her. She saw landing on the ground, and with a burst of speed, the Palom rushed again. When he was only a few more steps away from Ilta, he threw multiple daggers. The redhead smirked. She viewed the projectiles as an annoyance, and they were never a threat to her. She smacked the daggers off the air, her gauntlets clinking as it hit metals. Slap! Ilta's eyes went wide as she felt a sharp pain on her left shoulder. She looked at it and saw a dagger embedded in it as blood seeps on her clothes. How I blocked everything, she asked herself, but she has no time to think of an answer as she senses danger coming from her right side. In her peripheral, she saw another dagger heading straight for her neck. This time the dagger was filled with mana and would do significant damage if she was even grazed by it. She was startled by this and hurriedly weaved mana into her gauntlet in an attempt to block the attack. The two weapons met. Sparks flew as two weapons filled with mana collided. Locke grimaced as he felt his arm going numb from the impact. Fuck, how strong can you be? He was sent flying up in the air from Ilta's superior force and strength. Ilta followed him up. The stage cracked as she charged mana on her feet, and with a loud thud she jumped up. Her gauntlets glow a red shine, like hot fire. She aims her fist towards the assassin. It's over, August spoke as he watched the match from the stands. There was no way for Locke to dodge, and by the looks of it, Ilta is going for the win with her attack. Almost all the people watching felt the same way. This fight was over. Everyone was convinced in Ilta's victory. Even the gods were convinced in the redhead's victory, that they started talking about the next match on the card. Well, old friend, your child had a good run. Thoth, who was sitting beside Anubis, started to console his friend. Even he believed in Ilta's victory. Everyone in the arena was now ready for the next match. Well, everyone except Anubis and his familia. The god wearing a jackal mask smiled at Thoth, revealing his canine teeth. He then answered, "Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that." Ilta was in front of Locke in the air. She brought her fist down straight to his face. The Palom couldn't possibly dodge mid-air, and blocking would be just prolonging the inevitable since Ilta was so much stronger than him in regards to strength. Right now his best weapon, which is his speed, was sealed the moment his feet left the ground. As the punch connected, the crowd gasped. Ilta's fist penetrated straight through Locke's head. She killed him. Gods. Holy shit. The crowd was on turmoil as they saw Ilta's fist drilling a hole on the Palom's head. There was no way that he was still alive after that. At the crowd of panicking people, Mashima Toga was smiling ear to ear. Well, that's annoying to deal with, he thought to himself. Denki just saw someone punching a hole in another one's head. Right now he was in turmoil. She killed him. Denki spoke, looking at his captain. August didn't answer. Instead he was sweating bullets as his eyes were glued at the stage. I want to fight him. He right now had his whole focus on the match. Froke, on the other hand, looked pale. She was on the verge of vomiting at the gruesome sight. But the one most affected out of all the people was Ilta. Not because of the hit, no, right now on her fist she can feel nothing. The punch which should have finished the match hit nothing. Her eyes went wide at that. The crowd gasps again as Locke's body slowly turns into a black mist. Imagine Nura's power in Nurarihian no Mago. She then felt a tug on her right leg. She looked down and saw Locke standing in the middle of the stage, his hand holding something. As the light of the sun shone bright, it revealed a metal strings that was tied on Ilta's right leg. Shit! Ilta could only curse at the sight. She didn't know anything about his ability, which made her take him for granted as just another assassin. Even more so since Locke Rojo was a mystery to everyone, since Anubis Familia was just a small familia in Orario. With only 4 members, so not much is known about him. She got arrogant by this fact. She underestimated her opponent. With a smirk on his face, Locke pulled down, yanking the redhead to the ground and slamming her hard. That knocked the wind out of her as her body bounced at the hard floor of the stage. Anubis, who was watching along with the other gods, had a huge smile on his face. He was proud of his child, and right now everyone will know his name. Denki was flabbergasted. He really thought that he saw the end of the fight. He never expected that to happen. He looked at his captain and saw that vicious smile he had whenever he was excited. "Did you saw that?" he asked. August answered, "No, I have to apologize to that guy. He had proven me wrong." Ilta had no time to rest. She had received significant damage. She tried to stand but found it hard to do so. Locke had tied the string right at the joint of her ankle. When he tugged the string hard, he broke her ankle, effectively taking away its use. And she didn't have the luxury to assess the full damage on her body, as she saw the palm going in for the finish. Gritting her teeth, she willed herself to stand, as she prepared herself to exchange blows with the assassin. But even when injured Locke didn't take her lightly, he moved towards her right side, towards her injured side, making her a tad bit slow on reacting to the attack, as putting her weight on her bum ankle caused her so much pain. Multiple cuts appeared on her body as Locke keeps going right. She couldn't keep up with his speed, even more so because of her injury. "I need to hold on," she thought to herself. The other fighters saw Ilta fighting defensively, trying as much as she can to avoid a lethal blow that may stop the fight in favor of Locke. She's waiting for something. Every one of them realized it. She was waiting for her ankle to go numb up. And when it does, she will be able to use it to a minimum extent. And if everyone realized it, Locke, who was fighting her, surely did so as well. "I'll end this before that happens." He turned the tempo up even more. He's moving blurry to the eyes of the average mortal. Even to some adventurers, he was moving so blindingly fast for them to see. And with every move, a new cut appears on Ilta's body, making her lose more blood. Yet she was still holding on, avoiding the strikes that would surely send her down. Shakti was watching on the sideline. She clenched her fist at sight of her friend being riddled with wounds as she bled all over. "Ilta," she called her name softly. She wanted her to go down. She wanted the punishment to end. But deep down, she knew that her friend would fight to the end. The crowd was amazed by her resilience that they started to cheer for her. They admired her guts, her determination, and her fire to win. They can see it in her eyes. She refuses to lose. "Go the fuck down." Locke was getting frustrated at the redhead. He charged his dagger with mana, making it glow a dark purple hue. He ran straight towards her. Amidst his frustration, he committed a grave mistake. A rookie one for an assassin to make, and it was never to charge head-on. Ilta saw this and smiled. Finally, he was right in front of her. With a burst of her own mana, she stomped her right foot to the ground. An audible crack was heard, making the crowd wince in pain. Her foot broke completely, but she didn't care. This was her chance, and she knew that this was the only one she'll get. Even if her right ankle completely numbed up, she knew that she still couldn't keep up with his speed, and with that magic of his that seemingly made him vanish out of thin air. She will stake everything on this chance. The air suddenly grew a few degrees hotter as her fist glowed a fiery, radiant red. Locke's eyes widened at this. He realized his mistake. He should have stuck with his plan, but he got frustrated and he rushed it. An assassin should always keep their emotions in check. Yet he broke that rule as well as charging head first towards the enemy. And her timing was perfect. He has no way to dodge it, and he can't use his magic to get out of this situation. He needed to concentrate for that, to focus, and right now, he didn't have the time or the luxury for it. Seeing no other way than to face it head-on, Locke willed every speck of mana in his body towards his weapon. "Arg!" He released a feral scream. Ilta smiled at this development. This was her specialty, a head-on confrontation. She even earned her alias because of this. This sort of wild confrontation made her the fighter that she was, and she marveled at these moments. "Bring it on," she answered with a roar of her own. The two made their mana run wild as it clashed right down the middle. As purple meets red, their mana battled for dominance. The crowd was completely mesmerized by the two fighters. They were giving it their all. August's eyes were focused on the two. Amazing, he couldn't help but mutter at the two, this will be close. He couldn't tell who would win. Dagger versus gauntlet, speed versus timing, it was too close to tell, but everyone here knew. This was the moment of truth. Whoever lands first will win.